Chapter 1491 The City of Romance. Come in. After knocking on the door, Mafarian's voice came from behind the door. And then Yisha pushed the door open and walked in. 34. Mafarian looked at Yisha, still with that gentlemanly smile on his face. To be honest, this smile was particularly fake, but it was hard to find fault with it. Mafarian was holding a thick hardcover book in his hand. When he saw Yisha come in, he closed it and smiled. It's rare for you to come to me on your own initiative. Of course, this is a compliment. You have always been so worry-free. Among the flight attendants, you are the one I value most. Yisha curled his lips and thought to himself that it was nonsense. Now there are only 2 trained pursers left. Malfarian, so, what do you want to do with me? Yes. Yisha deliberately made himself look more respectful. Mr. Deputy Train Conductor, I need help. Malfarian raised his hand and motioned Yisha to continue. Yisha, I have completed the task of this station, but I still want to take people to the romantic city. Malfarian, of course, no problem. After completing the task, the time before departure is considered a vacation period. You can do whatever you want. Yisha, but I can't go to the romantic city. The boss lady is not in the dining car. I can't find her. So I hope you can help me find her. Or help me go to the romantic city. Malfarian frowned. She's not here? How is that possible? She won't leave. Malfarian seemed to think of something halfway through his speech. His frown tightened, and he suddenly fell into deep thought. Yisha waited for a while, and saw that Malfarian still didn't respond. He couldn't help but ask, Second Conductor? Ah? Malfarian came back to his senses. And then, sorry. I thought of something and forgot you were still here. We are going to the romantic city. Right? Yisha nodded, yes. Malfarian nodded, go. Leave from the exit of platform 1. I will help you. Yisha nodded, thank you. It's okay. Malfarian smiled. No matter what you plan to do, remember to come back before the departure. This is an iron rule, and I can't change it. Do you understand? Yisha nodded, understood. I will. Yisha exited Malfarian's personal compartment, waved to the others, and then walked out of the Doomsday train. Malfarian gently rubbed the book in his hand, watched Yisha leave, and murmured, Why is that woman not in the dining car? Is something big going to happen again? Yisha took the lead to leave the Doomsday train, found the number 1 exit of the platform, walked up the stairs, left the Doomsday train platform, and saw a long and narrow street. There was a river running through the city in front, and an ancient stone bridge on the side. Further away, you can see the landmark of this city, a towering iron tower. Comes, this is the first district. Yisha looked at Kangmais. The first district? Oh, didn't I say that? Kangmais, although I'm not from Huadu. My hometown is in Sunshine City. Huadu is another nickname for the romantic city, but it is not very famous. Only locals call it that. And Kangmais can indeed be considered a local. Sunshine City and the romantic city belong to the same country and are not far away. Yisha, so? You've been here before? Kong Max, of course. I come here often. Yisha, then. Can you lead the way? Kong Max, no problem. Follow me. But we still need to find a car first. Kong Max walked forward and gave a brief introduction. The city of romance is directly divided by numbers. A total of 20 districts. From the 1st district to the 20th district. We are lucky to be on the edge of the 1st district, adjacent to the 2nd district. Duelingling, why? Comes. District 1 and District 2 are both tourist areas, with a large number of tourist attractions and famous shopping streets. Of course, the most important point is that the Palace Museum is in District 1. Yisha simply asked, Time? Comes, not considering those annoying zombies. It will take about 10 minutes to drive. No more than a quarter of an hour. Yisha, then hurry up. Before the end of the world, the romantic capital was a world-famous tourist destination, and was ranked in the top 10 of the world's tourist atlas. Of course, all the glory is in the past. Now there is only filth and desolation here, because the Doomsday train has arrived in the romantic city. There are fewer zombies here than expected, but it is more desolate. Broken shops, streets full of garbage, traces of battles, and dried blood. The world-famous city river, which should be crystal clear, is now full of corpses and has turned gray-green. They moved forward and found a usable car on the street. Cummers was responsible for driving, and sent everyone to the Palace Museum. The Palace Museum was renovated from a former palace. The first impression is its grandeur. When we arrived at the main entrance, the door was open, and we could see the sculptures in the hall, as well as many corpses. Yisha waved his hand and stopped everyone. This museum is wrong. It was difficult for Yisha to describe this feeling in words. The museum was brightly colored, but Yisha felt a gloomy feeling, with a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Yisha, just in case, leave one, so that if there is any trouble, at least we can communicate with the outside world. Du Lingling, I'll stay. Du Lingling is not a coward. And at this time, usually the weakest one should be left behind. Du Lingling knows that she is the weakest one. In fact, Du Lingling is also the only one who has not entered the king level among the few people here. Originally, the fat man was also one. But at the last stop, the fat man finally succeeded in breaking through that threshold. Yisha nodded, be careful. This city may not be very safe. Find a place to hide first. Du Lingling smiled, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Yisha said nothing more, but took the lead and walked towards the Palace Museum. Entering the Palace Museum and standing in the hall, Yisha first simply checked the bodies. They had been dead for a long time, and their bodies began to rot, crack, and shrivel. Yisha said to Kong Max, have you been here? Kong Max spread his hands, although I often came to this city before. I am not that kind of elegant person, and I have no interest in the art here. Little fatty, this place is very big, and the sculptures and oil paintings are the most famous. Where is Yiyu's destination? Chapter 1492 Palace Museum. Yisha shrugged. How could he know so clearly? He just knew that Yiyu came here. Little fatty, then we can only look for it slowly. Do we have to act separately? Yisha, we don't know what dangers this place has yet. Let's act together for the time being. Little fatty nodded. The Museum of Near Eastern Art is on the left, and the Sculpture Museum is on the right. Which way should we go? Yisha, sculpture. Since we don't know where Yiyu is, it doesn't matter which way we go. It's the same anyway. When people make a choice, they habitually choose the right one first, because the right hand is the dominant hand. In most cases, when walking, without thinking deliberately, they will also take the right foot first. This is a kind of inertial thinking. It doesn't matter where you go. So Yisha follows his instinct and walks to the right. From the hall to the right, there is a long and narrow corridor, with a wall on the left and a Renaissance art-shaped stained glass window on the right. At the same time, there are some decorations at intervals, including statues, oil paintings, and armor. Of course, the things that can be placed directly in the corridor are not very valuable. Yisha, this place is a bit long. The passage was longer than Yisha had imagined, and he walked for a long time without seeing the exhibition hall. Kong Max spread his hands. I haven't been here either. Little fatty, after all, it was a palace before, and then it was converted into a museum. It can't be as compact as an ordinary museum. Filong? Where is Filong? As the little fat man spoke, he looked to the side and then showed a look of surprise. Filong, who was walking at the back, disappeared. Yisha immediately stopped and looked back. Myself, Kong Max, and the little fat man. And then, Fei Long is really gone. Yisha frowned. A little unbelievable. With Fei Long's physique, it is really not easy to disappear quietly. It is almost impossible to get rid of Fei Long without any movement. Moreover, this is just a passage. There is not even a door on the side. Where can it go? Yisha, are you sure he was behind you just now? Little fatty, he should be there. I am the third one to enter the passage. He should be behind me. Kong Max, maybe he didn't catch up. That fat guy's head, Kong Max said, while pointing to his temple and drawing a few circles, indicating that Fei Long's brain was not working well. This, Yisha hesitated for a moment. It was really hard to refute. It was not uncommon for Fei Long's brain to suddenly twitch. What if he really didn't catch up? But at this moment, the little fat guy suddenly showed a look of astonishment, and then raised his hand and pointed at Yisha's back. Yisha turned back. What's wrong? Then, Yisha also showed a surprised expression, because Yisha saw a door. About half a minute ago, Yisha was still complaining that this corridor was longer than expected, and he didn't see the end after walking for a long time. But now, when he turned around, he was only 3 or 4 meters away, and he had reached the end. Be careful. If he thought that Falun was lost before, then unless Yisha was an idiot, he would never think so at this moment. This palace museum is indeed weird. Yisha signaled the little fat man and Kong Max to be on guard, and then slowly walked towards the door. The little fat man and Kong Max consciously took 2 steps back, so that if something happened, Yisha could immediately jump back to avoid hitting them. The Archon flicked his finger lightly, and a chain suddenly appeared and wrapped around Yisha's waist, so that Yisha could be pulled back in time. Creak! When he came to the door, Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed it open. The door was not locked, and it opened after making a noise. It was pitch black behind the door, and even Yisha's eagle-patterned pupils were not working well. After taking a quick look, Yisha stepped in. But the moment Yisha entered, the door creaked and suddenly closed by itself. The governor immediately took action and stretched out his hand to pull the chain, trying to pull Yisha back. But it was too late. The door had already closed. In fact, the chain would have been stuck on the threshold. But the chain suddenly became vulnerable, and when the door closed, the chain was actually directly clamped off. Kong Max and the little fat man immediately rushed forward and bumped into the door. Bang! Bang! After the 2 of them bumped into it, the wooden door did not move at all. Instead, the little fat man and Kong Max were knocked to the ground by the recoil. The little fat man was angry and took out a grenade and threw it out. Hey! Wait a minute! Kong Max shouted, at least run away first. The little fat man was playing with bombs, so he didn't care about so much. With a bang, the little fat man and Kong Max quickly ran to the back, and the grenade exploded, and the flame surged along the corridor. The colored windows on the side were blown to pieces with a clang sound. After a moment, the flames dissipated, and the little fat man and Kong Max looked at each other. But they were surprised that the door was not moving at all. Not even a crack. On the other side, Yisha saw the door was closed, and immediately turned around to push the door. Creak! Yisha stretched out his hand, and the door opened. Huh? In this case, shouldn't the door be locked? Could it be just blown by the wind? Yisha couldn't help but think of this, and then pushed the door open, intending to walk back to the corridor. But after stepping through the door, Yisha didn't think so. It's not a corridor, but an exhibition hall behind the door. Yisha frowned. Although he felt that this museum was unusual, he was still curious about how this was done. It was clearly a corridor before the door opened, but after a circle behind the door, it became an exhibition hall? Yisha couldn't help but think of the mobile laboratory of Compu. He had encountered similar things before, but it was not so magical at that time. That mobile laboratory only changed the structure of the town by moving the building. It was not like now, where the door opened and closed to become a completely different place, like traveling through space. As Yisha thought about it, he grabbed a stack of A4 paper from his backpack and pressed one hand on the hilt of Jian Luo Nanjiang's sword. Walking forward slowly. This is an exhibition hall where medieval armor, weapons, and some ancient siege equipment are exhibited. There are lights on the ceiling, but only a few are still on, which looks a little dim and hazy. But it is enough for Yisha to see everything clearly. The exhibition hall is not big. Yisha can see the exit on the other side by looking through the exhibition stands. There is no point in retreating. If he goes out of that door again, he doesn't know where he will run to. Yisha can only choose to move forward. Chapter 1493 Armor That Moves. Yisha showed his cautious side, taking slow steps and moving forward bit by bit. At the same time, he would pay attention to his feet every time he stepped out, although the possibility of traps in this place was not high. After all, this is just a museum, not the base of Compu Corporation. There must be a security system, but it is impossible to install traps. If 2-century machine guns are set up there, and the artworks are accidentally damaged, who will pay for it? But this is not a reason for Yisha to be careless. He moved forward little by little, and suddenly, Yisha looked to the side. It was medieval armor, silver white, dull, and a little dull. But there were no obvious signs of damage, and he didn't know if it was a counterfeit. In the previous moment, Yisha felt that the armor moved, but when he looked at it from the side, the armor was placed on the exhibition stand properly, and there was nothing strange about it. Yisha muttered, then turned his head back and planned to continue walking forward. But at this moment, the armor suddenly grabbed a cross sword inserted on the side. broke through the cabinet window of the exhibition stand, and slashed at the back of Yisha's head. The next moment, pieces of paper flew. Almost at the moment when the armor got angry, Yisha threw the A4 paper in his hand, and at the same time, he pounced to the side, supported the ground with one hand, and rolled to the side. Clang! Clang! The flying A4 papers kept hardening and collided with the cross sword, making a crisp sound. I knew there was a problem. Seeing the armor slashing the A4 papers, Yisha drew out his sword and rushed forward. Clang! The sword and the cross sword of the armor collided, making a crisp sound again. Then, Yisha was shocked. It was not that the sword slashed by the armor was so powerful that Yisha could not resist it, but that the eye area of the helmet was empty. Looking from that position, the inside of the armor was empty. In other words, there was no one in the armor. The armor actually moved on its own. At the same time, Yisha lost consciousness for a moment, and the armor raised the sword again. This time, it changed to a sweep. The movement was not very fast, but it was very coherent, and it didn't look like the movement of an armor at all. In fact, even if someone was wearing this kind of full covering armor, the movement would be a bit awkward and stagnant, because it would restrict the joints to a certain extent. But because there was no one in the armor, this restriction was gone, and the opponent's attack changes were particularly agile and smooth. And this attack method was particularly human-like. But, puff, puff, the sound of the flame jumping. The red flame armor suddenly activated at this moment, rushing out from in front of Yisha, and quickly crystallized. The red flame armor blocked the attack of the armor. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. The value of the red flame armor was fully demonstrated at this time. All-round defense, ignoring any direction. And it was not just a defense against one target at a time, but it could defend against any number of attacks. The flames rose again, but this time, they appeared behind Yisha, and crystallized rapidly. Clang! The sound of collision appeared. Yisha looked back, and saw that another suit of armor had also moved, holding a double-edged axe in its hand, and slashed at Yisha. Two? Yisha looked around. Can they all move? As soon as Yisha finished saying this, he wanted to slap himself in the face for being such a bad mouth. All the armors on display in the exhibition hall stood up, shaking, and then smashed the glass window, shaking their bodies, picking up the weapons that were also used for exhibition nearby, and approached Yisha. Yisha retreated, watching the armor slowly approaching, and then blocking his way in a fan shape, which always felt a bit strange, because these armors actually had some tactical coordination, knowing how to position each other, surround and intercept. It would be fine if there were people in the armors, but there was no one in the armors. But a group of armors moved on their own, but knew how to cooperate with each other, which seemed a bit weird. A group of armors that knew how to cooperate with each other in teamwork. As Yisha was thinking, a man in armor suddenly stepped forward, raised the knight's sword in his hand, and chopped down at Yisha's head. Clang! The crystal flame appeared again, steadily blocking the attack. Yisha also came back to his senses, no longer thinking about it, but directly stretched out his fingers forward and made a pistol gesture. Even if there is tactical coordination, it is meaningless. Yisha sneered. Everything requires sufficient combat power. Z-Law. A current shot out from Yisha's fingertips. After flying 2 meters, the current suddenly exploded and spread out like a spider web. The next moment, the sound of the current surged continuously, constantly covering the armor around. In a moment, the armor trembled, and then black smoke surged. And then, the armor fell apart and fell to the ground. Yisha took 2 steps forward, picked up a piece of armor and looked at it, wondering, there is nothing strange. There is no mechanism or anything. How can it move? Yisha threw away his armor. He couldn't figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it and continued to move forward. But at this moment, puff! A splash of blood suddenly appeared on Yisha's shoulder, and the pain quickly attacked from his shoulder. Yisha immediately jumped to the side, pointed his finger towards the wall, and an electric current rushed out again, hitting the wall, and then an oil painting fell from the wall. The content of the oil painting was a war. A knight jumped high on his horse, holding a big gun in his hand, surrounded by densely packed soldiers. Yisha glanced at the wound on his shoulder. Just at that moment, the knight's spear actually pierced out of the painting. Yisha did not approach the painting, but tapped his finger again, releasing an electric current, completely blowing up the painting. This place is really weird. This sudden attack made Yisha more cautious. After getting up, he walked forward again. After walking out of the exit on the other side of the exhibition hall, Yisha hesitated for a moment and walked back behind the door. This time, there was no change. It was still the exhibition hall that displayed armors. And the armors destroyed by Yisha were still lying on the ground. Yisha shook his head and did not investigate further, and continued to walk forward. A few minutes later, Yisha walked to the end of the corridor. This was a rest area, or a smoking area, except for designated places in the museum. In order to protect the artworks, those exhibition halls were all posted with no smoking signs. Chapter 1494 In the Name of Knights. Yisha came to the corner of the smoking area. There was a machine with a floor plan of the Palace Museum. It also had a query function, with introductions to various exhibition halls, and one could check one's location based on the floor plan. Yisha fiddled with it for a while, and then was surprised. Is this the second floor? Yisha found the exhibition hall where the armor was previously exhibited, which was the first exhibition hall on the second floor. It was inexplicably changed after entering a door, or went from the first floor to the second floor. Yisha felt that this place was getting weirder and weirder, so he continued to check the floor plan, silently memorized it, and then continued to move forward. This corridor has no forks. After passing the first exhibition hall and the rest area, it can only lead directly to the next exhibition hall. If you want to change direction, you can't change direction in this area. This is good. Yisha can determine the exact location. In this land, in the heroic epic that was once born, there was an emperor named Charles the Great. He had 12 warriors under his name, all of whom were brave and good at fighting, and made great contributions to the emperor. According to the map, the next exhibition hall displays the life of Florismart, one of the 12 warriors, and is also called the Florismart Exhibition Hall. From the Florismart Exhibition Hall, we can see whether there is a problem with the structure of this museum. If the structure of this museum has changed, then the Florismart Exhibition Hall should not be in front, because if you go straight from this area, you can only go there. What surprised Yisha was that it was really the Florismart Exhibition Hall, and there was a sign hanging on the entrance gate. Entering the exhibition hall, it can be seen that the things inside are indeed correct. On the side is a document that records Florismart's life, including the battles he has participated in. It is both true and false. They are all antique figures, and it is hard to say, but they are obviously mythical. Then, there are some oil paintings around, and the core protagonists are all Florismart, which makes Yisha feel nonsense. The men in those paintings are obviously different. Then, there are weapons, armor, etc., which are all things of that era. Yisha walked around for a while, and thought there was nothing to see here, so he planned to move forward. But at this moment, intruder, leave here. This is not the place for you. The voice sounded, and Yisha looked forward in surprise. A silver armor suddenly moved, and the armor on the body shook, making a crisp metal collision sound. The armor walked and came to the front of Yisha. Yisha looked at the introduction of the armor, Florismart's armor. However, it is not real, but a modern replica. But it is also made by a master according to historical documents, and is worth a lot of money. Yisha raised his eyebrows to test. Florismart? Yisha just asked casually, but he didn't expect that the armor actually responded. It's me, the master of the Great Forest Tower, one of the greatest knights. Florismart. Yisha felt like he had seen a ghost. If Florismart's body was still there, it might be possible to turn it into a zombie, and it would probably be a very powerful one. But this was obviously impossible. So, what did I see? A ghost? At this time, the armored man who called himself Florismart drew a knight's sword from his waist. Retreat immediately. I can pretend that you never appeared. Yisha, if I insist on going over, are you going to cut me? Florismart, Yisha suddenly attacked, although I don't know how you crawled out of hell. But since you insist on cutting me, I can only send you back to hell first. Yisha attacked immediately, without giving the armor a chance to speak again, and suddenly attacked. Zila. Electricity appeared on Yisha's fingertips, and it was extremely fast. It suddenly surged forward, without giving Florismart a chance to react, and hit the opponent's chest fiercely. With a bang, the armor was knocked out and hit the wall behind. With a click, A large crack appeared on the wall. In the name of the night. Floresmart's chest was charred by electricity. But Yishaw's sneak attack did not seem to be successful. Floresmart seemed to be unharmed. He stood up directly, shouted, and rushed towards Yishaw. Yishaw raised his eyebrows. This guy is stronger than the previous armor. The power of the electric current used by Yishaw is the same. Even if there are fluctuations, Yishaw has maintained a balance point. One strike was enough before, but it is not enough now. It can only mean that the thing in front of him is stronger than the previous one. Clang. While thinking, Yishaw drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang. Clang. With a crisp sound of weapons clashing, Yishaw blocked Floresmart's sword, then jumped up suddenly and kicked Floresmart in the chest, kicking Floresmart back step by step. It's hollow. Based on the sound, Yishaw could tell that there was nothing in the armor. He frowned and didn't want to think too much, so he continued to kill forward. It was useless to think too much anyway. Anything that dared to stand in front of him. Kill them all. Dang! Yishaw leaped like a tiger, and his body flew out like a hunting tiger. He raised his sword again, and with a move of force, he chopped down Floresmart's head. Dang! Floresmart raised the knight's sword to his head, and blocked the sword from falling to Nanjiang. However, Yishaw had a second sword. Yishaw reached behind him and grabbed the twin serrated swords, and slashed at Floresmart's head. Clang! The twin serrated swords hit Floresmart's head, and the helmet flew up, fell to the ground, and rolled to one side. Is he dead? Seeing the helmet fall to the ground, Yishaw's attack paused slightly. But, you are an admirable opponent. In the name of the night, I declare war on you. The voice in the armor was heard again. And then Floresmart suddenly pushed Jianlu and Nanjiang away with force, and thrust forward with the knight's sword. Yishaw quickly turned his head to the side, and the knight's sword flew out close to his cheek, leaving a wound on Yishaw's cheek. Damn it. You're still alive after losing your head, Yishaw cursed. And then I'll smash your whole body. The twin sawtooth sword is a big sword, and it is not suitable to be used as a two-handed sword without being split. But Yishaw doesn't care. He has enough strength, and it just reduces some flexibility. He can make up for it in other ways. Blood cross. The blood flowing down Yishaw's cheek seemed to be guided by something, floating up, and fell on Jianlu and Nanjiang and the twin sawtooth sword, making a layer of light blood mist around the two swords in Yishaw's hand. Chapter 1495. A lot of zombies. Ah! When the blood filled the two swords, Yishaw shouted and rushed out again with the two swords raised. 3 or 4 clangs. 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 With the continuous sound of weapons colliding, Yishaw showed his fierce side. Go forward. Without any room for retreat, or even any defensive posture, Yishaw started frantically. His two swords kept circling and slashing at Floresmart. Floresmart's fighting ability was beyond imagination. He kept adjusting the angle of the knight's sword. Although he was suppressed all the time, he actually blocked all of Yishaw's attacks. Then, taking advantage of the air strike when the double sword attack ended, Floresmart suddenly thrust his sword forward. See the thrust again? Yishaw narrowed his eyes, and did not defend, but went straight to meet it. The flame surged again, appeared in front of Yishaw, and quickly crystallized. But this time, it was unable to take Floresmart's attack. The knight's sword pierced the crystallized flame, but after using the crystallized flame to slightly block the knight's sword, Yishaw suddenly turned his head, and then the sword fell to Nanjiang and sent it forward. Crunch! Unparalleled, this sword can cut through any armor. The sword fell into Floresmart's waist and pierced through Floresmart's body. Yishaw's face was slightly happy, although he didn't know what the thing in front of him was. It was a suit of armor after all, and armor must be armor. Ah! Yishaw shouted in a low voice, and immediately exerted force. The sword fell into the south and swept to the side, forcefully cutting the armor and cutting off a piece. Go to hell! Seeing the knight's sword slashing towards him, Yishaw swung the twin serrated swords in his left hand again, colliding with Floresmart's knight's sword. Clang! The two swords intersected, and the crisp sound of the collision was heard again. The twin serrated swords and the knight's sword were knocked back at the same time due to the recoil force. But at this moment, Jianlu and Nanjiang came again. Ah! Amid Yishaw's roar, Jianlu and Nanjiang slashed forward, right in front of Floresmart, and slashed the armor with one sword. The unparalleled effect was activated again. The sword fell to Nanjiang and directly cut the armor apart. Then Yisha leaned forward and stabbed the enemy with his sword. Time seemed to condense at this moment. In a moment, the armor suddenly cracked and broke into two halves, falling to both sides and hitting the ground. Yisha showed contempt on his face, stepped over the armor that was cut in half, continued to walk forward, and kicked away the helmet that was knocked away earlier. It's far from enough to kill me with this thing. Yisha had some thoughts in his mind. It was impossible for the armor to move by itself. It was impossible for an old antique that had been dead for who knows how many years to suddenly come back to life and turn into an armor. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that someone, or some power, was controlling everything. Yisha's words were actually meant for the person behind the scenes, who didn't know whether he existed or not. Arriving at the door, Yisha put the sword back into the sheath and then opened the door. Then, suddenly, when Yisha opened the door, several arms suddenly stretched out, grabbed Yisha's collar, and dragged Yisha into the door, and threw Yisha to the ground. Zombies. Countless zombies. Behind the door was a dense crowd of countless zombies, filling the entire corridor, with no end in sight. When Yisha fell to the ground, the zombies rushed towards Yisha like crazy. Yisha quickly raised his foot upwards, holding back a zombie that was rushing down, preventing the zombie from getting close to him. However, Yisha was not facing one zombie, not two zombies, not three zombies, but a large group of zombies. Considering that the corridor was so small, those zombies completely filled the corridor. This number was completely at the level of a zombie tide. Zombies kept rushing up from behind, and Yisha also felt the pressure. His legs kept bending, and he couldn't hold on. Bang! The next moment, those zombies fell on Yisha, and more fell on the ground, making a loud noise. Then the zombies got up from the ground, piled up one by one, and still rushed towards Yisha. Almost in an instant, Yisha's body was submerged by the zombies. Then, sizzle! The zombies piled up like a hill. But at this moment, a large amount of electricity suddenly surged out. Boom! A loud roar appeared, and the surging current suddenly exploded, blowing away the zombies pressing on Yisha. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yisha got up from the ground, cursing continuously. He was bitten several times, and even a piece of flesh was torn off on his left forearm. You could almost see the bone, and some of it kept dripping down. Although they were all ordinary zombies, they were still so terrifying when there were more of them. If he was swallowed by them accidentally, even Yisha, who was now, might still be doomed. After Yisha got up, he didn't care about the injuries on his body, and quickly pushed back and closed the door. But, bang, 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 the zombies rushed over directly, and their arms kept piercing the wooden door and grabbing Yisha's body. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and quickly chopped at the arms, cutting them off one by one. After struggling out, he quickly ran forward, using the Alaskan whale harpoon to suck blood and heal. Yisha recovered a little from his injuries. However, the most important thing was that he was bitten several times, most likely infected with the zombie virus. At this time, the most important thing, of course, was to use the Alaskan whale harpoon to dissolve the zombie virus. And the injury was secondary. Yisha ran backwards quickly, ran directly through the exhibition hall. And then, Yisha couldn't help but widen his eyes. Zombies. So many zombies. The corridors here were also densely packed with zombies. Yisha felt like he was going crazy when he walked over from the rest area in front. He didn't see a single zombie. Where did these damn things come from? It's going to kill me! After cursing, this was the only thought left in Yisha's mind. Zila! Yisha pointed his finger forward, and the blue arc of electricity danced on his fingertips, and then rushed forward. Wherever the blue current passed, blood holes were opened in the chests of the zombies in front of him. However, it only slightly blocked the zombies that were rushing in. Ordinary zombies were very weak. Even if they became zombies, they would become extremely powerful. But they were only at the level of strong humans. The trouble was that even if these ordinary zombies were very weak, they could not be killed unless they were hit in the head or their heads were cut off directly. The next moment, Yisha rushed forward, waving the Alaskan whale harpoon. Chapter 1496 Charge. The moment Yisha landed, he stabbed a zombie in the head, then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and then kicked to the side, knocking another zombie to the ground. Forward. Yisha has always been an advocate of calm fighting. Thinking, strategy, tactics, finding weaknesses, targeting weaknesses, ability selection and use. Fighting is never enough to punch hard. However, Yisha now looks extremely fierce, and the hidden ferocity in his body is fully stimulated. Because, to deal with a group of zombies, you don't need to be calm. You just need to kill them. Being calm will make you look cowardly. And only being fierce can break through the siege. Sizzle. After knocking down several zombies in a row, Yisha turned his body violently, but heard footsteps from behind. It was the zombies on the other side catching up. The moment he turned his body, an electric current wrapped around Yisha's arm. And then he punched out, and an electric current surged forward, fell into the zombie group, and blew up a large number of zombies. No matter how brave Yisha was, he couldn't take care of both ends. But Yisha was not alone. When Yisha turned around, the little ancient cat suddenly rushed forward, with a terrifying speed, turning into a black shadow and running forward. When passing by the zombies, the heads of the zombies were split into 3 pieces with a scratch of its claws. The ice and snow god has always been elusive, because he can fly. No one knows where he is, but he will never be absent at critical moments. The temperature around suddenly dropped. The ice and snow god suddenly appeared above the corridor, and with the wings of the ice and snow god flapping, the snow and wind were dancing. When the snow and wind enveloped the zombies, patches of silver appeared on the zombies, and their bodies were covered with frost and snow. With the little ancient cat and the ice and snow god delaying time, Yisha stopped the zombies from rushing over, and immediately turned around and rushed forward. Poof! The Alaskan whale harpoon thrust forward and pierced into the head of a zombie, then pulled sideways and cut open the head of a zombie. Yisha's left hand was also not idle. He drew out the sword and fell into the eye socket of the zombie when another corpse rushed up, and the shattered eyeball fell to the ground with a click. Yisha did not hold back, nor did he draw the sword. He directly split the zombie's head and continued to move towards the next zombie. Puff! The sword fell on Nanjiang and chopped off the head of a zombie. Then Yisha took a step forward. Ha! Yisha shouted softly, exerted force on his arm, and threw the sword forward. Puff! 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 The sword fell on Nanjiang and turned into a silver light and went forward, piercing the heads of several zombies in succession, and then nailed it on the head of a zombie, and the zombie fell to the ground, just up there. At the same time, Yisha raised his left hand. Gun form. The sound of mechanical rotation was heard inside the destroyer, and the form was quickly switched. And then Yisha raised his hand forward. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and they fired wildly. Although the destroyer's gun form is a rifle, because each of its 5 fingers corresponds to a barrel, its firing rate is actually more terrifying than that of a machine gun. And its ammunition capacity is also very crazy, reaching 150 rounds. When Yisha had emptied his bullets, a large number of zombies in front of him had fallen, and the bodies were stacked up in a crisscross pattern. However, at this moment, the cry of the little ancient cat came from behind. Yisha looked back and saw that the zombies behind him were catching up again. Railgun form. Yisha did not even have time to reload the bullets, and directly switched to the form of the destroyer, and then fired at the back. One after another, the pulse bombs were fired continuously, and landed in front of the zombie group. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the sound of explosions sounded continuously, and the pulse bombs exploded one after another, blocking the zombie group again. After blocking the zombies behind him, Yisha stepped forward and pulled out the sword Luo Nanjiang that was still stuck in the zombie's head. But at the moment of pulling out the sword, crack, crack, cracking sound, the ceiling above his head suddenly cracked, and then 2 crawlers suddenly smashed the ceiling and pounced down from the air. As the most common zombies, crawlers often appear when zombies appear. Yisha reacted very quickly and kicked the crawler before it landed. With a bang, Yisha kicked a creeper and sent it flying, crashing into the zombies and knocking down a bunch of zombies. As for the other side, without Yisha's order, the little ancient cat jumped up, collided with the creeper in midair, and then fell to the ground together. It looked like a draw, but the creeper was thrown out directly, and the little ancient cat twisted its body and climbed up from the ground, roaring towards the front, while swinging its tail left and right. The tail of the little ancient cat was like a steel whip, whipping the legs of the two zombies, breaking their legs directly. The two zombies were wriggling on the ground and continued to crawl forward. And then the little ancient cat raised its claws and slapped them down with force. Bang! The zombie's head suddenly exploded, and blood mixed with brain matter was scattered all over the ground. On the other side, Yisha rushed into the zombie group again. A red light surged from Jianluo Nanjiang. 6 dragons flew into the sky. Yisha shouted in a low voice, flew half a meter into the air, and then turned sideways and swept Jianluo Nanjiang forward. The red light quickly condensed. The sword light overflowed forward and quickly condensed into a blood dragon. Advancing forward, the blood dragon passed by, and the bodies of the zombies blocking the front were quickly torn apart. The blood dragon could not accurately hit the heads of the zombies, but with the power of the 6 flying dragons, it was not so important whether it hit the heads or not, because, after colliding with the blood dragon, the only fate of those zombies was that their bodies were torn into pieces of meat. The second, the third, the blood dragon flew forward continuously, tearing the zombies apart crazily. With the help of the 6 flying dragons, Yisha finally got a chance to breathe, and kept stepping over the corpses and moving forward. After advancing 5 or 6 meters, he was about to return to the rest area. And then, Yisha gasped. Not only in the passage, but also in the originally empty rest area. It was now full of zombies, pushing and roaming each other. And then when Yisha appeared, the zombies finally found their target and immediately rushed towards Yisha. At the same time, the 6 flying dragon dissipated, and Yisha once again faced the zombie group head-on. Chapter 1497 continuous. Yisha retreated, glancing behind him, wanting to curse. 3 or 4 more zombies appeared from behind a corridor, both sides blocked. Yisha's eyes finally fell on the stained glass window. Because it was a stained glass window, he couldn't see outside, but according to the museum floor plan that Yisha had seen before, he remembered that the stained glass windows were close to the outer wall. Then, if he broke through the stained glass window, he should be able to fall into the courtyard outside the museum. This choice was not so pleasant. It meant that Yisha was forced to retreat, and the previous battle was in vain. After going outside the museum, he could only walk the same path again. However, there seemed to be no better choice at the moment. Yisha no longer hesitated, hugged his head with both hands, and then rushed towards the colored window on the side. With a crash, the colored window shattered, and Yisha fell over, followed by a bang, and Yisha fell to the ground. So fast? Yisha was stunned. This is the 2nd floor. Free fall can't be so fast. Right? Yisha looked up as he went forward. He saw that he was outside the museum. He looked up and saw that it was an exhibition hall. It should be a book exhibition hall. There were small glass display cabinets around, filled with books. However, this was obviously abnormal. The only area near the outer wall of the museum was a stained glass window. Therefore, no matter what direction it was, as long as it was a stained glass window, it would definitely lead to the outside of the museum. The only difference was the direction of east, south, west and north. Here they come again! Yisha remembered the casual way he entered the door before, and he went directly to the exhibition hall on the 2nd floor. Obviously, that weird feeling appeared again. The most important thing is that this place does not lead to the outside, so it is impossible to get rid of those annoying zombies. Yisha looked back and saw that the zombies were rushing over again, climbing over the window frame like crazy, and rushing towards him one after another. Yisha cursed, picked up the display cabinet next to him, and threw it at the zombies. The alarm system had been broken for a long time, and the display cabinets did not sound even after being forcibly destroyed. Yisha threw 2 in a row and continued to run forward. Where is the book exhibition hall? Yisha murmured, and then widened his eyes. Damn! I'm on the 1st floor again? Yisha recalled that there was not just one book exhibition hall, but a total of 4, all in the southeast corner of the 1st floor. Yisha had no thoughts about this maze-like museum. The museum structure seen from the floor plan was completely useless. This place was like a disordered space, as if you could walk into any door, and you could get to any place in the museum. While thinking, Yisha did not stop his movements, quickly reloading the bullets for the destroyer, and then suddenly twisted his body. When his body slid forward, Yisha twisted his waist and turned his body. Thump, thump, thump. The muzzle of the gun sprayed flames, and Yisha fired again at the zombies behind. The ice and snow god cooperated with Yisha very cleverly, flapping his wings above Yisha's head, summoning wind and snow, and covering the zombies. The zombies were covered with frost again, slowing down their speed, making it easier for Yisha to shoot them. After killing a large number of zombies, the corpses piled up together, slightly blocking the zombies behind. The destroyer ran out of bullets again, and turned around and ran without hesitation. But at this moment, behind a square pillar, a tall figure suddenly appeared sideways, holding a metal stick in his hand, sweeping towards Yisha. Yisha was hit by the blow, staggered, and then looked up and saw a zombie with bulging muscles all over his body, 2.5 meters tall, and a very scary size. The iron rod in his hand was actually the fence in front of the display cabinet. Giant Hercules. It was not a rare mutant zombie. It was quite common, so it was not surprising that it appeared with the zombie tied. At the same time, Giant Hercules knocked Yisha down with one blow, raised the iron rod, and smashed it down on Yisha's head again. But before he could smash it down, the little ancient cat jumped out from the side and bit Giant Hercules' wrist. The mutant zombie had no sense of pain, but it still made people feel uncomfortable with something hanging on their arms. They raised their arms and swung them hard, and threw the little ancient cat out. As the name suggests, the strength of the giant strongman is not exaggerated, and he threw the little cat away in one go. However, after turning in the air, the little cat backed up and stepped on a pillar beside it, using the force to rush towards the giant strongman again. Bang! This time, the little cat hit the giant strongman hard, knocking him back a step. With this, the little cat bought time for Yisha, and with a carp jump, Yisha's body bounced up from the ground, and then rushed towards the giant strongman. At the moment when the giant warrior stood firm, Yisha's attack also arrived. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashed. Jian Luo Nanjiang chopped on the iron rod, and the invincible effect was activated, directly cutting the iron rod into 2 pieces. Then Yisha kicked the giant warrior's waist, jumped up, and swept the sword. Puff! The sword fell, and then the giant warrior's head flew up, turned twice in the air, and then fell to the ground. The huge body also fell to the ground with a bang. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind, and he turned his body suddenly, leaning backwards. But it was the zombies behind him who caught up with him. Several arms almost brushed against Yisha's chest and passed by, but failed to catch Yisha in the first time. Shock wave. Yisha immediately took advantage of the situation and blasted forward with a palm, and the invisible force pushed forward, pushing the zombies that had just approached away again. Yisha retreated quickly, then took out A4 paper from his backpack, and threw it forward one by one. When he had thrown almost all of it, Yisha immediately pressed his hands in the air. Those flying pieces of paper quickly connected together to form a wall, and then hardened quickly. Bang! 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 Soon, there were constant collision sounds behind the paper wall. Obviously, the zombies were constantly hitting the paper wall. Yisha was confident that the paper wall he made would definitely hold up. But this was a temporary solution. Yisha couldn't keep holding up the paper wall. When Yisha's mental power was overconsumed, the paper wall would become vulnerable. Yisha built the paper wall just to buy himself some time, using the paper wall to temporarily block the zombies. Yisha quickly retreated. After pulling away a certain distance, he immediately removed the paper wall and started running forward again. After a moment, Yisha rushed out of the exhibition hall and slapped his forehead. Chapter 1498 Book of the Dead. This is a connected exhibition hall area. The rooms on the left are all connected to form a connected exhibition area, because the exhibits are the same. That is, ancient books. In those exhibition halls, there are still dense zombies, covering the exhibition area on the side. Endless. Yisha had a curse in his mind, but he didn't know whether to curse it out. He would rather fight with a transcendent ancient species than continue this chasing game. These zombies are too annoying. But what can Yisha do when the zombies in the exhibition hall have no target? They just wander around, pushing each other but not attacking. Although zombies will eat each other, the premise is that one of them is completely dead. After Yisha, a living person, appeared, he instantly became a target. Those zombies were still staggering, but their speed suddenly increased, and they ran over to block the way. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and raised his leg, kicking a zombie away, knocking down a group of zombies rushing over. Then put the sword Luo Nanjiang back into the sheath, and then drew out the twin sawtooth swords. Yi Sha had to use the effect of the twin serrated swords to save his energy. Otherwise, he would be exhausted sooner or later. Swinging his sword and slashing continuously, Yi Sha kept killing the zombies that rushed over. And at the same time, he moved towards the wall on the side, moving sideways little by little with his back against the wall. Sticking to the wall, he could face fewer zombies. At least, he couldn't attack from behind. But this was not a solution. While Yi Sha kept resisting the zombies, he was also observing the surroundings to see if he could get rid of the zombie group. If there is really no other way, Yi Sha can only be ruthless. Directly open the Nine Heavens realm, and use the divine thunder to blow up this long-standing palace museum. Yi Sha can indeed do this. Of course, that is the last trick. Normally, Yi Sha would not use it. Firstly, if this is really done, if there is really something in this museum, it will definitely be destroyed. Secondly, Nyepa, Yiyu, Kong Max, and the little fat man should still be in the museum. If the museum is really blown up, it is really hard to say whether they can all survive. Yi Sha was thinking, and suddenly felt something. He looked down suddenly, and then saw a huge shadow emerging from under his feet, moving close to the ground. Damn it. It's not over yet. Is it? Yi Sha cursed, and felt that something troublesome was about to emerge again. The large shadow looked very abnormal. Then, boom, the ground suddenly made a loud noise, and then it exploded into pieces. Then Yi Sha heard a wolf howl, and then a huge black wolf suddenly jumped out from the black shadow. The black wolf fell to the ground, and swept away a large number of zombies with its claws. Then it roared angrily, with crystal saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. Yi Sha was stunned. Underworld wolf? At this time, a cover was opened in the corner of the ceiling in front, and Gan Lin was hanging upside down, smiling and waving at Yi Sha. This way. Yi Sha frowned, and without saying anything more, he began to kill in the direction of Gan Lin. The underworld wolf is probably the weakest alien creature under Gan Lin's command. Together with the red fire eagle, it is the one Gan Lin carries most often. Of course, it is precisely because it is the weakest that it is often carried. If it is strong enough, it will be a trump card that needs to be hidden. However, the underworld wolf is very effective in bullying weaklings. Its normal form is that of an ordinary wolf, but it can expand to 2.5 meters in height and more than 3 meters in length. It can carve a bloody path through the zombies just by charging forward. Yi Sha came to the bottom of Gan Lin, threw the little ancient cat and the ice and snow god to Gan Lin, and then pulled Gan Lin's arm and jumped up. At the same time, when Yi Sha went up, the underworld wolf did not want to fight, and quickly sank into its own shadow and disappeared. The zombies kept roaring and reaching towards the ceiling, but no matter how hard they tried, their arms could not reach the ceiling. Yi Sha originally thought it was a ventilation duct, but after climbing up, he found that the space was actually quite large. Although he could only lie down, it was not as narrow as a duct, but the height was low. Gan Lin, this is the space reserved for the museum's air circulation system to protect the artworks from air pollution. Although Yi Sha was surprised by the space in this place, he didn't care about this question at all, but stared at Gan Lin. Why are you here? That's what I want to ask. Gan Lin chuckled. I saved up my vacation time just to come here to find something. But why are you here? You don't need the things here. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. How do you know I don't need them? Gan Lin's eyes were a little unfocused, and she was about to speak when she was interrupted by Yi Sha. I feel like you are going to plot against me again. Gan Lin laughed again. It seems you don't know what's here. Yi Sha shrugged his shoulders, and didn't answer the question directly. Gan Lin, it's useless for you to deny it. If you really knew what it was, you wouldn't have come here, because it's really useless to you. Yi Sha, then you might as well tell me what it is. Are you trying to trick me? Gan Lin, actually, it's okay to tell you, because I'm telling the truth. What I'm looking for is the Book of the Dead. Yi Sha was puzzled. The Book of the Dead? Gan Lin, the things produced in the pyramids are also called the Book of the Dead, or the Book of the Dead. They are books placed in tombs and sarcophagi for the dead to read. They are the most famous documents, and one of the earliest literary works left by mankind. Yi Sha, is the current abnormality in the museum related to that thing? Gan Lin, yes. because of the power of the Book of the Dead. The Palace Museum has become the Hall of Heroes. Yi Sha showed a puzzled expression. Gan Lin, it is basically the resting place of heroes. But only those heroes who are famous or have appeared in epics can become heroes and be summoned by the Book of the Dead. Yi Sha thought of the armor he had seen before, especially the armor of the one who called himself Flora Smart, and said, "What is the structure of the museum?" Gan Lin, because it has become the Hall of Heroes. You can understand it as a kind of domain. The structure of the Hall of Heroes can be changed by the Book of Death. As for those zombies, they were driven together because of the change in the structure of the Hall of Heroes. Yi Sha lifted his chin and pondered. Gan Lin, what are you thinking about? Yi Sha, you told me everything so honestly. I feel very uncomfortable. Or I am considering whether there is some truth in your words. Chapter 1499 Moving Forward. Gan Lin smiled nonchalantly. Don't test me. Because no matter what you plan to do, this time it will really be in vain. The Book of the Dead is not available to everyone. And you can't get the Book of the Dead at all. In this case, why not tell you the truth? Yi Sha, can you? Gan Lin, the Book of the Dead here is originally related to me. No. It should be related to my ability. You know where my ability comes from. And the Book of the Dead here also comes from there. But it was unearthed before the end of the world. Yi Sha knew that Gan Lin had the title of Lord of the Underworld. And Gan Lin's trump cards were all related to the Underworld. Gan Lin had gone to great lengths to kill Samuel in order to obtain the title of Lord of the Underworld. In fact, it was precisely because of this title that Gan Lin's strength changed overnight. And he finally had the strength to match the position of Chief Steward. Therefore, Yi Sha believed that the Book of the Dead was related to Gan Lin's ability. But he did not believe that he could not use it. If someone told him so every time he was on a mission, wouldn't he not have to fight every time? Besides, if it can't be used, can it still be sold? Or taking a step back, even if it can't be sold, if it is really a powerful thing, it is better to hold it in your hands than in the hands of others. Yi Sha was thinking, and suddenly felt a trace of heat beside his ear. He looked sideways, and saw Gan Lin approaching him without knowing when, almost touching his cheek. Yi Sha quickly moved his body, and distanced himself from Gan Lin. Gan Lin laughed again immediately. It was always so interesting to tease Yi Sha. Gan Lin, cooperate. Yi Sha, I will snatch it. Gan Lin sighed, believe me. You really can't snatch it this time. That thing must be mine. And only I can take it away. Yi Sha, in that case, why should I help you? Gan Lin, I can take you out. Yi Sha was about to speak, but Gan Lin interrupted with a smile. Of course. I know you can get out by yourself. But time is very tight. It's only a week before the Doomsday train departs. Are you sure you can really find the Book of the Dead? Yi Sha was unsure. Of course. This damn place made Yi Sha very annoyed. The area kept changing. Unless he found a way to destroy this place, it would be a bit troublesome. Gan Lin nudged Yi Sha with her elbow. I've told you everything I know. Now it's your turn. What are you doing here? There's no reason for you to come here without knowing what it is. Yi Sha thought for a moment. To save people. Gan Lin suddenly realized. That little girl? Yi Sha, how do you know? Gan Lin, I didn't know it at first. But I felt the existence of brain power before. Similar to mental fluctuations. Now you say you are here to save people. So it must be her. She is the only superhuman under your command. Yi Sha grinned. This inference makes sense. Gan Lin, I didn't expect that you would care about other people's lives. It seems that you are very fond of that little girl. Yi Sha, this has nothing to do with saving people. Gan Lin, I understand. After all, she is your flight attendant. If she dies, it means that your strength is weakened. What will the other flight attendants think if you don't save her? Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, and then said in a deep voice, You talk too much. Gan Lin smiled, believe me, I know you. Even better than you know yourself. Yi Sha again, I said. You talk too much. Gan Lin deliberately made a wronged expression. And then, okay. It's okay if you don't cooperate. I will take you to find the Book of the Dead, and help you save people. Yi Sha stared at Gan Lin for a long time. And it was really a bit unbelievable. After all, it was not the first or second time that she suffered a loss. And Gan Lin, this woman, never did anything to suffer a loss. However, it is really hard to see through. If there is really a Book of the Dead, will Yi Sha grab it? Yi Sha would not be embarrassed to grab something just because Gan Lin helped him. Yi Sha knows this. And so does Gan Lin. In this case, what does Gan Lin want? Although the main purpose of coming to the Palace Museum is to save people. If there is something to take, of course you have to take it. Yi Sha really can't figure it out. What benefit can Gan Lin get by taking him directly to find the Book of the Dead? While Yi Sha was thinking, Gan Lin had already started to crawl forward. And turned back. Let's go. Yi Sha began to move his body. Still thinking in his head. Should he take one step at a time again? This feeling is quite bad. Facts have proved that every time he takes one step at a time, even if Yi Sha does not suffer, Gan Lin can achieve his goal. At this time, Gan Lin suddenly turned his head again. Smiling, does it look good? Yi Sha was puzzled. Gan Lin smiled and stretched out her fingers, sliding on the bent thighs, and the tight curves came into view. Moreover, the woman was wearing a skirt. Although the bent thighs blocked some of the spring light, it was still looming. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. Will you go? Gan Lin smiled and continued to crawl forward. After about a quarter of an hour, Gan Lin lifted a cover and jumped down. Yi Sha followed and looked around. This is the Ancient Country Museum, where antiques such as clothing, decorations, and musical instruments are placed. Gan Lin, it should be here. Yi Sha, are you sure? Gan Lin, I can sense the power from the underworld, or the power of the dead. As Gan Lin spoke, he gestured to Yi Sha to wait, and then walked to the center of the exhibition hall. After arriving at the center, Gan Lin bit his finger and began to draw on the ground. It was a strange symbol, like the runes used by ancient gypsies for divination, or like the text passed down from an ancient country. When Gan Lin finished the last stroke, a large amount of black air suddenly surged out of the ground, like smoke, fog, and light, quickly covering a large area. Gan Lin stood up. Here we are. In the corner of the exhibition hall, two costumes suddenly moved. They were not armor, but ordinary cloth costumes. But they seemed to be inflated. And it seemed that there were really invisible people wearing those costumes. And those costumes were strangely bulging. Gan Lin slowly retreated. And then above those symbols, black smoke gathered into a ball, and an ancient parchment scroll emerged, with the edges already broken, floating up and down. It's up to you. Gan Lin said to Yi Sha, this is the heroic spirit created by the Book of the Dead. Just deal with these skeletons. Skeleton? Skeleton? Yi Sha looked around. Where is it? Chapter 1500. Yes. Why? Yi Sha said, as he walked to the front of the Book of the Dead and took it down. Gan Lin looked at Yi Sha blankly. Then, illusions don't work on you. You're right. It seems you also have miscalculations. Yi Sha smiled. Your understanding of me seems to be just that. Name a price. Wait a minute. Gan Lin suddenly tilted his head and looked at Yi Sha. Since illusions don't work on you, why did you see those armors before? The two skeletons Gan Lin mentioned were the two clothes that were propped up. In fact, there were no skeletons, but skeletons were created by illusions. And they stood up wearing the clothes. It is undeniable that this illusion is quite powerful. It is not just an illusion, because the two clothes are real, and the illusion actually propped up the clothes as if it had substance. However, no matter how powerful the illusion is, any type of illusion is ineffective against Yi Sha, because Yi Sha has the illusion Dragon Gall, Fantasy Dragon Gallbladder, Fantasy ability, Passive ability, Racial Gene ability. You will have the courage and will of a dragon. Illusions, auditory hallucinations, neurotoxins, and hallucinogenic drugs will have no effect on you. So, when Yi Sha saw those two clothes, they were just two clothes. He could not see the skeleton created by the illusion at all. However, the problem arises. If the previous armor is also a kind of thing, although Yi Sha cannot see anything in the armor can indeed attack himself. If it was an illusion, then the attack was also fake, and Yi Sha should be able to see through it. Yi Sha was stunned when he thought of this. And then, yes. Why? Gan Lin was speechless. Your ability. You ask me? Suddenly, a large shadow appeared under the feet of the two. Yi Sha and Gan Lin looked down at the same time, and then instinctively jumped back to avoid the shadow. Clang! Yi Sha drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang, pointing it at Gan Lin. Gan Lin, it's not me. That shadow was just like when the underworld wolf appeared. So Yi Sha naturally thought that Gan Lin was going to forcibly snatch the Book of the Dead. However, Lin was also surprised, because she really did nothing. At the moment Lin spoke, a huge black arm stretched out from the shadow and slapped down in the direction of Yisha. The arm was quite huge, and the palm was about half the height of Yisha. The arm was like a cylinder, and when it slapped down, a strong wind whistled. Bang! Yisha quickly jumped to the side, and the palm hit the ground, instantly breaking a piece of the ground. In the shadow, a huge figure slowly crawled out, a bit like the underworld guard he had seen before, but the size of the body was not on the same level. The skin of the whole body was black, wearing black armor, and there was no sign of decay in the body, but it was obvious that it was not a commodity. The muscles were shriveled and atrophied, and the veins were prominent, like a mummy. After the huge figure half emerged from the shadow below, it attacked Yisha again, and the huge arm swept directly across. Bang! 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 The surrounding exhibits were swept away in an instant, and then the huge arm came to Yisha. Bang! Yisha held the sword Luo Nanjiang horizontally, blocking it from the side, and collided with the arm. Yisha felt the force coming, and even the sword Luo Nanjiang could be clearly seen to bend in an arc at this moment. Ah! Yisha roared, and punched with his left hand, hitting the bend of the sword Luo Nanjiang, and then shook the huge arm away, summoning from the underworld. Reviving the dead? Lin looked at the thing that came out of the shadow. It's the underworld demon guard. There is a second book of the dead here. It has a summoning effect. It summons the dead from the underworld. Bang! At this time, the underworld demon guard punched again. The flames in front of Yisha appeared and quickly crystallized, but were smashed by the underworld demon guard's punch. Yisha could only raise his sword to meet it again. Leaving aside other aspects, the power of the underworld demon guard is amazing. Yisha ignored Lin, because the arm of the underworld demon guard had swept over again. Boom! After being blocked by Yisha again, the underworld demon guard had completely emerged from the shadow, straightened his bent knees, smashed the ceiling directly, and then raised his foot to sweep towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha raised his sword to fight back, but after the underworld demon guard completely emerged from the shadow, his strength obviously became even greater. This time, Yisha was unable to withstand it. Bang! Yisha's body flew backwards, smashing the display cabinets one after another, and then with a muffled sound, he hit the wall directly. The wall quickly cracked, spreading all the way to the ceiling, and countless rubble fell downward, pressing Yisha down. On the other side, the underworld wolf appeared from the shadows again, just like the underworld demon guard, and then flew up and pounced directly on the underworld demon guard. But it was useless. The wolf's claws scratched the underworld demon guard's chest, leaving 3 claw marks, and blood was dripping. But in the next moment, the underworld demon guard reached out and grabbed the underworld wolf by the back of its neck, throwing it out. Bang! The underworld wolf hit the ceiling, making a hole in it, and even flew out of the building. Zila! At the same time, the sound of surging electricity suddenly appeared. In the dim exhibition hall, the lights suddenly flickered, flickering. Boom! The rubble pressing on Yisha was shattered, turning into countless stone chips that scattered around. Hey! Yisha looked at Lin. Are you sure this is the last thing? There shouldn't be a third book of the dead that suddenly appears later. Right? Lin laughed. Do you think the book of the dead is something that can be found so easily? Yisha, since it's the last game, it shouldn't matter if you take it a little more seriously. Bang! The moment Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly raised his foot and slammed it hard towards the ground. There was a constant crackling sound, and countless electric currents rushed out from under Yisha's feet, and the lights around him flickered even more violently. The next moment, Yisha suddenly stomped on the ground, crushed a piece of it, and rushed towards the underworld demon guard. Bang! Yisha collided with the underworld demon guard, and the electric current wrapped around his body rushed towards the underworld demon guard's body, and the electric current continued to penetrate into the underworld demon guard's body, constantly stimulating the underworld demon guard. Roar! The underworld demon guard roared continuously, showing pain and anger, and the huge fist fell towards Yisha again. Chapter 1501 The Second Book of the Dead. Strong power. Yisha shouted softly. His right arm was completely erect, and the muscles suddenly expanded. Countless electric currents wrapped around Yisha's arms, And then Yisha collided with the fist of the underworld demon guard. With a bang, the fists of the two collided, and a huge force surged. A circle of air waves appeared, like a storm sweeping across, and quickly pushed towards the surroundings. The surrounding display cabinets and exhibits were shattered in the first time. The ground, walls, and ceiling kept making crackling sounds, and then cracks appeared one after another. 10 directions of mad thunder. Yisha roared again before his fist was released. Thunderous roars suddenly sounded all around, vibrating the eardrums. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the ceiling, and a pillar of lightning fell from the sky, hitting the ceiling, shattering it, and hitting the underworld demon guard fiercely. Roar! The underworld demon guard roared even more violently. Because of the electric current, his body trembled constantly, and his arms waved constantly. Boom! 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 The underworld demon guard's arm swept across the pillar on one side, and the pillar collapsed with a bang. The ceiling collapsed and hit the underworld demon guard. In the blink of an eye, it was smashed to pieces by the electric current surrounding the underworld demon guard. The underworld demon guard's body became broken and like a baked pottery pot. Fine cracks appeared all over his body, as the electric current continued to penetrate into the body of the underworld demon guard. The cracks became more and more obvious, after finally withstanding the attack of the first lightning pillar. With a bang, the second lightning pillar fell again, covering the body of the underworld demon guard again, and the underworld demon guard's body suddenly trembled again. At the same time, Yisha suddenly jumped up. The sword came out, and the sword light was cold. A glance lasted for 1,000 years. The sword light swept forward, and time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything stopped here. Then, at that moment, Yisha's eyes seemed to have seen thousands of years of worldly life. Several years of life. Ups and downs. Only that sword light was eternal. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the underworld demon guard, which kept getting bigger and bigger, spreading from the head to the lower body of the underworld demon guard. Finally, the underworld demon guard's body fell down with a bang, shattered, and then turned into countless black smoke and began to dissipate. But Yisha did not delay and jumped into the air again, because the Book of the Dead. When the body of the underworld demon guard was broken, a roll of parchment floated in the air, constantly floating up and down. The second Book of the Dead was hidden in the body of the underworld demon guard. Yisha jumped into the air and stretched out his hand to grab the Book of the Dead. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly passed in front of Yisha. It was the underworld wolf, who suddenly jumped up from the side, grabbed the Book of the Dead with his mouth, and ran to Gonlin happily. Yisha landed on the ground and sank. You knew it was in the body of the underworld demon guard. The underworld wolf was not as fast as Yisha, and there was only one possibility that he could get ahead of Yisha, and that was to prepare in advance. I can sense the Book of the Dead. Gonlin smiled. I don't know why I didn't sense the existence of the second book, but when the underworld demon guard was broken by you, I sensed it. Yisha raised his eyebrows and said nothing. This time it was not a loss, and he was lucky to get a copy. However, Yisha always felt that the one in Gonlin's hand should be better. Yisha already knew why he was attacked by those armors before, and couldn't see through the illusion. But later, he could see through the illusion again, because the effects of the two books of the dead overlapped. The effect of one book of the dead is to create an illusion effect, and the other is to create the domain of Valhalla, which can perform underworld summoning. Yisha and Gonlin both thought that the two effects were together, but in fact they were not. The latter used the underworld summoning to revive the dead, and the former used illusions to create the heroes recorded in the heroic epic. Therefore, Yisha only saw the armor moving, but there were actually people wearing those armors. For example, the armor of Florismart was just armor in Yisha's eyes, because illusions were useless to him. But in the eyes of others, Florismart was really alive and fighting in armor. The Book of the Dead in Yisha's hand was an illusion. Illusions are something real and unreal, and they cannot be said to be useless. On the contrary, if you can create powerful and realistic illusions, this ability is still very terrifying. But Yisha himself is not afraid of any illusions, and has no instinctive feeling for such abilities. In comparison, Yisha wanted the Book of the Dead in Gonlin's hand, which could create the Hall of Heroes. However, it's better to grab one than not have one. While thinking, Yisha looked at the Book of the Dead in his hand. suddenly widened his eyes, and then opened the Book of the Dead. There were some words that Yi Sha couldn't understand, and a few hand-painted pictures. Gan Lin smiled. No effect is shown. Right? I'm telling the truth this time. It's not something sold by a food truck. You can use it as long as you pay money. The Book of the Dead is not something that everyone can use. If you don't have the ability to communicate with the underworld, you can't use it. Yi Sha twitched his eyes, and tried hard not to swear. Name a price. Gan Lin smiled. It's useless to you anyway. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. No. Gan Lin, why bother? Gan Lin knew what Yi Sha was thinking. Even if he couldn't make any money, he wouldn't let Gan Lin become stronger. This kind of thinking is actually very normal. And it's not completely against Gan Lin. But the position of the chief steward is destined to have competition and conflict between each other. The law on the Doomsday train is the law of the jungle. The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. So it is obvious that not allowing other trained pursers to become strong is equivalent to becoming strong yourself. Gan Lin, why don't you ask me what I plan to exchange for the code? Yi Sha, not interested. It is impossible not to be interested. But Yi Sha is also very clear that if Gan Lin really tells him the terms of the transaction, he may not be able to refuse. So he simply doesn't listen to it, so as not to feel itchy. Gan Lin looked regretful. That's such a pity. I was planning to exchange myself. Yi Sha snorted, ignored Gan Lin, and turned around to leave. Gan Lin did not try to stop him, and just watched Yi Sha turn around and walk out of the exhibition hall. The underworld demon guard was killed, and the 2 books of the dead were obtained. The power surrounding the Palace Museum naturally disappeared, and the Palace Museum returned to its normal state. The next thing became simple. Of course, as long as the others were found. Chapter 1502 Gathering. In fact, after the Palace Museum returned to normal, Yi Sha did not need to look for it specifically. Everyone would find that the strange phenomena in the museum disappeared, and naturally leave the museum. Little Fatty, Kong Max and Fei Long were not injured. They had not been in the museum for a long time, and just wandered around inside. They felt that the museum was like a maze. Yiyu and Yepa were a bit miserable. Their strength was no problem, but they were trapped in the Palace Museum for almost a week, and could not get out. They could only fight non-stop, and could not even guarantee sleep time. As a result, although there were no major injuries, some minor injuries accumulated, and the most important thing was fatigue. The mental state of both of them was quite bad. Even with their physical fitness, it was not easy to go without sleep for a week. Let me see the Book of the Dead. Yiyu stared at the dark circles under her eyes. I can always feel the fluctuations of mental power, so I insist that it is something used by people with brain abilities. Yi Sha handed the Book of the Dead to Yiyu indifferently. Yiyu looked at it over and over for a while, then shook her head. I can indeed feel the fluctuations of mental power, but I can't use it. It seems that the woman didn't lie to you. This thing is probably only she can use. Yi Sha, if it's useless, leave it alone. Yiyu, you really don't want to trade with her? Although preventing her from becoming stronger is equivalent to becoming stronger yourself. But think about it another way. If she really pays a price in exchange, then it's not a loss for both of you to become stronger together. Yi Sha, let's talk about it later. Let's go back to the Doomsday train first. Yi Sha waved his hand, picked up the phone to find Du Lingling, and then asked Kong Max to drive back to the Doomsday train platform. There was no trouble on the way back. It was not far from the Palace Museum. It took only 10 minutes for Yi Sha and his friends to return to the Doomsday train. However, when entering the dining car, everyone felt suffocated for no reason. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing and weird. Du Lingling whispered, "No one. The waiters are not here." Yi Sha suddenly realized why the inexplicably weird atmosphere was there. Usually, if it is not a while before the departure time, there will be very few people in the dining car because they are all on missions. But there will be some people with outstanding strength who can return to the Doomsday train quickly, while those with weak strength will waste too much time and always return to the Doomsday train at the right time, or simply cannot return. Secondly, at every stop, there are always some crew members who are on break, and naturally they will hang around in the dining car. So there are just a few people, but generally there are not none. Moreover, there are waiters in the dining car, and those waiters will be in the dining car at any time, serving when needed, and standing in the corner like statues when not needed. But now, not only is there no one, but the waiters are gone too. It's It seems that the boss lady has also left the dining car before. Yisha nodded, feeling that something was wrong. If this situation happened in the past, he would just ask the proprietress. But since the proprietress was not in the dining car, it was a bit troublesome. And there was no one to ask. Du Lingling, why don't we ask the deputy conductor? The proprietress's voice suddenly sounded behind them. What do you want to ask the deputy conductor for? Everyone was startled and looked back, only to find that the carriage door was open and the proprietress walked in expressionlessly. Yisha smiled. It just feels like something has happened. You never leave the dining car. It seems like this is the first time? Moreover, everyone in the dining car is gone. So I want to ask the deputy conductor. The boss lady, it is indeed a big trouble. Since I have encountered it, I don't have to look for you. Come with me first, the boss lady said as she walked forward, and then suddenly stopped. The boss lady turned around. I asked him to come with me. I didn't say to include you. Yisha pointed at himself, and the proprietress nodded. Yisha waved his hand. You guys go and rest first. The others stopped, and Yisha followed the proprietress and continued to walk forward, thinking in his heart, just looking for himself? What have I done recently? No, that's not right. It shouldn't be just looking for myself, but the chief steward. While thinking, Yisha followed the proprietress out of the dining car from the other side. And then what appeared in front of Yisha was a long and narrow passage, dark and deep. Yisha felt a bit strange, as if the passage led to the abyss. Yisha couldn't help but ask, where are we going? The proprietress, the conductor's personal compartment. Yisha's expression became more serious. He was actually going to find the conductor? Moreover, Yisha could also sense some changes in the proprietress' tone. The proprietress was lazy most of the time, like a Persian cat, lazily lying on the bar, always looking bored, with a hint of indifference. Very casual, as if nothing in the world could move her. It was the first time for Yisha to see the lady boss speak in such a serious tone. This made Yisha solemn. After a while, they came to the end of the corridor, and the lady boss opened the door of the carriage. This was a very ordinary carriage, with cabinets, coffee tables, and sofas, but it was much larger than the average carriage, at least twice the size of Yisha's personal carriage. And this was just compared to the living room. In addition, Yisha found that he had guessed wrong. The lady boss was not just looking for the chief steward. On the sofa, Malfarian and Dongfangyu sat on the left and right. Malfarian was quietly flipping through a book, while Dongfangyu looked impatient, holding a dragon-shaped jade pendant in his hand and twirling his thumb. The landlady said to Yisha, sit down. Yisha looked at the two deputy train captains, and then sat on the sofa in the corner. Even the two deputy train captains came, although it was hard to guess what it was. But it must be a big deal. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the carriage, and the landlady opened the door, and then saw Gonlin standing at the door. Sit down. The lady boss still said a simple word, then let Gonlin in and closed the door. Gonlin smiled and sat next to Yisha. Yisha, there's an empty seat over there. Gonlin blinked her watery eyes. I just want to sit here. Is that not okay? Okay. Yisha took a deep breath. I'll go over there. Yisha was about to get up and move away from Gonlin. But at this moment, Dongfangyu said impatiently, everyone is here. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Don't waste time. Yisha grinned and could only put his butt back on the sofa. It was obviously not appropriate to change seats on his own at this time. Chapter 1503 Apostle X. The lady boss looked at the time. Wait a little longer. Someone hasn't arrived yet. Dongfangyu, who else are we waiting for? The lady boss. I call back Sixing. Dongfangyu raised his eyebrows. Why? The lady boss. Because we need them. We called him back. Dongfangyu was about to speak, but the lady boss added, this is what the conductor meant. Dongfangyu twitched his eyes, obviously not satisfied with the lady boss's use of the conductor. But he kept silent in the end. At this time, the door of the carriage was pushed open, and people walked in one after another. 3 men and 1 woman. 2 very strong men, with bulging muscles, and a young man in his early 20s, wearing a bright sweater and jeans, with a pair of headphones hanging around his neck. It was difficult to judge the age of the woman. She looked very young, but she was wearing a small suit, high heels, and black-framed glasses. With a mature temperament, Yisha's face showed surprise. Among these 4 people, Yisha knew one of them. One of the strong men was the man who sent him and Yi to Devil Island. Gonlin leaned close to Yisha and whispered, "Do you know him?" "Yisha, I have seen him." "What is 4 stars?" "Gonlin, it seems that there are 4 people who are not on the Doomsday train, but are also the service staff of the Doomsday train. They have no position. But if they are on the Doomsday train, they are almost equivalent to the position of the chief steward. They are very strong and are collectively called 4 stars. I have seen 2 of them. The tallest one, and the woman." Yisha couldn't help but glance at the 2 people Gonlin mentioned. Gonlin, the tallest guy, is the Super Beast Besta, the leader of the 4 stars, and the woman is the Tooth King Yutakong, who ranks 3rd among the 4 stars. Yisha vaguely remembered that the sturdy man did call himself a server, and couldn't help but ask, "What does a server do?" "Gonlin, I don't know. Probably something like logistics. I was on a mission, and went to a base of Compu that was still in operation. Besta helped me get in, and Yutakong helped me prepare the mission information. Yisha, the waiters in the dining car, and those who help deliver supplies when calling for support, are also considered service providers?" "Gonlin, probably. But the 4 of them are different. It is said that they are the same as the boss lady and the train conductor." "Yisha, what do you mean?" "Gonlin, the steward, the chief steward, and the deputy train conductor were all ordinary passengers on the Doomsday train. They climbed up step by step with their own strength. But the boss lady, the train conductor, and the 4 stars have always been on the Doomsday train. The 4 of them have always been the service providers of the Doomsday train. The puppets you mentioned should all be under the control of the 4 of them." Yisha raised his eyebrows. This was very interesting information. Clap. Clap. At this time, the boss lady clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Boss lady, everyone is here. Let's start now." Boss lady walked to the front of the crowd and turned on the projector. "Boss lady, let's watch a video first." The picture quickly appeared, which was a bird's eye view of a city, shooting the streets from a high altitude. It can be seen that it is a post-apocalyptic city because the streets are full of zombies. "Yisha Neon?" Yisha saw the words on the building sign and recognized where the city came from. The lady boss nodded, "Yes." "Keep watching." The video was still playing, still from a bird's eye view. Suddenly, the screen was focused on the sky. It was clearly night, but the sky was bright red. Then, something passed through the clouds and fell down. It looked like a meteorite, because it was surrounded by flames. It was impossible to see what it was. After a moment, the thing hit the ground, making a loud roar, and it seemed that an invisible air wave spread out in all directions. The range of the air wave was very large, as if it covered the entire city. Then the camera began to zoom in and focus on a street. The street was densely packed with zombies wandering around. Suddenly, the zombies became extremely irritable, roaring crazily one by one, and then waving their arms crazily. Some zombies even rushed straight towards the surrounding buildings. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision continued. The next moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the backs of the zombies, and black bones suddenly pierced out and spread to both sides, like a pair of bone wings. At the same time, dense black spikes grew on the arms of the zombies, and the palms and soles of the feet continued to lengthen, and then grew sharp claws. Black hair grew on the chest of the zombies, and snake-like fine scales appeared on the thighs. At the same time, the zombies' heads also lengthened little by little, turning into wolf-like heads, and the ears gradually lengthened, turning into animal ears. There was a bulge on the top of the head, and then a crack appeared. The skull could be clearly seen through the crack. After giving a close-up of the zombies in their new forms, the video ended. The lady boss patted the frozen screen with her hand. "These are black beasts." Malfarian was puzzled. "Black beasts?" "Yes. Lady boss, the power of the apostles." "Dongfang, new apostles?" "The power of the apostles changed these zombies, and turned them into these so-called black beasts." "Yes. Boss lady, that's why you were called here." Dongfang said disdainfully, "I thought it was a big deal. It's just an apostle. It's not like we haven't killed one before." "Boss lady, this time is different, because this time it's an apostle that has never been seen or recorded." Boss lady reached out and drew an X on the screen, then rewound the video to the scene where something fell from the sky. Apostle X. That is, the unknown apostle. The boss lady, This time the target is this thing. The purpose is very simple. Kill it at all costs. Yisha, it's not the complete form. Right? Boss lady, I don't know. I don't know what form it is in. What stage it has grown to. What its abilities are. I only know that those zombies are changed by the power of the apostles. The boss lady walked to the front of the screen and looked at everyone. Of course. This is not the most troublesome thing. Malfarion, I think so too. Because at this level, it is not necessary to call back the 4 stars. And we don't need to go out together. So, tell us the most troublesome thing. Chapter 1504 Mission Release. The boss lady. The first problem is that there is a large base of Comp Corporation there. They have discovered the changes in the city, and started to investigate the black beasts. Donfon disdainfully. A clown. The boss lady. You can ignore the people of Comp Corporation. But can you ignore the Apostle Walk? Donfon frowned. The boss lady continued. The commotion was too big. The Apostle Walk also knew that Apostle X had appeared. This is something that no one has ever seen. Of course. They are also very interested. Malfarion, how many people did they send? The lady boss, a lot. A lot. According to the intelligence, all the sons of the saints have been dispatched. And 5 guides should also join the battle. The expressions of Malfarion and Donfon changed a little. Donfon clenched his fists and said, those old monsters. The lady boss, don't worry. The main goal of the guide is to delay the train conductor and prevent him from joining the battle. This is good news. If the other party's target is the train conductor, it means that the train conductor will also be dispatched. Donfon snorted. Those old immortals who are willing to change their species to prolong their lives are really desperate this time. The lady boss ignored Donfon and continued, except you. All the crew members are forced to participate in the war. I will then select 35 death carriages. And the members of these 35 death carriages will also be forced to participate in the war. Pa! The lady boss stretched out her hand and slammed it hard on the wall. Everyone. The lady boss said coldly, let's start the war. Malfarion simply asked. Time? The landlady. 2 hours later. Malfarion didn't say anything. And got up and left. Donfon hummed and groaned. And it was unknown what he was saying. He left second. The remaining 4 stars continued to stay in the room. They didn't have their own personal compartments on the Doomsday train. So they either went to the dining car or stayed in the conductor's compartment temporarily. The landlady also walked out. And Yisha got up and followed the landlady. The landlady walked forward and asked, what do you want to ask? Yisha, a lot. There are too many things I don't understand. Boss lady, for example? Yisha, 4 stars. Guide. Even. I don't know much about the apostles. Let alone Apostle X. Especially the last point you just mentioned. The apostles without records? In other words, some apostles are recorded? On what? Boss lady laughed. You have a lot of questions. Yisha spread his hands. I can feel that when you mentioned Apostle X. Everyone else became solemn. But I didn't feel anything. Because I didn't understand. The train conductor, deputy train conductor, and the chief steward were all dispatched. I can feel the importance of this mission. But because I don't understand, I have no idea how important this mission is. Lady boss, you ask me what an apostle is? Apostle is the truth. The truth of this world. Everyone is chasing after the apostle. Because everyone is chasing after the truth of the world. What does X represent? Unknown. Unpredictable. Apostle X represents all uncertainty. What do you think of this uncertainty? Yisha, master it in your own hands. Or destroy it. Very good. Lady boss nodded. This is why this mission is so important. Everything that cannot be predicted and controlled should be wiped out. Yisha smacked his lips and wanted to ask more questions. But the proprietress waved her hand first. Go get ready. We'll be leaving soon. Yisha could see that the proprietress didn't intend to answer his questions directly. However, Yisha didn't care. He could figure it out on his own. One of the main reasons why Yisha worked hard to become the chief purser was to explore the secrets of the Doomsday train. And in fact, it was the right thing to do. The higher you climb, the more you can know. For the members of the death carriage, even if they participated in this battle, they would only get a mission. A mission with amazing rewards. This was enough to surprise them. They could not know Apostle X, nor the significance of this mission. They might not even know that the train conductor, the deputy train conductor, and even the chief steward had participated in the battle. They did not even know the existence of the 4 stars. Yisha also had many things he did not understand. But it did not matter. The difference between Yisha and others was that he was already qualified to explore all of this. And no one would say anything. The proprietress would not tell Yisha. But she did not stop Yisha from finding the answer herself. Yisha followed the proprietress to the dining car and drank a bottle of healing potion. In fact, he was not injured. But in order to meet the next stop, Yisha still chose to recover. Secondly, the healing potion produced by the dining car also has an effect on physical strength, which can help Yisha recover to the best condition. After drinking the healing potion, Yisha did not return to his own carriage, but found a seat in the corner of the dining car and sat down. At the same time, a mysterious voice sounded. The mission of this station is total war. Please pay attention to the departure time and use it as a standard to return to the Doomsday train. The Doomsday train will arrive at the 3rd city of Neon New City in 2 hours. Release Mission 1, Kill the Black Beast, and rank according to the number and quality of kills. According to the ranking, the top 100 will be rewarded according to the ranking, and the survivors who are not ranked will receive a participation reward X1. Release Mission 2, Kill the Apostle Walker, and rank according to the number and quality of kills. According to the ranking, the top 100 will be rewarded according to the ranking, and the survivors who are not ranked will receive a participation reward X1. Release Mission 3, Kill armed personnel affiliated with Comp Corporation, and rank them according to the number and quality of kills. According to the ranking, the top 100 will be rewarded according to the ranking, and the survivors who are not ranked will receive a participation reward X1. Release Mission 4, Find and Kill Apostle X. Release Mission 5, Kill the Son of God. Release Mission 6, Kill the Silver Robe Walker. Kill Apostle X or capture him and bring him back to the Doomsday train, and you will get a special reward X1 worth no less than 300 gold skull coins, randomly awarded, and the train conductor will give a reward of Baji Dance, Ancient Martial Arts Fighting X1. For every Saint Son killed, you will receive a special reward X1, and the train conductor will give an additional reward worth no less than 200 gold skull coins. For every Silver Robe Walker killed, you will receive a special reward X1, and the train conductor will give an additional reward of 30 gold skull coins X1. Extra rewards can be stacked, with no upper limit. Chapter 1505 Departure. Yisha listened to the mysterious voice without any change in expression. The boss lady had already explained the general situation. The mysterious voice just gave the corresponding rewards. With the incident of the water elf Moya last time, this mission is easy to understand, and there is no need to worry about the rewards. They must be excellent rewards. At this time, the number of people in the dining car gradually increased. Obviously, the crew also received the mission prompts from the Doomsday train, and then began to gather in the dining car. The seat next to Yisha was empty, and no one dared to sit there. After all, Yisha was the chief steward, and his position represented both authority and status. Until Nyepa sat in front of Yisha. Yisha raised his eyelids. Isn't there a mission? Yes. Nyepa, I want to ask what's going on. Yisha, what does the mission say? Nyepa, the next stop is the new 3rd city of Neon. There is no clear goal. The reward is determined by the number of creatures called Black Beasts killed, the number of apostles killed, and the number of Comp's 3 dragon teams and cleaning teams. Oh! Yisha wondered, your mission is only this? Nyepa lowered his voice. Of course there are also apostles. Yisha, isn't it good to know? What else is there to ask? Nyepa, this mission is much larger than the last one. There are also ranking rewards. I heard that a large number of members of the Death Carriage have been selected to participate. Yisha, do you think the people in the Death Carriage can kill the apostles? They are mainly responsible for dealing with ordinary apostles walking, as well as the 3 dragon team and so on. Yisha actually didn't say the second half of the sentence. Strictly speaking, those people's positions in this mission are probably just cannon fodder. Of course, Doomsday train is fair, even if they are cannon fodder. As long as they can survive, Doomsday train will give them a strong opportunity. The reward for this mission is very generous. Nyepa nodded and said nothing more. 2 hours. Not long. Not short. What is surprising is that Doomsday train actually departed ahead of time. This has never happened before. But it really happened. A mysterious voice reminded all those who had not returned to the Doomsday train that the train would depart in 30 minutes, and gave these people special powers to choose the entrance and exit on the spot, and return to the Doomsday train platform. This is a great benefit. Choosing the entrance and exit on the spot means that you can specify any building, and after entering, you will be at the Doomsday train platform. Before, you would go to the same place and return from there. Moreover, the most important thing is that even if the task at this station is not completed, you can return to the Doomsday train. Of course, there are definitely some people who are dissatisfied. Although they can return to the Doomsday train, they have not completed the mission and will definitely not get any rewards. However, there are also people who are naturally happy, especially those who are in danger. In Yishaw's opinion, this time, it is probably not only the will of the conductor, but also the will of the Doomsday train. After all, the conductor cannot manipulate the rules of the Doomsday train, and such an exception, allowing everyone to return and depart early, obviously violates the rules, which must be the will of the Doomsday train. There were more people in the dining car, and there were all kinds of people. Some people were discussing what the rewards would be. People who were going to this station had received a reminder from a mysterious voice, but the rewards were not announced directly. But everyone knew that the Doomsday train was very generous in this kind of mission, where there would be a ranking based on kills, and then rewards were obtained based on the kill ranking. Just like the death car battle, everyone knew that anyone who could survive and have a ranking, even if it was the last, would get several times the benefits of a normal mission. This is the only place on the Doomsday train where people have no complaints. The more dangerous it is, the better the reward. You get what you pay for. It is very fair. Of course, some people are uneasy because it means danger. Some people are also speculating about what the Black Beast is. This is a species that has never appeared before. Moreover, rewards are given based on the number of kills, which means there are a lot of them. Some people are also discussing the apostles. After all, except for a few cases, people in ordinary carriages have very few opportunities to fight against the apostles. Yisha sat in the corner and watched everything, feeling very interesting. Everyone had their own personality, thinking, attitude and viewpoints. There were more people around Yisha. As Yisha's crew member, everyone naturally centered around Yisha. The people around Yisha had all participated in the Battle of the Water Elf Moya. The mission this time was roughly similar, so everyone was not too curious. They knew what was going on and what to do. All they needed to do was wait silently. 2 hours later, the Doomsday train slowly entered the platform. The proprietress patted the bar, and the puppet-like waiters began to maintain order and prevented everyone from continuing to talk. After the silence, the proprietress said, "This time we will not arrive directly, but will airdrop into the third city of Neon. The people in the death car will go first, entering and exiting platform 1, and the crew will go in and out of platform 2. The others will leave last and enter and exit platform 3. Yisha was not surprised by such an arrangement. As Yisha thought in his heart, the members of the death car were cannon fodder in the Doomsday train, because those who arrive first would definitely be the most dangerous. Their existence is to help the crew, the chief purser, and the deputy conductor save some trouble, and they arrive first to clear the way. To put it bluntly, positions are still meaningful. This allocation is obviously arranged according to positions and status on the Doomsday train. Yisha glanced at the others. "You go first." Yepa nodded and stood up first. "Then we will leave first, and contact each other later." Yisha is still used to being the last to leave. After everyone else has left, he leaves the dining car and enters the Doomsday train platform. Yisha was the last to leave. Those who went with him were naturally the people who were gathered by the boss lady earlier. 2 train pursers, 2 deputy train captains, and 4 stars. This time, it can really be considered that the entire army was dispatched. Walking out of platform 3, there is an abandoned military base, and those puppet-like service personnel are wandering around in the base. Yisha and his companions did not go together. Each of them had a helicopter to take them to the new third city, and they would enter from different directions. Yisha didn't think much about it. There were too many wolves and too little meat. There was only one Apostle X. This time, the competition list was obviously not just the competition between the train pursers, but also the deputy train conductor and the 4-star. Therefore, it was understandable to use this method to let everyone avoid it first. Of course, another reason was that they were all outstanding people here, so there was no need to go together. If they went to look for Apostle X separately, the chance of finding him would naturally be greater than going together. Chapter 1506 Black Beast Tide. The helicopter pilot still looked like a puppet, and was only responsible for sending Yisha to the new third city. Anyway, no matter what Yisha asked, the other party would not speak, and coercion and inducement were useless. Yisha had tried it before, so he saved the effort. In an hour, the helicopter entered the scope of the new third city. Night had fallen, and the whole city was shrouded in darkness. Only some lights could be seen sporadically. And fire! The roar of battle. Yisha opened the door of the helicopter, looked down, and then showed a bit of surprise. There were too many black beasts, densely packed in almost every corner of the city. The first group of members of the death carriage, who arrived almost immediately, started fighting with the black beasts as soon as they landed. Whether they acted alone or in a group of several people, they fought with the black beasts at the first time. Just as the boss lady said, this is a full-scale war. Even the battle had already broken out the moment they entered the battlefield. Yisha looked down from the helicopter and could see battles, clashes, fights, and chases everywhere. Yisha took a deep breath and said to the pilot, "Go there. I'll get off from there." The place Yisha pointed to was a high-rise building with more than 10 floors. It seemed to be the only place where the black beast was not seen. After a while, the helicopter came to the top of the high-rise building, about 2 meters away from the roof. Yisha didn't need the helicopter to land. He just jumped down. After Yisha arrived at the roof, the helicopter also quickly moved away and disappeared. Yisha looked around, and suddenly, his body froze. Feeling of danger, Yisha instinctively felt the sense of danger, as if he was being stared at by a beast. Yisha turned his head sharply, across half of the city, and his eyes fell on an iron tower. It was the landmark building of the new third city, a radio tower, 332.6 meters high, mainly used to send television, radio and other radio waves. Yisha could feel that the gaze came from there. However, when Yisha turned his head, the feeling of being stared at suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yisha murmured, "Apostles walking? Which saint's son?" Since the feeling disappeared, Yisha no longer struggled. Moreover, at such a distance, even if they could sense each other's presence, they could not do anything. Yisha no longer thought about it, but walked towards the entrance of the roof. Most people should be frantically hunting black beasts at this time. On the one hand, there is no other way. When they arrived at the new third city, they were attacked by a large number of black beasts. They had to fight and fight their way out. On the other hand, black beasts were originally the target of this war, and everyone wanted to compete for the ranking of kills. Yisha was not very interested in this. Yisha knew very well that the train conductor asked them to come here for what? Not to compete with the members of the death car for rewards, but only the apostle. Yisha already had a plan in mind. When the boss lady showed them the video, Yisha remembered the area where the apostle fell from the sky. Of course, Yisha didn't think the apostle would still be there, but it was always good to go and take a look. Maybe he could find some clues. In addition, although the situation this time was very similar to the water elf Moya, Yisha felt that it was still different. The difference lies in 2 points. First, before the apostles grow to their full form, they almost always find a place to hide. So facing the apostles is more like finding the apostles than fighting. The water elf Moya was in the same situation. He was discovered in advance, but he still tried to hide in order to grow to a complete form. But this time is different. From the tone of the boss lady, it can be heard that the so-called Apostle X is probably unknown even to the train conductor. At the same time, it is the first time that an apostle is so arrogant and falls directly from the sky instead of hiding. The second point can also be seen from the task. At the beginning, the water elf Moya was looking for killing or capturing. This time it is more direct. There is no search, just killing or capturing. This means that finding Apostle X may not be as difficult as imagined. At least it is certain that it is definitely not as difficult as finding the water spirit Moya. Before the end of the world, the new third city was one of the top 10 cities in the world. But no matter how big it was not as big as the many islands and sea areas at that time. So Yisha thought that the focus this time was to kill. As for capturing, Yisha automatically ignored it. As for the strength of the apostles, it was strong enough if they were not in their perfect form. It was difficult to kill them. let alone capture them. It was a joke. Unless the train conductor took action himself. The deputy train conductor might not be able to do anything. Of course, if it was just an apostle embryo, that would be another matter. As the first form of an apostle, the apostle embryo is indeed weak. But taking a step back, Yisha would not do it even if he could. If he killed the apostle, he would have a chance to hide the body, capture it, and send it back to the Doomsday train. Hey, what reward could be compared to getting the body of an apostle? While thinking, Yisha was about to open the iron door on the roof. But at this moment, Yisha's outstretched right hand suddenly stopped. The feeling of danger came again. Not the previous danger of being watched as prey. But Yisha felt that there was something behind the door. Yisha almost instinctively jumped back. And then, bang! The iron door made a loud noise. And then a large part of it dented. Hit by something. Bang! The second impact sounded immediately. And then the iron door flew up. Black beasts. So many black beasts. The black beasts actually began to spread to the roof. In fact, Yisha was quite curious. According to the video provided by the boss lady, those black beasts were transformed from zombies in this city. Of course, there are a lot of zombies, but not so many that they can cover the entire city. However, the black beasts seem to have occupied the entire city. They are densely packed everywhere, and are more ferocious than the zombie tide. While Yisha was thinking, the first black beast that rushed out had already arrived in front of Yisha. Without any hesitation. Only. Fist. Bang. Yisha punched directly. When Yisha's fist hit the black beast's face, the black beast's cheek was obviously sunken, and the facial bones were directly shattered. But it was just one of them, and the black beasts behind them quickly attacked. Although those black beasts were transformed from zombies, as their name suggests, they were no longer in human form. Even their movement was not human, but beastly, and they pounced on Yisha on all fours. Clang! Clang! At the same time, the iron chain dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound. Chapter 1507, Forward. The Archon attacked. The black chain dragged on the ground, and then swung forward. The Archon's chain's biggest function was actually to bind the target. After binding the target, he would attack. But now the Archon used the chain as a whip, and lashed it forward fiercely. Bang! 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 The black chain swept past, and continuously hit the black beasts, sweeping them away continuously. However, the entrance and exit of the roof was like a flood discharge channel at this moment. The black beasts rushed out frantically. No matter how many the Archon swept away, there were not as many black beasts rushing out. Faster, more ferocious, and very aggressive. The changes in the forms of these black beasts can actually be regarded as being strengthened in all aspects after obtaining the power of the apostles. As for any special characteristics, it is not yet clear. The little ancient cat wandered around Yisha, constantly baring its teeth and growling, and was very ferocious, but did not attack. The little ancient cat was smarter than expected, and it was very smart. It had no way of attacking in a wide range, and rushing out would only cause trouble. Come back. Yisha retreated, all the way to the edge of the building, and said to the Archon, "Leave here." The Archon received the order, and began to retreat faithfully, following Yisha to the edge of the building. The Archon no longer blocked the black beasts, and the black beasts suddenly rushed over in a frenzy. At this moment, sizzle! Yisha stretched out his palm, and the Arch jumped at his fingertips. Then, as Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed forward, countless electric currents rushed forward and fell fiercely into the group of black beasts. Boom! 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 The electric current hit the ground, and the sound of explosions continued. The exploding electric current was like a sharp knife, quickly tearing the surrounding black beasts into pieces. Yisha waved his hand. Go! The Archon hung one end of the chain on the edge of the roof, and then jumped down. Yisha was a little slower, holding the chain, holding the little ancient cat in one hand, and began to slide down along the chain. With his back against the wall, Yisha continued to fall downwards. During the fall, Yisha looked up at the roof. Those black beasts that rushed up again stopped when they chased to the edge of the roof. These black beasts are quite intelligent. If they were just zombies, they would have jumped down from the roof and smashed into a pulp. However, after landing, it was still not very safe, because the streets were also full of black beasts. Yi Sha put the little ancient cat on the ground and reached out to grab the twin sawtooth swords on his back. Click! The twin sawtooth swords were held in Yi Sha's hand, and the sound of gears turning was heard. And then, they quickly split into two. Fight to the death, big sword, double swords when holding this sword to fight. Through the conversion of the core energy in the sword body, there will be no physical consumption, and you will fight to the death without getting tired. At this time, the twin sawtooth swords are the best weapons. Nothing else. Puff! Puff! When the twin sawtooth swords separated, the two black beasts suddenly jumped up and flew towards Yi Sha. The next moment, the sword flashed. Yi Sha raised the twin sawtooth swords, swept left and right, and directly cut the bodies of the two black beasts in half. He tilted his head and gestured to the Archon, and walked to the side along the street. The number of black beasts was unimaginable. Like a wave, attacking Yi Sha along the street. It was like a zombie tide. But what else could he do besides killing them? Then, let's kill them! Yi Sha looked indifferent, raised his sword and attacked forward. His two swords swept forward continuously, bringing out silver arcs of light, weaving a sword net in front of him, and continuously killing those black beasts. Suddenly, the glass window on the second floor of the building on the side suddenly shattered without any warning. And then the black beasts rushed out frantically, constantly falling down, and falling towards Yi Sha densely. Yi Sha looked up, and then suddenly an electric current surged from his body. Sizzle! The electric currents rushed towards Yi Sha's head like a tree, and hit the black beasts. Plop! 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 The black beasts that were originally flying down were all electrified into a charred color, and fell all around. Yi Sha smacked his lips, and suddenly felt that it seemed that after the Apostle's power turned the zombies into black beasts, it seemed easier to deal with them. However, all aspects of physical fitness have indeed improved. In terms of speed alone, the threat of black beasts is much greater than that of zombies. These black beasts are very fast. Although they cannot be compared with Yi Sha, they are definitely faster than most people. If they are blocked, they can't run away. But Yi Sha always feels that they are much easier to kill than zombies. Easier to kill? Yi Sha showed a look of realization. I see. To kill zombies, you need to smash their heads. But black beasts don't need to. These black beasts can be killed directly. After understanding, Yi Sha smiled knowingly. This is also an advantage. Before, Yi Sha instinctively attacked the head, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Continuing to move forward, the black beasts on the street are still densely packed, rushing towards Yi Sha without fear of death. A black beast jumped onto a car, stepped on the roof and collapsed a piece, and then came towards Yi Sha. But at that moment, a cry suddenly sounded in the sky, and the ice god fell from the air. His claws swept across the back of the black beast, and directly tore the black beast in half. On the other side, Yi Sha was blocked by the black beast rushing head-on again. Blood calls the red lotus. Yi Sha held the sword horizontally, cut his fingers with the blade, and then a blood mist quickly wrapped around the two swords. The next moment, Yi Sha slashed forward with a sword, splitting the body of a black beast. At the same time, in front of Yi Sha, short blood swords rose from the ground, materialized by illusions, and then exploded with a loud bang. The bloody short sword suddenly broke, and after the explosion, the sword light scattered, just like a blooming bloody flower, and wounds appeared on the surrounding black beasts, and they kept falling to the ground. Not having to attack the head is definitely a huge advantage. Many tricks were originally useless against zombies, because if the head is not shattered, those zombies will not die. Now it is much more convenient. And the most important thing is that Yi Sha has a lot more choices, and those range attack tricks can also play the greatest effect. After killing another group of black beasts, there was an empty space in front of Yi Sha. Although he looked up and saw that there were still dense black beasts in front of him, and they were constantly rushing forward, it still gave Yi Sha some breathing space. At this time, in the alley on the side, someone retreated while fighting. There were 7 people in total. The moment they saw Yi Sha, one of them immediately shouted, "Hey, kid over there, come over and join us. Form a formation and kill us." Chapter 1508 Yufeng Courtyard. Yi Sha sneered and suddenly stretched out his finger, pointing in the direction of those people. Zila! A burst of electric arc appeared at Yi Sha's fingertips, and then a stream of electricity rushed towards those people. Before those people could react, The current brushed past their bodies. Boom! The current passed directly through the alley, making a loud roar. And the black beast blocking the alley was instantly destroyed. Who do you think I am? Yisha, get out of here. Yisha continued forward, facing the black beast that rushed up again, and suddenly bit his fingers and shot. Rainstorm spear. A large number of thin threads suddenly flew out of the string ring, and then formed an arc in the air, falling madly downwards, like a heavy silver-white rain. The black beasts that were rushing over were instantly pierced through the body by the thin threads, and one by one, they were nailed to the ground by the thin threads. Yisha stepped forward and disappeared at the street entrance. That guy. Could he not be a member of the death carriage? The men stood at the alley entrance, watching Yisha disappear, muttering to themselves. But at this moment, in the alley that Yisha had previously cleared, new black beasts quickly surged up and pounced on those men. The battle began again. On the other side, Yisha walked all the way to the end of the street, then suddenly stopped, looked around vigilantly, and a solemn look appeared on his face. No black beasts. At the end of the street is a crossroads. It is very strange that there are no black beasts in this area. This is very abnormal. The crossroads is the intersection of 4 streets. Black beasts will come from all 4 directions. Therefore, this area should be the place with the most black beasts. However, there is indeed not even a single black beast in sight. Then, the only reasonable inference is, Yisha suddenly jumped away, and then the ground where Yisha had stood before suddenly made a loud rumbling sound. And then it exploded. This is the only reasonable inference. Someone has killed the black beasts in this area. After landing, Yisha slid backwards and looked up. There was a black spear stuck in the ground, on the roof of a shop on the side. A figure suddenly jumped up and jumped forward directly. Then, he tapped his toes and landed on the top of the black spear. He stood on one foot and did not fall down. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person. It was a girl. At least on the surface. It was indeed a girl. About 15 or 16 years old. Wearing a white sailor suit, with long straight black hair hanging down to the waist like a waterfall. The girl tapped her toes again, jumped off the black spear, landed on the ground, and looked at Yisha. I know you. Oh! Yisha tilted his head. In Yisha's impression, he didn't remember seeing the girl in front of him. Given her age and appearance, Yisha could feel that she was quite strong. If he had seen her, he should have remembered her clearly. I am Yufenjiwen. The girl pulled the black spear out of the ground. New Virgo. Suddenly, when Yufenjiwen finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Yisha's pupils suddenly shrank. And then he raised his sword and swept it behind him. Clang! A crisp sound of fighting rang out. And Yufenjiwen suddenly appeared behind Yisha, waving the black spear and colliding with the 2 swords in Yisha's hand. The next moment, the shadow of the gun was everywhere. And Yufenjiwen's gun was incredibly fast, with continuous stabbing. There was no gun god, only a series of gun shadows stabbing at him continuously. Bloody cross! Yisha shouted softly, and then activated the bloody cross. 2 pieces of blood mist instantly wrapped around the 2 swords, surrounding the blades, forming blood mist, and at the same time greatly increased Yisha's attack speed. Clang! 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 The continuous sound of the clash continued to ring. Around Yisha and Yufengyuan's bodies, 2 black and silver shadows madly circled, constantly colliding with each other, sparks flying. In a moment, the 2 retreated to the back at the same time, slid, and stabilized their bodies. Yufenjiwen carried the black spear on his shoulder and looked at Yisha, as expected of a guy who killed Leo in Taurus. You are very strong. You said you are a Virgo? Yisha tilted his head. Why? Why? Yufenjiwen, oh? Do you mean that woman Lillian? She is just a failed semi-finished product. How can she be named a constellation? I am the real Virgo. Dang! Yufenjiwen smashed the black spear to the ground, dragged it, and slowly paced to the side. Of course, I have to thank you too. Yufenjiwen, because of you, Dr. Witzel was able to collect enough information to complete the experimental data of Virgo. And then the cell gene left by Lillian has been inherited by me. Dr. Witzel? Yisha, that old guy should have been killed by me. You killed the doctor's body, not the doctor's will. Yufenjiwen laughed and raised the gun. Of course. This is confidential. Please forgive me for not telling you. Dang! Yufengjiwen's figure flashed again, crossing a distance of several meters, and appeared in front of Yisha again, stabbing at Yisha with a black spear. Yisha turned his head sharply, and used the sword blade to hold the spear shaft. The sword blade and the spear shaft rubbed against each other, and golden sparks flew again. And then the tip of the spear brushed Yisha's cheek and swept out. Originally, I had a plan to find you. Yufengjiwen smiled. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you here. So, can I trouble you to die? While Yufengjiwen was talking, his hands did not stop moving, and he suddenly swept the black spear across. At that moment, Yisha felt the danger. Go step. Yisha's figure flashed, and he moved about 4 or 5 meters sideways, forcibly avoiding Yufengjiwen's attack. Boom! At the same time, Yisha heard a roar, and when he looked sideways, he saw a crack about 3 meters long on the outer wall of a building nearby, and the wall was completely cut open. Yisha looked at the black spear in Yufengyuan's hand, and could faintly hear a buzzing sound coming from the spear. Is it a high-tech weapon made by Compu? Yisha looked at the distance between Yufengyuan and the wall, and murmured, Void Slash? Yisha didn't think much. Or rather, he didn't have the chance to think deeply, because Yufengyuan once again raised his spear and attacked Yisha again. Clang! Looking at the spear coming, Yisha swept his sword fiercely, and the two weapons collided again. Chapter 1509 Fighting. You call yourself Virgo, right? You want to kill me, right? Yisha crossed his swords and took on Yufengyuan's attack. In that case, then show your true form. Clang! While Yisha was speaking, he exerted force and raised his swords up, knocking Yufengyuan's spear away. The next moment, Z-Law. Electricity suddenly surged from Yisha's body, and he continued to blast towards Yufengyuan. Yufengjiwen was moving very fast, his body constantly moving sideways, and then quickly retreating to the back, continuously avoiding the currents coming out of Yisha's body. Boom! 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 The currents were like sharp blades, constantly falling on the ground, constantly cutting the ground. Yisha looked at Yufengjiwen, with the appearance of a human. I'm afraid you can't even hurt a hair on me. So come on. Let me see what the so-called real Virgo looks like. Yufengjiwen held the black spear, then thrust it hard towards the ground, fixing it on the ground. Then, Yufengjiwen smiled. Let me show you, Yufengjiwen said, spreading his palms to both sides. Boom! In almost an instant, the ground under Yufengjiwen's feet seemed to be pulled by some force, and it bulged upwards, cracking continuously, and the surging stones made Yufengjiwen's body bulge up. Yisha's pupils shrank suddenly. A completely different feeling. Power. Extremely powerful power. In Yisha's eyes, Yufengyuan's power seemed to have been madly improved in an instant. Around Yufengyuan's body, the airflow was pulled by some force, and constantly surrounded Yufengyuan's body. It seems that this woman is not lying, Yisha whispered in a low voice. Yisha was very sure that Virgo died in Gonlin's hands. Taurus was also killed by himself. Lillian died, and Dr. Witzel died. Therefore, Yisha's first thought was of course not to believe Yufengyuan's words. However, it seems to be true now. Yisha did feel the power of the constellation monster from Yufengyuan. Yufengyuan smiled at Yisha. It's about to start. Yufengyuan clenched his fists. But at this moment, Yufengyuan seemed to feel something, and suddenly loosened his clenched fists. The surging gravel calmed down at this moment, rolling and scattering around, and the oppressive power emanating from Yufengyuan suddenly disappeared at this time. It seems that our duel will be postponed. Yufengjiwen, however, as long as you are still in this city, I believe there will be another chance. After Yufengjiwen finished speaking, he pulled out the black spear stuck in the ground and planned to leave. Yisha snorted coldly. You can fight if you want to. And you cannot fight if you don't want to? Yisha said while swinging his arm and slashing. The sound of the surging electricity sounded again, flying into the sky, and then formed the shape of a blade and slashed towards Yufengjiwen. However, Yufengjiwen seemed to have expected it. When Yisha attacked, she suddenly flew into the air, did a backflip in the air, and landed on a street lamp nearby, avoiding Yisha's lightning strike. Yufengjiwen said to Yisha, it seems you can't keep me. Yisha didn't respond, but just curled his lips. At this moment, Yufengjiwen suddenly became serious, because she felt contempt from Yisha's face. Bang! Suddenly, a blood flower splashed on Yufengjiwen's back. And then Yifenjiwen's pupils suddenly dilated, and her body leaned forward, and she fell from the street lamp and fell to the ground. Yifenjiwen stood up with blood on the corner of his mouth. Sniper rifle. Bang! The sound of gunfire was heard again in the distance. On a tall building. The Archon quickly aimed and pulled the trigger. Yifenjiwen knew that there was a sniper, so it was not so easy to hit the target with this shot. At the moment the gunshot sounded, Yifenjiwen swung the gun to the side. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp collision sound. Yifenjiwen really kept up with the firing rate and accurately destroyed the bullet with the gun barrel. However, at the moment when Yifenjiwen blocked the bullet, Ghost Step, Yisha's figure flashed, and suddenly came to Yifenjiwen, slashing at Yifenjiwen with both swords. Although I really want to see what Virgo really looks like, Yisha said fiercely, but it is a troublesome thing after all. So if you don't plan to enter the Virgo form, I think it's a very good choice to kill you now. Dang! As Yisha spoke, he raised his sword and pushed away Yu Fengyuan's black spear. The next moment, the left-hand sword came out. Puff! The tip of the sword swept across Yu Fengyuan's waist, cutting a crack on Yu Fengyuan's waist. But there was no blood. Some yellow-brown liquid flowed out of the wound, and Yisha could vaguely see some cables inside the wound. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Mechanical modification? Yu Fengyuan ignored Yisha, but quickly withdrew, took out a metal ball from his arms, and threw it to the ground with force. With a bang, the metal ball exploded, and then a yellow smoke spread out in all directions. The metal ball was actually a smoke bomb. The yellow smoke quickly covered Yu Fengyuan's body, and Yisha pointed forward without hesitation. And then a current shot out and pierced the smoke. If Yu Fengyuan's body was mechanically modified, then the current would have an excellent effect on Yu Fengyuan. The current could destroy the mechanical part of Yu Fengyuan's body, or even completely destroy it. Unfortunately, the electric current broke a piece of the yellow smoke, but Yu Fengyuan's figure had disappeared, and Yisha's attack did not hit him. Let's meet next time. Yu Fengyuan's voice seemed to come from all directions. For now, you should have a good time with that thing. Yisha kept turning his body, trying to find Yu Fengyuan's location through the sound. But unfortunately it was useless. Yu Fengyuan obviously used some technological machine. The sound not only came from all directions, but also, it was obviously not in a closed space. And there was an echo, making it impossible to determine the target position through the sound. At the same time, Yisha also noticed the content of Yu Fengyuan's words. That thing? What thing? Is this the reason why Yu Fengyuan suddenly prepared to retreat in the middle of the fight? Boom! Yisha was heading towards it, and suddenly a roar came from the top of the building behind him, attracting Yisha's attention. Black beast. It was an extremely huge black beast, lying on the wall, looking very ferocious. Chapter 1510 Giant Black Beast. Yisha stared at the black beast. It was an office building with about 10 floors. The black beast climbed down from the roof, fixed itself on the wall with its claws, and just lay there. Huh? Yisha exhaled, confronted the black beast, and fell into a stalemate. After a while, Yisha took the lead in moving his body and took a step to the side. Yisha did not move, and the black beast did not intend to move either, just staring at Yisha firmly. But the moment Yisha moved his steps, boom! The black beast's tail suddenly swung and hit a billboard hanging on the outer wall, making a loud noise. And then the billboard fell towards Yisha. Shock wave. Yisha immediately punched out, and the invisible force went forward. Yisha punched through the billboard and punched it out. Bang! At this time, the sound of a sniper rifle suddenly rang out. The Archon immediately changed the target, aimed the scope at the black beast, and then pulled the trigger. The bullet flew across the sky and accurately hit the back of the black beast. However, the bullet hit the back of the black beast, splashing only a little blood, like a stone thrown into the sea. Roar! However, because of the attack, the giant black beast was successfully enraged. The giant black beast jumped down from the sky, and with a bang, its body fell to the ground, and then rushed towards Yisha like a bulldozer. Click! Yisha closed the twin serrated swords, and with the sound of gears turning, the two swords merged into a big sword, facing the giant black beast, and Yisha held the sword horizontally in front of him. Bang! The giant black beast hit him, and Yisha felt the impact of the huge force, and kept pushing his body back. At the same time, while running, The giant black beast suddenly lowered its head and opened its bloody mouth. There were so many heads in that mouth. The heads of other black beasts. Did this guy swallow other black beasts? So he grew so huge? Yisha couldn't help thinking. And at this moment, the black beast head in the giant black beast's mouth suddenly flew out, with something like a tentacle attached to the back. After falling, it opened its mouth and bit towards Yisha. At this moment, the red flame suddenly appeared, surging from in front of Yisha, forming a crystallized wall. Bang, bang, bang. Those heads kept hitting the crystallized flames, but they could never break through the defense of the red flame armor. Seeing that the head in its mouth could not break through Yisha's defense, the giant black beast could only stop, and with a wave of its huge claws, it smashed the crystallized flames and shattered them. However, at the moment when the crystallized flames were shattered, a current suddenly pierced from the back and hit the giant black beast's forehead directly. Countless electric currents spread out, wrapping around the giant black beast's body. And then, roar! The giant black beast raised its head and roared. Then its huge body slammed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lost its voice. Yisha was stunned. The attack power of that electric current didn't seem that strong. Right? Is it dead now? However, after looking at the electric arc still wrapped around the giant black beast, Yisha immediately understood. Electric current entering the body, when using electric current to attack, there is a 100% chance of causing paralysis, a 35% chance of reducing movement speed, a 35% chance of weakening life, a 25% chance of knocking back, and a 5% chance of cardiac paralysis. That attack triggered the paralysis effect. And, what was rare, it also triggered a heart attack with a probability of only 5%. The black beast is different from the zombies. It is a new species created by using the zombies' bodies. It does not necessarily need to smash the head to kill it. Therefore, it is also possible to cause damage to the heart. After triggering the heart attack, it will cause a fatal blow to kill. This is purely luck. It is the first time that Yisha has triggered the effect of heart attack, so he did not react for a while. Moreover, the limitations of heart attack are quite large. It is not 100% able to cause a fatal blow, and it is ineffective against zombies. But no matter what, it is always a good thing to solve the trouble. Looking at the giant black beast that no longer moves, Yisha quickly continued to move forward. Yu Fengyuan was definitely not able to catch up. The woman should have run away. But the appearance of Yu Fengyuan made Yisha more serious. Virgo. I thought that Comcu was the one who was causing trouble. But I didn't expect that there would be a constellation monster joining the battle. That thing is not easy to deal with. But why did Yu Fengyuan suddenly run away? Yisha originally thought it was the giant black beast. But after the fight, he felt that it was not the one. The giant black beast was much stronger than the ordinary black beast. But it was not enough to affect the fight between the two. Could it be? Yisha suddenly glared and thought of Apostle X. If Yu Fengyuan received news about the appearance of Apostle X, it would be possible to give up the fight with Yisha. After all, fighting with Yisha was more important than finding Apostle X. Yisha thought that if it were him, he would definitely leave at the first time. Looks like we have to speed up, Yisha muttered, then looked up and bared his teeth. After walking a distance, the dense black beasts appeared again. Apparently, they had passed the area that Yu Fengyuan had cleared, and the black beasts gathered again. If this goes on, it will never end. Yisha looked up at the sky. There is no other way. It seems that we can only use some extraordinary means. As Yisha spoke, he opened his backpack and threw out several stacks of A4 paper. Angel wings. Use paper to shape and change the texture to make wings, which can be used for flying. The height is determined by the texture of the paper, and the maximum height cannot exceed 300 meters. Those flying pieces of paper fell from the sky, and suddenly gathered together, all fluttering, and came behind Yisha, clinging to Yisha's back, turning into wings. Yisha tried to control the wings made of paper, and it felt really good, as if they were really growing on his body. With the flapping of wings, Yisha's body gradually left the ground and floated up quickly. This was the method Yisha thought of. If the black beasts could not be killed completely, then he could only find a way to avoid them. To avoid the dense group of black beasts, the best way was to leave from the air. The floating body suddenly fell down. The moment Yisha landed, he suddenly exerted force and jumped hard. The paper wings behind him kept flapping, carrying Yisha into the air, and then flew out from above the black beasts. Roar! The black beasts pushed each other, raised their heads, and roared into the air. Some black beasts stepped on the walls of the building and jumped into the air, trying to pull Yisha down from the air. Chapter 1511 Target. However, even though the jumping ability of those black beasts is also excellent, there is always a limit, and it can never be compared to the level of flying. As for why Yisha did not use the ability to fly at the beginning, it was naturally because this was also a last resort. In this chaotic city, flying in the air is not a good choice, because it would look like a living target, and the target in the air is too obvious. Especially the height of the angel wings is limited. With Yisha's mental power, it can only be between 180 meters and 220 meters above the ground. Flying at low altitude, the target is naturally more obvious. Therefore, this is not a good method. It is actually safer to use the twin serrated swords to kill without consuming physical strength. However, looking at Euphengewin, it may be because of the sudden departure of Apostle X. Although it is just a guess, Yisha can only act as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason is that Yisha's current location is not far from where Apostle X fell, so he can take the risk and try to fly over. However, on the other hand, the reason why Yisha chose to kill was because it was not far away, and he would not be delayed for too long. If he had to cross half of the city and fight his way out, it would be very difficult. Yisha would have chosen to fly over long ago. The so-called choice is often like this, always relative. While thinking, Yisha flew forward quickly. The paper wings behind him kept flapping, and occasionally looking down. Yisha could not help but sigh that these black beasts were really dense and omnipresent. No wonder Doomsday Train has to come up with a ranking reward and mobilize a large number of members of the Death Carriage. Just dealing with these black beasts is a big problem. After a while, after crossing the street full of black beasts, Yisha suddenly flapped his paper wings and turned along the side of the street. It should be around here. Yisha floated in the air and looked around. Yisha's destination is the most prosperous commercial street in the new third city. Before the end of the world, it was even called the fifth street in the world, and one of the 5 most prosperous commercial streets in the world. At that time, there was even such a saying that the price of even a footprint on this street was equivalent to a cabinet minister's monthly salary. However, Yisha roughly knew that the place where Apostle X fell was within this area, because through the screen played by the boss's wife, Yisha saw many famous brand flagship store signs that were only available on this street. In the entire new third city, only this place has so many world-class flagship stores. So when the helicopter landed, Yisha also deliberately chose a nearby location. However, Yisha didn't know the exact location. The locals would probably know it at a glance. But Yisha was not a local, and there was no place to find locals. I can only look for it slowly, Yisha murmured, preparing to continue flying forward. But at this time, Yisha suddenly heard the shriek of the ice and snow god. Yisha looked up and saw the ice and snow god hovering above his head. After several circles, it suddenly flew over a building and flew diagonally forward. Oh! Yisha's eyes lit up. Did you find it? Well done. Yisha quickly followed the direction of the ice and snow god and soon landed on the roof of a building. Standing on the edge of the roof, looking down, this is a safe area. The so-called safe area means that there are no black beasts. Or in other words, the black beasts here have been cleared, and some arrangements have been made on the periphery to prevent the black beasts from easily invading here. Let's not talk about the invisible arrangements for now. Just talking about what can be seen. It is really quite heavy firepower. Barbed wire and minefields are the first layer of defense. And then armed vehicles and sentry machine guns form the second defense area. The core of the third area is manpower, sentries, and small defense turrets. Just seeing these, Yisha couldn't help but sigh that Compu Company is indeed a big company, and it can easily use these things to build a safe zone. While thinking, Yisha stretched out his arm, and the ice and snow god descended and landed on Yisha's arm. Yisha took out a few strips of raw meat and stuffed them into the mouth of the ice and snow god. You did a good job. And you helped a lot. But then again, the ground defense is so tight. But the air defense is so simple. No. It should be said that there is no air defense at all. It flew in so easily. Is it because the black beast can't fly, so there is no air defense? Yisha curled his lips, and then turned his eyes to a building on the side. Anyway, Yisha murmured. Finding the place and getting here smoothly is the most important thing. The building where Yisha was looking was half collapsed, with a big hole in the roof. The wall on the right had completely collapsed because of the broken roof. Outside the damaged building, there was a tight defense, with armed vehicles forming a siege on both the front and back sides. And there were about 30 or 40 armed personnel. According to the logos on the chests of those armed personnel, it can be seen that they belonged to the Tianlong team, especially those behind them, who all carried the Tianlong warriors' iconic mechanical backpack. At the same time, there were 3 members from the cleaning team. There must be something in that store. This thought flashed through Yisha's mind involuntarily. But although the store collapsed, it was still difficult to see the situation inside the store clearly. He could only vaguely see some figures doing something in the store. Yisha took out his PDA and took a look, confirming the position of the Archon. It's still far away. After all, you can't fly. The ice and snow god can fly. And Yisha can also fly over with a little ancient cat. The corpse flower is not affected underground. But the Archon can't do anything. Yisha touched the head of the ice and snow god. Then you will cover it this time. The ice and snow god tilted his head, cooing, enjoying Yisha's touch. At this moment, Yisha's eyes were suddenly attracted, and he quickly lay on the edge of the roof again and looked down. Those people from Compu were actually transporting something from the store. This is... Yisha took out a monocular telescope and looked down. Soon he saw several Tianlong warriors carrying metal boxes out of the store, and quickly moved the boxes onto a transport truck. Stones? Yisha tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression. The things that those people from Compu took out from the store were just a box of stones. Those stones seemed to be broken, and the whole body was pitch black, and you could vaguely see dots of silver light flashing on the surface of the stones. Chapter 1512, Fighting in. What are those stones? Yisha wondered, and why do they look familiar? Yisha thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. Moreover, he didn't know how those stones were made, and the speed of transportation was surprisingly slow. When the Tianlong warriors walked back to the store, Yisha was still watching from the rooftop on the side. But for a full half an hour, he didn't see the other party transporting the second box of stones out. As for the completion of the transportation, this is impossible. If it was completed, the people of Compu would have no reason to stay here and should retreat. No more waiting. Yisha took a deep breath. Let me check it with my own eyes. The defenses deployed by Compu on the periphery were terrifying, but Yisha had already sneaked in. With regard to the firepower near the store and those Tianlong warriors, Yisha felt that it would be a trouble for him. But it was only a trouble at best. Then, let's go in directly. Yisha thought so. And so did he. Pulling out the Alaskan whale harpoon, Yisha suddenly jumped down from the roof. The Alaskan whale harpoon pierced the wall, and as Yisha's body continued to fall, it scratched the wall to buffer, helping Yisha reduce the force of buffering. The blade rubbed against the wall. Sparks quickly splashed out, and at the same time, there was a harsh sound. The harsh sound attracted the Tianlong warriors below. Regardless of their strength, the Tianlong warriors were indeed well trained. They were only stunned for a short time, and then someone immediately shouted, "Be on alert!" With the muzzle facing up, the Tianlong warriors surrounding the store immediately rushed towards the building where Yisha was, surrounded in a semicircle formation, and took out their guns and aimed them at Yisha. At the same time, some Tianlong warriors quickly climbed onto the surrounding armed vehicles, grabbed the machine guns mounted on the roof of the armed vehicles, and also aimed at Yisha. The opponent did not seem to intend to attack immediately, but waited until Yisha was about to slide to the ground. And a captain of the Tianlong warriors stood up and said, "Hold your hands and squat down. And anyone who touches the weapon, Zila." Before the other party finished speaking, Yisha suddenly kicked the wall with both feet and rushed out. Then, in midair, he pointed his hand downwards, and electricity flowed out from his fingertips. Boom! As the electricity landed, a roar suddenly appeared, directly hitting the center of the Tianlong warriors' encirclement, blowing the surrounding Tianlong warriors away. The next moment, Yisha landed and looked around. "You talk too much nonsense. If you want to attack, be quick." A Tianlong warrior immediately rushed to Yisha's back, raised the butt of his gun, and smashed it down on Yisha's head. But Yisha punched. At the moment when the opponent smashed the butt of his gun down, Yisha suddenly turned his body sideways and punched forward. Bang! Yishaw's fist hit the rifle in the opponent's hand, and the gun body was directly smashed by Yishaw's punch, turning into a pile of broken parts falling to the ground. Yishaw turned around and kicked the opponent's chest again, kicking him away. After his body hit the wall behind him, the mechanical backpack broke, and the Tianlong warrior also collapsed on the ground like mud. All this happened in an instant. Before the surrounding Tianlong warriors could react, one of their companions died. In the end, the captain reacted the fastest and immediately said, "Shoot!" The surrounding Tianlong warriors all raised their guns towards Yishaw. Bang! 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 The bullets kept flying out, but they couldn't get close to Yishaw's body. The red flame surged out beside Yishaw, quickly crystallized, and blocked the bullets one after another. Clang! The twins drew their swords, and Yishaw swept across, cutting a Tianlong warrior in half. He ignored the opponent's sweeping shots and walked forward. A Tianlong warrior dropped his rifle and punched Yishaw. In an instant, the sword light flashed. A silver sword light swept past, and the Tianlong warrior's pupils suddenly shrank, and then his body was split diagonally in half and fell to the ground. The Tianlong warriors around were terrified. Although Yishaw only killed 3 Tianlong warriors, there were still many Tianlong warriors around. However, it was too clean and neat, and the sight of the body being torn to pieces was too shocking. "Get out of the way." At this time, a voice was heard from the outer edge of the encirclement. "You are no match for him." The encirclement of the Tianlong warriors was dispersed, and 3 members of the cleaning team came over. Yishaw had already noticed these 3 people, because the color of their uniforms and the logo they wore were different from those of the Tianlong warriors. They were the logo of the cleaning team, and they were also very easy to recognize. "They are indeed no match," Yishaw sneered. "But can you 3 do it?" A member of the cleaning team sneered. "It's useless to talk, and you still have to use your fists to speak." The member of the cleaning team raised his right arm, and the arm quickly began to turn into corpses, and the flesh and blood seemed to be rotten, and it seemed that the flesh and blood turned into mud, revealing a sickly gray color. The next moment, the member of the cleaning team jumped out, came to Yishaw, and punched Yishaw with his fist. Bang! Yishaw did not use the red flame armor for defense, but raised his hand casually, and the opponent's fist directly hit Yishaw's palm. And then Yishaw closed his fingers one by one and pinched the opponent's fist. "Yes, Yishaw, you are very right. After all, you still have to rely on your fists to speak. But your fists seem to be more useless than your mouth." The member of the cleaning team had cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Can't pull it out?" The two looked like they were in a stalemate, and it seemed that there was no winner. But only the member of the cleaning team knew that he did not continue to use force, but intended to pull his fist back. But Yishaw's palm did not move at all, just holding his fist tightly. "Ah!" The member of the cleaning team suddenly roared. And this time not only his right arm, but also his upper body began to transform into corpses, and his body became like a pile of mud. With a complete transformation into corpses, the member of the cleaning team increased his strength again, raised his left arm, and hit Yishaw again. Bang! The fist hit Yishaw's face directly, but Yishaw remained motionless. Yishaw casually stretched out his hand to push away the opponent's fist, and scratched his face with his fingers. "Sorry. I think you hit me just now." Yishaw raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the other person as if he was looking at a dead person. Gulp! The member of the cleaning team couldn't help but move his throat. Chapter 1513 Black Stone. Crack! The next moment, Yishaw suddenly made a move and twisted the opponent's entire arm backwards. After a crisp muffled sound, the sound of bone fractures suddenly sounded. "Ah!" The member of the cleaning team screamed in pain. But this was just the beginning. Yishaw suddenly stretched out his foot and stepped on the opponent's knee, making the opponent kneel on the ground, and at the same time crushed the knee, and then grabbed the opponent's head. "Stop!" The remaining 2 members of the cleaning team shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Crack! Yishaw twisted the opponent's head hard, and the opponent's head turned over, staring at his 2 companions, dying with his eyes wide open. Yishaw casually threw the body aside. "I don't want to waste too much time. So, be direct. You all go to death." Sizzle! Yishaw raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. With Yishaw as the center, countless electric currents began to surge around, like a spread spider web. There were constant screams around Yishaw, The bodies of those Tianlong warriors had undergone mechanical transformation to a certain extent, and the electric current attack was undoubtedly a killing move among killing moves for them. In just a moment, all the Tianlong warriors were killed. The remaining 2 members of the cleaning team were still alive, but the arcs of electricity surged on their bodies, and they were obviously seriously injured. Seeing Yisha approaching, a member of the cleaning team gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" "Yisha, go to hell and ask the king of hell." Puff! The twin sawtooth sword swept across the opponent's neck, and the head of the cleaning team member fell off and rolled on the ground. The next moment, Yisha raised the twin sawtooth sword and stabbed to the other side. But another member of the cleaning team was holding on and flew towards Yisha, and was stabbed through by the twin sawtooth sword. Yisha drew his sword, bringing out a stream of blood, and threw the body aside. The people at the door of the store had been dealt with by Yisha, and then Yisha entered the store from the collapsed part of the store. The moment he entered the store, Yisha saw a bunch of guns pointing at him. "Huh?" Yisha sighed. "Can't you just run away?" "This way. At least you can survive." While Yisha was talking, he casually stretched out his hand and swung it. Countless thin lines flew out from the string rings and swept forward. Those thin lines cut the guns in the opponent's hands into pieces at the same time. At the same time, a scream sounded. Soon someone reacted first. Yisha cut into pieces more than just guns. The arms of those people were cut off along with the broken guns, and all fell to the ground. Yisha said to Xiao Gumao, "Kill them." Xiao Gumao immediately rushed out. It was easy for Xiao Gumao to deal with a group of people without arms, and Yisha's mind was no longer on those Tianlong warriors. His eyes passed those people and fell on a circle of deep pits. Yisha came to the edge of the deep pit, stood there and looked down. The pit was about 2.5 meters deep, with a diameter of about 3.5 to 4 meters. It was hemispherical and felt like it had been hit by something like a meteorite. Most of the pit was smooth, and some bumps were because the people from Confu were digging stones there. Yisha jumped into the pit and ran his hand over the stones. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yisha's eyes widened. So it was these things. Yisha remembered that after becoming a flight attendant, he used his rest period to go back to his hometown to see his parents. Or rather, to see where his parents' tombstones were. Then, Yisha found the traces of the apostles walking. Those apostles walked in some meteorite craters and collected some fine, black gravel like iron sand. These stones are those gravels. Strictly speaking, these stones should be the same material as those gravels. Yisha broke off a piece of stone. The stone was very hard. Yisha took a lot of effort to break off a small piece. No wonder those people from Confu Company were busy for a long time, but failed to break the stones and collect them all. At the same time, after breaking the stone, some stone chips fell off the edge. Yisha stretched out his hand and rubbed it, and was more certain that the two were the same thing. "I see," Yisha murmured. "The purpose of the apostles' travels has never changed. It has always been the apostles. At the beginning, they looked for those sands because those gravels might be related to the apostles. Then, the relics of ancient civilizations should also be related to the apostles? What is the relationship between the two?" Yisha held his chin and pondered. Speaking of it, those relics of ancient civilizations all have strange powers. Normally, these powers will definitely not exist in those things. So it is very likely that they also come from the power of the apostles. After thinking for a while, Yisha stood up and walked out of the deep pit. Confu Company moved those stones away for research. But Yisha was not interested. He had obtained those sands and decomposed them, but did not get any useful information. Secondly, these things cannot be used as materials for making, so they are not of much value. Or in other words, their only value should be related to the apostles. However, judging from the current situation, it is correct that the location where Apostle X fell is here. But apart from leaving this deep pit, he should have left, and there is no trace left for tracking. Apostle X was captured by Confu. Yisha murmured, then shook his head. "It's not impossible. But if Yufeng Yuan is really a Virgo, judging from her wandering around the city, she should not have fought with the apostles. Unless there are other constellation monsters. Confu could only fight against the apostles with constellation monsters. So killing and capturing them is possible. Originally, Confu should not be able to create new constellation monsters so quickly. But Yufeng Yuan's appearance, and from Yufeng Yuan's words, although Yisha killed Taurus, Dr. Witzel seems to be alive. So it's hard to say. Anyway, Yisha muttered for a while, let's leave here first. This place has no value. And Yisha didn't plan to stay any longer. Then when he left the store, he saw lights on both sides of the street. Had the armed personnel responsible for the outer defense returned to support? Yisha looked around. And then his eyes fell on a manhole cover. Yisha didn't plan to fight meaninglessly. He didn't intend to compete for the kill ranking. So it didn't matter whether he fought with those people from comp. So Yisha chose to avoid the other party and leave. Chapter 1514 The Hundred-Eyed Demon. Tick. Tick. The sound of water dripping continued. Dark, damp, and with a rotten smell. Yisha walked forward. And the sound of footsteps continued. Up and down. The rhythm was extremely clear. Suddenly, Yisha stopped. And then looked sideways at the waterway on the side. In the filthy waterway, a face suddenly emerged. And then rushed out of the waterway, baring its teeth and claws at Yisha. Yisha took a step back, avoiding the attack of the black beast. And then slapped the back of the black beast's head, pressing the black beast's head against the side wall. With a bang, the wall cracked a circle of cracks. And then Yisha stabbed the twin serrated swords down fiercely, stabbing into the back of the black beast, stabbing the black beast through the heart. Draw the sword and shake off the blood. Yisha continued to move forward. These black beasts are really omnipresent. There are few zombies in the sewer. Although there are not none. There are indeed not many. After all, zombies are all transformed from humans. Who would go into the sewer for no reason? But the black beasts are different. As long as there is an entrance, the black beasts will get in. Of course, they are not as dense as on the ground. But the number is still much more than normal. Yisha continued to move forward, while thinking about what to do next. He had already visited the place where Apostle X fell. But he did not see the shadow of Apostle X. Nor did he get any clues worth mentioning. Then, how to find Apostle X is the key to the problem. When we were looking for the water spirit Moya, there were some clues to follow. First of all, the water spirit Moya must be hiding in a place with water. Secondly, under the influence of the Apostle's power, many ancient marine species have revived and mutated. We can follow these 2 points to find him. But Apostle X is a little troublesome in this regard. X represents unknown and uncertain. Even the boss lady does not know the characteristics of Apostle X. And there is no information to provide in this regard. In this way, everyone needs to explore on their own. Yisha felt that the Black Beast was actually a direction to explore, because it was formed by the power of the Apostles. If he could find out the formation and source of this power, he might be able to find Apostle X. Yisha was thinking, and suddenly stopped and looked up, because there was someone. The other party did not hide his intentions. Not far in front of Yisha, about 7 or 8 meters away, the other party leaned against the wall on the side of the corner with his arms around. Yisha smiled. I said, we will meet again. Yisha knew the other man. The man he had met when he went to Devil's Island. The other man stood up straight and faced Yisha. The smile on Yisha's face faded, because he felt the solemn atmosphere. The man had a blank expression on his face. He was not friendly, or unfriendly. But Yisha felt murderous intent from him. Yisha, it seems that you are waiting for me here on purpose. Man, you will sleep here forever. Your body will rot again, die, and disappear in the world. And darkness will accompany you forever. Yisha, so, you are here to kill me? Man, yes. Yisha, why? Man, because someone wants you dead. Yisha, who? The man did not answer, but stretched his arms, bones crackling. Yisha again, the masked man on Devil's Island. Is that you? Yes, it's me. The man raised his head. Captain Francis, the hundred-eyed demon, hereby declares war on you. Huh? Yisha exhaled. When you were on Devil's Island, you deliberately wanted to hide your identity. But this time, are you going to come directly? Francis, hiding yourself is to avoid unnecessary trouble. But it is not necessary this time. There is only one apostle and one winner. The death of the loser is normal, and no one will care. It seems that you don't understand what I mean. Yisha suddenly became ferocious. Since your identity has been completely exposed, it means that one of us must die. So what I am asking is, are you really ready to kill me? Or be killed by me? Francis, I only prepared the former. Bang! Francis's attack came very suddenly. The two were still talking in the last second. And the next second, Francis' body suddenly rushed forward and came to Yisha. His fist was mixed with strong winds and hit Yi Sha fiercely. The red flame armor was activated, and a tide of flames appeared in front of Yi Sha, quickly crystallized, and collided with Francis' fist, making a dull collision sound. After a stalemate of half a second, cracks appeared on the crystal flame, and Francis' fist smashed the crystal flame. Yi Sha did not expect that he could defend against it with the crystal flame alone. The red flame armor was a more conventional means of defense. Of course, that is, when there was no sunlight. Therefore, although the defense of the red flame armor was not bad, it was still difficult to resist Francis's level of attack. However, the resistance for that moment was enough. Yi Sha turned his body to the side, lightly avoided Francis' fist, then grabbed Francis' wrist, and threw Francis out with a flick of his hand. Bang! Francis' body hit the wall, but he was not hurt much. Instead, he growled and reached out to tear his clothes to pieces. Francis was naked. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes and stared at Francis. "Open your eyes," Francis growled, and then his eyes suddenly opened one by one. In the blink of an eye, they were densely packed all over Francis' body. Yi Sha felt Francis' will. Francis really, from the bottom of his heart, longed to kill Yi Sha. Yi Sha had fought with Francis on Devil's Island and knew that those eyes were Francis' biggest trump card, or at least one of his biggest trump cards. Now that they had just fought, Francis revealed those eyes, which naturally represented Francis' determination to kill Yi Sha. Huh? Yi Sha took a deep breath. Come on. Let's see who can kill who. Yi Sha waved his hand, pulled out a stack of A4 paper, and threw it at Francis. Yi Sha knew the ability of Francis' eyes, although he didn't know the specific usage and limitations. It was generally to absorb the enemy's attack and return it. This ability was quite shameless. First of all, Yi Sha knew that the ability of the Thunder Emperor was definitely useless. When he was on Devil Island, Francis absorbed the electric current. Secondly, among the 3 sword moves, the 6 dragons flying to the sky was definitely useless, because Yi Sha had also tried it when he was on Devil Island. Chapter 15:15 Fierce Fight. The so-called progress is to remember all failures, and then you can continue to grow stronger. Yi Sha will not make the same mistakes again. At the same time, Yi Sha also realized some problems. Francis's magic eye absorbs attacks without substance, such as sword light, electric current, and illusion. So, what if there is a substantial attack? This is an idea, but unfortunately, it is not correct. The floating pieces of paper around Yi Sha flew forward and turned into pieces of paper to attack. Francis quickly spread his palms, and the magic eye in the palms suddenly opened, shining with black light. And then the light spun, forming a vortex of light and shadow, with a strong suction force, sucking in the paper pieces that Yi Sha had shot out. The next moment, Francis' palms opened and closed, and the paper pieces flew out from the vortex of light and shadow again. But the target was Yi Sha. Yi Sha cursed in his heart. This ability is really as shameless as always. Without retreating, Yi Sha waved his hand directly, changing the texture of the paper blades, turning them back into thin and light pieces of paper, and all the paper blades floated to the ground. Huh? Yi Sha breathed in and out, took a horse stance, and his aura suddenly changed. Heaven and earth. The supreme martial arts master. Since a substantial attack like the paper blade can also absorb the rebound, Yi Sha can only change his strategy again. Fist. Only fist. Yi Sha didn't believe it. Could it be that the magic eye can also suck him in? With a leap, Yi Sha rushed to Francis and punched him without hesitation. Bang! Francis raised his arm to block Yi Sha's punch. But in the next moment, Yi Sha suddenly changed his move, changing his fist to a palm, grabbing Francis' wrist and throwing Francis out, chasing with the wind. Before Francis landed, Yi Sha took a step forward, leaving only a shadow behind. 8 diagrams double palm. Yi Sha pushed out his palms and pressed them on Francis' waist and abdomen, spitting his palms to both sides, and the energy between his palms surged. Francis' body was blown away in an instant, and he rolled continuously on the edge of the waterway. He finally pressed the ground with one hand and stabilized his body by force, then opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yi Sha's face lit up. It worked! Francis did not use the magic eye to absorb Yi Sha's attack. Obviously, Francis had no way to deal with this kind of punch-to-flesh attack. At the same time, whether it was the bright force or the dark force in ancient martial arts, Francis should not be able to deal with it. Because he could not see it. If you can't see it, you can't absorb it accurately. Since it works, of course, seize the opportunity. Yisha touched the ground with his toes and rushed forward again. He opened his fists and blasted forward one after another. But at the moment when Yisha got close to him, Francis suddenly stood up and punched forward. Fast, accurate, and fierce. Francis's punch startled Yisha. It was not just a simple punch. Just like the ancient martial arts moves that Yisha got from the martial arts supreme, Francis's punch was also a move. The fist accurately aimed at the gap between Yisha's arms, and suddenly passed through and hit Yisha's chest. It seemed that both sides would suffer losses. But Yisha knew that he would suffer, because Francis was taller and had a longer arm span. Francis's fist would hit him before he hit the other person. Fortunately, the most important thing that the martial arts supreme brought to Yisha was skills. Yisha quickly changed his moves again, closing his open arms, using grappling skills to quickly wrap around Francis' arms and lock Francis' arms. Francis sneered, suddenly raised his leg, and hit Yisha's waist with a knee strike. Yisha immediately felt a pain in his ribs. Seeing that Francis was going to come again, he quickly raised one leg to block. But at this moment, Francis' upper body pressed down, and he actually broke free from Yisha's grasp. He grabbed Yisha's neck with one arm, and threw Yisha out with a strong swing. Bang! Yisha fell to the ground, feeling the pain in his back. And then he kicked his legs hard and jumped up from the ground. But just as he stood up, Yisha saw Francis rushing up. Still knee kick. But it was a sprint knee kick, and the speed was extremely fast. The blow hit Yisha's chest, and Yisha felt a tightness in his chest, almost suffocating, and retreated backwards. Francis succeeded in one blow, and then swept his elbow and hit Yisha's face, knocking Yisha out again. Yisha got up from the ground, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Francis and gritted his teeth. Muay Thai. Francis shook his arms, and the joints made a pop sound. Looking at Yisha, you are not the only one who has fighting type abilities. I can do it too. Yisha took a deep breath and used breathing to relieve the stuffy feeling in his chest. Muay Thai is a world-renowned fighting technique. But like the ancient martial arts of the supreme martial arts, Muay Thai was originally a killing technique. Muay Thai on the ring is completely different from Muay Thai off the ring. The ancient boxing techniques in Muay Thai are full of moves that attack the head and kill the body. They are quite fierce, and even have the reputation of being the strongest fighting technique. The Muay Thai used by Francis is undoubtedly an ancient boxing technique, not the type used in fighting competitions on the ring. Yisha had to admit that a strong guy always has a reason to be strong. The only thing that the demon eyes seemed to be unable to deal with was hand-to-hand combat. And Francis learned Muay Thai, obviously to make up for this ability. After a while, after relieving the feeling of suffocation through breathing, Yisha and Francis looked at each other, and then slowly got ready again. Francis snorted coldly, bent his legs, and suddenly burst into speed, rushing towards Yisha. Francis's continuous jab and straight punches were extremely fast, sticking to Yisha's body and bombarding him continuously. And Yisha used Tai Chi. The ancient martial arts Tai Chi in the supreme martial arts is not as mysterious as the legend says. Nor is it something that old men use to keep fit. It mainly focuses on the skills of unloading force, the use of strength, and the characteristics of defensive counterattacks. In fact, the real Tai Chi is not slow in attack speed. Facing Francis' continuous attacks, Yisha also pushed his palm continuously, constantly pushing on Francis's forearm, guiding with his palm, so that Francis' fist constantly deviated from the direction and passed by him. Francis seemed a little irritable, no matter how hard and fast he punched. If he couldn't hit Yisha, it would be meaningless. Ha! The irritable feeling made Francis angry, and the whole person suddenly rushed towards Yisha, roaring, wild horse kicking the ground. Chapter 15:16 Blind and Deaf. Francis looked like he was charging at him, but in fact, it was still a knee strike. When his body flew out, his knee was lifted up. This is the most common move in Muay Thai, a boxing style that has a lot of elbow strikes and knee strikes, and they are extremely powerful. Seeing Francis charging at him, pushing his palm was useless. Such a huge force could not be relieved by traction alone. So Yisha's palm quickly pressed down and directly stuck to Francis' knee. Use the opponent's force to counterattack. Qi Long double press. Yisha met Francis's knee strike, and after putting his palms on Francis' knees, he pressed down hard. Francis felt his body tilted, and he fell to the ground. With a bang, Francis' knee hit the ground, breaking a piece of the ground. The next moment, Francis' heart skipped a beat, and he was exposed at this moment. Cloud hand cannon. Sure enough, Yisha was not polite, and turned half a circle close to Francis' body, using the power of rotation, swung his whole arm out, and punched Francis on the head. Bang! Francis' body flew to the side and fell directly into the waterway, splashing a lot of water. Yisha stood up and said disdainfully, "Muay Thai? It's just SOSO. How can it be as powerful as our Chinese ancient martial arts?" "Ah!" Francis roared, slapped the ground with one hand, and bounced up again. He didn't care about the blood flowing down his forehead, and opened and closed his arms, and his muscles bulged. "Bastard!" Francis shouted in a low voice. And Yisha could clearly feel that Francis' strength increased again, and the muscles on his body, which were already bulging, became even larger and more angular. Francis pressed Yisha again and punched him. Yisha still held the Tai Chi posture, watching Francis' fist fall, and tried to push Francis' fist away. But at that moment, Yisha felt a huge force coming. Francis obviously used his ability to increase his physical fitness, and his punch was much stronger than before. Yisha thrust his palm forward, but failed to completely push Francis' fist away, and was hit on the shoulder by Francis' punch. Yisha retreated 3 steps in a row, and before he could stand firm, Francis attacked again, and threw a series of punches at Yisha. Yisha's face turned grim, and he spread his arms to both sides. Those powerful ancient martial arts also exist in the martial arts supreme. Baji. Yisha changed into Baji's stance, met Francis's fist, and punched directly without defending. Fist to fist. Yisha's fist collided with Francis's fist, and after a muffled sound, the two retreated to the back at the same time. However, Yisha was close to the wall. After taking 2 steps back, Yisha just stuck to the wall, and immediately stretched his legs backwards, slightly bent his knees, and exerted force again. But Francis was obviously not so lucky. Before Francis could stand firm, Yisha attacked again, and opened his fists with the killer move of Bajiquan. Face the enemy and ignore him. Bang! Yisha punched and palmed forward. One punch hit Francis' chest, and one palm hit Francis' waist, and Francis' body flew out like a cannonball. Boom! Francis smashed the opposite wall, and even fell directly into the sewer on the other side. He shook his body, and got up from the ground after a while. Then, Francis felt his internal organs trembling violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were trembling. Muay Thai is a horizontal martial art, and its moves are more fierce than Yisha's ancient martial arts. But Yisha also has the killer move of dark power. This blow was an absolute heavy blow to Francis. Everything in his body is always fragile. From Francis's pale face in an instant, it can be seen how much pain he was enduring. In that case, of course, I have to kill him and help him get rid of his troubles. Ha! Yisha roared, and quickly ran forward, leaping over the broken wall, crossing his fists, and punched Francis again. But at this moment, Francis suddenly crossed his arms and took a defensive stance. Yisha didn't care and continued to punch forward. But at this moment, a magic eye on Francis' arm opened. The incandescent light suddenly bloomed, appearing extremely abruptly, covering a large area in front of Yisha. Yisha groaned suddenly, and felt an immense pain in his eyes. And then 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Bang! Francis suddenly raised his foot and swept it across Yisha's waist, kicking Yisha back continuously. Raising his head, Yisha took a breath of cold air. Pitch black. After the incandescent light flashed, Yisha's eyes were pitch black, and he could not see anything. Blind? Blind? Asshole. Yisha rubbed his eyes hard and angrily. What did you do? Francis sneered and walked towards Yisha quickly. Yisha quickly listened and heard the sound of water splashing when Francis walked through the waterway, and then punched him hard. However, locating by sound is not as accurate as using the eyes to confirm the opponent's position. Francis took a light step and jumped to the side, easily avoiding Yisha's fist, and then punched Yisha's lower abdomen fiercely. Yisha's body curled up unconsciously, like a bent shrimp. Francis sneered again, and then stretched his arm to Yisha's ear. A magic eye opened again, and then Yisha felt a buzzing sound from his ear. and then his ear continued to hurt. Yisha roared, and once again threw a hook to the side. But Francis dodged it lightly. Then, Francis pressed on Francis' shoulder and kneed him in the lower abdomen again. Bang! After a knee strike, Francis raised his fist and hit Yisha's chin, knocking Yisha back. Yisha threw 2 random punches to stop Francis from approaching him. But they all fell into the air, because Francis didn't move at all, just looked at Yisha coldly, as if watching a pantomime, with contempt on his face. Because, not only could Yisha not see anything, the buzzing sound that kept surrounding Yisha's ears never disappeared, and Yisha could no longer hear any sound. You are blind and deaf. Francis looked at Yisha with contempt. How can you fight me? After saying that, Francis suddenly rushed forward, and another knee strike hit Yisha's chest. Chapter 1517 Fatal Attack. Bang! With Francis's knee strike, Yisha was kicked out again. Unable to see or hear, Yisha could not block Francis' attack at all. Most importantly, Yisha had never thought that Francis's magic eye could be used in this way. Walking to Yisha's side and watching Yisha trying to stand up, Francis suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on Yisha's chest, pushing Yisha back to the ground. Bang! 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 Watching Yisha fall to the ground, Francis kept raising his foot and kept dropping it, stepping on Yisha's chest continuously. After a while, Francis let out a long sigh and looked at Yisha. Don't blame me. Although I have no grudge against you. Someone wants you dead, and I happen to owe him a favor. So you can only die. Crack. Crack. While speaking, Francis clenched his fist, and his knuckles kept making noises. This time, Francis used his fist and aimed at Yisha's head. Goodbye. After Francis finished speaking, he suddenly bent his waist and punched Yisha's head. This was a fatal blow. The next moment, Francis was about to smash Yisha's head. However, just when Francis' fist was about to fall on Yisha's head, snap! A palm suddenly came across and accurately grabbed Francis' fist. Francis' pupils shrank sharply. Why was Yisha able to block it? Because the real fatality is coming. Numerous black bubbles suddenly appeared on Yisha's body, and then black liquid sprayed out from Yisha's body like a fountain, and then fell down, covering Yisha's body. Yisha suddenly sat up. His head was completely covered with black liquid, leaving only a pair of huge eyes and a big mouth that could be split to the ears, with dense, shark-like teeth that looked very ferocious. Francis was frightened by Yisha's head suddenly approaching him. He struggled for a while, but found that his right fist was still held by Yisha. He immediately raised his left fist and punched Yisha's head. Then, poof! Blood splattered. Fatal opened his mouth and bit Francis' arm. He actually used such an alternative method to block Francis' fist. Francis' eyes were a little distracted, and he was obviously a little surprised. He didn't care that his punch didn't hit, nor was he surprised that Yisha took his punch in such a weird way. But Yisha could see it. If he couldn't see it, it would be impossible to take the punch, and even take it with his palm and mouth, because that requires more accurate judgment. If he is not careful, Francis's fist will penetrate Yisha's throat. But why can he see it? And at the moment when Francis was stunned, Yisha's body bounced violently, and after letting go of Francis, he jumped up and came directly to the ceiling above the sewer, with his hands pressed. The whole person seemed to be glued to it. Black liquid began to drip from Yisha's back, and then quickly turned into long black thorns, stabbing Francis continuously. Francis immediately jumped back, but was still scratched by the black thorns, with wounds on his arms, thighs, and waist. Yisha growled, "Kill him!" Yisha could not see or hear at the moment, but he could give his body to Fatal. Yisha was not sure whether Fatal would also be affected, if it was just the effect of the magic eye, and Yisha was blinded and deafened. It meant that his body was not damaged. His eyes and ears were still good, and Fatal would not be affected by the effects if he took over Yisha's body. If his eyes were really blind and his ears were really deaf, then even Fatal would be helpless. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with Yisha's body. Hearing Yisha's roar, Fatal did not hesitate at all, and suddenly jumped down, bounced on the ground, and ran towards Francis like a beast. Behind Yisha, the black liquid surged again, condensed and transformed into 2 big knives, slashing at Francis from the left and right. Francis reacted very quickly and quickly jumped back. Boom! Boom! The 2 black big knives fell to the ground, and the ground quickly made a loud noise. 2 cracks were cut, and then quickly turned into a pool of mucus. The liquid behind stretched like a slingshot, and Yishaw's body was ejected. Bang! Yishaw hit Francis's arms like a cannonball, knocking Francis out. Before Francis landed, the black liquid surged again, ejected forward, stuck to Francis' body, and then quickly contracted, forcibly pulling Francis back. Bang! Yishaw punched out and hit Francis' face again. Francis's whole face was sunken, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. And then the magic eye on his body radiated light again. The black liquid on Yishaw's body surged rapidly, covering his eyes in an instant, and at the same time closing his ears, with his vision and hearing blocked, and no longer under the control of the magic eye. Yishaw rushed forward again and came directly to Francis. Ah! Francis was hit hard continuously, and was angry. He raised his leg and hit him with his knee. But at this moment, Yishaw suddenly leaned down and dodged the attack. Suddenly, black liquid gushed out from his back and turned into spikes. Puff! The black spike pierced directly from Francis' thigh and penetrated Francis' thigh. Francis screamed immediately. Then Yishaw held Francis' head and ran, pushing Francis' body. Bang! Francis hit the wall again, and Yishaw's other hand turned into a war hammer, and he raised his hand and smashed it towards Francis' head. Magic eye! Francis immediately shouted, and the magic eye on his chest suddenly burst into 3 color streams of light. Bang! The 3 color streams of light quickly condensed into a colorful barrier, blocking the war hammer. Get out of the way! Francis roared, punching Yishaw, who did not block it hard, but jumped upwards. At the moment of jumping up, a black liquid gushed out of his body again, quickly wrapping around Francis' arm. Bang! The black liquid dragged and yanked Francis away again, and he fell far away. Yishaw used the black liquid to stick to the ceiling and ran quickly. Black liquid kept dripping from his back, and quickly turned into a knife shape. As Yishaw ran above, the black knife slashed across the ground. Chapter 1518 Demon Form. Francis rolled sideways in a panic, avoiding being cut in half, and then crawled down from the ground with a grim face. Francis was very tough, although his expression was grim. He did not make any sound, but the wound on his thigh could not have no effect. Even if he could endure the pain, the wound would affect Francis' movement. This had nothing to do with his will, but was the instinct of his body. Yishaw fell from the ceiling, moved like a snake again, and rushed towards Francis. Francis no longer wanted to fight Yishaw in close combat, because he couldn't beat him. The deadly attack method was too strange and tricky, and the black liquid on his body could change into any form at will, making it impossible to defend against. Although he didn't have any so-called tricks, he was stronger than Yishaw in the state of martial arts supreme in close combat. Secondly, the blinding and deafening tricks could only be used once. The first time they succeeded was the best chance to kill Yishaw, but it was a pity that Francis didn't seize it. If used now, just like before, as long as there is precaution, blinding and deafening will not work. Seeing Yishaw rushing over, Francis directly crossed his arm, and the 3 magic eyes on his left arm suddenly opened. Yishaw felt the danger, or rather, the fatal sense of danger, and quickly jumped to the side. Boom! The red light suddenly flashed in the 3 magic eyes, and then a wall behind Yishaw made a loud noise, and then collapsed. It was an invisible attack similar to a shock wave, but as long as you see the opportunity when the magic eyes flash, you can avoid it. Yishaw jumped up again, stretched out his hand and swung it. A stream of black liquid overflowed and turned into a whip, whipping towards Francis. Bang! Francis spread out his left hand, and a magic eye on his left palm opened. The magic eye on Francis' right palm was for defense, which could absorb attacks and return them, which was considered a defensive counterattack, while Francis' left palm was attack. The black light flickered, and it did not condense into a vortex, but condensed into a sword, slashing towards the black liquid. Puff! The sword fell. The black liquid was cut off, and a small piece fell to the ground. Francis breathed a sigh of relief and cut off the whip condensed by the black liquid, which was considered to have taken Yishaw's attack. But at this moment, puff! The falling black liquid suddenly turned into a sharp thorn, bounced up from the ground, and pierced into Francis' other thigh. Ah! Francis screamed, then knelt on one knee on the ground, gritted his teeth, pulled out the black thorn, and threw it far away. Yisha roamed in front of Francis and said coldly, "Your legs are broken now. How can you fight me?" As Yisha spoke, he raised his right hand, and the black liquid surged again, turning into a beheading knife, and fell on Francis' head. Clang! Francis quickly held the lightsaber condensed by the black light in front of him, blocking Yisha's attack. But his legs could not exert force. Or rather, Francis felt a severe pain in his legs as soon as he exerted force. Puff! Francis's raised lightsaber was immediately pressed down, and the guillotine fell directly on Francis' shoulder. Puff! Blood splattered. The guillotine passed over Francis' shoulder and directly cut off Francis' entire right arm. With a flick of the blade, the broken arm was swept away. Yisha was ferocious again. "Okay. Now the most troublesome thing on you is gone." Francis's magic eyes were very terrifying, and the effects of those magic eyes were also different, and they seemed to be of various kinds. Francis may not only have the magic eye as his ability. The ancient Thai boxing fighting technique is the best proof. But Francis' strength is undoubtedly built on the magic eye. Among those magic eyes, the most troublesome one is of course the one that can absorb attacks and return them. That magic eye alone can limit many of Yisha's abilities. In fact, it is not correct to say that it limits Yisha. But no matter who he faces, the magic eye can make great restrictions. That was undoubtedly Francis' most powerful magic eye. And now, that magic eye is gone. Ah! Francis looked at Yisha approaching and screamed madly. The next moment, all the closed magic eyes on Francis' chest, neck, and left arm suddenly opened at this moment. Open eyes! Francis roared, demon form. As all the magic eyes opened, Francis' body lit up with various colors of light, wrapping around Francis' body. Francis' body did not change much, except that his skin turned dark, and he seemed to be covered with a layer of scales similar to fish scales, which spread from his waist to his neck. Although the wounds on his body did not heal, the bleeding suddenly stopped, especially the wound on his shoulder, which was originally bleeding like a tide. But it suddenly stopped bleeding. Yisha's eyes were stern, and he immediately jumped forward, and then jumped up in front of Francis. Yisha did not intend to give Francis a chance to counterattack, and decisively launched another attack. Behind Yisha, the black liquid surged again, and the liquid fell rapidly, turning into more than a dozen black spikes, falling towards Francis. Roar! Francis raised his head and roared, then punched the ground, smashing a piece of the ground, and turned over a huge rock to hit Yisha. The black spikes continued to penetrate the huge rock, piercing it, but failed to hit Francis' body, the domain of the demonic eye. At the same time, Francis took advantage of the moment of avoiding the attack and activated his domain ability. Under Francis' feet, a circle of black smoke quickly spread out to the surroundings, forming a domain range. At the same time, in the center of the domain, a golden pupil emerged, slowly opened, and shone with a seductive light. Yisha passed through the broken stones and came to Francis. His left hand turned into a sword and chopped down Francis' head. Francis raised his head, defense. The magic eye on Francis' body burst out with dazzling light, covering a larger range than before, completely covering Francis' front, and then quickly materialized and hardened at the same time. Clang! Yisha's sword was just like it hit the wall, and was directly shaken away. Francis raised his left arm, and shouted again, "Magic flame!" Puff! 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 The sound of flames jumping suddenly rang around Yisha's body. And then, boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the strong impact force hit Yisha's body, knocking Yisha away, and he fell heavily to the ground, rolling continuously. Chapter 1519, Back and Forth. The black liquid on Yisha's body showed a slight sign of degradation, and Yisha's body emerged. But Francis's attack was so powerful that the red flame armor was even shattered at the moment of activation. However, the black liquid quickly emerged again, quickly wrapped around Yisha's body, and entered a fatal state again. Francis waved his hand again, and the magic eye on his waist suddenly lit up. This time, it was azure blue. Yisha was very familiar with that feeling. Demon thunder. Around Yisha, black thunder balls suddenly appeared, and then rushed towards Yisha. The attack method was exactly the same as the previous flame. However, this time, Yisha did not need to dodge. Sizzle! The sound of the current flowing was particularly harsh, wrapping around Yisha's body and constantly flowing into Yisha's body. But Yisha did not react at all. The thunder core was activated. The black current was all absorbed into Yisha's body. However, Yisha was still surprised. His thunder core had not been replenished due to continuous use, and it was currently maintained at about 60% of its capacity. Francis's attack directly increased the capacity of the thunder core to about 70%. If there was no thunder core, the power of this attack would be absolutely unimaginable. Of course, Yisha was now hoping that Francis would come a few more times so that his thunder core capacity would be full, and he could use it directly when it was full, and then Francis would continue to replenish it for Yisha. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Francis is not stupid. Francis remembered that when Yisha was on Devil Island, he directly absorbed the electric current, but the electric current used at that time was Yisha's own. So Francis thought that Yisha could only absorb his own electric current. But seeing that his magic thunder was also easily absorbed by Yisha, Francis immediately realized that all lightning attacks were useless to Yisha. So he naturally stopped using them and punched forward. The black flames that had appeared before appeared again, and along with Francis's fists, they kept flying towards Yisha. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames landed. An explosion sounded continuously around Yisha. It would be more accurate to say that the attack of the flames was an explosion rather than a burning. Yisha's figure moved quickly. In the fatal form, Yisha's movement was not restricted by any terrain at all. He could run on the ground, walls, and ceilings, quickly avoiding the range of the explosion. Yisha suddenly twisted his body in midair, and black liquid gushed out from his back, swinging towards Francis. During the swing, the black liquid quickly condensed into a shape, and the front end became like an axe, slashing towards Francis' waist. Defense? Francis shouted in a low voice, and several magic eyes emitted light again. Those lights condensed together to form a barrier that was very similar to the brain's ability, shaking the axe away. The next moment, Francis bent down and pressed one hand on the ground. The demon beast materialized. The demon eye behind Francis emitted a gray light. The gray light fell to the ground along Francis' body like mercury, forming a circle with an obscure symbol in the center. Then, 3 zombie-like things came out of the circle. They were covered with gray hair and were about half a meter tall. They had no facial features on their heads, only a fist-sized single eye, and rushed towards Yisha quickly. Yisha grinned, not knowing what to say about Francis's magic eye. This ability is really versatile. Thunder, fire, barrier, blinding, deafening, absorption, as well as the ability of demon form and domain. Especially the ability to absorb attacks and return them is particularly rogue. Just like a battle kaleidoscope. If the dying car has this ability to sell, Yisha believes it will definitely be a sky-high price. But no matter how powerful Francis's ability is, Yisha can only go out in one way now. A road called killing him. The 3-headed monster that Francis summoned by illusion was obviously to restrict Yisha's movement. It was very fast, and it could also run horizontally on the wall, or even run upside down on the ceiling. Any attack, no matter how powerful, must hit first. Yisha reacted quickly, and then the ceiling and the wall continued to jump, still moving in that weird way. But the 3-headed monster caught up. After Yisha jumped several times in a row, he looked sideways and saw that the 3 monsters were following closely. One of them suddenly opened its mouth and bit Yisha, biting his arm. However, at the moment when the monster was about to bite hard, puff, puff, the black liquid on Yisha's arm suddenly squirmed and turned into 2 black thorns, piercing the monster's head, one above and one below. The monster opened its mouth, fell to the ground, and then turned into a gray smoke and disappeared. Yisha's left hand once again condensed the black liquid into a knife, and with a fierce sweep, he cut the body of another monster into 2. This monster not only looks like a zombie dog, but its strength is also very weak. About the same as a zombie dog, or even weaker than a zombie dog. To kill a zombie dog, you have to cut off its head. But you can kill these monsters by cutting off their bodies. At the moment of killing the second monster, Yisha turned around and grabbed the head of the last monster with one hand. Bang! Yisha grabbed the head of the monster with his palm and squeezed it hard, and the head of the monster exploded. However, at this moment, the magic flames released by Francis also reached Yisha. Francis succeeded. Although the 3-headed phantom summoned magic beasts were vulnerable, they delayed Yisha for a while. In just this short period of time, Francis successfully got the opportunity to attack. Boom! 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 The magic flames fell around Yisha and exploded again. Feeling the huge impact, Yisha seemed to be hit hard by a huge hammer. His body flew out and rolled continuously on the ground. Because of the red flame armor, the black liquid covering the body also has strong defensive properties in the fatal state. Yisha was not seriously injured, but felt pain in the bones of his whole body. But this is just a hard injury caused by the impact of the explosion. Just grit your teeth and bear it. However, the black liquid covering Yisha's body has dissipated a little, and it is obvious that a lot of it has been blown away again. Yisha took a deep breath, and then said to Fatal in his heart, "Go back. I can do it myself from now on." Fatal's voice sounded, "Are you sure?" Yisha resolutely, "Of course." Chapter 1520 Prelude to Counterattack. Francis lost one arm. Even if he entered the demon state, he only had one arm. The most troublesome absorption and return magic eye could not be used. In this case, it means that Yisha's ability can be used, and there is no need to be afraid of the magic eye. The black liquid slowly receded, and the fatality returned to Yisha's body. Francis was still under the attack of the magic flame. He didn't know that Yisha made the fatality retreat by himself. He just thought that his explosion was effective, and the black liquid on Yisha's body had dissipated. Well, of course, we should pursue the victory. The floating black flames appeared again, in groups, floating towards Yisha. At this moment, sizzle! Yisha stretched out his hand fiercely, and an electric current emerged from his palm. Then Yisha grasped it, grabbed the electric current, and threw it forward. Boom! 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 The electric current was like a huge blade, and the moment it swept forward, it cut through all the floating magic flames. And at the moment of cutting through, the magic flames also exploded continuously in the air. Sparks exploded one after another, and then Yisha bent his knees and rushed forward like a cheetah. Ghost step! Yisha's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he passed through the explosion area and appeared in front of Francis. Die! Yisha shouted. Punch forward, and the electric current wrapped around his arm, making crackling sounds. Heavy punch. Francis' pupils shrank, and then the magic eye on his body emitted a strange black light again, quickly spreading forward, and then formed a barrier to block him. Bang! Yisha landed a punch on the barrier, and the barrier began to tremble, making a crack sound. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared. The electric current wrapped around his arm not only did not decrease, but even became more intense. Not only was the arc released by the destroyer himself, but Yisha also used the power of the Thunder Emperor to release the electric current. Snap! Suddenly, the barrier made a crisp sound, and finally couldn't bear the weight and completely shattered. Yisha punched through the barrier and then hit Francis. Bang! Feeling the huge force coming, Francis' body slid backwards, stepped over the waterway, and continuously stirred up the water. Looking up, Yisha had come to kill again. Francis immediately stretched out his left hand, opened the magic eye in the palm of his hand, and quickly released black light, then condensed into a solid body and turned into a sword. Dang! Yisha also drew his sword at the first time, and the sword fell into Nanjiang with a crisp sound of sword ringing, and then broke out of the sheath. The two men's weapons collided with each other. Their faces were ferocious. They exerted force, competed, and pushed each other. Because of the collision of power, the sword body even trembled slightly, making a ka-la sound. God of War! Yisha suddenly shouted. God of War, hold this sword and enter the God of War state. Physical fitness will increase by 75%. The duration is 300 seconds. And after each use, there is a 1800-second interval before the next use. After Yisha activated the God of War state, his physical fitness improved, and his strength suddenly became stronger. Francis felt the pressure instantly, and his body was constantly pushed back. Open it for me! Yisha roared again, and then raised the sword Luo Nanjiang upwards, shaking the lightsaber in Francis' hand away. Francis retreated continuously, and then a barrier of light appeared in front of him again. But Yisha slashed it down with his sword without any hesitation, because the barrier was ineffective against Jian Luo Nanjiang. Wishwang, this sword can cut through any protective gear. At the same time, as the barrier was easily cut, Francis's face suddenly changed, partly because of surprise, and partly because of the effect of coercion. Coercion, This sword can oppress the target to a certain extent. Francis felt a huge pressure. Without the magic eye that could absorb damage, Francis felt that he could not resist Yishaw's attack at all. However, after looking at the magic eye that emerged from the ground, Francis's wavering confidence soon returned. Hold on for a while. Just hold on for a while, Francis thought as he raised his sword and rushed towards Yishaw. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. As Francis blocked the sword, the magic eye on his arm immediately emitted a white-hot light. Ghost step! Yishaw immediately used the ghost step to retreat. And in an instant, he was about 7 or 8 meters away from Francis. And then stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. Blindness again. However, having been tricked once before, Yishaw would never let Francis succeed again. Moreover, while fighting with Francis before, Yishaw also counted silently and estimated the time of blindness and deafness. Both are the same. A full 10 minutes. 10 minutes without any sound or sight. That's basically the end. If it's not fatal, Yishaw can't hold on even if he relies on the 12 trials of immortality to revive. So, Francis must not be allowed to succeed. Francis watched Yishaw dodge, but his expression didn't change much. Blindness is indeed useful the first time, but it's hard to succeed after the other party knows it. But this is enough for Francis, and it delays some time. At the same time, after Yishaw pulled away, he did not stop attacking and threw out a stack of A4 papers, which kept fluttering and covered Francis. Francis built a barrier in front of him again. Although he could not stop the sword from falling to Nanjiang, he was still confident that he could stop these paper blades. But at this moment, Z-Law, the sound of electric current surging suddenly sounded. Before Francis could react, a current suddenly rushed out from behind, using the fluttering paper blades as a cover. So fast, Francis found that his barrier could not keep up with the speed of the electric current. With a bang, the electric current hit Francis' chest before the barrier was formed. Because of the cover of the paper blade, when Francis wanted to dodge, it was too late. The whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, rolling on the ground continuously. After finally supporting the ground with one hand and stabilizing his body, Francis opened his mouth and spit out blood before he could get up. Face like gold paper. The terrifying thing about the electric current attack is the same as the hidden power of the martial arts supreme. It is not just the surface that is injured. What is more terrifying is that the electric current can penetrate the body through the skin. Moreover, it is hard to defend against. Francis gritted his teeth and stood up, and then saw a figure flash in front of him. Yishaw used the ghost step to close the distance again and came directly to Francis. Chapter 1521 God Can't Save Me. Snake Bite. Yishaw stretched out his left arm, and the shadow of the purple-scaled python emerged, showing its fangs and looking very ferocious. Then Yishaw grabbed Francis' neck and lifted him up. Yishaw looked at Francis. Now, it's your turn to die. Francis gritted his teeth. You can't kill me. You will regret it. Yishaw, I look forward to the feeling of regret. As Yishaw spoke, he squeezed Francis' neck. Feeling suffocated, Francis shouted, Don't you want to know who wants to kill you? Don't you want to know who ordered me to do it? Yishaw, it's either Dongfang Yu or Malfarian. Right? Francis's face suddenly changed, and Yishaw lowered his mouth, looking at Francis's expression. Yishaw knew that he was right. Yishaw, there are only 3 people who are qualified to order you to kill me. The train conductor and 2 deputy train conductors. The train conductor is impossible because he has no reason to kill me. On the contrary, my strength is something he is happy to see. I can neither threaten him nor help him. Yishaw looked at Francis' changing expression, and the curve of his mouth became more obvious. So, it can only be the deputy conductor. Yishaw, because I can already threaten him. But I didn't expect that they would be so eager to attack me just after my strength broke through the extraordinary. Francis, then don't you want to know which of the 2 people it is? Yishaw, I don't care much. Of course, I don't mind listening to what you want to say. Francis, yes. Francis's eyes suddenly swept across the magic eye that appeared on the ground. The pupil in the center had completely turned golden, and Francis' expression suddenly became ferocious. Francis gritted his teeth. You better go to hell to ask. Suddenly, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the ground under his feet suddenly trembled. A dazzling golden light appeared in the huge magic eye on the ground. The golden light spread to both sides, forming a circle of rising cylinders, and then wrapped Yishaw and Francis in it. You're done. Francis laughed. Get ready to go to hell. Yisha looked at Francis expressionlessly. Do you think that I don't know you're stalling for time after all the nonsense you've said? Do you think I won't be on guard when the field hasn't shown any effect? Bang! Yisha suddenly threw his hand, and threw Francis right in the center of the magic eye. Yisha, the reason I let you stall for time is because I want to kill you with your most powerful means. Yisha finished speaking, and then waved his hand forward fiercely. Countless flames surged out from under Yisha's feet, spreading wildly around. Yisha shouted softly, Sunshine! Sunshine, large-scale defense ability. Can resist all attacks. Lasts for 15 seconds. And has a 24-hour interval between uses. Absolute defense from the red flame armor. The surging flame suddenly surged towards Yisha's head, like a huge fiery red crown, covering Yisha's surroundings. The flowing red flames were as brilliant as the sunset glow, and the magic eye was attacking frantically. The golden light column rising from the center of the magic eye was a domain attack. Everything within the golden light column was torn apart frantically. Even at the edge of the golden light column, the space seemed to be torn apart, and black cracks appeared one after another. The cracks were filled with nothingness and chaos, as if connected to another space. The ground continued to break apart, and countless stones surged up. The moment those stones flew through those cracks, they were crushed into powder in an instant, and turned into fine sand, and scattered on the ground. However, Yisha stood in the center of the golden light column, watching everything with cold eyes. But nothing happened. Absolute defense is of course absolute. Rizhao's defense cannot be broken. Within 15 seconds, all attacks cannot hurt Yisha. Therefore, it is called absolute defense, and can withstand all attacks. Francis' face showed a look of horror. He had waited for so long just for this moment. This is his strongest killer move. So terrifying that it can even tear apart space. So, what else can't be torn apart? But reality taught Francis a lesson. Yisha stood in the center of the golden light column, unshakable. Do you think it's over? Now it's my turn. Yisha drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang, holding it upside down, and stood it in front of himself, saying fiercely, the whole world belongs to the king. The whole world belongs to the king, domain, since the world belongs to you. Everything in the world naturally belongs to you. Within the scope of the domain, all weapons, skills, and abilities used by the target can be imagined and materialized, lasting for 360 seconds, and the interval between each use is 48 hours. The sword fell on Nanjiang's sword, and a large piece of silver-white light burst out. The light surged in all directions, and actually directly covered Francis's magic eye field. And then a silver pupil appeared in the center. The pupil slowly opened, and then the silver light formed a circle, rising little by little, and turned into a cylinder, directly covering the golden cylinder. Nothing seemed to have changed, except that the golden cylinder turned silver. But Francis's horrified expression betrayed him, because Francis knew very well that the duration of his magic eye field had passed. The current magic eye field was Yisha's, and the target was naturally changed to Francis. Yisha sneered. Don't you like to use other people's tricks? This time, try your own tricks. You can't kill him. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yisha. Yisha frowned and looked behind him. A woman in a small suit appeared behind Yisha, looked at him, and lifted her black-framed glasses. Yisha tilted his head. You Wang? You Tong Kong? Yisha vaguely remembered that Gan Lin had mentioned the other party's name. Yu Tong Kong. He is one of the 4 stars, a service provider of the Doomsday train. If you kill him, it is equivalent to challenging the rules of the Doomsday train. So this matter ends here. Yisha disdainfully. You want to stop me? Yu Tong Kong. I can assure you that he will not cause you any more trouble, or even appear in front of you. This is good for everyone. Yisha repeated. I am asking you. Do you want to stop me? Yu Tong Kong frowned, not understanding what Yisha meant. At this moment, Francis suddenly screamed, and the flesh and blood on his body peeled off piece by piece in the silver beam of light. The person I want to kill. Yisha looked at Yu Tong Kong. Even God can't save him. Chapter 1522 Archon asks for help. In an instant, Francis' body was cut into pieces, and his flesh and blood kept falling off and scattered all over the ground. Yu Tong Kong frowned and looked at Francis. This was really a man that even God couldn't save. Yisha spread his hands. So, now you want to continue his unfinished work? Yu Tong Kong. 4 stars do not participate in the fight on the Doomsday train. We are just servants. Yisha. What you said is not convincing at all. As Yisha spoke, he glanced at Francis' body. Yu Tongkong, that was his personal behavior, not the will of 4 stars. Yisha, well, since you don't plan to do it, goodbye. Yu Tongkong seemed to be hesitating about something, and then watched Yisha turn around and continue forward along the underground sewer. His figure completely disappeared, and in the end, he did nothing, but turned around and left, picking up the phone. Super Beast. Yu Tongkong, Francis is dead. If he dies, he dies. A rough voice came from the other end of the phone. We warned him not to get too close to Dongfang Yu, but he got himself killed. What can we do? Come back and finish this mission first. Yu Tongkong, okay. Yu Tongkong left from the other side of the underground sewer and disappeared quickly. On the other side, Yisha was running away. Behind Yisha were densely packed black beasts, blocking the entire underground sewer. The reason for the appearance of the black beasts was that a large area of the ground was broken, and it was obviously collapsed due to the battle, resulting in all the black beasts running underground. It's endless. After running for a distance, seeing the dense black shadows suddenly appear in front of him, Yisha stretched out his hand and threw out a pile of A4 paper, which turned into paper wings again, and then spread his wings and flew out of the underground waterway. The streets were also densely packed with black beasts, and the sound of fighting could be heard everywhere. In this place, it was not easy to find a place to rest temporarily. It could be regarded as a real endless battlefield. Besides fighting, there is still fighting. Hey! At this time, Yisha suddenly heard a shout, and looked sideways. On a building next to him, Niepa was standing on the edge, waving at Yisha. Yisha retracted his paper wings and landed on the roof, and then saw Yu and Mu Jian were there. The 3 of them were on the roof, cooking with camping supplies. Yisha, you are so free. Niepa, don't worry. The 4th and 5th floors of this building have collapsed, and those black beasts can't get up. As for the outer wall, if there is no target, those black beasts will not climb it casually, and they are all active on the ground. Yu opened the lid of the pot, revealing instant noodles. Eat something? Yisha sat down without hesitation. Did you find anything? Mu Jiayun, only one clue. Mu Jiayun took out a map. This is subway line 3. What might be inside? Yisha, why? Yu, because there are no black beasts. Yisha, no black beasts? Yu, yes. I went in. The commercial street outside the subway station was clearly full of black beasts, and the entrance to the subway station was not closed. But there was no black beasts found in the subway station. But there were zombies instead. There are no black beasts. But zombies? Yisha scratched his head. Could it be that the power of the apostles did not radiate to the subway station? It is normal for there to be zombies in the subway station. Wherever there is a dense flow of people, there are many zombies. Subway stations are such places. There are too many people coming in and out. When the end of the world comes, if the zombies infected with the virus appear at the first time, then all the people in the car will become zombies. Especially after mixing with the zombies. The virus suddenly broke out while the subway was running, and there was no place to run. And then it spread from the car to the station. And finally all the platforms, and all the humans in the subway became zombies. However, the power of the apostles covered the entire city, turning the zombies into black beasts. But the subway station was not affected? Is it because the power of the apostles cannot penetrate the underground? Yisha felt that this possibility was very small. Yu, we plan to rest for a while, and then go to Metro Line 3 to see if there is anything we can find. Do you want to come with us? Yisha thought about it and nodded. Yisha has nothing to do, and he currently has no clues and does not know how to find Apostle X. In this case, he can only grasp all the clues that may become clues. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a tremor at his waist, then took out his PDA and looked at it, immediately threw away his chopsticks, and stood up. I'm not going. Yisha, be careful. Yisha spread his paper wings again, and jumped out from the roof. Hey! Hey! Yu shouted twice, then spread her hands. What the hell is going on? Niepa shrugged. Don't worry about him. He is the chief steward after all, and his goal is different from ours. Our goal is to get into the top 10 of the kill list as much as possible, ensure enough rewards, and then consider other things. He only has the apostles in his eyes. Yu, that's right. If this guy is here, We will have fewer prey. By the way, let's study where Comp's research base is. Killing Comp's armed personnel will also be ranked. While Yu and the others were talking, Yisha was madly increasing his speed, occasionally glancing at the PDA, the screen of which was constantly flashing red light. The Archon's distress signal. Based on the positioning of the PDA, Yisha quickly confirmed the Archon's location, and then quickly flew towards the Archon's location. This place. He looked around. Port? The new third city is close to the Pacific Ocean. There is an archipelago near the coast, most of which are volcanic islands, with a large number of famous hot springs. Of course, the Archon could not go out to sea. The location of the Archon was marked on the PDA, which was an industrial port near the coastline, with a large number of cranes and containers piled up. Yisha landed at the entrance of the port, and then entered the port. There are black beasts in the port, but there is no need to be afraid, because they are not living black beasts, but a large number of black beast corpses. The black beasts in this place have been killed. Moreover, the black beasts in this location are not dense, because there is a very empty road away from the port, which makes the black beast tide break. Yisha took 2 steps back and quickly climbed up the wire fence. After climbing over it, he entered the port and looked at the PDA. He was very close to the Archon. However, Yisha could only know that the Archon was nearby, because of the thumbnail ratio. The location shown on the PDA could not be very accurate, and it only determined the approximate area. Chapter 1523 Everyone Must Die. Yisha checked the map on the PDA, then looked around, wondering where the Archon was most likely to be in the port, and then took a step forward. Then, at this moment, welcome to this game feast. This game is called Everyone Must Die. If you can't be the last person alive, of course you can only die. Sounds suddenly rang out all around. Yisha looked up suddenly, and kept looking around. The sound came from far away, and it was impossible to tell the direction. The sound was electronically processed, and it came from all directions. If you listen carefully, you will find that there is more than one source of sound, whether far or near. What the hell? Yisha muttered, took a step back, and then felt that he hit something. Looking back, there seemed to be something looming in front of the barbed wire. Yisha reached out and touched it, then raised his eyebrows. Barrier? This is not a barrier for defense. It feels like a wall, constantly extending to both sides. It seems to be a barrier of restraint, trapping people inside. Yisha pushed hard, and the faint traces became very obvious. But it still blocked Yisha's palm, making Yisha unable to touch the wire mesh. Only in, not out? Yisha bent his legs slightly, then jumped up suddenly, and jumped up more than 3 meters. Yisha felt that he hit something. His head hurt, and Yisha fell back to the ground. Yisha looked up and saw a barrier above his head. But this time the barrier was not black, but a huge black circle covering the main port, with black gas coming out of the edge and a huge rune engraved in the center. Yisha was surprised. Domain? Yisha originally wanted to try to destroy the barrier, but since it was a domain, Yisha gave up destroying it. Domains are basically indestructible, because the limitation of domains is generally time. If the time is not up, it will always exist. There are only a few exceptions, such as the dragon tomb that Samuel used. Dragon tomb is also a domain, but it belongs to the terrain domain. As the name suggests, it is to create a kind of terrain. This kind of domain has the possibility of destruction, because it is not limited by time, but by terrain. As long as the terrain is destroyed, the domain can be destroyed. But the domain floating above Yisha's head is obviously not a terrain domain. The port is still a port, and there is no change in the terrain, which means that it is not a terrain domain and cannot be destroyed. I want to see what the trick is. Unable to leave for a while, and unable to find the Archon, Yisha simply continued to walk forward. But at this moment, bang! Gunshots suddenly rang out, and flames appeared around Yisha's body, quickly crystallizing. And then, with a click, the bullet easily penetrated the crystallized flames. But because of the crystallized flames, the trajectory was offset, brushing past Yisha's body, and then shattered the crystallized flames on the other side of Yisha's body, hitting the barrier. What a powerful force! The power of this shot surprised Yisha. It not only shattered the crystallized flame, but also penetrated 2 layers from front to back. When it hit the barrier, it still retained a certain amount of power. If it was hit directly, The extent of the damage can be imagined. Yisha looked down at the bullet, which was still surrounded by some black electric current. Why does it feel a little familiar? Yisha looked sideways, and then his surprise turned into astonishment. Yisha was also experienced. Based on the trajectory of the bullet, he could roughly guess the direction of the opponent, and then looked at a container diagonally in front. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of hiding, and stood up directly from the container. And then, Yisha saw Nyepa. No way. Yisha's eyes widened. Ionization collision? And at the moment when Yisha was stunned, Nyepa quickly turned over and jumped off the container, and quickly disappeared. After losing Nyepa's trace, Yisha came back to his senses and immediately ran to the place where the containers were piled up. At the same time, he picked up the phone and dialed Nyepa's number. The area above the head restricted the people who entered and left, but it did not restrict the communication signal. The phone rang twice, and Nyepa answered the phone. Hello? Calling me just after leaving? Do you need help? Yisha, where are you? Nyepa, still on the roof, making snacks after dinner, grilling onion rings. Yisha hung up the phone and cursed. What the hell? On the other side, Nyepa was holding the phone with a puzzled look on his face, wondering what the hell was going on. Yisha believed that he was not wrong. His previous location was about 150 meters away from the sniper point. He had eagle-patterned pupils, and would not be affected by the night. The person he saw was undoubtedly Nyepa. If Yisha had not seen Nyepa and the other two on the roof before, Yisha would have really suspected that Nyepa was lying. He made the call on impulse, and could not confirm anything. However, after making the call and listening to Nyepa's voice, Yisha calmed down. The man he saw just now could not be Nyepa. Yisha had paper wings, and was definitely much faster than Nyepa. It was almost impossible for Nyepa to get ahead of Yisha and come here to ambush him. So, who was Nyepa just now? Moreover, people can impersonate, with the ability to disguise, silicone masks and the like. But how can ionization collision impersonate? That thing is made from a blueprint, and has the same nature as the items in the treasure list. And there is only one. Yisha rushed into the area where the containers were piled up, and then slowed down. The opponent was very smart, and the first shot missed, and the position would inevitably be exposed at such a close distance. So he left decisively, but he did not necessarily leave the container area. So after entering this area, Yisha became cautious. Slowly walking along the aisle between the containers, Yisha cautiously explored the surroundings. Not only the nearby aisles might be ambushed, but also the top of the container. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from the air. Ice and Snow God. The Ice and Snow God couldn't chirp for no reason. The only possibility was warning. The Ice and Snow God was using his chirping sound to warn Yisha. Yisha instinctively jumped back almost when he heard the Ice and Snow God's chirping sound. The next moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the top of the container, and then punched the ground. Boom! As Yisha jumped away, the opponent's fist hit the ground directly, smashing the ground into pieces, and a large number of spider web cracks appeared. Then, Yisha widened his eyes again, showing a look of horror. Devil's arm. Yisha looked at the figure standing up straight, and couldn't help blurting out, Kong Max? The person who jumped down from the container and attacked Yisha was Kong Max. Chapter 1520 for those companions. Kong Max missed the first attack and quickly chased after Yisha, swinging his fist and hooking at Yisha. Bang! Kong Max's fist hit the container, punching a hole in it. Yisha cursed in his heart. And then when Kong Max rushed over, he suddenly rushed forward. What Yisha didn't expect was that Kong Max didn't defend himself or even fight back, and just let Yisha rush to him. Then Yisha grabbed Kong Max's neck and pressed Kong Max's body onto the container. Yisha felt something strange. Kong Max was obviously not moving on purpose. What does this mean? Let him kill me. At this time, the previous voice sounded again. You are facing an extremely difficult choice. Will you kill your companions and let yourself live? Or surrender to friendship and let him go? Crack! Yisha twisted his wrist and broke Kong Max's neck, and threw the body aside. The voice stopped abruptly. Yisha disdainfully, idiot. Since Nyepa is fake, Kong Max is also fake. Besides, what reason does Kong Max have to attack Yisha? Of course, there may be a slight possibility, but the moment Kong Max stopped attacking, Yisha was sure that the other party must be fake. Stopping the attack was obviously to cooperate with the voice. If it was the real Kong Max, how stupid would he be to put himself in danger and cooperate with the voice? The voice disappeared, and Yisha squatted down to look at the corpse, pinching the other party's chin and looking around. It was not a silicone mask, and there was nothing on the opponent's face. The figure and appearance seemed to be exactly the same, but it was definitely not Kong Max, because there was no mysterious voice to prompt the kill, and the Demon King's arm in Kong Max's hand disappeared. If there was no mysterious voice to prompt, even if the Demon King's arm was still there, Yisha could not take it away. But at least it could be proved that it was a prop produced on the Doomsday train. But it just disappeared like that. This situation has never been encountered before. Yisha stood up, then walked past the container, and went around to the side. The sound just now appeared quite suddenly, and was quite close, as if it was around. Yisha roughly determined the direction. And then, Yisha found something similar to a tape recorder. But Yisha knew that this thing was a high-end product, and its full name was called a stereo sound recorder. This thing is used by the military. Or in other words, it is mainly used by snipers in the military. The recording is perfect, just like the real sound, without any noise or change in timbre. And there is a transceiver, which will give a signal when the target approaches a certain range. Then you can remotely control the sound, and even set the number. And you can freely play different words to attract the other party's attention. When the other party approaches within half a meter, it will give a signal again, and then shoot and kill. Even in places with many shelters such as mountains and forests, where you can't determine the other party's position through the scope, you can use this thing to snipe the other party. Because, as long as you know the location of the stereo native recorder. Seeing this thing, Yisha knew what the other party was doing. It is estimated that there are these things everywhere. And then play the recording at the same time. The sound is like coming from all directions, whether far or near. Someone is definitely playing tricks. You don't need to look at these things to know that. The domain ability is the best proof. Nyep and Kong Max who suddenly appeared do look real, but Yisha can also guess that they are definitely fakes. Most likely it is the effect created by the domain above. The problem now is how to find the Archon and leave this place. Click. Click. At this time, Yisha suddenly heard the sound of metal collision in his ears. He looked up and around, and then found that the containers on both sides were constantly shaking. The next moment, bang! The containers on both sides suddenly moved and suddenly closed together. Yisha immediately stretched out his hand to resist the impact of the containers. Yisha looked up and cursed, "Asshole. It's Yiyu's turn this time?" Yiyu stood on the top of the container. The containers on both sides moved. It was obviously Yiyu's brain ability. Then Yiyu stretched out his hand to support it. 7 dust swords. 7 small swords appeared above Yiyu's palm, constantly rising and falling, and then suddenly stabbed down at Yisha. However, the moment the tip of the sword approached Yisha, red flame suddenly surged out, and the red flame armor was activated. The crystallized flames blocked Yiyu's 7 dust sword, and then Yisha's arm suddenly exerted force, pushing the containers pressing on both sides away, and then jumped up. Bang! When Yisha jumped above the containers on both sides slammed shut with a loud noise. After landing on the container, Yisha immediately rushed towards Yiyu. There is no possibility that Yiyu is real. The real Yiyu is with Nyepa. Yiyu in front of Yisha looked at Yisha and did not retreat. She stretched out her hand and pushed forward. Word spirit. Push. Bang. Yisha felt a force coming from his body, and then his muscles tightened instantly. But he could not resist it at all. His body flew backwards and hit the container. Yiyu stretched out her hand again and wiped it in front of him. Cut! Yisha quickly rolled on the container. At the moment when Yisha turned over and left, a stream of wind passed by, and a cut appeared where Yisha was lying before. The next moment, Yiyu spread her hands again and activated her brain power. The surrounding containers quickly floated up and fell towards Yisha. Yisha quickly ran to the side to avoid the location where the container hit. Yisha felt that the other party's ability was a bit abnormal. These counterfeits look exactly the same, but the things they use and the abilities they master are also exactly the same. This is difficult. You will die in the hands of your companions. Ha ha ha. The voice appeared again, laughing. Yisha didn't care. It was a sneak attack before, but now that it found that Yisha was not affected at all, it just went straight for it. The sound was obviously from the stereo sound machine. purely to distract Yisha. However, even if he was not distracted, Yisha could not do anything. He felt the omnipotence of Yi on Devil Island. But this time, the target was Yisha himself. Word Spirit. Burn. As Yi spoke, he stretched out his hand and pressed forward. And countless fireballs appeared around Yisha, quickly gathering around him. Yisha quickly spread his paper wings and flew into the air. Boom! At the moment Yisha flew up, the fireballs collided and exploded suddenly. The impact of the explosion even blew Yisha away. Chapter 1525. A sudden turn of events. Yisha kept rolling in the air, and finally stabilized his body. He raised his hand and made a pistol gesture, pointing at Yu. Zila! The current surged, and a stream of electricity shot towards Yu. Word Spirit. Slowed down. Yu waved her hand casually, and the current shot out by Yisha was like a 16-fold slow motion. Then Yu moved sideways lightly and avoided the attack. But having such a moment of opportunity was enough for Yisha. Ghost Step. Yisha forced his way to Yu, pulled out the twin serrated swords from his back, and chopped down on Yu's head. But it was useless. Word Spirit. Get rid of it. Yisha's palm opened inexplicably, and then he swung it backwards, and the twin serrated swords flew out, rolled twice in the air, and stuck on the top of a container not far away. At the same time, Yu stretched out her hand, and the huge container flew up and hit Yisha. Yisha quickly retreated, ready to pick up the twin serrated swords. But he didn't deliberately defend himself. Anyway, the red flame armor could block it. He bought the defensive ability for the purpose of using it. Wouldn't it be good to leave it there? However, Yu reached out again. Word Spirit. Remove armor. When the container flew over, the crystallized flame had just appeared. But before it collided with the container, it broke with a click and suddenly became ineffective. Bang! This sudden change made Yisha unable to react. And then he collided with the container head-on. After a loud bang, Yisha was smashed away. Yisha really felt like crying but had no tears. This ability was completely unreasonable. However, Yisha didn't even have the chance to curse this time, as the containers on the side suddenly collapsed one after another and pressed down on Yisha. Yisha quickly ran forward, and at the same time stretched out his hand to grasp the void behind him. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. A strong suction force appeared, helping Yisha to suck back the twin serrated swords. After holding them, Yisha continued to move in ghost steps and flashed away from the area where the containers were piled up. However, at the moment of rushing out, crack! Right in front of Yisha, a crane made a loud noise. Then it was cut in half and fell towards Yisha. Hiss! Yisha took a breath, raised his hand quickly, and with a sizzle, a large amount of electricity surged out of Yisha's body, hitting the crane and pushing it open. Word Spirit. Cut! However, when Yisha saw the crane, Yu's voice suddenly rang again, like the call of a devil. Yisha quickly jumped to the side, propped himself up on the ground with one hand, and rolled to the side in a rather embarrassing manner. Is this the end? Yisha cursed angrily, then stood up and was about to move forward. But at this moment, on the container in front of him, a black electric current flickered and was gathering. Yisha's pupils shrank suddenly. Ionization collision. Ghost Step. Yisha quickly dodged and suddenly disappeared from the spot. And then a black electric current cut through the night, hitting the place where Yisha had been standing before, blasting the ground into a deep pit. Yisha showed up and looked at his thigh. His pants were torn open. His flesh was charred, and he could feel the pain. He was not hit, but at the last moment, he was still touched by the black current wrapped around the bullet. Seeing Yep stand up on the container in the distance and stand with his gun, Yu also floated over, and Yisha took a deep breath. Yisha knew that Yep was very strong, and he also knew that Yu was very strong. However, for many things, knowing is knowing, and only by experiencing it personally can you know how strong the other party is. Now, Yisha felt it. Therefore, Yisha knew very well that it was almost impossible to deal with the two people working together with conventional means. Then, Yisha's face showed a bit of ferocity. Dragonization. Bang! Before Yisha could activate the dragonization, the sound of sniper rifle gunfire appeared again. However, there was no electric current. It was not an ionization collision. Then Yisha saw a blood flower splashing on Yu's head, and then fell from the air. Without even twitching, he was shot through the head and killed directly. It's the Archon. Yisha understood immediately, and then rushed towards Nyepa. Nyepa didn't want to fight, so he turned over and got off the container and chose to escape. Yisha slowed down and didn't continue to run. Although Nyepa's speed was not as fast as Yisha, there was such a long distance, and there were containers around to cover him. Yisha knew that when he rushed over, Nyepa would have already hidden, and even the ghost step would not be in time. Yisha returned to Yiyu's side and checked her body as usual. Her figure and appearance were exactly the same, not to mention her ability. Word Spirit Technique was Yiyu's exclusive brain ability after self-awakening. Although this is not the only one. Superhumans are rare, and those who are strong enough to awaken their own brain abilities are even fewer. So the probability of overlap is very small. Secondly, the 7-dust sword that Yiyu brought with her disappeared again. Yisha carefully turned over Yiyu's body, but there were no clues, and he still couldn't see any clues. However, it's okay if Yiyu is dead, because the corpse is the best clue. Yisha picked up the phone and dialed Nyepa's number again. After a while, Nyepa answered the phone. Hello? What's up? Yisha, is Yiyu with you? Nyepa, yes. We are about to go to the subway station to check. Yisha, let her answer the phone. Yiyu took the phone from Nyepa. What do you want to talk to me about? Yisha, nothing. I just want to listen to some Lolita music. After Yisha finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yiyu looked at Nyepa with a confused look on her face. Is this guy in menopause? Why is he a little neurotic? Nyepa spread his hands, not knowing what to say. At the same time, after confirming Yiyu's voice, Yisha knew that the Yiyu in front of him must be a fake. Although Yisha had previously confidently concluded that the people who appeared in front of him were all fakes. However, after all, there is no decisive evidence, and words such as probably, possible, and perhaps must be added. Now it is really completely certain. Boom! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the side of Yisha, which startled Yisha. He looked to the side fiercely, and then Yisha saw a cloud of dust rising into the sky. Then, the Archon climbed onto a container, holding the Eagle King sniper rifle, and stepped on the container and kept jumping. The Archon was running away. The previous shot was because the Archon happened to be nearby and took advantage of the situation in a hurry. The Archon did not solve the danger himself. Yisha did not think about it anymore and immediately ran towards the Archon. Chapter 1526 The Apostle Walks. Yisha quickly chased in the direction where the Archon was running. The Archon climbed onto the container in order to let Yisha see him. Otherwise, jumping and running on the container was not a good choice. There was no space around, and the target was too obvious. When Yisha caught up with the Archon, he also saw the guy who was chasing the Archon. Yisha had the urge to cheer. He finally saw someone he didn't know. He didn't even know the other person's appearance, because the other party is an apostle. The black cloak, the iconic mask, and the red scarf wrapped around the shoulders. The apostles always dress like this, which is very easy to recognize. Yisha rushed out from the gap between the containers, and at the moment when the apostle was about to rush towards the Archon, he raised his foot and put it in the chest of the apostle. Bang! Yisha appeared very abruptly, and when he closed the distance, Yisha also used the ghost step, just to prevent the other party from discovering him. Therefore, the kick landed firmly on the opponent's chest, sending him flying. However, Yisha did not use any special abilities, just an ordinary kick, and the apostle flew 2 meters away. When his back hit the ground, he twisted his body and got up from the ground with a somersault. The apostle looked at the Archon on the container, then looked at Yisha, and quickly changed his target and rushed towards Yisha. A straight punch hit his face. Yisha quickly took up his stance, and when the opponent's fist came, he suddenly raised his arm and blocked the opponent's fist. Bang! Fists and arms collided, and Yisha received the opponent's fist. His body shook a little, but he didn't feel much impact, although the opponent was able to force the Archon to flee. From the feeling of this punch, Yisha felt that the opponent didn't seem to be that powerful. Then, Yisha suddenly felt a slippery feeling on his arm. Yisha couldn't help but look at his arm and the other's fist. So much sweat. The other's hand was covered with visible sweat, as if he had dipped his arm in a pool of water. The next moment, boom! The sound of the explosion came without warning, and a large amount of black flames and fire suddenly emerged at the intersection of the Apostle's fist and Yishah's arm, forming an exploding fireball. Yishah's chest was hit by the impact of the explosion, and he was directly blown away. With a bang, he hit the container, smashed the iron sheet of the container, and fell into the container. What kind of a hell of a power is this? Yishah sat up, still a little confused. The other party seemed to have done nothing. So how could it explode? At the same time, the Apostle opened his arms, looking very irritable. He didn't give Yishah a chance to breathe, and rushed directly into the container, punching Yishah continuously. Bang, bang, bang. In the narrow space, Yishah dodged quickly, and the Apostle's fists kept hitting the container, leaving a series of fist marks on the container, until Yishah was forced into a corner. Seeing that there was no escape, Yishah suddenly pressed forward with his palm. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, and the Apostle was knocked out of the container. Yishah followed closely, raised his palm into a knife, and chopped forward. Sizzle. The electric current surged, appeared in Yishah's palm, and then quickly surged, turning into a lightning blade, and chopped down at the Apostle. The Apostle was still sitting on the ground, looking at the lightning blade that was slashing at him, and suddenly waved his hand at the lightning blade. Boom! The sound of explosion appeared again, and the fireball exploded, shattering the lightning blade that Yishah had chopped out. Yishah raised his eyebrows. Sweat? This time, Yishah saw clearly that the other party had waved the sweat on his arm away, and when the sweat collided with the lightning blade, it was like a liquid bomb, suddenly causing an explosion. This ability. It's interesting. Yishah didn't know how to describe the other party's ability. The only word he could think of was interesting. This move is very good for sneak attacks, and has unexpected effects. But if it is seen through, it seems nothing special. Is there any difference from directly using grenades or something like that? Yishah was thinking. The Apostle turned over again, looking very violent, and continued to fly towards Yishah. Yishah quickly dodged sideways, and suddenly, while dodging the opponent's fist, Yishah saw that the opponent clenched his fist a little tighter, and then the sweat in his palm exploded in all directions. Yishah quickly protected his head, and at the same time, the red flame armor was activated, and the crystallized flame was quickly activated. Boom! The sound of the explosion reappeared, and the fireball exploded between Yishah and the Apostle. The air waves formed a circle and continued to spread around, pushing the two out. Yishah finally discovered another feature of the explosion ability. That is, the Apostle was also at the center of the explosion, but he was not affected by the explosion. After retreating 2 steps, he flew towards Yishah again, like a vicious dog, not knowing how to retreat, just madly biting the prey. But, at this moment, dang, dang, the chain dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound. The Archon suddenly attacked. The black chain suddenly attacked from behind, like a poisonous snake, wandering around on the ground, then suddenly jumped up and strangled the Apostle's neck. Then the Archon used both hands to drag the Apostle to the ground. The Apostle reacted very quickly, stretched out his hand to grasp the black chain, and then triggered another explosion. And with a bang, the Archon's chain was blown off. But at this moment, the Archon leaped up, and countless crystal spikes flew out from the crystal wings behind him, stabbing at the Apostle. The Apostle seemed to have only one trick, the sweat explosion. However, the trick is not old, but good. With a bang, the Apostle caused another explosion, blowing the falling crystal spikes into pieces. However, at the moment when the flames dissipated, the Apostle suddenly saw a black shadow in front of him, and Yishah suddenly passed through the exploding flames and appeared in front of the Apostle. Goodbye. Puff. Yishah raised the twin sawtooth swords and stabbed them downwards with all his strength. The tip of the sword pierced through the opponent's chest, nailing the Apostle to the ground. The Apostle's body trembled slightly, and blood continued to flow from under the mask. Puff! The second muffled sound appeared, and Yishah pulled the twin sawtooth swords out of the opponent's body, bringing out a stream of blood. The Apostle finally fell to the ground, became motionless, and completely lost his voice. Chapter 1527 Encounter. Yishah swung his sword to get rid of the blood, and looked at the Archon who came to his side. Although this guy is not bad, I don't think he can force you to ask for help. Right? The Archon's strength is not easy to define. The key is that the Archon has the power of the Apostle like Yishah. which mainly comes from the Son of Flame. If the Archon is forced into a corner and the Apostle's power is released, the Archon will also be very terrifying. But Yisha felt that this guy in front of him was still a little short of the standard. And it didn't seem like he could force the Archon to retreat. The Archon stood beside Yisha without saying anything, and pointed forward. Yisha followed the Archon's direction, and saw 7 or 8 apostles walking out from behind the container, slowly dispersing and surrounding Yisha and the Archon in the center. Yisha licked his lips. Now I understand. There is more than one enemy. Yisha glanced at the corpse of the apostle on the ground. A little curious. Is this apostle real? Or is it a fake? However, this thought only flashed through Yisha's mind, because now was not the time to think about these things. Watching the apostles slowly gather around, Yisha took a deep breath. Let's get serious. The apostles around him suddenly jumped up and attacked Yisha and the Archon. But at this moment, boom, 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 huge roars sounded continuously. And then cracks appeared on the ground one after another. Huge corpse flower vines jumped up from the ground continuously, dancing wildly, and swept around. Bang, bang, bang. The corpse flower vines kept hitting the bodies of the apostles, making dull crashing sounds, and sweeping the apostles away. Then cracks appeared on the top of the dancing corpse flower vines, and silvery white frost mist was constantly spewing out from those cracks. The ground made a crackling sound, and was constantly covered with frost. The apostles quickly retreated. If they were a little slower, they would be contaminated by the frost, and the frost would quickly climb onto the bodies of the apostles and freeze them. But will retreating help? Yisha's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared behind an apostle. The apostle turned suddenly, but was met with a silver blade. Puff! The warm blood splashed, and the twin serrated sword swept across. And then the apostle's head flew up, rolled in the air, and fell to the ground. Yisha held the sword horizontally, grasped the hilt with both hands, and the sound of gears turning sounded in the sword body. As soon as Yisha exerted force, the twin serrated sword split into two. Yisha strode forward with his sword in both hands. An apostle suddenly raised his palm towards Yisha. On his fingers, there were 5 metal finger rings, which were extremely sharp, like claws. The moment they faced Yisha, they suddenly flew out. Fight to the death. Yisha rushed forward, swinging the 2 swords in his hands continuously. And a silver sword net was interwoven on his body by the sword light, knocking away all the flying finger rings. Then Yisha's figure flashed again, using the ghost step, and suddenly appeared beside the opponent. Puff! The twin serrated swords pierced the opponent's temple directly to the side, piercing through the opponent's head, killing 2 apostles in a row. Taking advantage of the moment when the frost stopped, the surrounding apostles rushed towards Yisha again. Yisha suddenly raised his head, opened his arms, and roared. Die! Ziz! A large amount of electricity suddenly surged out from under Yisha's feet, densely spreading around, like a huge spider web, rushing out madly around. The electric current enveloped the apostles around them. Almost in an instant, the apostles were entangled by the arcs, and their bodies trembled continuously. A burning smell filled the air. After a moment, the lightning gradually dissipated, and the apostles knelt on the ground one after another, and then fell forward. Huh? Yisha breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the electric current on his body. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, the sound of applause sounded behind Yisha. Yisha looked back suddenly, and then saw Yu Fengyuan sitting on the container, with his legs crossed, smiling at him. Sizzle! Yisha's palm immediately showed lightning again. Don't rush to do it. It seems that we haven't reached the time to fight again. Yu Fengyuan stood up. I am not those copies. I am real. Yisha glanced at the corpses around. Yu Fengyuan, don't you realize that those fake things are just like? They can't speak, and they won't communicate with you. Yisha thought about it, and realized that it was true. Except for Yiyu. No one else had spoken or communicated with Yisha. As for Yiyu, she used the word spirit technique. Can it be called the word spirit technique if she doesn't speak? However, Yisha remained indifferent, and stared at Yu Fengyuan. If you are the real thing, then I have more reason to take action. Right? Yu Fengyuan jumped down from the container. I think there will be a chance. But what we have to do now is to find a way to leave here first. Right? Yisha looked at Yu Fengyuan with a scrutinizing gaze, with a smile on his face. Don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to cooperate with you. I'm just reminding you what you should do most now. Yu Feng Yuan, if we take action now, it will only benefit the people who arranged all this. Yu Feng Yuan looks like a girl of 15 or 16 years old. But that childish face obviously can't hide Yu Feng Yuan's inner maturity. This woman is calmer and more mature than expected. Yi Sha, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. That would be the best. Yu Feng Yuan waved his hand and was about to leave. But he took 2 steps back, seemed to remember something, and turned around. I'll give you a piece of information. Those people are simulated through our memories. They are all people we know or have fought with. The weapons and abilities they use are also what we have seen in our memories. After Yu Feng Yuan finished speaking, he waved his hand at Yi Sha again and quickly left in the opposite direction. Yi Sha watched Yu Feng Yuan leave, then looked around. It seems that I am not the only one trapped in this place. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth, however. What the woman said makes sense. The most important thing now should be to find a way to leave here first. Fortunately, there are some clues, Yi Sha murmured, then jumped down to the crack left by the corpse flower vine when it came out, and came to the ground. Chapter 1528 Little Fatty. As for the ground, it should be within the coverage of the domain. The surrounding barriers seem to be unable to be forcibly destroyed because of the domain. Then, what about underground? There is a subway tunnel under the port that crosses the sea. After Yi Sha jumped down, he saw the railroad tracks. He let the corpse flower return to the space flower pot for the time being, and then began to move along the railroad tracks. As for the direction, Yi Sha took out his PDA to check the location. It should be this way. Yi Sha started to move forward. It was quiet all around. The previous sounds did not appear again. No black beasts or zombies were seen. Yi Sha moved forward smoothly. However, Yi Sha did not feel good. Yi Sha felt like he was being watched. It seemed that someone was secretly observing him, like a hunter stalking and observing before shooting his prey. However, the structure of the subway tunnel was very simple. One could see everything at a glance. Yi Sha did not find any human figures. He could not judge where the other party was hiding and how they were staring at him. Just at this time, the Archon suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Yi Sha and prevent him from moving forward. Yi Sha showed a puzzled look, while the Archon squatted down and looked at the inside of the rail. Yi Sha squatted down and saw a disc-shaped object attached to the inside of the rail. It was very small, about 1/3 the size of a palm. Yi Sha twitched his mouth. It was a bomb. And this style was so familiar. A figure appeared in Yi Sha's mind. And then, boom, boom, there were sudden explosions on both sides of the tunnel, and countless rubble flew. A piece of the top of Yi Sha's head collapsed, and the rubble continued to collapse downwards. Yi Sha immediately jumped to the side to avoid the rubble, and then heard a buzz sound in his ears. Looking up, he saw an unmanned remote control machine flying towards Yi Sha. And under the unmanned remote control machine, there was a black gun barrel installed. The gun barrel suddenly began to fire marble-sized metal balls. Those metal balls were naturally bombs, and they kept exploding the moment they landed. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Sha's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward fiercely. Ghost step. Using the high-speed movement of the ghost step, Yi Sha forced his way out of the range of the flames. However, this was also the last time the ghost step was used. After continuous use, the ghost step finally reached the upper limit of the number of uses. In the next period of time, Yi Sha will no longer be able to continue using the ghost step. At the same time, a figure appeared not far from Yi Sha. Yi Sha grinned, as expected. The person who appeared in front of Yi Sha was the little fat man. Seeing the continuous explosions, Yi Sha guessed it almost exactly. The style of the serial explosions really felt like the little fat man. Moreover, when the little fat man appeared, he was holding a handheld grenade launcher in his hand, aiming at Yi Sha's position. And then he pulled the trigger continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The grenade launcher made a series of noises, and then one grenade after another was launched, making a parabola in the air and falling towards Yi Sha. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion suddenly sounded again. Yi Sha ran forward quickly, using irregular movements to make it difficult for the fat man to control the landing point of the grenade, and then rushed towards the fat man. If the fat man's weakness is said to be very similar to Yi Yu's, both of them have poor melee ability. Yi Sha quickly rushed to the front of the little fat man and kicked him directly. But at this moment, The little fat man took out a metal stick, pressed a switch, and then stabbed the metal stick into the ground. The metal stick bounced away, and 6 blue barriers appeared around it and began to rotate slowly. Yisha gasped. It was chain lightning. Of course, Yisha quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was chain lightning. Yisha had seen the little fat man use this item before. It was very ferocious. It could release electric currents and chain them at the same time, constantly locking the target in a chain. As long as it lasted, the chain lightning was almost endless. Throwing this thing into the zombie tide can kill a large number of zombies in an instant, and even prevent new zombies from approaching. This thing is a very expensive item in the dining car, and it is a rare set of 4 items, which can be used in conjunction with each other. However, chain lightning is an electric current attack, so Yisha is not afraid of it. On the contrary, Yisha hopes that the power of chain lightning can be superimposed. The stronger the better. Just when Yisha was thinking this, with the rotation of the barrier, chain lightning appeared continuously and bombarded Yisha, attacking and defending at the same time, and blocking Yisha's attack at the same time. But the moment the chain lightning hit Yisha, the thunder core in Yisha's body was also activated instantly. With a sizzle, the chain lightning wrapped around Yisha's body, and just as they were about to chain and launch continuous attacks, they suddenly trembled, and then all of them were sucked into Yisha's body. Yisha was quite satisfied. The power of the chain lightning was not weak. One strike delivered about 3% of the energy to his thunder core, which was a perfect warmth. The next moment, Yisha landed in front of him and clenched his right fist. Heavy punch. The destroyer entered the melee form, with arcs wrapped around both sides, and white gas sprayed from the tail to boost. Bang! Then Yisha's fist blasted forward, hitting the barrier and shattering it. And at the same time, the fist blasted the little fat man's face without losing momentum. The little fat man's facial bones sank to a visible degree. And then, he was knocked away 7 or 8 meters by Yisha's punch. After rolling on the ground for 2 rounds, he died directly. Yisha was stunned, so weak. Yisha was surprised at the little fat man's weakness, and he was killed by such a simple punch. But soon, Yisha suddenly remembered Yufeng Yuan's words. I see. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and finally understood. If these copies are from Yisha's memory, then the strength of these copies is actually equal to Yisha's memory. Yisha has been with Yiyu and Yepa for a long time, and has cooperated with them many times. He is familiar with both of them, so the copies can imitate stronger strength. On the contrary, although Yisha and the little fat man have known each other for a long time, it was mainly during the period of the death carriage. After Yisha became a crew member, the little fat man had no chance to meet Yisha, even though the little fat man later became Yisha's flight attendant. The two of them did not work together very often. Yisha actually knew very little about the little fat man. He only knew that he had various means of making explosions, and knew nothing else. Therefore, the strength that the copy could show was very limited. Chapter 1529 Deputy Train Captains. The same goes for Kong Max. Yisha was not familiar with Kong Max. He only knew that the items Kong Max often used were the Demon King's arm and the God's arm, and he did not know much about the rest. Now that he thought about it, Kong Max was weak enough. He was at least a master of the king level. Even if he deliberately did not attack or defend, it would not be easy for Yisha to break his throat with one blow. After all, physical fitness was not for show. The reason why Yisha killed Kong Max so easily was that Yisha had no impression of the strength of Kong Max's physical fitness, which resulted in the physical fitness of the copied Kong Max being very weak. Thinking of this, Yisha suddenly felt relieved. Yisha usually acts alone. Not many people know Yisha, and Yisha also doesn't know many people. In this case, who else can the other party use to deal with him? Yiyu is already dead. I don't know if I can copy another one. Assuming that I can't, then there is only Nepa. And the terrain of this underground tunnel is very unfavorable to Nepa. In such a small place, it is almost only possible to fight in close combat. If the copy of Nepa dares to appear, Yisha can definitely kill him easily. After all, Yisha's impression of Nepa is that he is a master of guns, and his close combat ability only knows gun fighting. The gun fighting technique is also quite powerful, but it is just a good fighting ability, not difficult to deal with. While thinking, Yisha continued to walk forward. Soon, Yisha saw a new figure appear in front of him. standing in the middle of the tunnel. And there were not just one, but two. After Yisha saw the other party's appearance, cold sweat flowed down from his forehead in an instant. Don't be like this? Yisha felt a headache and bared his teeth. Isn't this damn domain ability a bit too much? The one who appeared in front of Yisha was Donphan Yu, Malfarian, two deputy train captains. Yisha felt that he was going to be played to death, because Yisha had indeed seen two deputy train captains fighting. At the same time, the copied Donphan Yu showed a ferocious smile, spread his hands, and a fist-sized sun appeared on his right palm, and a fist-sized moon appeared on his left palm. Sun and moon in the sky. This is Donphan Yu's title, and also Donphan Yu's ability. Gulp. Yisha could not help but move his throat. Yisha had seen two deputy train captains fighting only twice. One time was during the Total War, when he saw Malfarian take action, and the other time was when he dealt with the Son of Flame, when he saw two deputy train captains attack at the same time. Yisha had a very partial understanding of the deputy train captain's strength. However, even if it was only a partial understanding, it was enough to make people feel terrified. Any ability used by the two deputy train captains could not be weak. The next moment, Donphan Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed the sun in his hand upwards. The sun was in the sky. The little sun floated in the air and instantly burst into a blazing light. Asshole. Yisha cursed in a low voice, then gritted his teeth. Let's fight. Dragonization. Yisha entered the dragonization state without any hesitation, and fine scales appeared all over his body. Dragon horns grew on his forehead, and a tail grew out of his back with a puff. At the same time, the blazing sunlight scattered from the sky. Scorching. Extremely scorching. The sun shines on Yisha's body, and Yisha feels that his body is getting hotter, and the air temperature around him is obviously rising wildly, as if he is thrown into a huge oven. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared. White smoke was constantly coming out of his body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be burnt. White Dragon King. Yisha roared again, and his body changed again. A pair of dragon wings suddenly spread out from behind Yisha, and the scales on his body quickly turned into white dragon scales, completely materializing. White Dragon Heavenly Might. Yisha shouted softly, wind and rain from all directions. The temperature that suddenly rose seemed to finally drop a little. Yisha roared again, raised his palm towards the sky, and an electric current surged into the sky. After a loud roar, the ground above the tunnel was shattered by Yisha. Tick, tick. Looking up at the sky from the broken ground, a large black rain cloud gathered at some point, and countless raindrops fell downwards and into the tunnel. Wind and rain are swaying. The dark clouds formed a sharp contrast with Donphan Yu's little sun, which seemed particularly abrupt. Then Yisha waved his hand fiercely. Wind and rain are going against the flow. The falling rain suddenly went up in the air like a waterfall, and collided with the little sun. Boom! A loud noise was heard around the little sun, and the roar of the explosion sounded. Countless white smoke spread around, and a large piece of the swaying rain curtain was also blown apart. The little sun kept floating in the explosion. It seemed that Yisha had lost. The rain around him was temporarily cleared, but the sun was still hanging high in the sky. However, Yisha knew that he had suppressed the sun, because the temperature around him was obviously dropping, and the previous burning feeling was fading. He shouted again, and the wind and rain around him gathered together, turning into a huge water blade, which fell on Donphan Yu's head. Looking at the falling rain blade, Donphan Yu was indifferent, because that sun is not all of Donphan Yu's strength. Donphan Yu sneered, and thrust his left palm into the air. The moon floating on his left palm flew into the air. Sun and moon shine together. When the moon floated into the air and merged with the sun, the rain blade that Yisha cut down suddenly made a crack sound, and then was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Donphan Yu took a step forward, then raised his fist and punched out, and the frozen water blade was smashed into pieces, turning into a pile of ice chips that floated downwards. Cold. Extremely cold. It was as if he was in a cold place. In contrast to the previous heat, the temperature around him began to drop madly. The chill penetrated his skin and went straight to his bones. Damn it! Yisha cursed. The sun deliberately used rain to forcefully cool down the sun, but Yisha had no means to suppress this bone-chilling cold. At the same time, Donphan Yu casually threw his hand forward, and a bright moonlight suddenly appeared in the moon and fell to the ground. Crack! Crack! The moonlight fell, and the ground was quickly frozen, and a layer of ice emerged, following the moonlight, and came towards Yisha. After reaching Yisha, there was a rumble, and a large amount of ice suddenly emerged from the ground, like an iceberg, slashing towards Yisha. The wind and rain were blowing all around, and because Yisha could control the wind flow, his ability, as the son of wind, was fully exerted. Just like using the ghost step, Yisha's figure flashed, and he forcibly opened a distance of 5 or 6 meters to avoid the attack. Chapter 1530 Confrontation. Break it. Yisha waved his hand forward, and the winds around him gathered together, sharp as a knife, and cut the iceberg in front of him into pieces. Yisha's face was gloomy, but he did not retreat. Dongfang Yu's sun and moon in the sky is one of the 4 titles of good and bad fortune. Coincidentally, Yisha's 8 directions of wind and rain also comes from it. So the 8 directions of wind and rain is not weaker than the sun and moon in the sky. In this case, why be afraid? Kill in one word. Yisha roared again, and the wind and rain in the air became stronger. Then the wind and rain gathered together and pushed towards Dongfang Yu. The next moment, the sky was bright, and the sun and moon floating in the sky emitted blazing light at the same time, falling down and colliding with the wind and rain. It seemed that a wall appeared in the sky, separating the 2 worlds. On one side of the world, the wind and rain were swaying, and the rain hit the ground, making crackling sounds. On the other side of the world, the light was bright, as if the whole world was filled with light. Sometimes cold, sometimes hot. No one wins. Yisha used the 8 directions wind and rain to resist the attack of the sun and moon. However, the expression on Dongfang Yu's face never changed. Still indifferent and contemptuous. Because Dongfang Yu was not alone, Malfarion finally made a move. Malfarion tapped the ground with his cane, with a gentlemanly smile on his face as always, then raised his cane and tapped it forward. A black ball of light flew out from the front of the cane. Not big, only the size of a baby's head. However, when the black ball of light entered the wind and rain, boom! After the black ball of light entered the wind and rain, it suddenly cracked, and the black light that cracked around was like a spike. Boom! 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 The loud roars continued, and the walls on both sides of the tunnel began to collapse crazily, breaking and falling down. In the sky, the rain that was drifting forward was forcibly pressed back. Yisha retreated, then covered his chest, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yisha's opponent at this moment is not just Dongfang Yu. He is fighting against 2 deputy train captains. Dongfang Yu is still madly urging the sun and the moon to fight against the wind and rain from all directions, while Malfarion is walking towards Yisha with the cane horizontally. Soon, Malfarion threw away the cane. Malfarion spread his hands to both sides, and black light quickly appeared on his hands. And then the 2 lights quickly stretched and lengthened, and soon turned into the appearance of 2 knight swords. Then, Malfarion came to the front of the wind and rain, raised a knight's sword, and slashed it lightly forward. The wind and rain seemed to be cut off, and there was a fall directly, and it disappeared without a trace without falling to the ground. Then Malfarion walked into the wind and rain, and the falling wind and rain seemed to be afraid, and they kept breaking before they fell on Malfarion. Yisha gritted his teeth and watched Malfarion walking towards him, but he had no way to deal with it. Yisha would have to use all his strength just to resist the sun and moon with the wind and rain from all directions. How could he spare any time to deal with Malfarion? Seeing Malfarion getting closer and closer, Yisha gritted his teeth again. I can only fight hard. Yisha suddenly rushed forward, stretched out his hands to both sides, and imitated Malfarion, condensing 2 water swords in his hands, and rushed towards Malfarion with a fierce look. At least, it looked like that. Malfarion held the black lightsaber horizontally, intending to meet Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly flashed, suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards Dongfang Yu. Yisha's real target is Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu looked at Yisha rushing towards him, and actually showed a bit of bewilderment. Yisha sneered, of course, because, apart from the sun and the moon in the sky, I have no idea what other abilities and weapons you have. Puff! Yisha came to Dongfang Yu and chopped him off with a sword. As Dongfang Yu raised his arm, Yisha chopped off one of Dongfang Yu's arms with a sword. Blood flew. Dongfang Yu covered his broken arm and kept retreating. while Yisha felt a pain in his back. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky and landed on Yisha's back, quickly condensing into ice, and then exploding. The clothes on Yisha's back were torn, and a piece of flesh was frozen, showing a purple color, and the skin was torn. Yisha gritted his teeth, endured the pain, raised the water sword and thrust it forward again. Go to hell. With a puff, the water sword pierced into Dongfang Yu's chest. Dongfang Yu did not resist at all, because Yisha had no idea that Dongfang Yu had any melee ability, so he could not copy it. Dongfang Yu grabbed Yisha's arm with one hand, widened his eyes, then slowly knelt on the ground, and then fell to the ground with a thump. Puff! Yisha drew his sword, bringing out a blood flower, and along with Dongfang Yu's death, the sun and the moon in the sky also disappeared. Yisha turned around and looked at Malfarion. Only one left. Yisha was not sure which of the two deputy train captains, Dongfang Yu and Malfarion, was stronger. However, for now, Yisha knew that Malfarion was more difficult to deal with, because Yisha knew very little about Dongfang Yu. He had only seen Dongfang Yu take action once, and only knew that Dongfang Yu had the ability of the sun and the moon in the sky. But Malfarion was different. In the all-out war against the Apostle Walker, Malfarion took action many times, and even personally fought against the disc monster. Everyone saw this, and Yisha naturally knew it. Next, when dealing with the Son of Fire, Malfarion used a pair of knight swords forged by black light. In the pyramid, Malfarion also showed his strength and easily dealt with a large number of underworld guards. Of course, Malfarion's strength is definitely more than that, but it is also troublesome enough. The more Yisha knows about Malfarion, and the more times he has seen Malfarion take action, the stronger Malfarion is in front of him. However, trouble is trouble, but it does not mean that there is no chance of winning. The fake deputy train captain is just a fake after all, not the real deputy train captain, Yisha thought while raising the water sword. Wind and rain came suddenly all around. Anyway, after getting rid of Dongfang Yu, the pressure was indeed much less. But at this moment, Pa! After Yisha's voice, a crisp sound suddenly sounded, as if someone was clapping. Then Malfarion's body suddenly twisted, like a clay figure being crushed, and then turned into a black smoke and suddenly disappeared. Sorry, Master Steward. A voice sounded behind Yisha. I really didn't expect Master Steward to visit my territory. I'm sorry for not entertaining you well. Chapter 1531 Pace Lu. Yisha looked back. A black-haired man in his mid-20s stood there. He looked quite good, and seemed to be of mixed race. His facial features were like those of an Asian, but he had a high nose bridge and a pair of green eyes, with some obvious Eastern European features. Yisha said in a deep voice, Who are you? The other party smiled, Pace Lu. You can also call me by my Chinese name Lu Hao. Just a humble flight attendant. Yisha sneered. A humble guy fooled everyone. Should I praise you for being humble or arrogant? Lu Hao, this is really a misunderstanding. I didn't know you would come to my territory. I deeply regret everything that happened before. I will send you away now. Yisha, I think I can leave by myself. Yisha slowly drew the water sword across the ground and cut the ground. Long Hua used it. White Dragon King used it. 8 Directions Wind and Rain used it. Just let it go. No. Yisha wants to kill people. Crazy to kill people. Lu Hao smiled. This is really just a misunderstanding. And besides, I am Miss Gonlin's flight attendant. Yisha, are you using that woman's name to pressure me? No. 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 Absolutely not. Lu Hao spread his hands. If you feel that you can only vent your anger by killing me, I don't mind. But there is no point. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Fake? Lu Hao smiled again. I am so humble that I dare not appear in front of you. Put away your fake smile. It makes people feel disgusted. Yisha took a deep breath, then waved his hand, and the water sword in his hand turned into liquid and fell down, looking through the broken ground to the sky. He could see that the sky was gradually clearing up. Pray, don't meet me again. Yisha, you won't be so lucky next time. Lu Hao bowed slightly. Keep it in mind. Yisha snorted coldly, then brushed past Lu Hao and walked forward. Watching Yisha leave, Lu Hao's face suddenly turned pale, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth corners. Sure enough, the flight attendant is indeed a powerful existence. Lu Hao licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, if possible. I really want to try to kill him. But unfortunately, the battle was too powerful, and the domain couldn't hold up. Lu Hao raised his head and looked at the domain that emerged in the sky. A piece of it cracked in the center, and there were obvious signs of breaking. Lu Hao murmured, "It seems that I should leave too." On the other side, after Yisha walked a distance, his expression became distorted, and the severe pain from his back made Yisha's body tremble. With Yisha's personality, if there was no reason, he would naturally not let Lu Hao go, because Yisha was seriously injured. "Asshole!" Yisha cursed, took out the needle gun, loaded it with cell repair liquid, pointed the needle gun at his neck, and pushed the liquid into his body. After a while, Yisha let out a long sigh and sat directly on the ground. The Archon walked behind Yisha, took out gauze, and helped Yisha to treat the wound. "Pace Lu," Yisha murmured. "This guy is worth paying attention to. Because, very strong." Of course, what makes Yisha feel that he should pay attention to is that this guy is actually Gonlin's flight attendant. Gonlin's good hands seem to be more powerful than Yisha imagined. This is a person who will be a threat after growing up. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but think of the deputy train conductor. Because the deputy train conductor also wanted to kill him. Maybe it was Dongfangyu. Maybe it was Mafarian. Maybe both of them wanted to kill Yisha. Anyway, it didn't make any difference. The reason was simple. Because Yisha had already threatened their existence. This point was well verified by Francis. And from the moment Yisha entered the Extraordinary and received the mission, Yisha had already made similar preparations. No one wants to be threatened, and the best way is to nip the threat in the bud. Francis' death does not mean there won't be another Francis. Maybe the next person to appear in front of Yisha will be the deputy train captain. So, from this point of view, Yisha thinks this is not a bad thing. Because of Lu Hao, Yisha fought with the deputy train captain. Of course, those two copies are definitely not the real strength of the deputy train captain. If it was the real Dongfangyu, how could he be so easily killed by Yisha when he got close to him? Although he fought with Malfarian, it was just one strike. But no matter what, at least Yisha faced the two deputy train captains head-on and experienced their abilities, which was an extremely valuable experience. Yisha was about to start preparing for the battle with the deputy train captain. After resting for a while, Yisha stood up and continued to move forward. About half an hour later, a subway platform appeared in front of Yisha. After walking onto the platform, Yisha found the restroom, entered the door, and blocked all the things he could find by the door. Finally, he asked the Archon and the little cat to guard the door. Yisha sat down against the wall. Finding Apostle X is an urgent matter, and it can even be said that every second counts. Two deputy train conductors came. 4 stars came, and Gonlin was also there. Comp was originally considered a troublemaker, but now it seems that it is not necessarily the case. Because Yu Fenjiwen is also there, and the strength of the Constellation monster cannot be underestimated. Of course, because the two deputy train captains were there. Yu Fenjiwen could only keep its tail between its legs. The Constellation monsters were very powerful, and the manufacturing technology of Constellation monsters was also improving. But it was still far from being able to challenge the two deputy train captains. Even if there was only one, it would probably be difficult. Needless to say, all the saints were dispatched, which was really unexpected. However, because of Yu Fenjiwen, the apostles became the weakest. After all, the strength of the saints was close to that of the purser, and might even be slightly inferior. In terms of quantity, many were killed. However, the Son of God can be replaced. If the position vacated by the dead Son of God is replaced, the strength of the apostles walking cannot be underestimated. This shows the importance of this battle, and the determination of all parties to win the apostle no. X. Yisha wants to take advantage of the situation, so he can't waste time. However, what Yisha needs now is still rest. Not to mention the problem of recovering from injuries. He can recover by killing the black beast with the Alaskan whale harpoon. The problem is that Yisha has used too many abilities, and is limited by the time limit of ability use, which means that Yisha's current strength has been greatly weakened. This is also the reason why Yisha did not try to kill Lu Hao after hesitating. If Yisha wants to continue to be competitive in this war, he must first restore his strength. Chapter 1532 Black Beast Evolution. 48 hours. This is the limit of Yisha's rest. It is really difficult to find a safe area in this city without the invasion of black beasts. And ye shall also enjoy a little peace. Close your eyes and rest. Slowly recovering. Until the evening of the next day, a mysterious voice suddenly appeared, breaking the peace. The power of Apostle X has grown, and the black beast has begun to evolve. Ye shall listen to the mysterious voice in his ear, and opened his eyes suddenly. The black beast evolved? Ye shall was stunned for a moment, then understood and murmured, the apostle has grown. This is not good news. Although from the perspective of the mission, Ye Sha felt that Apostle X was definitely dead, and the whole army was dispatched to deal with this guy. Ye Sha did not believe that Apostle X could survive. However, the growth of the apostle is still not a good thing, especially the apostle who grows to a complete form. Thinking about it carefully, Ye Sha has never seen a complete apostle, judging from Malfarian's attitude when he killed the apostle embryo. Even the deputy train conductor did not dare to let the apostle grow to a complete form. However, after thinking about it, Ye Sha felt that he was overthinking. The mysterious voice only said that Apostle X had grown, but did not say that he had grown to a complete form. The growth of an apostle is similar to that of an alien creature, and is also divided into several stages. Anyway, Ye Sha stretched. It's time to act again. Ye Sha pushed the things piled by the door aside, then left the bathroom, and walked towards the exit of the subway station. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen eyes for too long. When Ye Sha walked back to the ground along the stairs, the sunlight fell, making Ye Sha feel a little dazzling. He squinted his eyes involuntarily, and stretched out his hand to cover them. Woo! Woo! At the same time, a low roar like a bee sounded around Ye Sha. After a while, Ye Sha adjusted to the sunlight, put down his hand and looked around. Countless black beasts were gathering towards him, densely packed, like a tide as always. The appearance of those black beasts changed a little. First, their bodies became huge. The physique of the black beasts before was basically the same as that of humans, except for a few giant black beasts, which were mutants that appeared after devouring each other. At this moment, the black beasts around have become much bigger. All of them are over 3 meters tall. Their bodies are more sturdy, and the scales and black hair on their bodies have become denser. The face is elongated, becoming less human, like an irregular cylinder, with a mouth at the front. When it is cracked, 3 rows of shark-like sharp teeth are exposed above and below. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind Ye Sha, and a black beast took the lead in attacking, suddenly rushing up, like a bulldozer, and crashing straight into Ye Sha. Bang! At the moment when the black beast collided, the red flame armor suddenly activated and intercepted the black beast. The next moment, the sword came out, and the silver light danced. Ye Sha suddenly drew out the twin sawtooth swords, and slashed down to the back. With a silver sword light, the body of the black beast was split into 2, and was cut into 2 by Ye Sha's sword. At the same time, this sword was like a signal to start a war. When Ye Sha slashed down with a sword and blood flew, the surrounding black beasts moved at the same time, and began to charge towards Ye Sha frantically. Zila! Electricity surged under Ye Sha's feet, pushing out in all directions, and rushing towards the black beasts. Like mowing grass, the black beasts at the front kept falling down, with arcs wrapped around their bodies. After falling to the ground, they twitched a few times and stopped moving. But what surprised Ye Sha was that the black beasts in the second circle were also under the attack of the current, wrapped in arcs, and after shaking their bodies for a while, they actually withstood it and rushed towards Ye Sha, slapping him on the head. Puff! Ye Sha immediately drew his sword, and as the twin sawtooth sword swept across, an arm of the black beast flew into the air. It has indeed become stronger. The change in the black beast's form was visible to the naked eye, and it had indeed become stronger. If it were before, Ye Sha's first strike would have killed a large number of black beasts. But now only the first circle of black beasts was killed, and the black beasts behind were also injured, but obviously not fatal. This is related to the weakening of the power after the electric current continued to push away. But it is obvious that the black beast has indeed become stronger, and its defense is stronger than before. As for the attack, Ye Sha didn't care. Even if he became stronger, these black beasts still couldn't kill him. Puff! While thinking, Ye Sha's hands moved quickly. He raised his sword and slashed around continuously, killing the black beasts that gathered around. The Archon also started to attack. The red crystal wings behind him spread out, and he continuously launched crystal-like spikes to attack the surroundings. At the same time, he swung his right hand, and the black chain was materialized by the illusion and swung around. The black chain was like a whip, sweeping around continuously, hitting the black beasts and entangled their bodies. 1, 2, 3. Then, puff, puff, puff. The black chain suddenly grew barbs, and the Archon dragged it hard again, and the black beasts were torn apart and fell to the ground one after another. On the other side, Yisha raised his sword to fight back, and stuck a triangular flag into the ground at the same time. Dragon's Might and Angry Scale, fantasy item, battle flag, benefit item after planting the flag, within a radius of 35 meters. The fantasy dragon ability is enhanced by 10%. And all friendly alien creatures have dragon attributes. Duration, 30 minutes. Use interval 2 hours. When Dragon's Might and Angry Scale successfully plants the flag, the body of the little ancient cat suddenly swells up, becomes huge, and the hair stands up, becoming very ferocious. The little ancient cat is still weak and has not grown to its full form. It can hardly help Yisha in battle. However, after the dragon attribute appeared through the dragon scales, because the little ancient cat itself has the blood of the sub-dragon species, the extent of the increase in strength is particularly huge. Bang! The little ancient cat, whose physique has exploded, has become even bigger than the surrounding black beasts. It rushed towards a black beast and slapped it with its claws. Then, with a bang, the head of the black beast was actually slapped by the little ancient cat's claws and exploded. Blood mixed with brain matter splashed everywhere, which looked extremely bloody. Roar! The little ancient cat raised its head and roared, making a sound like a dragon's roar. Several black beasts that were coming towards it were actually scared away. Then, puff, 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 the little ancient cat swung its tail forward, and the end of its tail split open, growing bone spurs, which accurately hit the heads of the black beasts, shattering them one after another. Yisha smiled knowingly, although he didn't know when the little ancient cat would grow to its full form. If it could have such strength after growing to its full form, it would not be in vain for his hard work and training. Chapter 1533 Gathering. Go this way. The Archon and the little ancient cat began to show their might, and the number of black beasts around them began to decrease madly. However, the black beast tide is the same as the zombie tide. The most terrifying thing is that it is endless and can kill people alive. Fortunately, Yisha fights with the twin Satu swords, so he will not consume his physical strength. He is not afraid of this. But he can't kill endlessly. He still has to break through. Yisha looked around, picked the side where the least number of black beasts gathered, and started to charge outward. Roar! At this time, a beast roar suddenly sounded in the sky, attracting Yisha's attention. Looking up at the sky, Yisha found a huge black shadow passing over his head. A flying black beast? Yisha was stunned. The black beast looked not much different from the surrounding black beasts, but it could glide in the air. After its body was opened, there was a membrane between its body and its hands and feet, just like a flying squirrel, which could glide in the wind. Come down. Watching the flying black beast smash the building on the side and try to hit Yisha with broken stones, Yisha took out a box and threw it out. 16-element alloy balls. Magnetic control. With a flick of Yisha's finger, the 16-element alloy balls flew into the air, caught up with the flying black beast, and suddenly turned into silver light to attack. Puff, puff, puff. The muffled sound of flesh tearing appeared continuously. The 16-element alloy balls continuously hit the flying membrane of the black beast. After the flying membrane was penetrated, the black beast could no longer fly, but fell to the ground. Puff! Yisha took 2 steps forward, raised his sword, and cut off the head of the black beast. It is better to deal with flying things first, because it is more troublesome. After dealing with the flying black beast, Yisha's palm swept forward, and the 16-element alloy ball flew forward again, constantly hitting the body of the black beast. As Yisha continued to kill forward, the number of black beasts gradually began to decrease, and they were no longer so dense. This is a little abnormal. The black beasts have always been densely packed. Without a reason, there will be almost no gaps. However, this is good news, and Yisha did not care too much. But at this time, the cry of the ice and snow god suddenly came from the sky. Yisha looked up and found that the ice and snow god was circling in the air, The main role of the ice and snow god for Yi Sha is aerial reconnaissance. Although he also participated in the battle, he did not participate much, and his participation was mainly to assist in the battle. At this time, the ice and snow god suddenly appeared in cult, which naturally meant that something was discovered. The next moment, the ice and snow god suddenly dropped in altitude, flew at a low altitude, and then flapped his wings. Snowstorm came. Snowstorm suddenly came from the sky, covering the bottom. The black beast in front of Yi Sha kept making crackling sounds, and then large pieces of frost appeared on its body, and its body was frozen, and its speed suddenly slowed down. Yi Sha did not kill the black beasts one by one, but took advantage of the cover of the ice and snow god to shuttle through the black beasts. The black beast was very fast. After evolving again, it had greatly improved in this aspect. However, after its body was covered by ice and snow and slowed down, it could not keep up with Yi Sha. Yi Sha directly broke through and rushed out of the encirclement. When the ice and snow god saw Yi Sha rushing out, he stopped wandering and continued to fly forward, as if to lead the way for Yi Sha. After a while, there were fewer black beasts around, and it seemed that there was a gap. However, the streets were full of corpses of black beasts, cleaned up. Someone passed by here not long ago and killed a large number of black beasts. The ice and snow god fell from the sky, stood on Yi Sha's shoulder, and shook his head towards the front. Yi Sha, which direction? The ice and snow god nodded very wisely. The ice and snow god pointed the way, and there must be a reason for pointing the way. Yi Sha did not ask any more questions and walked in the direction indicated by the ice and snow god. Then, Yi Sha saw a black beast. The black beast was obviously not an ordinary black beast. It was very huge, squatting, and its height was nearly 5 meters. There was a piece of bone spurs on its back, which opened to the surroundings, and it looked very ferocious. The front limbs are like eagle claws. The hind limbs are like lion feet, and there is a cylindrical tail covered with black scales behind it. There is a crack on the chest, and the edge of the crack is thin, tentacle-like buds that are constantly dancing. The most important thing is the power of the apostle. The formation of the black beast itself is due to the power of the apostle. So, in theory, the black beast has the power of the apostle, but it is very weak and almost imperceptible. However, the power of the apostle on the black beast in front of him is much stronger and can be clearly felt. At the same time, when Yi Sha saw the black beast, several eyes fell on Yi Sha. Yi Sha licked his lips and looked away. To the east of the black beast, there stood 4 members of the cleaning team, and behind them were more than a dozen armed members, a mixture of Tianlong warriors and Menglong warriors. To the west of the black beast, there were 3 members of the Doomsday train, standing in a triangle, holding weapons, staring at the black beast. And when Yi Sha appeared, they moved their eyes to Yi Sha. Finally, to the north of the black beast, on the roof of a 2-story shop, an apostle stood there, looking down, his body slightly bent, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yi Sha's appearance did not attract the attention of the black beast, but instead aroused the vigilance of others. Yi Sha smiled with the corners of his mouth curled, and he could understand the other party's vigilance, because it seems that there is one more person snatching the prey. Yi Sha stepped forward. 4 people from the cleaning team, 3 crew members, or rookies in the death carriage. And finally, Yi Sha turned his gaze to the apostle walking, and a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. There is actually another holy son? It feels very familiar. Yi Sha suddenly laughed, and laughed very happily. This is getting interesting. Yi Sha's wrist shook lightly, and the twin serrated sword shook out a sword flower. Yi Sha raised his sword and pointed at the 4 members of the cleaning team, then pointed at the 3 people on the Doomsday train. And then, if you don't want to die, you can get out. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he pointed at the apostle and said, "As for you, stay here, and stay here forever. Who do you think you are?" Yi Sha seemed very arrogant, but the first to express dissatisfaction were the 3 members from the Doomsday train, who looked at Yi Sha with disdain. Ignorant guy. Yi Sha raised his mouth. How happy. Boom. A current suddenly surged from Yi Sha's body and swept forward. Chapter 1534 Noi. Boom. As the current passed, the other party had not even reacted. The building on the side was directly cut into pieces by the current, and countless rubble fell downwards. Yisha teased, "Do you still want to know who I am?" The faces of the 3 members on the Doomsday train suddenly became ugly. Yisha was also helpless. If it was a crew member, it would be easy to deal with. There were few crew members who did not know Yisha. But if it was just a member in the death car, it was normal not to know Yisha. And he could only use his fists to speak. "Pa! Pa!" At this time, the apostle suddenly clapped. "You are worthy of being the purser." Purser? The 3 members of the Doomsday train looked better. At least they were a group. Besides, there was nothing shameful about being threatened by the purser. However, Yisha didn't care about the 3 members of the death car. And even the 4 members of the cleaning team. Even the black beast with strong apostle power. Yisha didn't care much. He just had the power of an apostle. Not Apostle X. The only person Yisha cared about was the apostle. "You look familiar." Yisha narrowed his eyes. "Have we met before?" "No. This is the first time we've met." The apostle took off his mask. "Please allow me to introduce myself. The apostle. The Son of God. Noy Leonard." Yisha raised his eyebrows. "Demon Joey?" Yisha still remembered the Son of God's strength. Naturally, he was impressed by the Son of God he had fought with before. The guy in front of him looked at least 50% similar to the Demon Joey. But his face was more childish, and he was not very old. Maybe less than 20 years old. "Noy, thank you for remembering him. He is my brother. So that's how it is. You inherited his position. The new Holy Son?" Yisha licked the corner of his mouth and said fiercely, "Want revenge?" Noy had no expression on his face. Everyone is facing death since birth. The so-called life is from birth to death. This is everyone's destination. Sooner or later. So, I don't live in hatred. Of course. Noy slowly put the mask back on. When the mask was put on, Noy's tone suddenly became fierce. "This is not the reason why I can tolerate you living." Suddenly, Noy's fingertips pointed at Yisha. Yisha felt the danger, and then suddenly jumped back. Boom! There was a loud roar from the ground. And then the ground cracked. And then a corpse flower vine suddenly sprang out from the ground and fell on Yisha's head. Yisha did not move. And looked up at the corpse flower vine. That was not Yisha's corpse flower. Yisha's corpse flower was not even underground, but was temporarily stored in a space flower pot. That was Noy's corpse flower. The vine was pitch black, with many bumps on the surface. Very hard. And completely different from the vines of Yisha's corpse flower. Just when the corpse flower vine was about to hit Yisha, the Archon dodged and suddenly appeared in front of Yisha, with his hands open to both sides, and black chains appeared in his hands. Bang! The corpse flower vine hit the black chain, and the Archon's body shook. Then he took the blow of the corpse flower vine forcefully. At the same time, the black beast in the middle of the street stood up. When Yisha released the electric current earlier, the black beast stood up from a crouching position, obviously feeling threatened. And now, after Yisha and Noy fought, the corpse flower vine made a lot of noise, which made the black beast completely enter the combat state, and suddenly raised its head and roared. Yisha didn't care about the black beast. Or rather, the black beast was not as important as Noy in Yisha's eyes. At the same time, when Yisha appeared, Noy also set his sights on Yisha. Seeing the corpse flower vines falling towards him again, Yisha immediately raised his sword to meet them. "Blood boundary sword slash," Yisha shouted, and the twin serrated swords in his hand slashed forward. The blood-colored sword light rushed out from the sword body crazily, and then fiercely collided with the corpse flower vines. With a puff, the corpse flower vine was cut into 2 pieces in an instant. But, boom, 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 the ground was shaking continuously, making continuous booming sounds, and cracks kept appearing on the ground. 1, 2, 3. The black corpse flower vines kept coming out from the ground, and kept dancing in the air. Roar! Roar! The black beast raised its head and roared continuously, then raised its claws and slapped the ground hard, smashing a piece of the ground. "Stop making so much noise," Yisha said to the Archon. "Go kill that guy." The Archon nodded, then turned around and rushed towards the black beast. He swung his arm, and a black chain appeared in his palm, which went around the black beast and quickly wrapped around its neck. It was originally a stalemate, but Yisha's appearance directly destroyed the stalemate. The stalemate does not mean that the strength is balanced, but that everyone wants to take down the black beast and does not want to make things difficult for others. which is why the stalemate occurs. Although Yi Sha was not uninterested in the black beast, he was obviously more interested in Noi. Killing a black beast, even a mutant one, was nothing compared to killing a saint's son. The people from Com Corporation took the lead and saw the Archon take action, and they obviously couldn't hold back. The 3 members of the Doomsday train were extremely entangled. Should they fight or not? If they fought, they were afraid of offending Yi Sha, and if the chief train attendant targeted them, they would have a hard time. If they didn't fight, they felt unwilling. Fortunately, there were some smart people. One of them rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Fight the guys from Compu. Don't fight the black beast. Fight Compu." Even the chief steward will have nothing to say. With the black beast as the center, the scene suddenly became a mess. Noi obviously still had some thoughts about the black beast. At the moment when the Archon entangled the black beast, a corpse flower vine suddenly hit the black beast. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly jumped up and swept his sword. Puff! The corpse flower vine met the sword light swung by Yi Sha, and was cut into 2 pieces in an instant. Falling to the ground, Yi Sha raised his sword and pointed it at Nui. "Your opponent is me. Kill me. Avenge your brother." Or, Yi Sha raised the corner of his mouth, and his smile suddenly became ferocious. "Yi Sha, or I will send you to hell to see him." After saying that, Yi Sha took a step forward and slashed forward with his sword. It was still the blood boundary sword slash. The huge blood-red sword light condensed, and after it surged to 7 or 8 meters, it slashed towards Nui. Chapter 1535 Alien Creatures. Boom! As the huge sword light fell, Noi quickly jumped to the side. The sword light landed on the roof of the shop, making a loud noise, and the whole shop was cut into pieces by Yi Sha's sword. Noi looked at Yi Sha coldly, then jumped on the roof and ran forward along the street. Yi Sha sneered and immediately chased after him. The 2 of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, flew quickly along the street. While running, Yi Sha suddenly raised his hand, and with a sizzling sound, an electric current emerged from Yi Sha's palm and surged towards Noi. But at this moment, the ground suddenly made a roaring sound, and then a huge crack appeared. A black corpse flower vine suddenly emerged and blocked Noi, blocking the electric current. The effect of electric current against plant zombies is very low, but it is not to say that it has no effect at all. If the electric current is strong enough, it can also cause damage, such as lightning striking trees, which can still smash the trees. However, it was only a half effort with twice the effort, and the paralysis effect was ineffective. However, Thunder Emperor was not Yi Sha's only ability. No longer releasing electricity, Yi Sha's legs were slightly bent, ready to jump onto the roof. But before that, Yi Sha felt the trembling under his feet, and the roaring sound appeared again. Boom! The black corpse flower vine appeared again, like a big snake, drilling out of the ground, forcing Yi Sha away, and then wandering around Yi Sha. The vine drew an inverted U shape, constantly drilling in and out between the ground and the underground. Noi stood on the roof and waved his hand fiercely. "Raven!" A bird's cry suddenly sounded in the sky. Yi Sha looked up and saw a giant black raven circling above his head, and then suddenly swooped down. The raven was about 3 or 4 meters long. Quite huge, but its huge body did not affect its speed. It was actually quite fast and rushed to Yi Sha in almost an instant. Boom! Yi Sha jumped to the side, and the raven hit the ground like a cannonball, smashing a deep pit on the ground, 2 or 3 meters deep, and then spread its wings and flew high again. Noi once again. Troll! Boom! A mutant zombie suddenly smashed through the outer wall of a building on the side and rushed out, taking advantage of Yi Sha's inattention and slamming into Yi Sha fiercely. The red flame armor was activated in an instant, and the crystallized flames quickly condensed and blocked the opponent. Yi Sha suddenly came to his senses and punched out. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, pushing the mutant zombie out and smashing into a building on the side. Corpse flowers and ravens, and a mutant zombie that has obviously been transformed and can be controlled by humans. Yi Sha watched the raven fly back into the air, and then looked at Noi. So it's this type? The type that uses alien creatures to fight is relatively rare, but it is not non-existent. This type is not weak, but the shortcomings are too obvious. A large amount of resources are invested in alien creatures, which makes it appear weak. The best way to deal with this type is to capture the thief and the king. Yi Sha grinned and looked at Nui. It seems that your luck is really bad. Nui, why do you say that? Yi Sha, guess like you happen to be the type that I can control the most. Snap. Seeing the raven in the sky about to fall again, Yi Sha casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The ice and snow god suddenly rushed out from nowhere and hit the raven hard at the moment it dived down. Although the ice and snow god was much smaller than the raven, his strength was not inferior at all. He pushed the raven away, then flapped his wings and kept chirping, provoking the raven. At the same time, Yi Sha quietly took out the space flower pot and threw it into a crack on the ground. The next moment, boom, 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 the ground kept making loud rumbling noises, and corpse flower vines kept coming out one by one. But this time, the corpse flower vines belonged to Yi Sha. One black and one green. The corpse flower vines on both sides quickly entangled together, then fell to the ground, hitting the ground, and continuously making loud noises. As for the transformed troll zombie, Little Ancient Cat immediately rushed up and kept roaring at the other party. Without the Archon, Little Ancient Cat was a little weak. At this time, Yi Sha had great expectations for Little Ancient Cat to grow to a complete form. But there was no way. Growth was not something that Yi Sha could decide. But the disadvantage is the disadvantage. But at least it is enough to hold off the troll for a while. Yi Sha took the opportunity to jump and jumped directly onto the roof. Yi Sha looked at Noi and smiled. What should you do now? Yi Sha restrained the type of people who use alien creatures to fight. And it was not just a casual remark. Because, in this respect, Yi Sha is an alien. He also has a large number of alien creatures. And they are not weak. But Yi Sha himself is not the type who relies on alien creatures to fight. Take the Little Ancient Cat for example. If Yi Sha was really willing to invest a lot of gold skull coins in a Little Ancient Cat, the Little Ancient Cat would have grown to its full form long ago. But it would inevitably affect Yi Sha's own strength, because Yi Sha actually invested all those gold skull coins in himself. The only one that Yi Sha really cultivated carefully was the corpse flower. Even so, the strength of the corpse flower and the Archon came from the flesh and blood of the apostles. Yi Sha just gave them the resources that he couldn't use, and didn't deliberately cultivate them. Therefore, Yi Sha himself is not weak. Then, when the alien creatures are evenly matched, Yi Sha directly faces the opponent, and his own strength naturally has an overwhelming advantage. Even if the alien creatures are at a disadvantage, it doesn't matter. Just like the Little Ancient Cat against the troll. It doesn't matter if it can win. It's enough to hold the troll back. Noi looked at Yi Sha expressionlessly. Without making any statement, Yi Sha sneered, and suddenly jumped towards Noi, slashing forward with the twin sawtooth swords in his hand. At this moment, Noi suddenly raised his head. Giant God Soldier. Dang! When Yi Sha slashed down at Noi with a sword and it seemed that Noi had no resistance, a green giant sword suddenly appeared in front of Noi. The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. Yi Sha looked up and saw that behind Noi, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a dark crack appeared. An arm stretched out, holding the green sword, and blocked Yi Sha's twin serrated swords. Yi Sha frowned. This guy actually has a fourth alien creature. Chapter 1536 Giant God Soldier. At the same time, black smoke continued to pour out of the black crack, and the crack became larger and larger. Noi's fourth alien creature slowly walked out of the crack. It was a giant, wearing green armor and holding a green giant sword. From the position of the helmet, the giant had no skin, and his flesh and blood were directly connected to the armor. Giant God Soldier. Noi spoke again. Kill him. Boom. The giant behind Noi raised his arms and roared. The next moment, the building kept making crackling sounds, and countless cracks appeared on the wall. The body of the giant God Soldier was originally larger than that building. Judging from the height, the building under his feet was probably only up to the giant God Soldier's chest. So, when the giant God Soldier stepped on the roof of the building and exerted force, the building suddenly couldn't bear the weight and collapsed completely. Yi Sha and Noi jumped to both sides at the same time, and then watched the building collapse and turn into ruins. After landing, the giant God Soldier roared again, and swung the green giant sword in his hand, smashing the ruins in front of him, and then strode towards Yi Sha. The green giant sword was raised and chopped down in front of him, mixed with strong wind, and slashed towards Yi Sha fiercely. Yi Sha quickly jumped to the side, and the moment the giant sword hit the ground, it directly slashed a huge crack in the ground. and the ground was completely broken, and even the underground waterway below could be seen. Yi Sha couldn't help but look at the giant god soldier. What is the origin of this thing? It is very powerful. However, Yi Sha quickly shifted his gaze to Noi. Even if there was one more alien creature, it would be useless. Noi's own strength was the key, and it was still a weakness. As if he didn't see Yi Sha's gaze, Noi waved his hand forward, and the giant god soldier walked towards Yi Sha again, waving the green giant sword and slashing down again. Yi Sha's body shook, and his figure floated left and right. Ghost step. Yi Sha recognized the power of the giant god soldier, which was very terrifying. However, this kind of huge thing usually doesn't run fast. Or to be more precise, it's not agile enough. Speed may be solved by height, because the range of a foot is large, and it may really run fast. But agility is definitely limited. With such a large body, it is difficult to turn around at a height of 5 or 6 meters. Therefore, Yi Sha chose the ghost step, bypassed the giant god soldier, came behind the giant god soldier, and rushed towards Noi. But at this moment, Yi Sha's eyes widened suddenly. Was the giant god soldier still in front of him? Bang! The green giant sword swept over again. In a hurry, Yi Sha could only hold up the twin serrated swords to block it. With a bang, Yi Sha was swept away and crashed into the outer wall of a building, knocking the wall down and falling into it. Yi Sha pushed away the rubble on his body and stood up again. He showed a bit of surprise on his face. He was not surprised by the giant god soldier's power to sweep him away with one blow from the sword that just chopped the ground. Yi Sha saw that the giant god soldier was extremely powerful. Yi Sha was surprised that such a big body was so flexible. After being circumvented by him, it circled back in an instant. While Yi Sha was surprised, the giant god soldier had come up again, raised the giant sword, and fell again. With a loud bang, the house was split open by the giant god soldier again. The giant god soldier's attack did not have any fancy tricks or skills, but strength, and strength. To be honest, Yi Sha had a headache. Many times, the simpler things are, the more powerful they are. Before the house collapsed, Yi Sha rushed out of the broken house and continued to go around to the side. He still wanted to try to capture the thief and the leader. But just as Yi Sha rushed out from the giant god soldier, the giant god soldier suddenly twisted his ankle and turned his body over with a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with his body. Then he kicked his left foot and caught up with Yi Sha. The speed of the giant god soldier's turning and kicking was not really fast, and his agility was only relative to his size. But the problem was that this guy was too huge. Yi Sha had already rushed out 4 or 5 meters. But the giant god soldier just turned around, and then relied on the arm span and the length of the weapon to sweep the sword and catch up with Yi Sha. Yi Sha had already cursed in his heart. This thing is really a bit difficult to deal with. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to do it. Strong force. Yi Sha suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled up to a visible degree. And then he met the blue giant sword of the giant god soldier. Bang! The two swords collided. The twin serrated swords are also big swords, but in front of the blue giant sword, they are as small as firewood sticks. At the same time, even if he used strong force, Yi Sha still felt the incomparable huge power coming through the sword body. Unstoppable. Yi Sha didn't want to be chopped off again. So he suddenly took a ghost step and moved 2 meters sideways to avoid the sweep of the green giant sword. Then jumped up and jumped directly onto the giant sword. Yi Sha exerted force and pressed the giant sword down. Then jumped up again and swept the sword across. Clang! The twin serrated swords chopped on the head of the giant god soldier, making a crisp knocking sound. But immediately afterwards, the twin serrated swords in Yi Sha's hand were bounced away. So hard. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. The giant god soldier was not only powerful, but also had an extraordinary defense. He didn't know what material the green armor was made of. Although Yi Sha didn't expect to chop the giant god soldier with one sword, he was surprised that there was not even a mark left after he chopped it with his sword. Fortunately, Yi Sha reacted very quickly. He twisted his waist in the air, turned around in the air, and raised his sword to sweep again. This time, Yi Sha aimed at the neck of the giant god soldier. There is a gap at the neck where the helmet and armor meet, and it is the only gap that can directly cut the body of the giant god. But, dang! A crisp metal collision sounded. The giant god did not have time to raise the sword. And even if he raised the sword, it would be useless. The green giant sword was too huge and could not be used for close defense. Weapons are not the bigger the better. But the giant god used his palm. When Yisha swept out with his sword, the right hand of the giant god suddenly grabbed over and collided with the twin sawtooth swords. The next moment, the giant god closed his palms and grabbed the twin sawtooth swords and threw Yisha out with a strong swing of his arm. Yisha tumbled in the air, then fell to the ground and pressed his palm on the ground to stabilize his body. Noid looked at Yisha and smiled. The giant god is not so easy to deal with. Yisha's face was gloomy, and he looked at Noi. Are you provoking me? Chapter 1537 Escape. Noi smiled without saying anything, but that expression said it all. It was a provocation. Although Noi kept saying that he didn't care about revenge, Yisha could feel Noi's anger. Even though he smiled and looked indifferent, he couldn't hide the anger in his bones. Huh? Yisha let out a long sigh. Then let me show you how I killed your brother back then. And I will kill you now. Yisha held the twin serrated swords vertically in front of him, and slowly raised them horizontally to his shoulders. Roar! The giant god soldier roared, grabbed the green giant sword, and slashed again, with the same terrifying power. At this moment, Yisha raised the sword and swept forward, 6 dragons flying. When Yisha swung the twin serrated swords, the twin serrated swords were filled with blood-colored sword light. And then as the sword tips swept forward, the diffused sword light quickly condensed and turned into a blood dragon with long teeth and 5 claws. Yisha was very close to the giant god soldier, so the blood dragon hit the giant god soldier's chest almost at the moment of solidification. Roar! The giant god soldier roared, and the blood dragon exploded in front of the giant god soldier, turning into countless sword lights that madly slashed the giant god soldier's body, making a continuous clanging sound. The blue armor that looked extremely solid finally broke, and dense slash marks appeared on the chest. However, it was enough to surprise people that the 6 flying blood dragons could not completely cut through the armor of the giant god soldier. However, this was just the beginning. When the first blood dragon exploded into a flying sword light, the second blood dragon also flew out and hit the giant god soldier's chest again. The giant god soldier's huge body could not withstand the impact of the blood dragon, and its body kept leaning back, and then took a step back. Boom! As it retreated, the giant god soldier stepped on the ground, which made a loud rumbling sound and was crushed into a large area. Countless cracks spread around like a spider web. The next moment, the third blood dragon flew out. Roar! The giant god soldier raised his head and roared, being hit by the blood dragons continuously, and being injured and forced back continuously. The giant god soldier looked extremely angry and raised the green giant sword high. At this time, Yisha felt the wind around him suddenly surged. Because of the wind and rain in all directions, Yisha was extremely sensitive to the direction of the wind, and the place where those winds converged was that green giant sword. Yisha showed some shock on his face. The guy in front of him was not only able to chop and slash, but could also use abilities or sword skills. Boom! The next moment, the giant god soldier raised his sword and slashed forward. The green giant sword directly cut the blood dragon's body apart. Even so, the blood dragon was still struggling, frantically, dragging his broken body, trying to crash into the giant god soldier. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When the giant sword fell, the wind flow wrapped around the sword also exploded at this moment, turning into countless dense wind blades, completely tearing the blood dragon's body apart, turning into a pile of blood-colored halos that drifted around. Yisha's face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "It's not over yet." The 4th blood dragon. Attack! The horror of the 6 flying dragons has never been a single blood dragon, but an increasing attack mode, and the killing of one blood dragon is higher than another. In fact, the 3 sword moves of the Evil Eye Sword are all of similar power. That is, the combined killing power of the 6 blood dragons is about the same as the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night and 1 Glance for 10,000 years. The power of the 6 dragons flying in the sky lies in the sense of oppression. The continuous impact of the blood dragons will bring a strong sense of oppression. And the second is the power, the domineering power that will not stop until the opponent is torn into pieces. The giant god soldier stood up again, swung the sword and swept it across, colliding with the 4th blood dragon again. The giant sword and the blood dragon pushed each other, making a click, click sound. The giant god's sword was shaking. After a few seconds of stalemate, the giant god roared, raised his sword fiercely, and shattered the fourth blood dragon. But the shattered blood dragon turned into sword light again, covering the giant god's body, making a clanging sound. Yisha showed a grim smile. The guy in front of him had already tried his best. Yisha roared, "But I haven't." Yisha slashed with his sword again, and the fifth blood dragon appeared. This time, the giant god soldier did not respond. Or it could not respond. The blue giant sword was shaken away by the blood dragon, and the giant god soldier had no time to defend. The fifth blood dragon hit the giant god soldier hard. Feeling the huge force, the giant god soldier's body was constantly pushed backwards, and his legs dragged on the ground, leaving two obvious marks. The body of the giant god soldier slid for more than 10 meters. At the same time, the blue armor was densely covered with sword marks, looking extremely broken. Yisha took a step forward, veins on his neck throbbing, and he shouted, "The last sword!" The twin serrated sword slashed at the void in front again, with great power, and the last blood dragon also expanded to its largest size, larger than the previous blood dragons. The giant god soldier was no longer able to fight back. With a bang, the last blood dragon hit the giant god soldier, and then quickly turned into a blood-colored halo and dissipated, which seemed to dissipate faster than expected. But at this moment, crack! A sound of something cracking appeared, and the giant god's huge body fell to the ground. At the chest, the blue armor had a crack, which spread from the shoulder to the waist. Puff! Blood was like a fountain. Dark red blood spurted out crazily, flew into the air, and sprinkled around like rain. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Yisha did not dodge, letting the falling blood soak his body, and then walked towards Noi, pointing his sword. "Yisha, now, what other tricks do you have?" "Noi, I think, none." "Yisha, it seems that you have already realized your death." "Noi, I'm sorry. I can't agree to this. I can only say that I look forward to the next meeting." Behind Noi, a black crack suddenly appeared, as if it had torn the space apart. Noi retreated and entered the crack. Yisha's face changed, and he immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword to slash at Noi. This bastard. He used space dislocation to move. The twin sawtooth swords brought out a sword wind, slashing down fiercely, but it was still a step slower, and Noi's body had completely disappeared into the crack. Chapter 1538. Corpses all over the ground. Dang! The twin serrated sword slashed at the crack, and then Yisha felt a sense of nothingness, just like a fist hitting cotton. The sword cut the crack and swept past. Yisha's attack was directly absorbed by the crack and disappeared completely. There is no way. Yisha gritted his teeth. He knew this ability, one of the most advanced abilities of the teleportation type. It can overlap two spaces and move by using them. The distance between the two spaces can be infinite. The most terrifying thing is that this ability can also defend and send the attack to another space. Yisha knew it so clearly because this ability was once his favorite ability. The reason why he didn't get it in the end was that when he found this ability, Yisha didn't have enough gold skull coins. The price of this ability was as high as 350 gold skull coins. When Yisha had enough gold skull coins, this ability was gone. The items in the treasure list are all unique. Once they are bought, they are gone. Yisha didn't expect that he saw this ability. Not in the person who bought it, but in the apostle walking. Yisha looked back suddenly. Black smoke was coming out of the giant god soldier's body. His figure gradually disappeared and disappeared without a trace. Yisha looked up and growled, "Kill that damn thing." There was no way to kill Noi. The giant god soldier seemed to be summoned by some spatial ability. It suddenly appeared and disappeared. But there was still the raven and Noi's black corpse flower left. Yisha didn't want to let them go. The ice and snow god cried out, as if responding to Yisha, and then rushed towards the raven more fiercely, biting the raven's back fiercely, and tearing off a piece of flesh. On the other side, the battle between the corpse flowers seemed to be on the verge of ending. Yisha's corpse flower is stronger. This is a matter of course. Even if they are both fully grown corpse flowers. What about their bloodline? Even if Noi's corpse flower has evolved, mutated, and fed a large amount of ancient flesh and blood, or the flesh and blood of mutated zombies, can it still compare to the flesh and blood of the apostles? However, Noi's corpse flower is not dead. Yisha's corpse flower piled a large number of black corpse flower vines on the ground. Yishah's corpse flower won a great victory in the battle, and all the black corpse flower vines were torn off. However, there were only corpse flower vines. Yishah, where is the main body? A corpse flower vine surged in front of Yishah, shook for a moment, and then a slightly smaller vine emerged from the ground, then split on its own, and the part that fell off quickly shrank. Yishah was stunned. You mean, like a gecko breaking off its tail? The corpse flower vine shook again, but this time it shook back and forth, and it was obvious that Yishah guessed correctly. Yishah continued, can't catch up? The corpse flower vine swayed left and right, then suddenly stopped and began to swing irregularly again. Yishah understood what it meant. It was not that he could not catch up, but that the other party had hidden and could not be found. This was a bit regrettable. The corpse flower was very tenacious. It was not very useful to just destroy a bunch of vines. As long as there was time, it could grow back slowly. Therefore, the main flower must be destroyed. If there was no main flower, the main body could be destroyed to kill it. However, at this time, with a bang, something hit Yishah's side. It was the corpse of the raven, which was covered with wounds, bloody from being bitten, and frostbitten. The ice and snow god flew onto Yishah's shoulder, shaking his head constantly, as if asking for credit. However, the ice and snow god's face was so funny. It looked so cute. The raven is dead. Yishah thought it was not bad. At least he killed a different species. Noi. Facing this kind of guy who relies on different species to fight. If he can't kill the original body, he will try to kill the different species. This is a permanent weakening, and it is also a weakness of this type. Of course, Yishah was not very satisfied. It was better than nothing, but at least he did not suffer any loss and got an advantage. Yishah stuffed a handful of raw meat strips into the mouth of the ice and snow god, making the ice and snow god quite happy. Then Yishah's face changed, and he heard the sound from the PDA. Because he was fighting before, he didn't pay attention at all, and heard it after the battle. Yishah immediately took out the PDA and took a look, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The Archon was not asking for help, but calling Yishah, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. These 4 words immediately appeared in Yishah's mind, and he thought of a possibility that Noi might have deliberately led him away. Yishah immediately ran back, and then Yishah found a pile of corpses. The mutated black beast was dead, and its lower abdomen was completely cut open. Blood mixed with internal organs fell all over the floor, and the air was filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. At Comp Corporation, the 4 members of the cleaning team, as well as the people of the Tianlong team and the Menglong team, were all dead, and the corpses were scattered everywhere. On the Doomsday train side, there were 3 in total, and Yishah only saw 2 bodies, so 1 should be alive. At the same time, Yishah briefly checked the bodies, and then couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Not one person, leaving aside the black beast. One member of the Doomsday train had his neck cut by a sharp weapon. Another had a bullet hole in his body, a blast wound on his back, and a hole in his thigh from a cone-shaped sharp weapon. On the Compu side, most of the people in the Raptor and Tianlong teams died from gunshots. But the death of the 4 members of the cleaning team surprised Yishah. The 4 people died in different ways, but they all had one thing in common: none of them turned into corpses. A person can indeed have multiple abilities and weapons, but they cannot use them all at once. This was a gunshot, an explosion, a sword, a special cone-shaped weapon, and close combat, with broken bones. If it was done by one person, did the other party have 10 arms? Secondly, the 4 members of the cleaning team did not even have the chance to turn into corpses. If the other party did not have absolute and overwhelming strength, it would be because they had more people. One person facing one, and they attacked at the same time, and each of them was stronger than the 4 members of the cleaning team. Otherwise, at least 1 or 2 of them could be transformed into corpses. And judging from the different causes of death, it is impossible that it was just one person. After observing the corpse, Yishah stood up and looked around. So, where is the Archon? Yishah was not very worried, because the signal sent by the Archon using the PDA was a call, not a request for help, and the Archon's body was not seen nearby. Yishah reached out and stroked the head of the ice and snow god. Go find the Archon. Chapter 1539 Intelligence. The ice and snow god spread his wings and flew away. but soon returned, and brought the Archon back with him. The Archon did not return alone. He was holding a person in his hand. The last of the 3 members of the death carriage. The person was seriously injured. Not unconscious, but looked a little confused. Half asleep, half awake, moving his lips, as if mumbling something. Yi Sha looked at the Archon strangely. The Archon was not the kind of person who would be kind. In fact, the Archon had a very indifferent concept of life. Generally speaking, there are only 2 kinds of people in the eyes of the Archon. One is the one who needs to be killed, and the other is the one who is not needed. The Archon brought the person back. There must be a reason. Yi Sha put the person against the wall of the building. Let him lean against the wall, and then patted his cheek. Hey, wake up. The other person shook his head. Water. Give me water. Symptoms of excessive blood loss. Insufficient blood volume will make you feel thirsty. Yi Sha took out a bottle of water and stuffed it into the other person's mouth. Slowly poured in 1/3. And then suddenly took out the water bottle and poured the rest of the water on the other person's head. The man shuddered, then opened his eyes and looked at Yi Sha. Yi Sha, are you awake? The man moved his throat, nodded, and then trembled. Can I have a cigarette? While speaking, the man looked at the thigh. The other person was wearing a pair of overalls with a large pocket on the side, and there was an iron cigarette case in it. Yi Sha took out the cigarette case. You don't forget to enjoy yourself even if you die? Yi Sha opened the cigarette case and took out a cigarette. Then his eyes lit up. It was not an ordinary cigarette, but a prop produced on the Doomsday train. It had a therapeutic effect, and was even better than the general cell repair fluid. The name of the thing is 1 cigarette time. As long as you don't die and successfully finish 1 cigarette, no matter how serious the injury is, you can be saved. Of course, it's just saving, not recovering from the injury. If you have to say the difference, it's the difference between being dead and being on the verge of death. Or to put it more bluntly, it's used to prolong life at a critical moment. Yi Sha stuffed the cigarette box into his underwear pocket. I saved your life anyway, so it's not too much to charge a little handling fee. Right? The other person's eyes twitched, and then he laughed dryly. If you want it, just take it. Yi Sha took out a copper skull coin and put it in the other person's palm. I don't like to take it for free. It's better to trade. The man smiled on his face, but he was XXX in his heart. Damn it. Can that thing be bought with a copper skull coin? I hate this kind of people the most. Robbing is robbing, and pretending to be so polite. Yi Sha sneered. Robbing by force has no effect, and without the prompt of the mysterious voice, it can't be used at all. But giving money is considered a voluntary transaction. Yi Sha injected another tube of cell repair fluid into the other party. Name? The other party, Collison. Yi Sha, where is the Black Beast? Collison, it was robbed by the apostles. They came in more than 1 person, but a group. The others hid somewhere else, and we didn't find them. Yi Sha, what is the origin of the Black Beast? Collison, it can find Apostle X. Yi Sha raised an eyebrow, and knew that the Archon would bring people back for a reason. Yi Sha could guess who killed the Black Beast. It must be the apostles. Noi was responsible for leading away the strongest himself, and the rest were not worth mentioning. The key is that killing the Black Beast can find Apostle X. This is unexpected information, and it is very important information. Yi Sha, tell me, why can you find Apostle X by killing the Black Beast? Collison thought for a while. Master Flight Attendant, can I make a deal with you? Who are you? And why are you talking to me about a deal? Yi Sha said disdainfully. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Collison was almost done smoking his cigarette. His life was saved. His injuries would not heal for a while, but at least he would not die. But, Collison, in my current state, even if I can barely survive, I can't live. Any Black Beast can kill me. It's no different from dying in your hands. It's death anyway. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. What's the deal? Collison, 12 hours. I need 12 hours to recover from my injuries. If you can guarantee that I can live for 12 hours, I will tell you everything I know. Yi Sha thought for a moment and said, Okay. Collison, then. Yi Sha interrupted. If you tell me after 12 hours, I don't mind leaving you here to perish. In 12 hours, I may be able to find the answer without your mouth. Collison hesitated. That's what he thought. Okay. I'll tell you. And I hope you can keep your word. Collison looked pitiful, and even used a respectful title. just begging Yisha to keep his word. Yisha, go ahead. Collison, in this city, there is a lair of Apostle X. The Black Beast ran out of the lair. So, it is not by killing the Black Beast that we can find Apostle X, but by finding the Black Beast that ran out of the lair. We may be able to find the location of the lair. Yisha, how to find it? Collison, I don't know. In fact, we were the first to discover the Black Beast, but we were not sure whether to catch or kill it. As a result, it took too long, and the people from the Apostle Walk and Comp Corporation came to find us. Yisha, how did you know this? Collison, many people know about it. It is said that the source of the news is a woman. Yisha, woman? Be more specific. Collison, a very beautiful woman, wearing a white dress. Oh, and with a wolf and an eagle. Yisha almost vomited blood. Isn't that Gonlin? A beautiful woman, wearing a white dress, but with a wolf and an eagle. Isn't that the wolf of the underworld and the scarlet fire eagle? Yisha originally thought that this information was very useful, but this news came from Gonlin's mouth, and Yisha felt as disgusted as if he had stepped on dog shit. That woman is a big liar. She is best at lying. However, why did Gonlin spread such rumors? It is meaningless. No, Gonlin did not spread rumors. She was telling the truth. Yisha suddenly raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Damn it! That woman is looking for cannon fodder to help her pave the way." After a moment, Yisha glanced at Collison, took a deep breath, and said to the Archon, "Take him to the previous subway station and make sure he doesn't die for 12 hours. Chapter 1540 Blue Fire Dragon. The Archon said nothing, picked up the man and left. Yisha really had no problem with his credibility. Since he promised, he would do it. Watching the Archon lead his men away, Yisha leaned against the wall and continued to think. It should be impossible for Gonlin to spread rumors. Why did she ask people to kill those mutated black beasts? It didn't benefit her. And for others, there was a ranking of black beasts killed anyway. So, killing black beasts was a matter of course. And by the way, it could also explore the movements of Apostle X. So why not? Therefore, the information revealed by Gonlin should be correct. The purpose is probably as Yisha guessed, to find someone to clear the way and serve as cannon fodder. But the problem arises again. Why not just tell the location of the nest directly? Why make so much trouble? Could it be? Yisha murmured, that woman doesn't know where the nest is either? So that's the case. Not only do we need to find cannon fodder, but we also need to find someone to help find the nest. The more people we have to find, the easier it will be to find. As for where Gonlin got the news from, does it matter? As long as the news is correct and useful, it's fine. Yisha immediately took out the map, flipped through it quickly, and then quickly drew a circle on the map. Apostle X actually made a nest, which was quite surprising. Yisha had seen other apostles before, but this was the first time he heard of a lair. Usually, they would find a place to hide. For example, the Son of Flame hid in the volcano, and the Water Spirit hid in the underwater ruins. They were all places that were not easy to be discovered. And then, they would grow slowly. This Apostle X really doesn't look like a type. After a moment, Yisha stopped. The places Yisha hooked out were all places that could become nests. Or more directly, places with large buildings. This is easy to guess. If the black beast ran out of the nest, then ordinary buildings would not be able to accommodate a black beast of that size. And it seems that there are more than one black beast that ran out. Then, it means that this nest must be very large. Therefore, large shopping malls, supermarkets, gymnasiums, and other buildings with very large areas are more likely to be turned into nests by Apostle X. But, Yisha scratched his head, the range is still too large. Before the end of the world, the new third city was a famous metropolis. It was one of the most populous cities in the world, and one of the cities with the best economy. High-rise buildings are not rare in this place. On the contrary, there are too many of them. Although the elimination method can clear a large area, there are still many places left. Yisha held his chin up. The clues were still not enough. It would be best if he could find more specific clues about the nest. Boom! Yisha was thinking, when suddenly, a loud noise came from a distance, calling Yisha back to his senses. Yisha looked up, and then showed a surprised expression. Conductor. Yisha looked at the sky. Stunned, did you take action? In the distance, Above the city, a piece of the sky was completely printed in a fiery red color, as if the whole sky was burning. In the red sky, countless black lightning bolts rolled like long dragons. And then Yisha saw a huge claw sticking out from the clouds. At the same time, a golden halo was looming in the red clouds. Suddenly, a golden light shot down from the golden halo. The golden light first hit a building with more than 20 floors. Almost in an instant, the outer wall of the building was shattered. And then the whole building was visible to the naked eye. It instantly turned into pieces of rubble and collapsed in all directions. Fighting! Yisha could feel that there was a fight going on in that position. And the sudden attack was so terrifying and destructive that Yisha could only think of the train conductor. However, the battle did not last long. After that attack, the red in the sky gradually faded. There seemed to be some giant beast hiding in the clouds. And the huge claws slowly retracted. And then the sky returned to calm. It made people wonder if everything they saw before was an illusion. However, the collapsed building, the rubble on the street, the bodies of the black beasts that were crushed to death, everything meant that it was real. The conductor has taken action. We need to speed up. Yisha did not delay any longer, collected the map, and left quickly along the street. Yisha now needs a mutant black beast to know why killing the mutant black beasts that escaped from the nest can tell you where the nest is. Then, the best way is of course to kill one. Yisha didn't see any trace of the black beast until he reached the end of the street. Most likely, it was killed by the apostles before. But he saw the black beast after turning the corner. Moreover, it was a three-way intersection with black beasts on both sides. Unfortunately, this meant that the apostles were not leaving in this direction. Yisha was too lazy to kill them all the way. He let the corpse flower return to the space flower pot, then held the little ancient cat and spread his paper wings to fly, flying directly to a tall building. Yisha looked around. The street was still densely packed with black beasts, but it felt a little less than before. The black beasts can't be killed completely. The zombies in the whole city have turned into black beasts. So how can they be killed completely? However, with the battle, the black beasts in some areas were temporarily cleared out, and they didn't gather together quickly. So some safe areas were formed. Yisha pondered for a moment, took out the map, and began to mark these safe areas. These areas that have experienced battles are unlikely to be the location of the nest. Otherwise they should have been discovered. Where exactly will it be? Yisha frowned and looked at the map. Suddenly, he felt something wet on his shoulder. He reached out and touched it. It was a sticky liquid with a distinct fishy smell. Yisha looked up and then a huge, ferocious dragon head appeared in front of him. It was a sub-dragon species that could fly, with sky-blue dragon scales and lime-green wings. It had no front claws, and its front limbs were wings. With its mouth open, saliva kept appearing at the corners of its mouth and dripping down. Yisha grinned. I feel like I've run into something troublesome. Roar! The next moment, a dragon roar sounded, and Yisha suddenly jumped backwards continuously. And then a green fireball suddenly fell and hit the place where Yisha had just stood. With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed in the roof, and the fireball fell into the building and began to burn. Chapter 1541 Paper Snow Seals the Sky. Song Huolong. This is a sub-dragon species from the same ancient era as the Great Boom Dragon. When Yisha was researching the Great Boom Dragon, he happened to see the information about that Song Huolong. Of course, this guy is not as difficult as the Great Boom Dragon. It is not an extraordinary ancient species, but it has also reached the level of 3 stars of the Venerable King. Among the sub-dragon ancient species that can fly, it is also a king-like existence. Ancient species are rare in the city, and the Venerable King ancient species are even rarer. The Venerable King ancient species that can fly are very rare. Yisha can only sigh that he is really lucky. Yes, it was good luck. If it were any other time, Yisha would feel that he was unlucky, because he had to look for Apostle X, and he really had no time to deal with these unimportant things. But it was indeed good luck at the moment, because in the list Dr. Davis gave Yisha, there were 2 materials, the scale powder of the Azure Fire Dragon and the wing arm bone. Yisha grinned. Is this what they call? You can't find it when you want to find it, and it suddenly appears when you don't want to find it. Watching the Azure Fire Dragon flap its wings and land on the roof, Yisha waved his hand without hesitation. The paper wings behind Yisha suddenly spread out, turning into countless paper blades that flew towards the direction of the blue fire dragon. The paper blades kept hitting the blue fire dragon's body. And then, there was a sound of heavy objects hitting each other. The blue fire dragon's dragon scales were not ordinary thick, and its defense was quite strong. However, the continuous attack of the paper blades, even if it could not cause any damage, still made the blue fire dragon angry. It flapped its wings violently, rolled up a large piece of wind, and the blue fire dragon blew away the pieces of paper. After blowing away the pieces of paper, the blue fire dragon's wings did not stop flapping, but continued to frantically flap. Crack, crack. The roof continued to show signs of cracking, and then countless pieces of rubble were carried by the wind, mixed together, and rolled towards Yisha. However, for Yisha, such an attack was completely useless, because wind and rain from all directions. Yisha waved his hand casually, and the sweeping wind suddenly dispersed the moment it came to Yisha. The violent air suddenly calmed down, and the rubble fell to the ground one after another. The wind and rain coming from all directions were all controlled by Yisha. This kind of attack using wind power had no effect on Yisha. Clang! After dispersing the wind flow, Yisha grasped the hilt of Jianluo Nanjiang, and then pulled it out, making a crisp sound of sword. I don't have much time to delay. So, Yisha looked up at the Songhua Long who was humming, "Let's fight quickly." Yisha's figure flashed, and he quickly rushed towards Songhua Long, and then raised his sword. The body of the blue fire dragon suddenly leaped back, flapping its wings, and jumped directly outside the building. Then it opened its bloody mouth and sprayed out another fireball, which hit Yisha. Yisha did not retreat either. He faced the fireball that was bigger than his body and swung his sword to cut it down, split it in two. As the sword swept forward, Yisha directly split the fireball spewed out by the blue fire dragon in half with one sword. The sound of dragon roar reappeared, and the blue fire dragon suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, about 6 or 7 meters away from the roof. Its arms suddenly spread out, its wings flapped, and it suddenly rushed down towards the roof. Boom! Yisha reacted very quickly and jumped backwards quickly. But the blue fire dragon had no intention of dodging and crashed directly into the roof. Then Yisha felt the roof under his feet shaking constantly, and then a large piece collapsed downwards. Yisha fell directly into the building, and the blue fire dragon spread its wings again and flew quickly along the outer wall, and then crashed into it violently. Boom! The huge sound appeared again, and the blue fire dragon directly pierced the outer wall of the building with its huge wings, and then glided and quickly cut the wall open. Yisha pushed away the rubble that was pressing on him, and when he looked back, he saw the wings of the blue fire dragon flying towards him. The walls kept collapsing, and everything in the building was crushed into pieces. Yisha immediately turned over and ran forward quickly, standing up and jumping over the things in front of him, all the way to the end of the wall. Yisha hugged his head, smashed the French window, and jumped out. The next moment, the wings of the blue fire dragon followed closely, and cut through the wall, and actually cut through the top 3 floors of the building. The 3-story building tilted obviously, making a loud noise, and then it fell straight to the ground, hitting the ground with a bang, and the dust rose up to dozens of meters high. Yisha fell freely, opened his backpack, and A4 papers kept flying out, gathering behind Yisha, forming paper wings, which kept flapping, helping Yisha to stabilize his body in the air. But at this moment, the blue fire dragon rushed down from the sky again. Fast speed. Yisha was in a hurry, and only had time to cross his arms in front of him for defense. Bang! As the huge head of the blue fire dragon hit Yisha, Yisha flipped in the air and fell down. Yisha was also dizzy from the collision. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his figure again. He watched the blue fire dragon floating in the air, suddenly opened its mouth, and spewed out a ball of fire again, rushing towards Yisha. Yisha quickly stretched out his hand in front of him, and the scattered paper pieces around him quickly rushed to the front of Yisha, overlapping and forming a paper wall. Boom! The fireball of the blue fire dragon fell on the paper wall and exploded. The hot fireball burned the paper and shattered it. However, the fireball also exploded, turning into countless flames that drifted downwards. Yisha flapped his paper wings and floated in the air, then looked at the flying papers around. Because of the fall, when Yisha opened his backpack, all the A4 papers flew out, floating in the air like a heavy snow. Those A4 papers were like ammunition to Yisha. It was not Yisha's intention to throw them all out at once, But since they had been thrown out, they naturally could not be wasted. Snow and wind seal the sky. Snow and wind seal the sky. Shoot a large number of paper pieces into the sky, forming a snow-covered sky. During the duration, you can manipulate the snow and attack enemy targets continuously. The duration is 15 minutes, and the interval between uses is 24 hours. Yisha shouted. And then the paper pieces suddenly flew up. They were no longer the disorderly fluttering before, but were controlled by Yisha, quickly condensed, and kept flying in front of Yisha. And then, suddenly, Yisha's mind moved, and the paper pieces rushed towards the blue fire dragon frantically, like a heavy snow, flying against the sky. Chapter 1542 Asking for Help. The blue fire dragon's moves were not old, and it still spewed out a fireball. The blue fire dragon obviously wanted the fireball to burn the surrounding paper. But this time the paper was different. Although it still looked like paper, and was fluttering in the air, the hardness had been adjusted by Yisha to be like steel. Fire. Useless. The fireball spewed by the blue fire dragon passed by, but it could not burn the paper. It just knocked the paper away. But it was only a moment. The paper gathered again, and went towards the blue fire dragon again. The sky was covered with paper snow. The densely packed flying pieces of paper seemed to cover the entire sky. And then, the pieces of paper kept flying towards the blue fire dragon. Puff, puff, puff. The pieces of paper were as sharp as knives. And the moment they passed through the blue fire dragon's body, they left a series of narrow wounds on the blue fire dragon. Blood quickly flowed down the wounds. Roar! The blue fire dragon roared angrily, and then frantically flapped its wings, blowing away the surrounding pieces of paper. However, the more the azure fire dragon flapped its wings, the more pieces of paper there were. Even if they were blown away, they would quickly gather again. In the blink of an eye, the azure fire dragon was covered by the pieces of paper. It was like snow on its body. Even the azure fire dragon could not flap its wings because of this. The azure fire dragon's body was completely bound by the flying pieces of paper. The next moment, the azure fire dragon's body fell downwards. With a loud bang, the street was blown to pieces, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. The azure fire dragon's body was completely trapped in the pit, and a large piece of black beast was crushed into meat paste. The azure fire dragon kept struggling in the pit, trying to break free from the restraint of the paper. But unfortunately, it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. The paper in the air fell at this moment, constantly passing over the body of the azure fire dragon. And then the bright red blood kept seeping out, dyeing the paper attached to the azure fire dragon blood red. This is snow. A red snow. The frequency of the azure fire dragon's struggle finally became weaker and weaker, and finally became motionless, with a pair of vertical pupils, revealing a strong unwillingness. You killed the azure fire dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, dragon scale powder. You killed the azure fire dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, azure fire dragon's dragon scale. You killed the azure fire dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, azure fire dragon's arm wing. You killed the azure fire dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, azure fire dragon's flame vertical pupil. You killed the azure fire dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, azure fire dragon's tailbone. A mysterious voice sounded at the right moment, announcing that Yisha had successfully killed the blue fire dragon. Yisha landed from the air and prepared to collect materials. But it was a little troublesome. There were many black beasts on the street. Although a large number of them were killed by the blue fire dragon, there were still many of them, rushing in from all directions. Fortunately, the duration of the wind and snow had not yet expired. Yisha waved his hand directly, and the pieces of paper fell down. Soon, around Yisha, surrounding the pit, a paper wall formed to block the black beasts. Then Yisha climbed onto the body of the blue fire dragon. The dragon scale powder and arm wings were the most important things, because they were all on Dr. Davis's list. Of course, Yisha was lucky this time. The dragon scales, vertical pupils, and tail bones were relatively intact and not damaged by the battle. Yisha quickly took them all off. The backpack that originally contained A4 paper was empty, which made Yisha a little regretful. Those A4 papers were his ammunition. Without paper items, the paper god's ability was not allowed to be used. But there was nothing he could do since he had already thrown everything away. Fortunately, there were still a few boxes in the corpse flower's belly, and the empty backpack was just right for Yi Sha to use to carry materials. After a while, Yi Sha packed up his things, quickly formed paper wings again, and then flew into the sky, flying low under the cover of buildings, with no intention of getting entangled with the black beast. Yi Sha's main goal now was to find the lair of Apostle X. But at this time, Yi Sha felt a trembling feeling in his trouser pocket, and took out the phone to see that it was a call from Yi Yu. Yi Sha picked up the phone. "Hey, how are you exploring the subway station?" Yi Yu's voice came. "I don't know what to say." Yi Sha was puzzled. "What do you mean by I don't know what to say?" Yi Yu thought for a while. "Then, we are in a bit of trouble. But there is no danger for the time being. I don't know whether I should ask you to come and help. However, I will go crazy if I stay any longer. I have already wasted almost 2 days in this damn place." Yi Sha was confused by what he heard. What did it mean? "Yi Yu, we should be in the subway station now. We have killed some zombies and some black beasts. There are not many of them, so we can handle it. Yi Sha, if we can handle it, it's over. Why are you looking for me? If there is really danger, and Yi Sha needs to go to rescue, Yi Sha will go. But since he can handle it himself, it means that there is no need for rescue. Yi Yu, but the problem is that we can't get out." "Ah? You mean we are trapped in the subway station?" Yi Sha was stunned. "This is impossible? The terrain of the subway station is very simple, with platforms, tunnels, and you can get to the next station by following the tracks. The platforms must have entrances and exits, and the only way to move forward is through the tunnels. How could we get lost in such a simple terrain? It's totally unreasonable. Yi Yu, but the fact is that we are really lost, and we have been trapped for 2 days. Yi Sha, tell me more about it." "Yi Yu, we entered from the platform of line 3, then killed the zombies on the platform, and moved forward along the tracks. But we didn't see any new platforms. Yesterday evening, we tried to return by the original route, but the problem is that we couldn't even find the original platform of line 3. This..." Yi Sha smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. "First of all, it is very unusual that you can't find the platform of the next station along the track. But there may be some reason. Yi Sha has not witnessed it with his own eyes, so it is hard to say. But the problem is that it is quite strange that you can't find the original platform after returning to the original route. Can the platform fly? Yi Sha, are you sure you are returning to the original route?" "Yi Yu, there are only 4 tracks on the platform, namely line 3 and central line, 1 for each direction. We entered from the first line, and walked for 5 minutes before it was directly on the single track. Tell me, how could we get lost?" Yi Sha touched his chin, and indeed couldn't think of the reason. However, Yi Sha finally knew the reason why Yi Yu was looking for him, and couldn't help but, "Do you think you are hallucinating or something like that?" Chapter 1543 Subway Station. Yi Yu, after thinking about it, this is the biggest possibility. Yi Yu and the other 2 are still together. Their strength is fine, and they have not encountered any danger. This situation is far from the point where they need to ask Yi Sha for help. In other words, Yi Sha and his group have a tacit understanding with each other. They either work alone or have small teams. On the surface, their relationship is not close. However, if there is a risk of life, they will still help each other. After all, if you help others today, you may have others help you tomorrow. This is not necessarily the effect of friendship, but can also be understood as an exchange of interests. Therefore, this kind of mutual help has a limit. Generally, if there is no life-threatening situation, they will not help. Usually, if there is no life-threatening situation, they will not ask for help tacitly. But they have been trapped for too long. Not to mention that Yi Yu has a bad temper. Even Nyepa and Mu Jieyun seem a little anxious. Others are looking for Apostle X, or hunting black beasts to compete for rankings on the leaderboard. The 3 of them were wandering around aimlessly, without even a chance to hunt black beasts. They only hunted a few black beasts sporadically, and they didn't know where they came from. Even more of them hunted zombies. But in this mission, hunting zombies is useless. Time is very tight, and any minute wasted is a luxury. After 2 days of delay, the 3 of them became impatient. This is one problem. And the other problem is that Yi Sha is not affected by illusions. If they really need to ask for help, and then sacrifice people, Yu and the other two probably won't be embarrassed. But Yisha has the illusion of Dragon Gull. And if it is an illusion, it can't trap Yisha. I know. Yisha looked at the time. I will get to the subway platform in half an hour. Yu nodded. Thank you. Yisha, you're welcome. I'll hang up first. Yu came to him. And Yisha couldn't refuse. After all, she was his crew member. Moreover, while Yu was talking, Yisha looked at the map and found that the subway station was indeed a place he had overlooked. The new third city is an extremely economically developed city. And the city's underground rail transit lines are very developed. In fact, this is also the first city in Asia to have a subway. The average daily passenger flow exceeds 15 million. And the total length of underground rail transit is the 5th in the world. And the total length of urban underground rail transit is the 1st in the world. The terrain of the subway station is indeed very simple. But if it is displayed in a plan, the area occupied by the underground rails of the new third city is almost all over the city. Crisscrossing and crisscrossing. From the plan alone, those lines look like a large maze. In fact, if you walk and connect those rail lines, it will be a huge underground maze. Obviously, if you think about it carefully, you will find that it is also a great place to build a nest. In fact, it is more suitable for building a nest than the interior of large buildings such as buildings and factories. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but have more expectations. Yu and the other two were obviously in trouble. Could the source of this trouble be Apostle X? While thinking, Yisha flew forward quickly, looking for the entrance to the subway station. It was easy to find, because Yisha had met Yu and the other two before. After entering the city along the highway outside the port, Yisha just went back along the road he had taken before. After finding the building he had met before and checking the map, Yisha found the subway station. The entrance to the subway station was full of black beasts. After all, Yu and the other two had entered 2 days ago, so new black beasts naturally filled the vacancy. However, Yisha discovered something very strange. Those black beasts did not enter the subway station. The entrance to the subway station is 2 stairs going down, open and without any doors blocking it. Those black beasts are everywhere. Why don't they enter the subway station? This is very consistent with what Yu said before. There are zombies everywhere in the subway station, but no black beasts. This is not only because the power of the apostles has not affected the subway station, but also because the black beasts do not enter the subway station. Otherwise, the subway station should be a mixture of zombies and black beasts. However, Yu seemed to have said before that she also saw some black beasts, which is a bit strange, since these black beasts do not enter the subway station. How can black beasts appear in the subway station? Did they stray into the trap? Yisha walked forward while retracting his paper wings and landing on the ground. The surrounding black beasts spotted Yisha immediately. When the black beasts had no targets, they were just like zombies, wandering around randomly. And then when they had targets, they would attack like crazy. Yisha drew out his twin swords, met a black beast that was rushing towards him, and chopped it down with one sword, splitting the black beast's body in half. Smelling the blood in the air, Yisha immediately pushed forward with one palm. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, pushing away the oncoming black beasts, creating a gap. Yisha did not delay, and had no intention of entangled with those black beasts. He moved forward about 10 meters with a ghost step and came directly to the entrance of the subway station, entering the subway station along the stairs. After walking 5 or 6 steps, Yisha looked back and saw that it was really strange. Originally, those black beasts regarded Yisha as a target and attacked like crazy, not afraid of death at all. But when Yisha entered the train platform, those black beasts seemed to have suddenly lost their target and ignored Yisha completely. I always feel like these things are afraid of something. Yisha touched his chin, unable to figure it out. So he simply gave up and went down the stairs to the underground platform. After entering the platform, Yisha saw zombie bodies everywhere on both sides of the platform. Yisha walked over and saw that there were no obvious wounds on the zombies, but their heads had exploded with a bloody hole, or half of their heads had been blown off. This was Yu's work, and it was also her specialty. When facing ordinary zombies, she could directly use her brain power to mentally shock them, which could make the zombies' heads explode. I think I've found the right place. Yisha picked up the phone and dialed Yu's number. After the call was connected, he said, I'm coming in. Just in case. Do you remember any landmarks? I'll check them out. Yiyu thought for a while and said, the third billboard below the platform entrance is a lipstick advertisement. It has a crack. At that time, Nyepa was ambushed and hit the billboard. Then, on the first rail, there is the body of a mutant zombie with an axe. I blew up its head. Yisha looked at what Yiyu said and found that everything matched. The third billboard was a lipstick advertisement. It had a crack and a piece had fallen off. Then he walked to the platform and saw the body of an axe man lying not far away. Chapter 1544 The Strangeness. The situation on the platform matches exactly what Yiyu said. So it can be confirmed that there is nothing wrong. Yisha jumped off the platform and started to move forward along the track. Before moving forward, Yisha also took a photo of the platform line. Line 3 is the central line of the city. The characteristics of this subway line are many platforms and short distances, while the characteristics of the suburban line are few platforms and long routes. In addition, the new third line is linked with the light rail and the train, resulting in a shorter distance between platforms. The longest stop on line 3 is 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and the shortest is only 4 minutes. Yisha couldn't help but murmur, it seems that there is indeed a problem. The entire line 3 is only 46 minutes and 30 seconds. And Yiyu and the other two actually wandered around in this damn place for 2 days. This ghost knows that there is a problem. Yisha continued to move forward while moving forward. Just as Yiyu described, you can see sporadic zombies and black beasts. Not many in number. And a few appear every now and then. And they are all corpses. The main cause of death was gunshot and sword slashing. Although it is not 100% certain. After all, they are common weapons. But Nyepa used a gun and Mu Jiayun used a sword, which happened to match. As for Yiyu, the superhuman's burst strength at all costs is still very strong. The only problem is the consumption of the brain area. It is normal for Yiyu to deliberately preserve her strength. These zombies and black beasts should most likely be killed by Yiyu and the other two. But as they walked, Yisha felt something was wrong. Because there was no end in sight. For an hour, Yisha first walked, then started to speed up, and finally ran. No matter how fast Yisha ran, he couldn't catch up with the subway. But for a station of 4 minutes and 40 seconds, Yisha ran for an hour and still didn't see the end. It was too abnormal. Yisha's speed was not that of a normal person. What the hell? Yisha picked up the phone and dialed Yiyu's number again. Where are you? Yiyu, it's the first track of line 3. After we felt something was wrong, we walked back. In theory, we walked forward for a day and walked back for another day. We should be back to the platform. Of course, we didn't see the platform at all. Yisha pondered for a while. Have you made any marks? Yiyu smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that they would get lost in this damn place? How could they have made any marks? Yisha thought about it, and it made sense. How stupid would one be to make any marks in such a place where there is only one straight path in and out? But the feeling at the moment was obviously wrong. And it was indeed the fact. Yiyu asked cautiously on the other end of the phone, are you trapped too? Yisha, it's not an illusion. There is something wrong here. Yiyu thought to herself that she was doomed. There was a problem. Definitely a problem. Even a dumb person could see it. But she thought it was an illusion before. So she hoped that Yisha's illusion dragon Gull could solve the situation. After all, if it was an illusion, it would be no difficulty for Yisha. He could just walk in, take the person out, and that would be it. But it was not an illusion. And Yisha was also trapped. This was a lot of fun. At the same time, Yisha did not hang up the phone, but did not continue talking. Instead, he walked around and checked the walls, tracks, and the ground. Yisha, have you checked the environment? Yiyu, I checked it several times, but I didn't find anything wrong. Yisha, have you ever sabotaged it? Yiyu, no. That was the last resort. We didn't know what the problem was, so we didn't dare to do anything. Of course, if you can't do anything, we'll do it. Sabotage means to drill through the ground above your head, and you'll be able to get out naturally. Yisha, go ahead. I guarantee it's not an illusion. There's something wrong with this place itself. By the way, keep in touch. Yisha put on the headset while talking. Then Yisha heard a loud noise. It was obvious that Yiyu did what she said and started to destroy it directly. After a moment, Yisha heard Yiyu's surprised voice, shouting, it's also a subway track. Exactly the same. What's going on? Subway track? Yisha was stunned for a moment. Thought of something. And then said, "Don't move yet." As Yisha spoke, he clenched his fists. Heavy punch. Jumping arcs appeared on both sides of the destroyer, accompanied by white smoke from the tail end. And Yisha punched the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, a hole was blasted out of the ground by Yisha. And then Yisha jumped down from the hole. And then, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was still a subway tunnel, almost the same as the one above. Yisha pondered for a while, and roughly understood the principle. Yisha once read a report that a strange woman woke up in a hotel, and found a strange man lying next to her. She was so scared that she called the police directly. Later, it was found that the strange man went to the wrong room. The rooms on the upper and lower floors of the hotel were almost exactly the same, with the same doors, the same structure, and the same furnishings. The man drank a little, and went to the wrong floor. He was dizzy, and didn't pay attention to the door number, or the person lying on the bed. The woman happened to forget to lock the door, and the man swiped his card to enter the room, thinking that he had opened the door himself. So a misunderstanding occurred. The structure here should be similar to this principle. Of course, there are still some things that cannot be explained, such as an upper and lower interval, which cannot bear the weight of the subway at all, and is prone to collapse. For example, Yisha walked down directly from the platform. The stairs were at an angle, and then it was a straight line along the rails. This kind of structure must have an intersection connecting the upper and lower parts. Yisha recalled that except for feeling that the stairs of the subway station were longer, he did not find that he had walked through any intersection. However, Yisha believed that as long as the principle could be understood, the technology would definitely not be a problem. There must be a way, especially since those guys built this place. Yisha walked to the wall and wiped it with his hand. Comscope. On the side, there was an iron door, which was the escape passage in the subway tunnel, and the logo of Comscope was printed on the door. Hello. Hello. At this time, after a long time without Yisha's response, Yiyu couldn't help but speak again. What's going on? Yisha, as you can see, this place has multiple floors. We were probably in the middle. I don't know why this happened, but judging from the height of the subway station, if you destroy one more floor, you should be on the ground. Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally. I can leave this damn place. Yeah. Yisha nodded. You guys go first. I suddenly became interested in this place, and want to explore it further. Yiyu was stunned. Did you find anything? Yisha, it's not a new discovery. This place may have some facilities of Computech. Chapter 1545, and Nest Base. Bang! Yisha stretched out his hand to grab the door of the emergency passage, pulled it down, and threw it aside. Yisha looked over and laughed. Sure enough, behind the door was not an emergency passage. Or rather, it was indeed a passage. But it was not the kind of emergency passage that Yisha imagined, but a straight up and down passage with a metal ladder on the side. Yisha grabbed the metal ladder and started to go down. Yiyu heard the noise and couldn't help asking, What are you doing? Yisha, climb. Yiyu, where to? Yisha, who knows? Maybe it's a base of Computech. Those guys like to build things underground. Of course, it could also be a subway station. The metal ladder was not long, and Yisha quickly landed below. There was a fault about 2 meters above the ground, and the end of the metal ladder below was cracked. Yisha jumped up, and then Yisha found that what appeared in front of him was actually another subway station. Yisha looked at the subway station in front of him. This should be the place used by Computech. The platform is very small, without billboards, seats, vending machines, and other messy things. It is a rectangular platform with only one track on the side. The only thing that makes people feel different is that the entire subway station is made of metal. It is brass-colored and looks a bit old, but it seems to be made like this on purpose. The metal is this color. Besides, there was dust everywhere and a musty smell, as if it had not been used for a long time. Yisha slowly walked towards the edge of the platform, looking around, wondering where this could lead to. But at this moment, when Yisha came to the edge of the platform, a head suddenly looked up on the side of the edge and suddenly appeared in front of Yisha, opening its bloody mouth, and carefully seeing the fine teeth and trembling tongue. Black Beast. The Black Beast appeared too suddenly, and Yisha was really frightened. Then he felt a pain in his abdomen, and then Yi Sha quickly pushed it away. Looking down, Yi Sha saw that his clothes on his abdomen were cut, and there was an extra wound there. It was not very deep, but blood was still oozing out. Hey! Hey! Hearing the sound of fighting, Yi Yu immediately shouted anxiously, "What happened?" "A little trouble." Yi Sha held the headset. "Let's contact each other later." After Yi Sha finished speaking, he took off the headset and looked at the black beast in front of him. This is not an ordinary black beast. It looks different from ordinary black beasts. It is not the original form, nor is it the second form of black beast that appears after the apostle's power is increased. So, it has mutated, and the mutated appearance is very interesting. Other black beasts always become bigger and bigger through mutation. In fact, the normal form of black beasts is also the same. After the growth of Apostle X, his power is enhanced, and the normal form of black beasts is also much bigger. But the black beast in front of him looked quite different. Its body did not become huge due to the mutation. On the contrary, it became slender. It was only about 1.6 meters tall, much shorter than Yi Sha. Its face was like a human face stretched out. Its facial features were completely distorted and covered with fine scales. But it was different from ordinary black beasts. It had no hair, only scales. At the same time, its upper body became very thin, especially its waist, which was only as wide as Yi Sha's palm. But the lower body of this black beast is very sturdy and strong. The thighs have the kind of muscle lines that are extremely explosive at first glance, and the muscles of the calves are even more distinct, also covered with fine scales. The soles of the feet are very large, and the toes are claws like dinosaurs. Yi Sha suddenly thought of a phrase called wasp waist and fat hips. Although it is strange to use it on a black beast, the black beast in front of him is really in this form, which is very appropriate. In addition, this black beast is not weak. Compared with other mutant black beasts, this one looked more like a degeneration. But Yi Sha knew very well that it was not a degeneration, but a higher-end evolution. Just like human evolution, simplicity is beauty. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the black beast suddenly swung its hands, and the scales on its arms suddenly bounced up. And after standing up, they kept overlapping, forming the shape of two blades, fitting on the arms. The next moment, the black beast suddenly opened its mouth, let out a sharp whistle, and then pounced towards Yi Sha. Dang! The black arm blade slashed forward quickly, hitting the twin sawtooth swords, making a crisp sound. Yi Sha's shoulders sank slightly. The power was obviously not proportional to the opponent's slender upper body. The power was very huge. After the attack, the black beast was extremely fast, and its left hand immediately swept towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately twisted the hilt of the twin sawtooth swords, and the sound of gears turning suddenly appeared. The twin sawtooth swords quickly changed from a large sword to a double sword. Clang! Yi Sha's left-handed sword swept out and collided with the blade of the black beast's left arm, and the crisp sound of the sword clashing rang out again. The black beast screamed again and kept running forward, pushing Yi Sha's body backward continuously until it reached the wall. Yi Sha's body suddenly leaned forward, kicked back with one foot, and stepped on the wall. Yi Sha forcibly resisted the push of the black beast. Suddenly, the black beast opened its mouth, and a red cylindrical tongue flew out, brushing against Yi Sha's cheek and passing by, piercing the wall behind, and piercing a big hole in the wall. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, and suddenly held his two swords horizontally, slashing at the tongue with force. With a puff, accompanied by a splash of blood, Yi Sha cut off the tongue with his sword. The next moment, the black beast screamed immediately. Yi Sha jumped up and kicked the black beast in the chest, kicking it away. Bang! The black beast's body kept retreating and hit a device at the edge of the subway station. Welcome to use Sha. Intelligent Sha. Robot service. I am an intelligent robot. Sha. Socket number 3. Sha, dedicated to serving you. After the machine was hit, it kept making voice sounds, accompanied by a sha noise, and it was obviously damaged. The black beast was obviously annoyed by the sound, and turned around and punched the robot hard. The original blue interface of the machine suddenly switched to red, and the voice suddenly changed from a friendly female voice to a hoarse male voice. Welcome to the Ant Nest base. Chapter 1546 Mirror City Plan. Yi Sha suddenly rushed out at this time, raised his two swords, and chopped down the black beast continuously. Clang! Clang! The black beast raised his arms again, and blocked the two swords with his arm blades. But at this moment, Yisha stretched out his hand suddenly, and the back of his hand was scratched by the arm blade. Fresh red blood kept dripping down and fell to the ground. Blood calls the Red Lotus, Yisha shouted softly, then pointed his toes and jumped back. At the moment when Yisha leaped backwards, a thick blood-colored mist suddenly appeared on the ground, and then a bunch of blood-colored small swords stretched out from the ground, densely covering the black beast. The next moment, those blood-colored small swords exploded at the same time. The shattered sword light was like a red lotus exploding, covering the black beast's body in the blink of an eye. The black beast screamed again, and as the sword light exploded, wounds appeared on the black beast's body, all over its body. Yisha sneered. He just felt that this black beast was not weak. But not weak does not mean strong. It was just that. Compared with the mutated black beasts he had seen before, this black beast was indeed stronger. After a moment, the blood-colored lotus dissipated, and the black beast shook its body. Yisha rushed forward again, not giving the black beast a chance to breathe, and swung his sword to cut it. Puff! The sword blade cut into the black beast's neck, chopping the black beast's body crooked. The black beast roared angrily, and raised its arm knife to fight back. But Yisha was faster. Puff! Yisha thrust his left-handed sword forward, and when the black beast's arm blade fell in front of his head, the left-handed sword had already pierced through the black beast's chest. The heart penetrated with one blow. The black beast's body suddenly froze, and began to tremble slightly. Blood continued to flow down the sword and flowed onto the back of Yisha's hand. Puff! Yisha took a step back and suddenly drew his sword, and the black beast's body fell forward, hit the ground, and became motionless. After killing the black beast, Yisha casually swung his sword to shake off the blood, then came to the front of the machine and casually stabbed the two swords into the ground, leaving them stuck in the ground. Yisha was a little interested in this machine at the moment. Or rather, Yisha was a little interested in the voice prompt just now. Ant nest base? Yisha murmured. Is it the experimental base of Compu? Yisha looked at the screen on the device, which had a touch screen on the side. Yisha tried to operate it, but found that the system was damaged and could not switch to the query interface. Yisha fiddled with it for a while, and seeing no response, he could not help but get impatient and punched the side of the machine. Sha! Sha! The screen of the machine kept shaking, and then the picture suddenly switched, and a 3D stereoscopic diagram appeared. The ant nest, located in the new third city, deep underground in this city, has a top-secret research institute owned and supervised by Compu Corporation. The ant nest has a total of 1,238 technical workers, scientists, and logistics personnel. 7 years after the construction of the ant nest, the official institutions of the new third city participated in the investment and cooperated with Compu to create a great construction plan. The Mirror City, with the ant nest as the center. The first phase of the investment exceeded $38 billion to build an underground city, temporarily named the Mirror City. The new sixth city, more than one-third of the area under the city, was included in the construction of the underground city. Yisha was stunned, because he punched the machine. The machine somehow switched to the introduction interface, and then Yisha was frightened by this crazy introduction. According to the 3D schematic diagram, we can see that the building is built in three-dimensional modules. The top is the new third city, and there is actually a city below. This city is completely upside down. Of course, it does not mean that people have to live upside down, but the buildings extend from the ground to the underground, all upside down. Many buildings correspond to the buildings above, one up and one down, just like looking in a mirror. So it is called the Mirror City, and the official name is the new sixth city. The underground city is smaller, only one-third of the size of the new third city, but its scale is already very impressive. The most important thing is that it has such a cross-era technology, which is amazing. Except for Computech, there is really no other force that can design such a crazy plan. However, this plan did not succeed. It is not a technical problem. Yisha believes that Computech dares to make such a crazy design, which must be feasible and cannot be purely whimsical. If this underground city is built, it will definitely be a cross-era development in terms of technology. Unfortunately, Yisha noticed the time. In the second year after the Mirror City project was born, the apocalypse broke out. The Mirror City project is too ambitious. It will take at least 10, 20 years, or even longer to build such an underground city. 2 years is too short to build anything. Therefore, this Mirror City project should have been completely abandoned with the arrival of the apocalypse. However, Yisha was not sure whether the Mirror City existed. But the ant nest definitely existed and had been built long ago. The Mirror City was built with the ant nest as the center. There were still signs of Comp's activities in this city, but it should not be based in the ant nest. Otherwise, Yisha had already invaded the entrance of the ant nest, and Comp would not have no reaction. Therefore, the ant nest should have been abandoned. However, it is still worth going there to have a look, because that mutant black beast. The mutant black beast has the feeling of apostle power, not as strong as the previous one, but still quite obvious and can be felt. So a relatively high-end evolution has appeared. The question is here. Why is the mutant black beast here? This place is a multi-layer design, extending very deep into the ground, and the zombies are only wandering around. Moreover, the black beast will not enter from the subway platform, although the reason is unknown. Yisha saw it with his own eyes, and it must be correct. Then, let's change our thinking. If the black beast didn't come in from the ground, why couldn't it have run out from below? Or, to be more direct, it ran out from the ant nest. If the above guesses are correct, has the ant nest become the nest of Apostle X? Of course, everything is just speculation, and there are some things that Yisha doesn't quite understand. But anyway, the ant nest seems to be worth a visit. The problem is, Yisha looked at both sides of the railroad track and murmured, "How do I get to the ant nest?" Chapter 1547 Entering. In fact, it is not difficult to guess how to get to the ant nest. The railroad tracks are there, so you must take the subway to get in. The problem is that there are no cars nearby. This machine must be able to control the car. Yisha fiddled with the touch screen, but there was no response. So he had to give up. It seems that I can only walk. Just as Yisha was thinking, he suddenly felt a sound coming from the tunnel. After listening carefully, Yisha's face couldn't help but be happy. It was the sound of the subway starting. Yisha was sure that he had not completed any operation on the machine. But the subway came. Yisha thought that it might be the collision during the previous battle that caused the machine to malfunction. Or the machine was originally broken, and the subway kept going back and forth, which caused the black beast below to run out. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, having a subway to go to the ant nest is good news for Yisha. After a while, 2 bright lights quickly appeared at the entrance of the tunnel, and then a subway slowly appeared in front of Yisha. There was only the front of the train, but no body. It was a subway train that looked a bit old, with only the front of the train, the driver's cab in front, and a space behind it. And then, fuck. Yisha watched the front of the train enter the platform, and then he couldn't help but curse. The space behind the driver's cab was full of black beasts. When the front of the train entered the platform, the door suddenly opened, and then those black beasts rushed out like crazy. Yisha immediately retreated quickly, and then swung his twin sawtooth swords. Puff! Puff! As the 2 swords were swung forward, one on the left and one on the right, the 2 black beasts that rushed forward first were cut off by Yisha. Blood splattered. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. Yisha retreated 2 steps, and then stuck to the wall. The platform was really small. Seeing the black beast attack again, Yisha raised his hand, and a stream of electricity was released forward, blowing a black beast away. But at this moment, a black beast jumped up from the side and flew towards Yisha. But at this moment, the little ancient cat suddenly jumped up, bit the neck of the black beast and tore it off. Well done. Yisha cut off half of the head of a black beast with a sword, but don't eat these things. They are too disgusting. While Yisha said this, he stabbed the side with his left-hand sword and pierced through the body of another black beast. The sudden emergence of more than a dozen black beasts was still quite scary. But as long as you survive the first wave of impact, the problem will not be so big. Puff! Yisha waved his 2 swords, cut off the head of the last black beast, and then walked into the car. The front of the car was unmanned. After entering, Yisha looked around the cab for a few times. At this time, Yisha missed the Archon especially. For the Archon, there was nothing that could not be driven, and Yisha could only fiddle with it, touching and pressing on the operating table. There was really a sound coming from the bottom of the car. And then the car started to move forward along the track. After driving forward for a while, the car body tilted a little. It should be going deep underground. The speed was very fast. About 2 or 3 minutes later, it gradually slowed down. Fighting again! Yisha couldn't help but grin before the subway entered the station. He had seen many black beasts wandering on the platform. And there were also zombies among them. Yisha didn't know whether the black beasts and zombies were one species or two species. The two sides were peaceful and wandering on the platform. After a while, they entered the platform. As soon as the door opened, the black beasts and zombies immediately turned their heads towards the car. Sizzle! The sound of surging electricity suddenly sounded. Since they had to fight, Yisha chose to take the initiative. The electricity rushed directly to the platform. And then with a bang, the electricity exploded, and countless arcs spread out in all directions. Before the black beasts and zombies could react, they were blown away by a large number. The little ancient cat rushed out first and bit a black beast. Then, the ice and snow god floated to the ceiling and waved his wings downwards, bringing out a large piece of frost. Yisha walked out of the car and thrust his two swords to both sides at the same time. Yisha's target was the zombies. Compared to the black beasts, zombies were obviously more difficult to kill. These guys could not be killed unless they were hit in the head. Puff! Puff! The two swords came out at the same time, hitting the heads of two zombies, piercing the heads of the two zombies. Then Yisha quickly moved forward and shuttled between the black beasts and the zombie group. As his hand raised and the sword fell, a few more heads appeared on the ground. While charging, Yisha kept looking around. Although Yisha judged that he could reach the entrance of the ant nest from the subway station, what he saw now was still the subway station. So Yisha had to find a way. Suddenly, the little ancient cat roared, knocked away a black beast, and ran to the side. The subway station was very small and could be seen at a glance. It was no different from the previous subway station. There was a sealed passage on the side of the subway station here. The passage had arched walls and a huge alloy door in front. Now that he had found the entrance, there was no need to kill all the zombies and black beasts. With the help of the snow and wind from the ice god to slow down the black beasts and zombies, Yisha suddenly leaped forward. Bang! Yisha stepped on the chest of a zombie, using the force to leap up again, flipping over the heads of the zombies and black beasts, and then leaping to the door. There were also many black beasts behind the door, and the little ancient cat ran into them without fear, knocking those black beasts away. Yisha immediately turned around and pushed out with one palm. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, and the black beast that had just rushed up was pushed out directly, as if it had hit a wall. Then Yisha grabbed the door and exerted force. Ah! With a low roar, the heavy alloy door was pushed by Yisha and closed with a bang. After closing the door and blocking the zombies outside, Yisha turned around to deal with the black beasts in the passage. There were not many black beasts, only a dozen or so. After Yisha easily killed them, he found that there were no black beasts in the passage ahead. There was a fault where the black beasts gathered, and they seemed to gather at the entrance and exit. Even so, Yisha still seemed quite careful. Walking along the passage, Yisha felt that this place had a hospital feel. A pure white passage with many rooms around it. Every few meters, either on the ceiling, on the ground, or on the wall, there was a logo of the Compu company. Except for those logos, everything here was almost pure white, without any other colors. Coming to the door of a room, Yisha looked inside and found a white bed with a shadowless lamp above and some instruments on both sides. It really looked like an operating room. Chapter 1548, Many Traps. Yisha did not continue to move forward, but entered the room to take a look. It was really a hospital operating room. Not just an appearance. The instruments on display were all medical instruments. There was also a cabinet next to it with scalpels, hemostatic forceps, and other things on it. What on earth was this damn research institute researching before the end of the world? Yisha could not help but mutter. If it was really a hospital, Yisha would definitely not believe it. Are the people at Compu Company sick? They built a hospital underground, and made the entrance so complicated, to cover up the research institute, but ended up building a hospital? In Yisha's opinion, the biggest possibility should be a live experiment. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to be a live experiment on humans. Only such a taboo experiment can make Compu cover up so carefully. Leaving the room, Yisha continued to walk forward, looking around as he walked. To be honest, this place is very different from the abandoned research institute in Yisha's impression. First of all, the lighting. All the lighting equipment is intact and working normally. As for the power problem, this kind of underground research institute has self-sufficient power generation equipment and even energy conversion equipment. As long as it is not destroyed, it is possible to last for more than 10 years. However, because of the zombies, the possibility of not being destroyed is very low. Secondly, in addition to the lights, another place that is very different from the abandoned research institute in Yisha's impression is that it is very clean. Clean passages, clean walls, no scattered debris, no bloodstains, etc. The air circulation system is running normally. Even in the underground, Yisha did not feel difficulty breathing, and even did not see much dust. Or to put it more directly, everything seemed like a normal functioning research institute. Not an abandoned one. But then again, a normal functioning research institute would definitely have people. But there was not even a ghost in this place. Continuing to walk forward, Yisha suddenly raised his eyebrows, half squatted down, and pulled the little ancient cat back. Looking at the floor, Yisha took out a mineral water bottle from his backpack and rolled it forward along the floor. Clang! Suddenly, a blade rose from the ground and cut the water bottle in half. The water was scattered everywhere, and the long blade slowly retracted downwards. Go! Yisha let go of the little cat, and the little cat jumped up and quickly jumped over the blade, and Yisha followed closely behind. There was a gap in the floor, and this passage had always been smooth. Yisha felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the defense system of the institute was also functioning normally. Then, of course, we need to be more careful. As Yisha walked, he raised his head and looked at the corner at the end of the corridor. There was a surveillance camera there, flashing red light, indicating that it was operating normally. Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately took 2 steps forward and stood in front. Sure enough, just as Yisha took a step forward, about 3 or 5 meters ahead, the cover of a lighting lamp suddenly fell off, and with it fell an octagonal metal disc, which was spinning there. Thump, thump, thump. Then, the edge of the metal plate suddenly ejected a gun barrel, which was spinning and shooting at the same time. This design is quite fierce, with the rotating gun barrels in all directions, and falling straight down from top to bottom, completely covering all positions. And there is no dead angle in the narrow passage. But, red flame armor is activated. The crystallized flame suddenly appeared, blocking Yisha and covering the front of Yisha. After a while, the crystallized flames dispersed, and the bullets fell all over the ground. Yisha said to Little Ancient Cat and Ice and Snow God, "Walk behind me." Yisha felt that he had entered the coverage of the Institute's defense system, and similar traps and mechanisms should continue to appear. Yisha didn't care much about his own safety. For ordinary people, this level of mechanism is no longer a matter of lethality, but a matter of total death. But Yisha has the red flame armor, which can defend in all directions, and is almost not afraid of such things. But Little Ancient Cat and Ice and Snow God are not so easy to say. As expected, Yisha continued to move forward and soon encountered a sentry machine gun. This thing is a common defense mechanism, a vertical machine gun with a very terrifying firing rate. Moreover, what Yisha encountered was not a sentry machine gun strictly speaking, but a combat defense cannon. In addition to the machine gun, it was also equipped with micro-missiles. It was quite fierce, but it still could not break through the defense of the red flame armor. Advancing all the way, Yisha did not miss any room and simply looked at them. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a hospital, although he guessed that it was conducting human live experiments. But in fact, there was no blood, human specimens filled with formalin, or anything like that. There was no gloomy room, metal table, dried blood, fallen organs, saws, hammers, or other scary things as imagined. Yisha even saw a square room similar to a high-end ward. There was a clean and tidy bed, a 4-piece suit made of high-end fabrics, a separate bathroom, a 50-inch wall-mounted TV, and even a computer desk in the corner with a high-performance notebook. Although Yisha opened it and took a look, the only game inside was Tetris. Is this damn place not the sanatorium of Compu Corporation? Yisha felt more and more bored as he walked. and his previous expectations were reduced. The most important thing was that this place did not look like the lair of Apostle X. Of course, there were many places that needed attention. For example, whether it was abandoned or not, there should be zombies in the abandoned place. And there should be black beasts under the influence of the power of the apostles. If it hadn't been abandoned, there should be people here. But there was nothing. This place was so empty that it made people feel uneasy, as if they had entered a dead city. The feeling of everything being annihilated. As Yisha thought about it, he stopped and walked into a room. Finally, I saw something different. Yisha pushed open the door and finally saw a different room. This room was a bit like an interrogation room in a police station. A metal table, very solid, was embedded directly into the ground. The chair on one side was specially made of metal, with semicircular buckles at the waist and ankles, deliberately locking people in the chair. At the same time, there were 2 holes on the metal table, with 2 chains dragging outside, and handcuffs on the top of the chains. In addition, there was a compartment on the other side, also made of pure metal, with special reinforced glass, and the walls and doors were painted white. After entering, Yisha saw 3 computers and some unknown machines. Chapter 1549 Others. Yisha sat down on a table in front of the glass, then looked at the metal table outside the glass, and then looked at the computer on the side. It feels like a place for torture and recording? While thinking, Yisha turned on the computer, which could be started normally, and there was no power on password. So Yisha directly entered the main interface of the computer. Entering my computer is a very simple hard disk partition. One is the computer system, and the other is to store a large number of videos. Yisha randomly clicked on a video and was surprised. This is. Yisha stared at the video with eyes wide open. In the video, a zombie was sitting on a chair in front of a metal table. His body was restrained by the metal chair and his hands were handcuffed. But because the chain could be extended, he could do some simple activities. At the same time, the zombie was very strange, because it was very quiet. In front of the zombie, there were 2 researchers in white coats, holding notebooks and recording something. And the zombie did not look aggressive at all, sitting there quietly. Then, a researcher handed the puzzle to the zombie, and the zombie actually played with it. Yisha fast-forwarded and clicked on the second video. It was still a zombie, but this time the researcher gave it a Rubik's Cube. In the third video, the zombie was given an apple, and took a bite and spit it out. Obedient zombies, but also have a certain degree of intelligence. Yisha felt it was too magical. A group of things without the characteristics of life, obedient, can be transformed by machinery. But why do they have intelligence? The things given by the researchers were obviously testing intelligence. At the same time, it was definitely impossible to be mechanically modified. If the chip ordered it, it could do these things directly. For example, the arbitrator form before the Archon evolved. It was also very obedient, and seemed to have intelligence, and could use firearms and fight. But in fact, it was just the computer chip running the combat program. Yisha clicked on the last video. This time it was a scene of failed research. The zombie was fiddling with an educational toy similar to Warongdeo, but it was 3-dimensional. But it had never been successful. Then the zombie suddenly became irritable, roared loudly, and struggled continuously. After about 2 or 3 minutes, blood flowed from the 7 orifices of the zombie, and it died suddenly. Yisha held his chin and guessed what experiment was being conducted here. First, Yisha made a wrong judgment. From the study of zombies, it can be seen that the ant nest was not abandoned after the end of the world, at least for a period of time. It is not clear now. Second, Compu has always been ambitious. A destroyed world has no meaning for Compu. The people who want to rebuild the world the most are actually Compu. Only by building a new world can Compu obtain supreme power, and even become the master of the world. So, Compu wants to end the apocalypse. But at the same time, they also want to control the zombie virus. Or even control the zombies. Or use the zombie virus to create obedient super soldiers. So that after the apocalypse, they can satisfy their ambitions. Obviously, this experiment is also to satisfy part of their ambitions. They seem to want obedient zombies that will not malfunction. That is, non-mechanical transformation. Of course, another reason is that it is impossible to create a large number of obedient zombies through mechanical transformation, or to create a large number of arbitrators. because the cost is too high and cannot be satisfied. These videos gave Yisha a rough idea of what this place was like. But that was not what Yisha wanted. Yisha wanted to find everything related to Apostle X. Now it seems that he might have failed? Yisha shook his head helplessly. And suddenly, Ola! Ola! The piercing alarm sounded very suddenly. And Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then quickly rushed out of the room. On the white corridor, the red light flashed, which was very eye-catching. Yisha looked around and quickly rushed forward. Running forward along the corridor, Yisha could see some destroyed defense facilities. On the destroyed floor, motion sensors could be seen, and metal spears pierced through the sides. Running forward, 2 Vulcan guns fell to the ground. And further forward, there were shattered sentry machine guns. Someone. Although Yisha hadn't seen a ghost along the way, he was sure that there were other people here. These defense facilities were not destroyed by Yisha, so of course they were destroyed by others. After a moment, Yisha turned the corner and saw 2 figures. A man and a woman. The people on the Doomsday train. The apostles are easy to recognize. But the people of Compu, even if they have to explore violently because this place is abandoned, they can't be so direct. They will use more technological means. Moreover, although Compu's clothing is sometimes more mixed, it is mostly uniform. As for the people on the Doomsday train, there is no uniformity at all in this regard. Just like scattered soldiers. Hey! Yisha shouted, you too. Hearing Yisha's voice, the man and woman turned around. And then Yisha found that the other person's expression was more excited than his own. The man was happy. There is not even a shadow in this damn place. And now there is finally someone who can talk. Hey, black-haired boy. Come here. If you don't want to die, be honest. Whatever I ask, you answer it. Otherwise I can't guarantee your fate. Yisha was stunned. Shouldn't this be his own line? As he was talking, the man had already walked towards Yisha and stretched out his hand to press Yisha's head. Yisha knew what the other party was doing as soon as he saw his movements. He obviously wanted to press him against the wall. Pa! Yisha suddenly attacked at a very fast speed. He raised his hand and slapped the other party in the face. The man shook his body, and his head hit the wall directly. You dare to fight back? The man's head hit the wall, and he was dizzy and angry. He also looked a little unbelievable. He shouted at Yisha, do you know who I am? Boy, you are from the death car, right? I am a crew member. How dare you disobey me? Yisha tilted his head. This was interesting. The flight attendant didn't recognize him. Yisha curled his lips. Newcomer? Just became a flight attendant not long ago. The man was stunned. How do you know, Before the man finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He looked down and saw that it was Yisha who stabbed one of the twin serrated swords into the other's thigh. The next moment, bang! Yisha grabbed the other's head and pressed it against the wall. Yisha, is this what you were going to do to me just now? Chapter 1550 Encounter. Let go! The man shouted angrily, and an elbow strike swept to the back, but was easily blocked by Yisha, and then pressed the opponent's palm to the wall. Puff! Yisha raised the other twin sawtooth sword in his left hand and stabbed it directly into the back of the opponent's hand, nailing the opponent's palm to the wall. Ah! 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 The man screamed loudly. The remaining woman had a gloomy face, but she didn't say anything. She walked directly towards Yisha. Her pace became faster and faster, and then she wiped her hands at the position of her sleeves, directly pulled out 2 slender red narrow knives, and walked towards Yisha. Yisha sneered, turned around and looked at the woman, and drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang. Pressure. Holding this sword can exert a certain degree of pressure on the target. Almost in an instant, the woman's footsteps suddenly stopped, and the whole person froze there. Her hands trembled involuntarily, and the narrow knife in her hand kept making slight noises because of the trembling. The woman retreated to the back, and suddenly stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Yisha soon saw that the other party's pants were wet, and a strange smell filled the air. The effect of coercion is uncertain. The greater the difference in strength, the more obvious the coercion effect. If the strength is similar, it can only bring a very slight sense of coercion. If the opponent's strength is above Yisha, then there is no sense of coercion. At most, you may feel some tension brought by the battle, and being scared like this. Yisha shook his head. He was too weak. Yisha pressed the man's head again, Two scumbags who don't even have the strength of the king level dare to yell at me. How did you become flight attendants? Did you bribe the boss lady? The man's lips trembled because of the pain. Who are you? Yisha smiled. Even if you are flight attendants, it's nothing in my eyes. I have a lot of guys like that under my command. Chung. Chung. Flight attendant. The man couldn't even speak clearly for a moment and immediately begged for mercy. We didn't mean it. Shut up. I ask you. Yisha didn't finish his words. He suddenly raised his head and looked around, then grabbed the man's hair, tilted his head up, and looked at him. Do you have anyone else? No. No. The man shook his head. We came in together. Yisha let go of the man, held his sword horizontally, slowly moved his steps, and then looked at the walls on both sides of the passage. It felt very dangerous. Yisha was very sensitive to danger. This was not a unique skill of Yisha. People who had been fighting for a long time would develop this feeling over time. The reason why Yisha was better was because his will and mental strength were better. If he reached the level of a superhuman, it would not be a feeling, but he could really sense danger in advance. This time, the feeling was quite strong. This feeling did not appear very often. Yisha had this feeling when he first met the Son of God. The first time he met the Apostle. The first time he met the Deputy Train Master. And the first time he met the Train Master. Just by looking at this list, you can know what level the other party is. But that dangerous feeling, gone. Yisha moved slowly and could feel that something was near him. But as Yisha moved, the dangerous feeling he had before slowly disappeared. Yisha instinctively relaxed his muscles and murmured, "Did he leave?" Suddenly, Yisha just thought about it. But he suddenly heard footsteps. It was not very clear, but he could hear it, coming from behind the wall. The little cat was originally in a half-squatting state, and suddenly stood up and faced the wall. In terms of feeling, the little cat has the instinct of a beast, but Yisha's sixth sense of danger is not bad. But in terms of hearing, Yisha is much worse than the little cat. No matter how much the physical fitness is improved, the five senses are still better than those of the beast. Without any hesitation, Yisha raised the sword and stabbed it towards the wall. Crack! The steel plate embedded in the wall was pierced by Yisha, and the whole sword, except for the hilt, stabbed towards the opposite side. However, it did not hit. Except for the wall, Yisha did not have the real feeling of hitting anything, so he knew that he did not hit the target. The next moment, Yisha quickly stepped forward, and at the same time, the sword cut the wall horizontally. After advancing 2 meters, Yisha felt the sword falling down with a clang. Boom! When the sword fell down, the wall made a loud rumble, and a piece of it collapsed. Yisha immediately jumped forward, propped himself on the ground with one hand, and rolled to stabilize his body. But just as Yisha stabilized his body, a purple-black arm suddenly stretched out from the broken wall and chopped down on Yisha's head. Clang! Yisha raised his sword to meet the opponent's attack. And then, there was a sound of weapons colliding, and Yisha blocked the opponent's weapon. Then he looked up and was stunned. Yisha, underworld guard? Standing in front of Yisha was an underworld guard wearing armor. At the same time, Gonlin also heard Yisha's voice, and appeared from behind the broken wall, and then smiled. What a coincidence. Yisha frowned. Why are you here? Gonlin smiled. Why are you here? That's why I'm here. Yisha grinned, with a bit of surprise. Is this really the lair of Apostle X? Gonlin still smiled. Look, don't you know everything? Yisha, it's really the rumor you spread. Gonlin, how can it be a rumor? This is really the lair of Apostle X. If we find the place where those mutant zombies come out, we can find the lair of Apostle X, and we will have the opportunity to deal with Apostle X. I didn't lie to you. Every word is the truth. Yisha really couldn't refute this, and snorted. Don't you just want those people in the death carriage to die and be cannon fodder for you? Do you still expect them to kill the apostles? Isn't this their value? If you are unwilling, then find a way to survive. Bite, fight, and climb up even if you have to give up everything. Gonlin looked into Yisha's eyes. This is the truth. But you taught me, and I do it the same way. Yisha was silent. Yes, this is what he taught Gonlin. Gonlin did the same. And even Yisha did the same. Everyone who is unwilling, everyone who wants to survive, should do this. In order to have stronger strength, even if you have to crawl, you must climb to a higher position. In this way, you will not be slaughtered. Chapter 1551 Conversation. Hey! Gonlin suddenly approached Yisha. Don't talk about such boring things. You let my prey run away. Yisha took 2 steps away from Gonlin, and remembered the dangerous feeling before, and raised his eyebrows. Apostle X? Gonlin, if it was Apostle X, the movement would not be so small. Yisha thought about it, and it was right. Although the feeling just now was very dangerous. Even like the feeling when he first saw the Apostle. It was just a feeling. Which meant that the degree of danger was very high. And it was not necessarily an Apostle. Gonlin, it's just a king-level mutant zombie contaminated by the power of the Apostle. However, if left alone, it will soon become a supernatural level. Gonlin spread his hands helplessly. Hey. Gonlin smiled. Let's make a deal. Aren't you also looking for the lair of Apostle X? So what? Yisha, I can find it myself. Gonlin smiled. Do you have enough clues? From your appearance? You don't have any? I know a lot of things. And I can tell you everything. Besides, you know what I want. And that thing is useless to you. Yisha glanced at Gonlin. Book of the Dead? Gonlin, how is it? You can exchange your completely useless things for the information of Apostle X. It's a good deal. Isn't it? Don't bother with it. Yisha, my personal compartment has always lacked decorations. I think the thing is also good for decoration. Gonlin, what if I had magnetic storm? Yisha's eyes twitched. Do you have it? Gonlin, you should rest assured about this. It is directly stored with the boss lady. We can exchange it directly with the boss lady when we go back. Yisha was very conflicted. He had long guessed that he couldn't let Gonlin tell him the terms of the deal. Once she said it, it would be hard to refuse. The magnetic control that Yisha possessed was a combination of multiple skills. He could only get a part of it from the dining car, and the rest needed to be activated. For example, the iron sand sword needed to be used with iron sand. And the last magnetic storm was the killer move of magnetic control. It needed to obtain the corresponding ability to use it. And it was not sold. If you want to get the magnetic storm, you can only rely on luck, such as the reward after completing the task, or the chance to draw it during the random draw. The probability is quite low. Gonlin, how is it? It's better than holding a book of the dead that you can't use. Isn't it? Yisha took a deep breath. And after a long time, okay. Then tell me the location of the nest first, and I will trade with you after returning to the Doomsday train. The location of the nest? Gonlin blinked his big eyes, and made a white flower-like expression. How can I know where that kind of thing is? Yisha clenched his fists. Are you kidding me? Gonlin looked innocent. I just said that I have information. But I didn't say I know where the nest of Apostle X is. If I really knew it, I should have gone there long ago. Right? Yisha, then tell me what you can say. Gonlin, first of all, the nest may not be in the ant nest. Yisha, then what are you doing here? Gonlin, I came here from other places. And I didn't want to come here. Wait a minute. Where did you come from? Yisha, of course it's the entrance to the ant nest. Yes, there is an entrance to the ant nest. Gonlin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. In this case, the ant nest is the center point. Maybe here we can find the passage to the nest. Yisha, what are you talking about? Gonlin, do you know the new 6th city? Yisha, Mirror City? Correct. Gonlin, if you know, it's easy to explain. If nothing unexpected happens, the nest should be somewhere in the new 6th city. And, except for you, everyone else enters and exits from the entrance of the new 6th city. Yisha, the entrance and exit of the new 6th city? The Mirror City has not been built yet. Right? Gonlin, but there are still entrances and exits. Even if construction is going on, there needs to be places to enter and exit. In fact, they are the entrances and exits of some subway stations. Of course, there are special passages and tracks leading to the new 6th city. Yisha tilted his head. Is that the case? Did he actually enter by mistake? Gonlin, you should have noticed it too. Right? Although there are black beasts everywhere on the ground. Those black beasts do not enter the subway stations. Moreover, there are some zombies in the subway stations. And the number of black beasts is not large. Yisha nodded, yes. Gonlin, because they are guarding. Those black beasts running around on the ground are actually guarding the entrance and exit of the nest. As for the subway station, It's not that there are no black beasts, but most of them have entered the nest to protect Apostle X. Of course, there are always some guys who are not well behaved and will run around and walk out. Yisha looked around. So, the reason why the nest is not inside the ant nest is that there are few black beasts here. Don Lin, regarding Apostle X. Although we don't know what his specific ability is, based on the current situation, it is likely to be a reproductive ability. He is likely to grow by increasing his strength through the black beast. Yisha, similar to ants, the queen is responsible for reproduction, and other ants try their best to find food to feed the queen. So, what kind of food does Apostle X need? This is a dead city. Gon Lin, who knows? I am just speculating. If it is not reproduction, it may also be a regeneration ability. Yisha held his chin and pondered. Gon Lin, in short, when the apostles appeared before, although there were cases of apostle power leakage, it was almost meaningless. Only this time, Apostle X took the initiative to release his power to create the black beast. Then, the closer to the nest of Apostle X, the more black beasts there will be, and the stronger they will be. Isn't it a matter of course? Yisha nodded in agreement. But what Yisha was more concerned about was what else was there in this underground besides the ant nest. Yisha never thought that there would be other entrances leading to here. But before Yisha could speak, boom, 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 suddenly, dull footsteps sounded, echoing in the corridor. And then the corridor began to tremble, and the surrounding walls, ceiling, and ground were shaking. Gon Lin looked at the end of the corridor. Did that guy come back again? At the end of the corridor, a zombie appeared. A mutant zombie. A superclass mutant zombie. Chapter 1552 Dragon Eye. The feeling of danger reappeared. Yisha narrowed his eyes and looked towards the end of the corridor. It was a mutant zombie that looked very much like a human. Its overall shape was humanoid, with obvious muscle lines, but it was not strong and well proportioned. At the same time, there were not many corpse parts, but the skin was grayish white, the skin color of a dead person. The only corpse part was the eye, an inverted triangle crack with a baby fist-sized pupil, full of bloodshot, and the color of the pupil was blue vertical pupil. Yisha, a king-level mutant zombie dragon eye. But apart from that dragon eye, the rest of the body doesn't look like it. I see. Gon Lin smiled. I chased him all the way, and he finally absorbed all the apostles' power. So he came back to seek revenge? Roar! Suddenly, the dragon eye opened its mouth and roared. Crack, crack. The walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly made cracking sounds, and two cracks appeared on the wall, spreading forward, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire corridor. Boom, boom. The wall kept exploding. The steel plates embedded in the wall twisted, and countless pieces of rubble fell to the ground. It was obvious that the guy in front of him was very angry. Gon Lin suddenly reached out and hugged Yisha's arm, and pressed his whole body against Yisha's chest. Their faces were almost pressed together, and Yisha could even feel the heat from Gon Lin's breath. Yisha, what do you want to do? Gon Lin stretched out his finger and drew circles on Yisha's chest. As a man, of course you should protect women at this time. Right? So, a circle of black shadows suddenly appeared under Gon Lin's feet, and moved rapidly. So, I'll go ahead and look for the nest. Gon Lin suddenly winked playfully. I'll leave this to you. After Gon Lin finished speaking, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, and gently touched Yisha's cheek with her lips. Feeling the cold feeling on his cheek, Yisha was stunned. And just when Yisha fell into a daze, he suddenly reached out and pushed Yisha, pushing Yisha back 2 steps. And then the shadow under his feet became like a quagmire, and Gon Lin's body quickly sank down. After a moment, Yisha came back to his senses and angrily said, Hey, that guy. Yisha swallowed the rest of his words, because Gon Lin's body had completely disappeared in the circle of shadows. At the same time, the black shadow quickly gathered and retreated. Damn it. Yisha touched the cheek that was kissed and cursed. I knew that nothing good would happen every time I met that woman. Bang! At this time, Longyan suddenly bit his knees slightly and jumped forward. Very fast. The distance between the two sides was about 10 meters. But with just one leap, Longyan had already arrived in front of Yisha and raised his fist. Yisha turned his head sharply and exerted force with one arm. Strong force. Yisha exerted force with his left arm, and the muscles on his arm kept squirming. Suddenly swelled and expanded a circle, Then Yisha raised his fist and blasted forward. Bang! The two fists collided. The fists on both sides collided with each other, and a circle of air waves was instantly swept away. The wall beside the two people collapsed inward with a rumble. The impact of the fist wind alone made the entire corridor overwhelmed. Get out of here. Yisha swung his leg forward fiercely. I'm in a very bad mood now. Bang! Yisha swept his foot across Longyan's waist, sweeping Longyan's body to the side and hitting the wall hard. With a bang, Longyan broke the wall and fell directly into the room on the side. Before Longyan stood up, Yisha crossed the broken wall and came to Longyan again. Zila! Electricity surged from Yisha's fist, and then he punched Longyan's eyes fiercely. Bang! A huge sound. Yisha punched Longyan's vertical pupil, and then some blood flowers exploded around the pupil. Even if he obtained the power of the apostle, his body mutated, and his strength was improved. But some things would not change. For example, his own weaknesses. Longyan's weakness is just like its name. That is the only vertical pupil. Bang! 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 Yisha continued to attack the pupil, blood spurting out. Longyan screamed in pain, then stretched out his hand suddenly, and suddenly caught Yisha's fist. The continuous injuries made Longyan, who was already extremely angry, even more angry. After catching Yisha's fist, he grabbed Yisha's shoulder and directly slammed Yisha's body towards the ceiling. Boom! The ceiling collapsed, and then Yisha fell to the ground. Longyan raised his leg and stepped hard on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and collapsed, and the two fell directly to the next floor. Then their bodies bounced on the ground at the same time, and then they turned over and jumped up, punching each other at the same time. Bang! Bang! The two fists crossed and hit each other's faces at the same time. The expressions on their faces were distorted, and their bodies leaned backwards. They each took a half step back and then stabilized their bodies. A fist-to-flesh collision. Simple, direct, and violent. After regaining his balance, Yisha jumped up first and kicked Longyan in the chest, kicking Longyan back. But just as he was retreating, Longyan reached out and grabbed Yisha's ankle, then turned his body half a circle, swung Yisha's body, and smashed it against the wall. Boom! The wall collapsed again, and Yisha fell into the house. Longyan waved his arm, smashing the broken wall even more, making it easier for him to step into the house. But at this moment, Yisha, who was lying on the ground, sat up suddenly, grabbed a huge rock beside him, and smashed it towards Longyan. Crash! The huge rock smashed into Longyan's body, shattering it instantly, and at the same time knocked Longyan back half a step to the side. At this time, Yisha also jumped up, slumped his shoulders, and crashed into Longyan's arms, then wrapped his hands around Longyan's knees and exerted force. Bang! Longyan's body was lifted up by Yisha, and then smashed hard to the ground. Yisha immediately took advantage of the situation and rode on Longyan's body and punched again. Continuous punches. Yisha punched Longyan's eye again and continued to attack. After being hit by several punches, Longyan quickly raised his arms to block, then raised his body and hit Yisha's chin with his head. The next moment, Longyan leaped up, clenched his fists, and smashed down hard at Yisha. Boom! As Longyan's fist hit Yisha again, the ground under the two of them collapsed again. Chapter 1553 Mirror City. Falling to the next floor, Yisha and Longyan rolled together, and only after hitting the wall did they stabilize their bodies. Longyan raised his fist and smashed it down at Yisha again. But at this moment, sizzle! A large amount of electricity surged from Yisha's body, and then Longyan's body was bounced out. Roar! Longyan fell to the ground, turned over, and then the pupil shone with golden light. Apostle power. When the golden light appeared, Yisha felt the strong power of the apostle and ran around the house frantically. Yisha immediately stood up and ran to the side. Boom! Yisha punched forward, smashing the wall in front with a shock wave, and then rushed out to the corridor. The next moment, the feeling of the earth shaking. The whole floor shook violently at this time. Countless cracks began to spread, and then the ground began to fall down piece by piece. The golden light was like countless sharp blades, cutting the entire floor. Yisha ran 2 steps, and then found that there was nowhere to escape. When the golden light passed, the entire floor collapsed madly. Yisha simply stopped running, letting the ground under his feet break, and his body fell to the next floor. However, when the ground broke and Yisha began to fall freely, he was suddenly shocked. So high! Yisha widened his eyes and looked down. He did not fall directly to the next floor, but continued to fall downwards. Yisha waved his arms around and felt as if he had caught something. Yisha's body was hanging in the air, and he looked around with a look of horror. Is this the Mirror City? This is a huge underground space, so big that it is unbelievable. The light is a little dim, and you can only barely see things clearly. In this space, there are many tall buildings, all of which are hanging upside down, extending from top to bottom, and then hanging there. There are many suspended passages between these high-rise buildings, most of which are cylindrical, half of which are made of stone, and half of which are made of glass. It feels like an elevated bridge that leads in all directions. But for safety reasons, it has been reinforced and made into a passage. Then, Yisha looked up. Is this what an ant nest looks like? Yisha's eyes widened. The ant nest is more magnificent than Yisha imagined. The appearance structure of the ant nest is like two trapezoidal cubes, one positive and one negative. Combined together, there are about 15 to 20 floors, one circle after another, and each layer has a concave circle with a spacing of about 2 meters, which marks the floor. In this structure, the area increases from the top, but after the largest area in the center, the area starts to decrease. Therefore, when Yisha fell, he actually fell out of the ant nest, because the floor area after the central area decreases, and the lower you go, the smaller the floor area. What Yisha grabbed was a passage extending from the bottom of the ant nest, leading from the ant nest to a building on the side, and Yisha's palm just grabbed the edge. With a sudden force, Yisha lifted his body up and climbed to the top of the passage with his hands and feet. But at this moment, roar! A roar suddenly sounded, and then Yisha looked up and saw Longyan jumping out from the edge of the broken layer of the ant nest and falling down. Bang! Longyan fell on the passage, cracking the special glass, with dense fine lines everywhere. And then Longyan rushed towards Yisha fiercely, roaring and slamming with his fists. Yisha stood there without dodging, and there was nowhere to hide. The passage was about 2.5 meters wide, not spacious, cylindrical, with a semicircular arc at the top, making it difficult to move, since it was impossible to dodge. Then, the bravest of the two will win. The red flame armor suddenly activated, and a crystallized flame quickly appeared in front of Yisha. With a bang, Longyan's fist shattered the crystallized flame. This time, Yisha did not use the crystallized flame for defense, but to cover Longyan's sight. The moment the crystallized flame appeared, Yisha lowered his body, and Longyan's fist passed over Yisha's head. The next moment, Yisha's momentum suddenly changed. Heaven and earth. The supreme martial artist. Bang! Yisha took a step forward and pressed his hands on Longyan's abdomen. Standing sky cannon. The moment his palm was about to touch Longyan's body, Yisha clenched his fist and hit Longyan hard. A dull collision sound was heard, and Longyan's body was blown away, rolling continuously above the passage. When Longyan stood up again, blood continued to seep out from the vertical pupil. Dark power. The dark power caused considerable damage to Longyan. After all, it was in a human-like form and had a very similar body structure. Tick, tick. As blood continued to drip, Longyan's expression became ferocious, and the golden light suddenly appeared again on his face. Again? Yisha turned around and ran without hesitation. The golden light fell, as if it had substance, hitting the top of the passage, and then smashed the passage into pieces. The place covered by the golden light quickly developed a large number of cracks, then broke and was blown off. Yisha could feel a creaking sound coming from under his feet, and then the passage tilted a little. I don't know how this passage bears the weight, but there must be more than one bearing point. Otherwise it would be impossible to build a suspended passage in the center. Yisha moved his steps and moved towards the building opposite the passage. But at this moment, Longyan jumped quickly, jumped over the broken passage, and rushed towards Yisha again. It's endless! Yisha cursed, and slid forward to stabilize his body. As he slid forward, he twisted his body and turned around. The next moment, the infinite bow appeared in Yisha's hand. A black arrow was placed on the bowstring by Yisha, which was constantly emitting black smoke and a strong aura of death. Summon the god of death. Summon the god of death. The arrow's power is enhanced by 350%. If it hits the target's torso, the fantasy will materialize the god of death and harvest the god of death. The dying car sells many special arrows as consumables, but the infinite bow can imagine different arrows for use. And there are 2 arrows: divine punishment and heavenly condemnation, as killers. So Yisha has almost never bought those special arrows, because they are enough. And the death summoning is the only special arrow Yisha bought. This is the arrow Yisha used to fight against the Son of Flame. But the one he used at that time was a trophy obtained from the Apostle Walker, and its power was really good. So Yisha made up his mind to buy it. Chapter 1554 Continuous Shooting. The next moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared. The black arrow broke through the air, leaving an arc of black smoke in the air, and fell in front of Longyan. Longyan roared, and when the arrow came in front of him, he suddenly waved his palm, waving the black arrow away, and it fell directly from the top of the passage. The arrowhead scratched Longyan's chest, causing only skin injuries, but it only looked that way, because the black smoke is still there. In almost an instant, the black smoke quickly condensed and gathered in front of Longyan. Longyan jumped up again, trying to pass through the black smoke, but it was like hitting a wall. The moment he jumped up, he was hit back by the floating black smoke. The black smoke slowly condensed and took shape, and finally turned into the image of the god of death, wearing a tattered cloak and a robe. His face was covered with a hazy black mist. His eyes were emitting a blood-red light, and in his hand was a huge sickle, flashing with dim light, ready to harvest lives at any time. The next moment, the suddenly appearing Grim Reaper suddenly raised his sickle and swept it forward fiercely. Longyan roared again, and the golden light was released from his pupil again, covering the Grim Reaper, intending to tear the suddenly condensed Grim Reaper into pieces. The imaginary Grim Reaper seemed fragile before the apostle power released by Longyan. Almost at the moment of being covered by the golden light, it was as if it had been chopped dozens of times, and its body was quickly cut apart and turned back into smoke. But the moment the Grim Reaper's body was shattered, he also swung the Grim Reaper's sickle in his hand forward. The black blade light was deep and cold, with a strong breath of death, as if it could drag people into the abyss. Puff! Blood splashed. One of Longyan's arms flew up directly, and blood gushed out from his shoulder, spraying like a fountain. That arrow obviously dealt a heavy blow to Longyan, and directly took away one of his arms. But it's not enough, because Longyan is still alive. As long as Longyan's pupil is not shattered, Longyan will remain alive, because he is a mutant zombie. Roar! Longyan roared angrily, then bent his body and tried to rush forward. However, Yisha is not done yet. Yisha grabbed the infinite bow and looked at Longyan coldly. He wanted to end this battle here, using the infinite bow, the bow that had accompanied him in battle for a long time. In the sky, an arrow made a beautiful arc and now reached the top of the dragon eye. Then the arrow suddenly shook violently. 1 split into 2. 2 split into 4. 4 split into 8. 8 split into 16. The arrow continued to split, almost in the blink of an eye. It was densely packed, split into countless pieces, and fell directly from the sky. This arrow is called Heaven's Punishment. At the moment when the rain of arrows fell, countless cracks appeared in the sky, and then the arrows passed through the cracks, as if moving in space, and all fell in front of the dragon eye. Longyan roared continuously, and the golden light was released from the pupil again. However, this time Longyan did not use the power of the apostle. The power of the apostle made Longyan leap to the extraordinary level of mutant zombies. But Longyan itself was not weak. It was a king-level mutant zombie, and at this moment, Longyan used his own power. In other words, it was Longyan's true form. Dragonization. Longyan's dragonization has nothing to do with Yisha's dragonization ability. But Longyan, a mutant zombie, was created by a scientist of Comp Corporation using a self-modified zombie virus. The head is like a camel. The horns are like deer. The eyes are like rabbits. The ears are like cows. The neck is like a snake. The belly is like a clam. The scales are like carp. The claws are like eagles. And the paws are like tigers. This is the dragon. The Chinese dragon. A symbol like a totem. The scientists used the image of the legendary Oriental dragon, and then extracted the genes of the above animals, and used them in the zombie virus, and finally developed a zombie virus that can produce dragon eyes. However, Although the research was successful, the scientist's end was not good, because his head was crushed by his own experimental subject. Although the dragon eye was artificially made, it did not obey the scientist. At the same time, Longyan is also one of the few king-level mutant zombies with a relatively large number, because it is artificially made. And compared with other self-mutated king-level zombies, the output rate is naturally much higher. At the same time, with the golden light in the pupils passing by, dragon horns grew on both sides of Longyan's head. Half-moon scales appeared on his body. His palms were like tigers, and his claws were like eagles, except that his body still looked like a human, and did not become like a snake. Longyan had all the characteristics of a dragon in an instant. The power is increasing. This is Longyan's true combat form, as the form of a king-level mutant zombie. After entering the combat form, Longyan suddenly jumped up and rushed directly towards the rain of arrows falling from the sky. With his claws crossed, he swept away a large number of arrows, then opened his mouth and bit them. Longyan directly bit a large number of arrows, and then exerted force to bite off those arrows. Longyan shuttled frantically in the rain of arrows, constantly attacking, and shooting down those arrows one after another. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the rain of arrows, Yisha's expression was still calm. The two killer moves of the infinite bow. The characteristics of the heavenly punishment are not the power, but the large-scale coverage and continuous attack. Therefore, Yisha had already made preparations. At the moment when Longyan was about to rush out of the rain of arrows, two pieces of black smoke floated up again in front of Longyan, one on the left and one on the right, located on both sides of the passage, and quickly turned into the appearance of the god of death. Summoning the god of death, the rain of arrows created by the heavenly punishment was just to delay Longyan, so that the phantom of the god of death could be condensed smoothly. Roar! Amid the roar, Longyan's pupils released golden light again. Longyan once again used the power of the apostle, and at the same time, the two grim reapers swung their scythes at the same time. Puff! Puff! Two sounds of flesh tearing appeared, and Longyan's chest and waist split at the same time, with huge wounds appearing, almost completely cutting the body apart, and blood flew into the air, forming a large piece of blood rain. Longyan looked even more ferocious, standing in the passage, tensing his body. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Longyan stood there motionless, but it was only a moment. No matter how terrible the injury was, it still couldn't kill Longyan. However, when Longyan moved again, Yisha's arrow arrived again. Yisha didn't intend to give Longyan any chance to breathe, and this arrow would be the last one, because the name of this arrow, it's called Divine Punishment. Chapter 1555 4 stars. When Longyan moved, the arrow of Divine Punishment had already arrived in front of him. Longyan wanted to use the power of the apostle again, but it was too late this time. The power of the apostle was not omnipotent. After continuous use, the speed of condensing golden light in Longyan's pupils became slower and slower. Yisha discovered this, and made perfect use of it. After continuous consumption, he took advantage of the interval of recondensation of the apostle power after it was just used once, so that Longyan could not use the apostle power to resist the arrow of divine punishment. Crack! The next moment, with Longyan's roar, the divine punishment arrow pierced into Longyan's pupil, and went all the way to the tail of the arrow. With a crisp sound, dense cracks appeared on the pupil, and then Longyan's body fell to the side. You killed Longyan. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Pseudo-Dragon Eye. You killed Longyan. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Sub-Dragon Species Imitation Cell, Eastern Dragon. You have killed Longyan. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Artificial Dragon Gene. A mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears, and then Yisha stretched out his hand in front of him with a little pain. His trophy. After Longyan died, his whole body fell from the top of the passage and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Yisha glanced at the bottom of the passage. It was pitch black, and he didn't know how deep it was. It was almost impossible to find the body back. Right? Other things are fine, but the artificial dragon gene. Although Yisha's dragonization is in the form of a Western dragon, getting the artificial dragon gene and fusing it with his own genes will make him more compatible with dragonization and improve his ability. The effect is still good. This is no longer a question of value, but something that is very suitable for Yisha. As the saying goes, expensive things are not necessarily good. But what suits you is definitely good. But Longyun's body is gone. What can Yi Sha do? He can only experience the feeling of sadness and loneliness. Sighing, Yi Sha suddenly looked at his feet. The broken passage was shaking. And at the same time, he could see stone chips falling down on both sides. Continuous battles have made this passage more damaged. Yi Sha knows that the most important thing at the moment is to leave here immediately. Fortunately, there were no zombies or black beasts inside or outside the passage. And nothing could stop Yi Sha. He ran all the way along the top of the passage and soon arrived at the other end of the passage. Under a building. Looking at the building up close, it was even more shocking. This shock was not the building itself, but the design. The building was actually very ordinary, with only about 8 or 9 floors. Not very high. In fact, if it was placed on the ground, it might not be called a building. The taller residential buildings were not even this high. But the key point is that this is not the ground, but the underground. And it was built by digging out a space deep underground, hanging the building upside down and connecting it to the ground. That feels very unusual. It feels incredible. Yi Sha must admit that the guy who designed the Mirror City was definitely a genius. A crazy genius. While thinking, Yi Sha smashed the glass above the passage and jumped into the passage. At the end of the passage was a handheld elevator, which was not running. And Yi Sha walked up directly. After walking up the stairs, you will reach the interior of the building. From the outside, this upside-down building is quite shocking. But once you enter the interior, it is just like that. It is impossible to walk upside down like a spacewalk just because the building is underground. Therefore, the interior of the building is normal. At the same time, the Mirror City plan has been constructed. If it is not completed, this building is the same. The exterior looks well built, but the interior is almost like a rough building. There is definitely no decoration or anything. There is nothing. Looking up, it is all concrete pillars. There were lights, some at a distance, and they were quite dim. The black beast that Yi Sha was more concerned about was not there. As he looked around and walked forward, suddenly, the sound of music came into Yi Sha's ears. Hero. Hero. I want to be a hero. Oh, the hero comes. Through the pale moonlight, our hearts ignite to the call. The clear sound of music attracted Yi Sha's attention. He looked to the side and immediately showed a vigilant look. He stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the sword. One of the 4 stars. Not far from Yi Sha, a man leaned against a concrete pillar, with red headphones hanging around his neck and his eyes closed. It was unknown whether he was asleep or just resting. Yi Sha had seen the other person in the conductor's compartment. Like Francis, the 100-eyed demon, he was one of the 4 stars and a service provider of the Doomsday train. The 4 stars were obviously one, and Francis was killed by Yi Sha. Although Yi Sha had met Yu Tongkong, the woman did not seem to want to pursue or entangle in this matter, and let Yi Sha leave. However, Yu Tongkong is Yu Tongkong. The man in front of him is the man in front of him. And the 4 stars are different individuals, naturally with different wills and self-thinking. And everyone's ideas are different. At this time, the man slowly opened his eyes, sleepy, with a sense of laziness, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Yi Sha. The 2 men were 5 or 6 meters apart, just facing each other. Then, the man stood up, switched the music to the headset, put on the headset, and walked away directly to the side. Yi Sha still did not relax his vigilance, just watching the other party's back, until the other party completely disappeared. Yi Sha then loosened the hilt of the sword. Weird guy, Yi Sha murmured. 4 stars are very strong. This can be seen from Francis. Yi Sha knew that the super beast best ranked first among the 4 stars, and Yu Tongkong ranked 3rd, so the man in front of him was either 2nd or 4th. If Francis, who was killed by Yi Sha, was 4th, and this man was 2nd, then he was really a person worth paying attention to, especially if it can be determined that Francis is ranked last, not 2nd. It can be judged based on Francis's strength, that the strength of each of the 4 stars is at least at the level of a flight attendant. However, since the other party left so simply, Yi Sha had no reason to provoke. So Yi Sha did not intend to dwell on this matter. In Yi Sha's view, the other party's departure showed an attitude of not intending to start a war. And Yi Sha also did not intend to start a war. Chapter 1556. Some people will eventually meet. Yi Sha walked in the opposite direction, continued to move forward. and continued to look for the lair of Apostle X. Time was not as easy as imagined. Yi Sha met 2 members of the death carriage, Gan Lin, and 4 stars here. Although there were not many people he met, it actually proved that there were more people coming to this place than imagined. It was possible for anyone to find Apostle X first. How strong Apostle X was, and whether he could beat him were not considered for the time being. After all, there was no point in considering it. You couldn't know if you hadn't fought. If we only consider being able to fight or even win, the person who finds Apostle X's lair first will definitely be the most advantageous. Yi Sha continued to move forward while thinking. Yi Sha wanted to observe the overall structure of the Mirror City, but soon found that it was impossible. The underground buildings had no windows, and the air was completely transported from the ground by the air circulation system. There is something like a window here, but it is actually a virtual environment simulation system. After opening the window, you can see the blue sky, white clouds, buildings, and even, through the settings, you can see the beach and bikini beauties. Anyway, they are all simulated images. It seems that if I want to observe, I can only go back to the passage, Yi Sha murmured. The upper end of the passage was glass. Although the light was dim, I could still see something. However, Yi Sha was too lazy to go back, so he planned to find a new passage. And the new passage was really easy to find. This building was not like the Ant Nest Research Institute. It was very empty, with nothing in it, and there was no passage to restrict movement. You could see the location of a large area at a glance. Secondly, there were signs. After walking for a while, Yi Sha found signs on the walls and pillars. A sign that a passage was connected to the stairs. I don't know if it was due to construction needs, but it was pasted in advance when it was built. Yi Sha quickly found a new passage in the opposite direction of the building. It was still an escalator, not running. Yi Sha stepped on the stairs to the passage, and then the moment he walked into the passage, a black figure flew towards Yi Sha. This change came too suddenly, and Yi Sha had no chance to think at all. He almost instinctively thought of reaching out in front of him, and instinctively reached out and hugged the figure. As soon as he hugged the other person, Yi Sha felt a huge force coming, staggered, and hit the elevator directly. Your grandma. Yi Sha cursed in a low voice, and felt a sharp pain in his waist. But he was not seriously injured. The main reason was that his waist just hit the stairs, which was hard. The next moment, Yi Sha pushed away the figure who was pressing on him and completely used him as a cushion, and climbed up from the ground. At the same time, the other party also stood up with a shaken body, and the two of them turned their faces to the side, and their eyes happened to meet. It's you? It's you? Almost at the same time, the two blurted out. The other raised his sword and chopped down at Yi Sha's head, and Yi Sha immediately drew his sword and went to Nanjiang to meet him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The little ancient cat jumped out from behind Yi Sha and bit the other's arm. The other swung his arm violently and threw the little ancient cat away. The two retreated half a step backwards at the same time. But there was no avoidance. After retreating half a step, the two swung their swords at the same time again, crossing their weapons and colliding with each other. Yi Sha grinned. Long time no see. I thought you were dead. I never thought we could meet again. What appeared in front of Yi Sha was Nan Rongjishir. Yi Sha really thought Nan Rongjishir was dead, because Gan Lin was not a kind person. When they were on the island, Yi Sha left to avoid Liu's pursuit, leaving Gan Lin to deal with the two saints. And in the state at that time, Gan Lin could definitely kill the two, because Nan Rongjishir and the other saint were both at the end of their strength. After Gan Lin returned to the Doomsday train, he went to the boss lady to receive the reward. It seems that he must have killed the Holy Sun, but it seems that he was not able to kill both Holy Suns. Nan Rongjishir survived. Nan Rongjishir gritted his teeth. One day, I will definitely kill you. How about today? Yi Sha said fiercely. I sincerely look forward to, beg, and desire to be killed by you. Or kill you. Dang! Yi Sha exerted force violently, pushed the big sword in Nan Rongjishir's hand away, and then took a step forward, raising the sword and slashing at Nan Rongjishir again. The sound of two swords clashing rang out again. In terms of strength, Nan Rongjishir was obviously not as good as Yi Sha. After a muffled groan, he knelt on one knee, placed the sword across his shoulder, and used his shoulder to block Yi Sha's sword. You are really getting weaker and weaker. Yisha smiled. Or, I am getting stronger. Right? Yisha suddenly released his left hand, reached behind him, grabbed the twin serrated swords in his hand, and then slashed at Nanrong Jishur. Nanrong Jishur quickly turned his body to the side and rolled along the ground. With a bang, Yisha slashed the ground with his sword, creating a crack. Yisha stood up and walked towards Nanrong Jishur again. But at this moment, a black spear suddenly flew out of the passage and hit Yisha in the face. Yisha suddenly turned his body to the side, and the black spear flew past the blade of the twin sawtooth sword, rubbing against it, making a harsh sound and sparking sparks. Then with a bang, the spear was nailed to the elevator. Euphengion's voice sounded, smiling, "It's really lively. Why don't you count me in? How about it?" Yisha looked at the passage, and then saw Euphengyon coming out of the passage. "I see." Yisha immediately understood that the two women should have been fighting in the passage before, and Nanrong Jishur should have been blown out by Euphengyon, and happened to bump into him. Yisha swept his two swords to both sides and looked at Euphengyon. "We meet again. Is it time for us to fight now?" Euphengyon smiled. "Maybe. We can give it a try." Euphengyon suddenly stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers formed into claws, and there seemed to be suction in his palm. The black spear inserted there suddenly shook, and then flew back to Euphengyon. Yisha bit his legs and made a move to prepare to charge forward. But before he could rush out, Nanrong Jishur suddenly rushed out from the side and swung the sword in his hand at Yisha. Clang! The two weapons collided again, and Euphengyon grabbed the black spear at this time, jumped forward, pointed the spear tip, and stabbed the intersection of the two weapons. 3 people fighting? Chapter 1557. Some battles will eventually begin. Dang! As Euphengion's black spear stabbed, Yisha and Nanrong Zishi's double swords were pushed apart. The next moment, Yisha turned his body violently and swept his sword towards Euphengyon. Euphengion's waist was extremely flexible, and he leaned back and twisted into the shape of an arch. At the same time, he did not delay and stabbed the black spear to the side, heading straight for Nanrong Zishi's face. Dang! Nanrong Zishi held his sword horizontally to block Euphengion's black spear, and his left hand slapped the metal sword box behind him. A crack appeared on the top of the metal sword box, and a narrow sword suddenly flew out, leaving 7 after images, and fell towards Yisha. A cry suddenly sounded, and the ice and snow god flapped its wings in the air. The wind and snow suddenly came and swayed forward, blowing the flying narrow sword away. Nanrong Jishur suddenly jumped back and stretched out his hand to hold the narrow sword in his hand. Yisha suddenly changed his target to Euphengyon and quickly stretched out his hand to hold it. Zila! The sound of electric current surge suddenly sounded, and then the arc trembled on Yisha's fist, as Yisha waved his hand and made a slashing motion towards the front. A current shot out and turned into a lightning blade and fell. Euphengyon held the gun horizontally and took the lightning blade. When the lightning blade hit the gun, it exploded all of a sudden, and the arc splashed on the body, making Euphengyon feel pain. At the same time, the huge impact of the lightning also made Euphengyon slide backwards. After retreating 5 or 6 meters, he stabilized his body. Bang! On the other side, Nanrong Jishur took off the sword box behind him and smashed it hard on the ground. Yisha put the sword on his back. The little ancient cat wandered in front of Yisha, baring its teeth, looking very fierce, and the ice and snow god flapped its wings and landed on Yisha's shoulder. The 3 stood in a triangle formation. Stalemate. The 3 just looked at each other, and after a long stalemate, Yisha took the lead to move. The tip of the sword fell on the ground, dragging gently, and then Yisha's knees suddenly bent. At this moment, Nanrong Jishur suddenly attacked, and the shadow sword suddenly flew towards Yisha. With the shadow, at the same time, Nanrong Jishur swung the sword in his right hand, and then rolled up a gust of wind, and slashed at Yisha. Nanrong Jishur was obviously more cautious and afraid of Yisha. After all, he was an old rival, so she always paid attention to Yisha's movements, and she would take the initiative when Yisha moved. Clang! Yisha raised his sword and swept it away, then jumped up and ran back into the building along the elevator. Boom! At this time, the strong wind hit the elevator, and with a loud bang, the elevator was smashed to pieces. The next moment, Nanrong Jishur and Euphengyon moved at the same time, followed by Yisha, stepped on the broken elevator, and returned to the inside of the building from the passage. At the moment of rushing out of the elevator, Yisha suddenly turned around and made a palm strike. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward, forcibly pushing Nanrong Jishur and Yu Fenjiwen backwards, one hitting the wall, and the other hitting the concrete pillar. However, the power of the shock wave can be almost ignored against opponents like Nanrong Jishur and Yu Fenjiwen. It is mainly the 100% pushing effect that can push the two away and prevent them from attacking him. After a moment, the invisible force disappeared, and Nanrong Jishur and Yu Fenjiwen approached Yisha at the same time, while being wary of each other. In the so-called three-party battle, there are no friends, no cooperation, and cooperation. Zila! Yisha swept the sword to Nanjiang, bringing out an electric current that spread around, and the lights in the building kept flickering. I say, Yisha said, we are all here to find Apostle X. So don't waste time. Let's end the test here and get serious. Yisha dragged his sword and slowly paced to the side. Because of Yisha's movement, Nanrong Jishur and Yu Fengyuan moved clockwise, appearing very alert. Yisha, since you don't do it, let me do it first. Sizzle! Yisha raised his sword fiercely and swung it. A stream of electricity swept forward, continuously extending to a length of more than 10 meters, covering the two people at the same time. Nanrong Jishur slapped the metal sword case, and a new sword popped out of the sword case. It was long and narrow, slightly wide, with a hollow design in the middle of the sword body. There was a chain several centimeters long at the end of the hilt, and a silver bell was hung on the chain. Facing the electric current, Nanrong Jishur suddenly jumped over the electric current, and then slashed at Yisha with a sword. Clang! The weapons intersected, making a crisp sound. And then the silver bell on the hilt of the sword in Nanrong Jishur's hand swayed, making a crisp sound. That sound had a strange magic, as if something had changed around him, and the air was distorted. Is it an illusion? Yisha smiled. Congratulations. It seems that you have obtained a new sword, which I have never seen before. But, clang! Yisha fiercely raised his sword to Nanjiang, and pushed away Nanrong Jishur's sword. Yisha, but illusions don't work on me. The sound of the bell seemed to lead people into illusions. Unfortunately, all illusion abilities were ineffective against Yisha. Yisha could feel the existence of that power, but it didn't affect him. After forcing Nanrong Jishur to retreat, Yisha did not continue to pursue, but raised his sword and swept it to the side, because Yu Fengyuan was pressing forward. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons colliding appeared again, and Yisha chopped Yu Feng's spear with a sword. Yisha said fiercely, it's almost time for me to see the power of Ergo in a spear versus a sword. Normally, in terms of strength, of course, the spear has more advantages, but Yisha forcibly pushed the black spear in Yu Fengyuan's hand lower and lower, and Yu Fengyuan's legs even bit completely. Ah! Yisha suddenly roared, and electric currents continued to emerge from his body, and he ran around madly. Yu Fengyuan felt the danger and immediately jumped back continuously, distanced himself from Yisha. And then, boom, 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 the electric currents were flying, with no target at all, just pushing, surging, and attacking madly. It seemed to be venting pure destruction, accompanied by continuous loud noises. The electric current swept through the concrete pillars, cutting the concrete pillars directly, and swept through the ground, blasting a huge pit on the ground. The azure electric currents, like giant pythons, kept dancing and looked violent. Yisha raised his head and roared, if you think you can't do it, then both of you come together. Come! I'm here. Come! Try to kill me. After saying that, Yisha raised his sword and slashed forward again. Chapter 1558. Let's fight. Sizzle! The electric current became more violent, and with Yisha's sword slashing, it rushed forward, surging forward along the ground, forming a large lightning pattern, forcing Nanrong Jishur and Yu Fengyuan. Nanrong Jishur's face darkened slightly, and he retreated to his sword box and reached out to pull out a new sword from the sword box. A black and white sword. The sword body and the hilt. One side is white, the other side is black. Even the octagonal gem inlaid on the hilt is also one black and one white. The dark night accompanies me, and the glory shines in my heart. Nanrong Jishur held the sword horizontally and murmured, fly high, and the flowers on the other shore will bloom. The next moment, Nen Rongjisha raised the sword and dropped it. When the sword fell, it seemed that something hit the surroundings, and the surrounding concrete pillars kept shaking. Then, as the sword fell to the ground wailed, and a huge crack appeared, spreading forward and colliding with Yisha's lightning pattern. Boom! A huge roar sounded at this moment, and a large piece of smoke and dust flew up from the center of the explosion and spread to the surroundings. Ha! Yufengjiwen jumped up at this moment, raised the black spear, and threw it towards Yisha with force. The black spear was not an ordinary spear. The moment Yufengjiwen threw the spear, the mechanism inside the spear began to operate frantically. Click! Click! The black spear stretched and became sections, and then the tip of the spear spun frantically, using the high-speed rotation to multiply the power and penetrate everything. Then, the black spear pierced through the dust and came to Yisha. The red flame armor was activated at the first moment, but the crystal flame was pierced by the black spear the moment it appeared. But this was enough for Yisha. Taking advantage of the moment when the crystal flame and the black spear collided, Yisha suddenly turned his head to avoid the tip of the spear and grabbed the spear. No matter how powerful it is meaningless if it can't hit. Yisha shook his wrist and turned the spear over. Give it back to you, Yisha shouted in a low voice, and threw the black spear back to Yufengjiwen. Yu Fengyuan concentrated and calmed down. When the black spear flew back to him, he suddenly reached out, intending to imitate Yisha and grab the black spear directly. But at this moment, sizzle! An electric current suddenly appeared on the black spear. Yisha did not simply throw the spear back. He also used the power of the Thunder Emperor to wrap the spear with electric current, further enhancing its power. Yu Fengyuan's face changed drastically, but it was obvious that he had no way to avoid it. He could only grit his teeth and turn his head to avoid the tip of the spear, and then reached out to grab the spear. But, can't hold it. The moment Yu Fengyuan held the gun, the huge force began to hit Yu Fengyuan's body crazily. Yu Fengyuan only held on for a few seconds before his body was blown away by the black spear. Boom! 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 Yu Fengyuan's body flew backwards, constantly hitting the concrete pillars behind him, breaking 3 or 4 concrete pillars in a row before falling to the ground. Bang! The broken concrete pillar collapsed and pressed down on Yu Fengyuan's body. Huh? Yu Fengyuan lay on the ground, looking at the ceiling expressionlessly, and then took a deep breath. You want to see the power of Virgo, right? Yu Fengyuan's expression suddenly became ferocious. I'll satisfy you. Boom! Yu Fengyuan swung the pillar that was pressing on him fiercely, directly sweeping the huge pillar aside, and then slowly got up from the ground. Countless gray-white smoke surged out of Yu Fengyuan's body, and at the same time, Yu Fengyuan's long black hair slowly floated up, surrounded by smoke, and danced up and down towards the back. At the same time, above Yu Fengyuan's head, a circle of gray smoke slowly solidified, forming a halo similar to that of an angel. Yu Fengyuan's arms suddenly opened to both sides, and the nails of both hands turned white, slowly changing like claws. The next moment, Yu Fengyuan raised his hand and pointed his finger in the direction of Yisha. Die! Invisible power. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and could feel that the airflow around him was changing. Wind blade. Yisha narrowed his eyes and murmured, It's not a wind blade. The direction of the wind is not disturbed. As Yisha muttered, electric currents appeared on his body and flew forward. Suddenly, the electric currents rushed forward 4 or 5 meters, far from Yu Fengyuan. It was as if it had hit something out of the blue. The currents suddenly exploded and spread out in all directions. Then the sound of the explosion sounded, and the surrounding concrete pillars shook and cracks continued to appear. Yisha's face was slightly gloomy. He was indeed a Virgo, although Yu Fengyuan did not completely enter the Virgo form. The partial form she showed, as well as the sudden surge of power, were the same as Lillian, who had met in Kavasi. No, it should be said that she was stronger. Lillian was a semi-finished product, or even a failure. Yisha knew this very well, because when he first met Lillian, her Virgo form was not at the same level as the power shown by Leo, and Yu Fengyuan seemed to be a bit like a constellation monster, as she said herself. At the same time, when Yisha looked up at Yu Fengyuan, suddenly, a strong wind swept past Yisha's back, and then a figure suddenly appeared behind Yisha, holding a sword with both hands, making a sweeping gesture. Nen Rongjisha said in a deep voice, Have you forgotten that I am still here? After the words fell, Nan Rongjishur swung the sword to slash. A large amount of white light suddenly surged out of the black and white sword body, forming a giant sword phantom, which was 7 meters long and swept towards Yisha. However, at the moment of hitting Go's step, Yisha took a step to the side, and then his body suddenly disappeared. With a rumble, the shadow of the giant sword slashed the cement pillar on the side, and cut the cement pillar with one sword. At the same time, Nan Rongjishur's footsteps did not stop, and he turned around with a twist of his ankle. The landing point of Yisha's Go's step was right behind Nan Rongjishur, and this obviously could not be hidden from Nan Rongjishur. Without any hesitation, Nan Rongjishur shouted lightly, and the black and white long sword fell towards Yisha again. This time, it was not light that emanated from the sword body, but a large piece of black smoke, which poured out from the sword body and then pushed forward like a tide, rolling and stacking. In the end, the black smoke turned into 3 streams, and attacked Yisha from 3 directions at the same time. Chapter 1559. The whole world belongs to the king. Yisha looked at the black smoke with a cold look, and the sword blade did not penetrate the black smoke, nor did it cut the black smoke apart. It felt very strange. Although he did not feel that he had cut into any substantial object, he felt a very empty feeling, as if he had cut into nothing. However, the sword in Yisha's hand fell into Nanjiang and was indeed stopped. The next moment, 2 more black smokes came from the left and right. Yisha immediately jumped back, bent his legs slightly, and landed in front of a concrete pillar. Then, he suddenly exerted force and rushed forward. Boom! Boom! Because of Yisha's dodge, 2 black smoke hit the ground, like 2 heavy punches, smashing the ground into 2 pieces. Nan Rongjishur retracted his sword fiercely, and the 3 smoke quickly gathered back and disappeared into the sword again. It seems that you are all serious. Yisha held the sword Luo Nanjiang vertically in front of him. Then I will be more serious too. As Yisha's voice fell, a large piece of golden light suddenly emanated from the sword Luo Nanjiang, spreading out in all directions. All under heaven belongs to the king. Sacred, majestic, and inviolable. The light emanating from the sword falling on Nanjiang exudes an extremely powerful feeling. And then the golden light spreads to the surroundings, forming a domain. Come on. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. Continue. Nan Rongjishur took the lead and slashed at Yisha with his sword again. 3 streams of smoke once again emerged from the sword body, entangled, twisted, and intertwined, coming towards Yisha. Yisha opened his mouth and suddenly laughed, laughing very teasingly, and then waved the sword to fall on Nanjiang. The golden light flashing on the sword suddenly turned into smoke. Except for the color, it was exactly the same as the 3 black smokes swung by Nan Rongjishur. And it went straight up. Bang, bang, bang. The golden and black smoke collided in the air, making a violent collision sound, and then pushed each other and entangled together. But it was difficult to tell the winner. Nan Rongjishur's face showed astonishment. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yisha could use the same weapon effect as himself. The weapons of the 2 were obviously different. However, Nan Rongjishur soon understood. Domain ability. This is the domain effect brought by the domain ability released by Yisha. At the same time, Yufengjiwen has not moved, nor has he entered the Virgo form more deeply. He just watched silently, and then suddenly raised his hand again, pointing in the direction of Yisha. Yisha suddenly turned his head, moved his eyes away from Nan Rongjishur, and looked at Yufengjiwen. I see. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Is it the ability of air explosion? The so-called air explosion is like filling a plastic bag with air, because air is both elastic and fluid, and when it is under pressure, it will squeeze the plastic bag. If the pressure exceeds the plastic bag's tolerance, the bag will be broken, and air will immediately spray out from the crack, generating strong air vibrations. Because the whole world belongs to the king. Within the domain, Yisha can use all the opponent's abilities, striking energy, and weapons through the method of fantasy materialization. So Yisha immediately understood the principle of Yufengjiwen's invisible attack. Of course, compared to the degree of air bursting a plastic bag, Yufengjiwen's attack, although the principle is the same, is more than hundreds of times stronger. So it can be called an air explosion. But, no matter what the principle is, no matter how powerful it is, nothing makes sense. Yisha imitated Yufengjiwen and also stretched out his finger. seemingly casually pointing forward. Bang! The loud explosion sounded out of nowhere, and the concrete pillars on both sides were shattered without any warning, directly turning into countless rubble, exploding on both sides. Come on. Yisha smiled. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Nanrongjishir gritted his teeth. And Yu Fengyuan also frowned. If Yisha could imitate any attack, then the attack would become meaningless. Yisha, what? You don't plan to continue? Then it's my turn. Yisha waved his sword, and 3 streams of golden smoke surged towards Nanrongjishir again, attacking madly. At the same time, Yisha stretched out his left hand and pointed at Yu Fengyuan again. Nanrongjishir immediately swung his sword and condensed black smoke to resist, while Yu Fengyuan moved to the side and ran quickly. And behind Yu Fengyuan, boom, 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 the sound of explosions continued. And explosions continued to occur in the air, chasing Yu Fengyuan. Everything around was blown away, and sand and dust rolled up the gravel, constantly splashing around, hitting the surrounding walls and the ground, and constantly making crashing sounds, as if he was tired of being chased. Yu Fengyuan suddenly slid and opened his mouth to scream behind him. Sonic attack. Yu Fengyuan's piercing whistle directly disrupted the airflow gathered around, and the air explosion behind him was blown away, and the sand and dust continued to roll up and fall. This trick is good. Yisha smiled. Let me try it too. Yisha took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and then he opened his mouth and roared, stronger than Yu Fengyuan, because Yisha is 8-sided wind and rain. Yisha can manipulate the wind flow around him and attack with the roar. At that moment, Yu Fengyuan felt a strong wind blowing around him, as if he was in a typhoon. The strong winds around him were like heavy hammers, hitting Yu Fengyuan's body crazily. Yu Fengyuan gritted his teeth and held on, but his body couldn't help but move backwards. And then, he was blown up and hit the wall behind him. Puff! Yu Fengyuan's body was completely stuck to the wall. And then he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. Yisha showed contempt on his face, then suddenly turned around and slashed a sword behind him. Clang! The crisp sound of clashes resounded. Yisha casually intercepted Nanrongjishir's attack. Yisha, a sneak attack is useless to me, because I have more than one pair of eyes. The little ancient cat and the ice and snow god are both Yisha's eyes. At the same time, after Yisha blocked Nanrongjishir's sword, the surging golden mist quickly surged up and quickly wrapped around Nanrongjishir's sword, like an iron chain, tightly binding the sword in Nanrongjishir's hand. The sword fell on Nanjiang, and the golden light flashed again, extremely dazzling, extending to the surroundings, becoming larger and larger. This is the move you used just now. Yisha, come and taste it. Accompanied by the emergence of light, Yisha's sword fell, and everything around him made a shattering sound, and a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, heading towards Nanrongjishir. Chapter 1560 Entanglement. Nanrongjishir quickly retreated to the back, then suddenly stretched out his hand to the side, and the sound of a sword rang out from the sword box. A silver long sword flew out of the sword box and fell into Nanrongjishir's hand. The sword was very long. If it was inserted in front of him, it would at least reach the position of Nanrongjishir's neck. At the same time, it was just a series of triangular metal pieces spliced together. Nanrongjishir shook his hand, and the sword shattered in an instant. The metal pieces flew forward and continuously smashed the overturned gravel. Yisha smiled and held out his hand. Yes, I accept it. Yisha waved his sword and fell on Nanjiang. Although the sword did not break, the sword light flashed and quickly turned into an identical piece of metal, which was thrown forward. Puff! Puff! The metal piece shuttled forward, passing through Nanrongjishir's body, leaving a trail of blood on Nanrongjishir's body. The blood soaked Nanrongjishir's clothes in the blink of an eye. Yisha curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. The power of the land under heaven is the king's land is not just that he can use fantasy to materialize everything about the opponent, but more importantly, Yisha can still use his own abilities. Fantasy materializes everything about the opponent, which means that Yisha can use the same tricks to restrain the opponent. And at the same time, he can still use his own abilities, which is the last straw that breaks the opponent's back. Die! At the moment when Nanrongjishir was injured, Yisha stretched out his hand again and pressed forward. Zila! Electric current surged out of Yisha's body again, rushing forward like a blue python. charging towards Nanrongjishur. Nanrongjishur gritted his teeth, and the metal pieces around him flew back quickly. But they did not turn back into swords, but into shields. Floating in front of Nanrongjishur, Yisha controlled the current, trying to bypass the shield and attack Nanrongjishur directly, but found that the shield had a strange suction force that could pull all attacks over. Boom, boom, boom. The electric current continuously hit the shield, making a continuous sound of collision, madly shattering, madly impacting, and constantly pushing Nanrongjishur backwards. Bang! After more than a dozen consecutive electric current impacts, the shield made of metal pieces finally couldn't bear the weight and exploded. The metal pieces flew in all directions, piercing into the ground and the wall. Yisha raised his hand, and the electric arc jumped on his fingertips, drawing a large amount of electricity from the thunder core. The electric current jumping on Yisha's fingertips was more active, more violent, and crazy than before, and began to expand. But at this moment, Yisha did not launch the current, but swung his arm to the side. "Don't bother me," Yisha said coldly, after killing her. "It will be your turn." Boom! As Yisha swung his arm, the current suddenly exploded, forming a lightning net on the side of Yisha. And then, with a roar of explosion, Yu Fengyuan's body flew backwards. Dang! The black spear fell in the distance, arcing continuously, and the spear shaft had been completely torn apart, revealing the electronic board inside. Yu Fengyuan lay on the ground, silent, but gray-white smoke was surging wildly from his body. Suddenly, Yu Fengyuan sat up from the ground. Puff! Puff! Behind Yu Fengyuan, the clothes suddenly tore, and a pair of huge white wings suddenly spread out to both sides. Yu Fengyuan's facial features also began to change, and the originally delicate facial features became more and more blurred, as if only the outline. And then Yu Fengyuan suddenly raised his head and let out a sharp scream. Crack! 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 The roof was filled with the sound of things breaking, followed by countless cracks that spread out in all directions with a shriek, and countless stones fell from the ceiling. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yisha felt the burning breath and looked sideways. Nanrongjishur stood up at some point, holding a huge crystal sword as tall as her, red in color, surrounded by blazing flames. Yisha recognized that sword, the crystal sword that Nanrongjishur had used before, which was made of red crystal all over. But its shape had changed a little. The crystal sword became even bigger than before, with flames flowing inside the crystal and fine serrations on the edge, which was obviously very ferocious. At the same time, there was a crystal in the form of burning flames at the hilt, surrounding Nanrongjishur's arm and extending to the shoulder. It seemed that the sword was upgraded later and became more powerful. Nanrongjishur swung the sword fiercely, and a circle of flame spread out from under Nanrongjishur's feet, like a wave, pushing wildly around. Very good. Yisha, it seems that you are serious. Then, continue. Nanrongjishur shouted and raised his sword towards Yisha. The fire of catastrophe burns the sky. Nanrongjishur slashed with his sword, and the flames that spread out in all directions suddenly rose up, rising into the air, and then condensed into a red flaming sword, slashing down towards Yisha. Yisha's expression remained unchanged, and he swung his sword fiercely towards Nanjiang. When the sword fell on Nanjiang's sword, a large amount of flames also emerged immediately, rushing, burning, and quickly condensed into a shape, turning into an identical flaming sword to meet him. Boom! The two flaming swords collided in the air. A huge roar sounded, and then they broke at the same time, rushing wildly to the surroundings, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw Yu Fengyuan suddenly coming behind him at an astonishing speed. Yisha held the sword in one hand and clenched his fist in the other, and blasted towards Yu Fengyuan. Cannot be imitated, because that was a fist. A pure fist. Electric arcs danced around the edge of the World Destroyer, and white gas spurted out from the tail. Heavy punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and Yisha's expression twisted. His heavy punch couldn't even hit Yu Fengyuan. Even though Virgo is not a constellation monster known for its physical fitness, it is only compared to the constellation monsters, like Leo and Taurus, who have crazy physical enhancement. Yisha and Dr. Davis are also making constellation monsters, just from the countless rare materials It can be seen how powerful the constellation monsters will become. Even if Virgo still does not use the bodies of ancient species or mutant zombies, but uses human bodies, it will still use a lot of materials to transform the body. And this will not change. The next moment, feeling the continuous impact of the huge force, Yisha finally couldn't resist, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Chapter 1561 10%. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha smashed several pillars in succession, and then thrust the sword in his hand towards the ground in the air, and Yisha barely managed to stabilize his body. Yisha looked down at the destroyer, and there were some cracks on his knuckles. Moreover, even with the defense of the destroyer, Yisha could feel the pain in his fingers. Although it was a hard injury, it was just a punch, and Yisha was temporarily unable to make a fist. Yufengjiwen tapped the ground with his toes, suddenly opened his mouth, and screamed in the direction of Yisha. Sonic attack. Boom, boom, boom. Along with Yufengjiwen's scream, not only sound waves, but also air explosions appeared again, and explosions began to occur again in the surroundings, and loud roars continued. Yisha took a deep breath and was about to roar like Yufengjiwen. But at this moment, Yisha's heart skipped a beat. The light circles around him quickly gathered and became smaller. The domain time of the Is the King's Land Under Heaven is about to expire. The Is the King's Land Under Heaven is indeed very strong. Very strong. Although it is the domain ability of Jianluo Nanjiang. If it is placed in the category of the domain ability of the dining car, it is definitely a positive existence. But the problem is also here, because it is not the domain ability that he possesses, but comes from Jianluo Nanjiang. So the time limit of the Is the King's Land Under Heaven is very short. Only 360 seconds. It has reached the limit now. The King's Land is under heaven, and has a lot of hope. Although the aperture representing the scope of the domain has not yet completely closed, it can only last for a few seconds at most, which is not enough time for Yisha to complete the counterattack. Zila! Yisha did not hesitate at all and quickly released the current. A current rushed forward, and then it seemed to hit something, and was suddenly intercepted. The current shattered and exploded in all directions, like a spider web. But it's not over yet. 3%, Yisha shouted, and the exploding electric current gathered again and became a stream. 5%. Yisha's eyes widened. His expression became more and more ferocious. The sound of the current became more piercing, and it expanded at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It was no longer an electric current, but a lightning column. 7%. Electric current also began to surround Yisha's body, surging and dancing wildly. A stream of current swept across the ceiling and directly cut a piece of the ceiling into pieces. The continuous air explosions of Yufengjiwen were finally stopped. 10%. Yisha gritted his teeth. The veins on his neck throbbed, and the lightning column pushed out from his palm expanded again, shaking constantly and moving forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded suddenly, and the lightning column seemed to shatter something, and then continued to move forward, swallowing up all the shocks caused by the surrounding air explosions. The sound of lightning finally suppressed the screams of Yufengjiwen. After Yisha consumed 10% of the electricity stored in the thunder core, he finally blocked Yufengjuan's powerful attack. The broken current continued to advance and came to Yufengjuan. Yufengjuan waved his arms fiercely and smashed the lightning that was covering him. But in the next moment, Nanrong Jishur took advantage of the moment when Yufengjuan and Yisha were fighting and came behind Yufengjuan. There was no reason. Just because Yufengjuan was closer. There was no reason. But because no matter how this battle went on, there could only be one winner in the end. Ha! Nanrong Jishur raised the crystal sword and roared angrily, with red flames burning on the crystal sword. Holy flame of heavenly punishment! Nanrong Jishur struck down fiercely, and the crystal sword with red flames fell downwards and chopped Yufengjuan's body. Boom! The ground under Yufengjuan's feet collapsed, and then he was blasted downwards by the flames, constantly going down, constantly smashing floors, and even at the bottom of the building, there was a cracked hole. Huh? Nanrong Jishur exhaled foul air, but did not relax his vigilance at all. At the moment when he blasted Yufengjuan away, he swept violently to the back. Clang! The crystal sword made a sound of conflict, because it collided fiercely with Jianluo Nanjiang. At that moment, Yisha made the same choice as Nanrong Jishur before, and quickly closed the distance. The weapons of the two kept pushing each other, and the sword body kept trembling due to the force, making a crackling sound. Then, brave, hold this sword and enter the brave state. Physical fitness increases by 75%. The duration is 300 seconds. Each use. The interval between the next use needs 1800 seconds. Yi Sha suddenly entered the brave state. The strength increased significantly. The power of the swing became stronger again, and he swung the sword fiercely, pushing Nan Rongjishir out. Yi Sha stepped forward, but before he could step out, he felt something and immediately pushed back. Boom! There was a loud noise from the ground. Yu Fengjiwen smashed the ground and rushed up directly from below. The wings behind him spread out and kept flapping, floating in the air. Yi Sha took a few steps back and then slowly moved clockwise. Nan Rongjishir also stood up and began to pace slowly counterclockwise. The three of them fell into a stalemate again, each keeping a relatively safe distance and being vigilant against each other. Yu Fengjiwen hung his head, and a whimpering sound kept coming out of his throat. His body began to change again, and the curves of his body became more blurred. The tattered clothes fell off, revealing the upper body, but it no longer had human features. The skin turned gray, surrounded by gray smoke, and there were only two simple arcs on the chest, like two bowls turned upside down. Even with the naked body, it was completely unable to arouse people's imagination. Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir's eyes moved to Yu Fengyuan. If the other party entered the true Virgo form, the power of the constellation monster would be fully unleashed. Then, it is obvious that Yu Fengjiwen will be the most difficult one to deal with. Kill her! Kill her! Almost at the same time, the same thought appeared in the minds of Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir. At this moment, even though they were enemies, Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir also showed a tacit understanding, and rushed forward at the same time. And the target was naturally Yu Fengjiwen. But, at this moment, boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded, and then the whole building suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The walls, ceilings, and concrete pillars continued to fall stone chips again. Yi Sha slid sideways, knelt on one knee, and pressed one hand on the ground to stabilize his body. Nan Rongjishir was the first to insert the crystal sword into the ground, and then held the hilt tightly. Chapter 1562 Mutation. Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir were stunned. Did Yu Fengyuan take the initiative? However, looking up, Yu Fengyuan was still floating in the air, but he did not make any movements. Moreover, if you listen carefully, you can hear that the explosion did not come from inside the building. At least not from this floor. Suddenly, Yu Fengyuan's half-closed eyes opened, and Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir were extremely alert, and at the same time, they held their weapons in front of them. However, Yu Fengjiwen had no intention of attacking the two people. He suddenly spread his wings and flew towards the edge of the building. Boom! Yu Fengjiwen directly broke through the outer wall of the building, then rushed out of the building and quickly flew away. Yi Sha and Nan Rongjishir stood up almost at the same time and rushed towards the broken wall. Looking out along the broken wall, you can see that a building not far away is collapsing, and countless rubble is falling down. The impact force affected the passage, and the shaking passage affected the building here. What happened? Of course, it was a fight. Then, Yi Sha thought of the lair of Apostle X. Although the cracked wall and the fight alone could not determine that the lair was there. After all, this was not the lair of Apostle X. But there was also a fight going on here. However, Yu Fengjiwen left too decisively, and actually gave up the fight and left the moment the tremor appeared. Yi Sha would never believe that Yu Fengjiwen knew something or felt something. While thinking, Yi Sha tilted his head and then met Nan Rongjishir's eyes. Almost at the same time, the two picked up their weapons and swept towards each other. Jian Luo Nanjiang and Nan Rongjishir's crystal sword clashed again. Although I really want to kill you, Nan Rongjishir gritted his teeth, but I don't have time to play with you now. Nan Rongjishir raised his sword with one hand to resist Jian Luo Nanjiang, and then stretched out his hand fiercely, and all the swords scattered around flew back into the sword box by themselves. And then the sword box flew towards Nan Rongjishir and fell back into Nan Rongjishir's palm. Yi Sha, do you want to escape? Nan Rongjishir, it's just to postpone our fight. Remember my words. One day, I will kill you. Nan Rongjishir suddenly took a half step back and jumped directly out of the building. Nan Rongjishir's body fell rapidly, and then he put the metal sword case on his back. Suddenly, huge gliders popped out from both sides of the sword. And Nan Rongjisha rode the wind and flew towards the building. Damn it! Yisha cursed. And then said to the ice and snow god, come up. The ice and snow god fell from the air and stood on the shoulders of the little ancient cat. At this level of battle, the little ancient cat and the ice and snow god can no longer help much. It is enough to be able to keep up and protect themselves. Fatal! Yisha shouted again. And the fatal liquid did not answer, and directly flowed out of Yisha's body. The black liquid was wriggling on the surface of Yisha's body, and soon covered Yisha's whole body. After entering the fatal state, Yisha jumped out and stretched out his hand to press on the outer wall. The black liquid was very sticky, and Yisha hung on the outer wall. Then Yisha started to run quickly. He quickly crossed the building and came to the passage below, then ran along the passage to the location of the building, climbed up the outer wall again, jumped up, and turned over to enter the building. As soon as he entered the building, Yisha heard a low hum. Black beasts. Densely packed black beasts. Yisha entered the building from the cracked wall, looked up, and saw densely packed black beasts gathered in front of Yisha. Moreover, these black beasts were different. Different does not mean that these black beasts were different, but that each black beast looked different. The black beasts that appeared in front of Yisha, whether strong or weak, had different degrees and forms of mutations. All the black beasts in front of Yisha were mutated black beasts. Yisha's first feeling was that he had finally found the right place. If it was the lair of Apostle X, these black beasts would naturally be deeply affected by the power of the Apostle. On the basis of their own evolution, they all showed different degrees of mutation. At this time, the black beasts discovered Yisha's existence and immediately flew towards him. Yisha immediately jumped to the side, and black liquid gushed out from his back, quickly turning into a sledgehammer, sweeping towards the black beasts, sweeping those black beasts that pounced on him directly out of the broken wall. The black beasts fell one after another, and then disappeared into the darkness below. However, the number of black beasts was still large. The black beasts that Yisha swept away were only the first black beasts that rushed up. He used the force to fight against the force, and swept those black beasts away. Facing the second wave of black beasts, the black liquid on Yisha's body made a gurgling sound. The black liquid surged and suddenly shot forward, turning into a large number of black thorns. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as the black beasts pounced, they were pierced by the black thorns, with blood holes piercing their bodies, and they were made into skewers. Yisha stepped forward, and the black liquid covering his hand surged at the same time. His right hand turned into a sword, and his left hand turned into an axe. He met the black beasts and chopped them down with force. Puff! A flying black beast was directly chopped off by the black giant axe. Even before it fell, it was directly broken into two pieces, and blood floated in the air. Bathed in blood, Yisha continued to advance forward. Get out of my way, Yisha said in a low voice. Don't block the way here. Yisha really didn't want to get entangled with these densely packed black beasts. But this was not the street, and Yisha had no choice. On the street, Yisha could use paper wings as a last resort to fly directly over the black beasts. But it was not possible here. First, there was no paper. He had to release the corpse flower and then get paper from the corpse flower. Second, the paper wings were useless. The paper wings could indeed help Yisha fly, but he could only fly from the outer wall. Flying from the outer wall is meaningless. If this is the lair of Apostle X, and if Yisha wants to find Apostle X, flying along the outer wall is useless. Yisha is not sure which floor Apostle X is on, and the floor is so big that even if he knows which floor he is on, he does not know the exact location of Apostle X. He can only look for him from inside the building. Flying inside the building with paper wings will directly hit the ceiling, and breaking through the ceiling layer by layer is also meaningless, because he has no idea where Apostle X is. Chapter 1563 Black Beast Group. Yisha seemed a little anxious. There was no need to worry too much about Nan Rongjisha. Nan Rongjisha used a hang glider to enter an uncertain floor. He could only try to get close to the broken area of the outer wall and climb up layer by layer, which was slower than Yisha. But not worrying too much does not mean not worrying, because Nan Rongjisha can call for help. It was still very troublesome for the apostles to gather together, and the apostles were also dispatched in full force this time, so their combat power should not be underestimated. Of course, Yisha can also shout, But that is not the style of Doomsday Train. To survive on Doomsday Train, especially to live better, the first thing to learn is selfishness. Even if you don't worry about your so-called companion stabbing you in the back at some point. Sharing is also a matter of weakening your own strength. For Yi Sha, no. For anyone on Doomsday Train, letting others on Doomsday Train kill Apostle X is essentially no different from letting the Apostle walk and succeed. As long as it is not yours, it is a failure. In this regard, Yi Sha actually admired the Apostles. I don't know what belief supported them to be so united. Even Compu couldn't compare to them. Compu also split off the Revolutionary Army. What needs to be worried about is Yu Fengjiwen. The woman has almost completely entered the Virgo state, and only the final form change is missing. As long as she wants, she can enter it at any time. Entering the Virgo state in stages is to save physical strength and reduce consumption. This is made with human bodies. More directly, the only advantage of using living people's bodies to make constellation monsters is that the mind is still there, knows how to think, and knows how to choose when facing various situations. If it's Scorpio and Leo, it's a fight to the death. Either kill the other or be killed. There is no so-called order. The only way to use it is to throw it into the most important battle moment. Just like the time when looking for the water spirit Moya. The only way to use Leo is to airdrop Leo after finding the water spirit Moya. It is impossible to expect Leo to be put into the battlefield in advance and find the water spirit Moya by yourself. Leo only knows how to kill. Of course, the research of the Constellation Project is also progressing, and this defect can be tried to make up for. Otherwise, Yi Sha would not have cooperated with Dr. Davis. Otherwise, what's the point of creating a monster that doesn't listen to its own constellation? No use at all. Yi Sha is also worried about the previous roar and the collapsed outer wall, which clearly indicates that someone is fighting. So, is the target of the battle Apostle X? If it's a small fish, it's fine. But what if it's the deputy train conductor? A 4-star? Or another saint? Or even the train conductor? Then Yi Sha was obviously behind others. Moreover, Yi Sha felt that since he could make such a big noise, and was not easily killed by Apostle X, it was unlikely that he was a small fish. Yi Sha's face was slightly gloomy. Kill? Don't kill? Yi Sha was in a dilemma. This was a very difficult choice. If Yi Sha wanted to pass the Black Beast group easily, he had to show some real skills. However, this was a kind of consumption. It didn't matter at ordinary times. He could recover while fighting. During the time limit of ability, he could also find an opportunity to recover slowly. But Apostle X is in this building, and he may be encountered at any time. This kind of consumption is very fatal, which will obviously reduce Yi Sha's competitiveness. Yi Sha thought. But his hands were not slow, launching attacks continuously, and killing the surrounding black beasts. But at this moment, in a shadow on the ceiling, a black beast suddenly fell upside down, bearing its fangs and claws towards Yi Sha, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Puff! Yi Sha's back was scratched, and a crack appeared, and blood quickly seeped out. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed, turned around suddenly, and punched back. Sizzle! Electricity surged crazily, and Yi Sha punched the black beast, blasting it to pieces. The scattered electric current directly tore the black beast's body to pieces. Countless pieces of meat mixed with internal organs were splashed everywhere. Yi Sha took a deep breath, feeling the pain from behind, and then warned himself in his heart not to be distracted. Although he was facing an important decision, it was obviously not the time to be distracted. Those black beasts were much stronger than ordinary black beasts. You know, Yi Sha was in a fatal state. The red flame armor plus the defense of black liquid were torn apart by the black beast just now. Even if it was just a superficial wound, it meant that the surrounding black beasts could not be underestimated. Moreover, the number of these black beasts was also terrifying. Densely packed, compared with encountering a tide of black beasts on the street. The interior of the building was naturally smaller, and the battle was more difficult. Can't you sense it? Yi Sha couldn't help asking. If Apostle X is here, you should be able to sense it. Fatal. I can only sense it if the other party uses his own power. And there are too many of these things around. Yi Sha understood what he meant. Yi Sha himself also possessed the power of the Apostle, and was sensitive to this power. But the black beasts around him were all generated by the power of the Apostle. Having the power of the Apostle on his body also affected Yi Sha's feeling. Fatal absorbed the Son of Flame and the Water Spirit, and was more sensitive to this power. So Yisha hoped that Fatal could find Apostle X. Unfortunately, Fatal was also affected. However, Yisha was more concerned about the previous sentence. Apostle X did not use the power of the Apostle? Yisha, so what happened in the previous battle? Fatal did not answer. But Yisha could actually guess the answer. And it was a pretty bad answer. This means that one of the two sides in the battle is not Apostle X. So at least two people may have discovered where Apostle X is. Or they are competing for the power to kill Apostle X. This of course also means that Yisha's time is even more urgent. Damn it. Where is it? Yisha roared, venting his anxiety. The black liquid on his body surged and turned into a huge blade. As Yisha swung it vigorously, the huge black blade swept forward. Puff, puff, puff. The black beasts that rushed up were hit by the black blade, and their bodies were cut into pieces one after another. In almost the blink of an eye, a large number of black beast corpses piled up in front of Yisha. Then, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from above Yisha's head, and the ceiling suddenly exploded, and countless rocks fell down. Yisha was extremely alert, and the black liquid shot out to the back, stuck to a concrete pillar, and pulled Yisha over. Then, Yisha saw a figure falling from the broken ceiling. Chapter 1564 Guide. Yutong? Yisha was stunned when he saw the falling figure. It was Yutong. Yutong heard Yisha's voice, looked sideways, and then suddenly stretched out his hands to grab both sides, tearing the two black beasts that rushed up to pieces. Then, puff! Yutong spit out a large mouthful of blood, which fell on the ground. This woman is injured. Yisha raised his eyebrows. And the injury was not light. Yutong looked at Yisha, appearing extremely vigilant, and slowly opened his hands. Yisha remembered his current form, waved his hand, and the black liquid on his face quickly receded, revealing Yisha's face. Yutong was stunned for a moment, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted to Yisha, "7th floor." What? Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then, Apostle X? Yes. Yutong urged, "Hurry up." Yutong was so straightforward that Yisha was confused and hesitated. Yutong knew what Yisha was thinking, and said directly, "We are only loyal to the conductor, and we don't care about other things. Francis's actions have nothing to do with us. It is his personal behavior." Yutong's words were questionable, and Yisha couldn't believe them completely. But after frowning, Yisha still jumped towards the collapsed ceiling. He obviously didn't have time to think so much at the moment. In other words, whether Yutong's words were true or false, Yisha had no choice but to believe them. Jumping out from the broken ceiling, the next level was still full of black beasts, and it was impossible to determine which level it was at. But it could be determined from the ceiling. Yutong was bombarded all the way down from above. And of course, the ceiling was broken. Yisha did not hesitate and continued to rush upwards. After 3 consecutive floors, Yisha stopped. Yisha looked up and looked around. There were empty floors all around. But this place was different from the previous floors. Yisha saw that the walls, pillars, and ceilings were all covered with a layer of leather-like things. The leather was pitch black with some light golden lines, but it was not rough when touched. On the contrary, it was very smooth. Yisha tore it off with force and directly tore off a piece. He could see light green liquid flowing down from below. The liquid had a strong odor, and Yisha couldn't tell what it was. It was like the unique smell of leather products, a bit like the smell of something rotting, and a faint smell of blood. However, Yisha was almost certain that this was the lair of Apostle X. The changes around him were the best proof. Boom! At this time, a violent noise appeared again. Yisha looked sideways and saw a wall being smashed to pieces, and a cloud of smoke spread out in all directions. Yisha immediately ran, quickly rushed to the place where the sound came from, and then passed through the broken wall. Yisha passed through the broken wall and showed a look of surprise. The whole building was broken through. In front of Yisha, there was a huge pit, extending from the top of the building to the bottom, one circle after another. However, it was not formed by fighting, but a real nest. At the edge, there were a lot of skin-like things that had been seen before, covering almost every inch of the position. At the same time, Yisha also saw a lot of mucous membranes like spider silk. Crisscrossing, there were some dark black bones piercing out of the wall, with some fleshy filaments on them. At the same time, There were some bulging things on the wall. Yisha got closer, and saw that they were all black beasts. The black beast was attached to the wall, and its outer layer was covered with mucous membranes. There was a light golden liquid flowing inside. As the black beast breathed, bubbles would emerge from the light golden liquid. So how the mutant black beast was produced. The black beast sealed in the mucous membrane had not yet completed the mutation. But the shape of its body was obviously changing. It absorbed the power of the apostles from the light golden liquid and transformed its body. This is the real nest of Apostle X. Apostle X dug out a cylinder from the building, opened up the entire building from top to bottom, built his own nest, and then cultivated black beasts here. Of course, they are all mutated, relatively powerful black beasts. Those ordinary black beasts can be evolved from zombies to black beasts simply by using the power of the apostles. Boom! At this time, Yisha heard a loud roar again, and then a figure fell from the air and hit the ground next to Yisha. Yisha looked sideways. Super Beast? Super Beast Besta, the leader of the 4 stars. Besta got up from the ground and looked at Yisha in confusion. Yisha let the black liquid recede. Just like Yutonkon before. Besta did not recognize Yisha in the fatal form. The doubt on Besta's face receded. But he did not say much, but looked up at the sky. At this time, a ball of light blue light fell from the upper layer and floated in the air. Yisha, is this Apostle X? No. Besta, this is the guide. Yisha's pupils shrank. Apostles walking? Yes. Besta, according to the intelligence, the guide should have intercepted the train conductor. The purpose was naturally to prevent the train conductor from participating in the battle and capture Apostle X. The number of people dispatched was 3. But the intelligence was obviously wrong. I don't know what happened to the train conductor that caused a guide to rush here. Or maybe there were more than 3 guides. At this time, a blue spear suddenly appeared in the azure light floating in the air and blasted towards Besta and Yisha. The blue spear seemed to be a fantasy, like the cavalry spears of the Western Middle Ages. It was very huge, more than 10 meters long and more than 3 meters in diameter. It was more like a huge spike than a spear. At the same time, there were dense linear blue lights flowing on the spear, forming strange runes and words. When Yisha saw those words, his eyes suddenly widened. Yisha didn't know the meaning and pronunciation of those words, but he knew them. These were the words that appeared on the relics of ancient civilizations. The next moment, Yisha and Besta jumped to both sides, and the spear easily penetrated the wall, and even extended diagonally downward, piercing 2 or 3 layers of the ground continuously. So strong. Yisha couldn't help but think of these 2 words in his mind. It looked like an ordinary attack, but it was so powerful. Yisha looked at Besta and couldn't help but say, "What on earth is a guide? It sounds like a person. But can such a ball of light be considered a person?" Chapter 1565 Breakthrough. When Yisha finished speaking, the azure ball of light actually trembled, and then a new spear materialized from the guide's body and stabbed towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped up, and black liquid gushed out from his back, spreading around, sticking to the walls around him, and hanging Yisha's body upside down in the air, avoiding the guide's attack. Yisha was extremely surprised. He could see and feel the guide's anger. The light ball could actually understand Yisha's words, and was angry because of Yisha's words, and attacked because of it. Besta, the guide is the inheritor of the Apostles' Walk. They are the root of the Apostles' Walk. They are a group of old immortals, who have lived for who knows how many years. However, the lifespan of any living being is limited. In order to obtain endless life, they changed their life form. And then, Yisha followed Besta's gaze, and looked at the light ball again, blurting out, "It became this thing? What do you ignorant guys know?" An old voice came from the blue light ball. With obvious anger, "How can you understand how much we have paid for all the inheritance? For faith? And for the continuation of the fire? You are just a group of selfish and greedy bastards." Accompanied by the old voice, the blue light ball continued to shake in the air. Besta shouted to Yisha, "Get out of the way." The next moment, countless spears pierced out of the light ball and shot towards the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The spears came very fast, shooting wildly in all directions at the same time, densely covering a large area. Besta didn't seem to be good at dodging. His strong and tall body looked really powerful. Facing a spear stabbing at him, Besta dodged his body, and then hugged the spear with both hands. Ah! Besta roared angrily. His arms' muscles bulged, and he twisted hard to break the spear stabbing at him. On the other side, when Yisha thrust the spear at himself, the black liquid loosened and his body fell from the air, landing directly on his spear. And he stepped on the spear and ran forward. During the run, the black liquid behind Yisha surged wildly, turning into several streams, suddenly shooting forward, turning into black spikes, and stabbing at the light ball. However, it didn't work. At the end of the spear, a metal wall suddenly rose up, and like the spear, it was covered with blue linear patterns, forming strange symbols and words. Then at the moment when the black spear stabbed, boom, a violent collision sounded, and then those black spears exploded and turned into countless black liquids that spread out in all directions. Yisha's eyes turned cold. Not only was the attack extremely destructive, but the defense was also terrifying. At this moment, a linear blue light flashed on the spear under Yisha's feet, and Yisha suddenly heard a slight noise. Yisha instinctively jumped up, and then he saw that the spear suddenly grew a silver metal spike, which kept stabbing at Yisha. Yisha, who was in a fatal state, was extremely flexible. He twisted his waist in the air to avoid the metal spikes continuously. The most important point was that normal people had no foothold in the air and could not dodge. But Yisha could. Puff, puff. Black liquid flowed out from Yisha's fingertips, entangled two metal spikes, and then quickly pulled Yisha's body horizontally in the air to avoid the attack of the metal spikes. However, the guide's attack was not over. The metal spikes that grew from the spears grew smaller metal spikes again, growing from the sides in an interlaced manner, and continued to attack Yisha. The metal spikes spread out in a tree-like pattern, spreading everywhere. Yisha's movements were still flexible, but he soon found out he couldn't avoid it. It wasn't that Yisha's movements were not flexible enough, but that there was no space. The densely packed metal spikes blocked all the moving space around Yisha, and even forced Yisha into a corner. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. At the same time, Besta took a deep breath, suddenly bent down, and pressed one hand on the ground. Blood road. Besta shouted, "Super kill!" Bang! Besta kicked his legs hard, crushing a large piece of the ground. And then Besta's body rushed into the air like a cannonball. Bang! 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 Besta rushed into the air and hit the metal spikes, then smashed them to pieces. Yisha got the space to move, and a black liquid flew out of his body, sticking to the ground, dragging, and pulling Yisha back to the ground. Yisha glanced at Besta, and now he believed what Yutongkong said. The so-called 4-star, as a service provider, has the same status as the chief train attendant, but does not live on the Doomsday train. Although their status is the same as the chief train attendant, they actually do not have any position, because they are only loyal to the train conductor. Yisha had doubts about these, but now he believes them a little, because Besta actually helped him. To a certain extent, Besta's will can be seen. Besta does not care who can get rid of Apostle X, as long as they are on the Doomsday train, facing the guide and the enemies blocking them. Besta didn't seem to care how to kill the guide, whether he was killed by himself or others. The important thing was to be able to kill the guide. This kind of will was different from Yisha, the deputy train captain, and everyone on the Doomsday train. At the same time, Besta smashed a large number of metal spikes, fell back to the ground, and said to Yisha, "Apostle X is on the upper 2 floors and is currently in a dormant state." Yisha looked at Besta in confusion. Besta, I'll hold the guide, and you go kill Apostle X. If Yisha had only had similar feelings about Besta's will before, then Besta was now making a statement. He didn't need to kill Apostle X, as long as he could kill him. Of course, it must be someone on the Doomsday train. Yisha was silent for a moment. Okay, Besta, then, let's get started. Yisha nodded. Without any nonsense, a stream of black liquid suddenly shot out from his shoulder, and after sticking to the side wall, Yisha's body was dragged by the black liquid, almost sticking to the ground, and floated out strangely. Bang! The next moment, Yisha stuck to the wall, like a beast, and started running upwards along the wall. Chapter 1566 Mechanical City. In the azure ball of light, the old voice sounded again, and then countless metal spikes pierced out from the azure ball of light again. Those metal spikes were not straight, but folded 90 degrees in the air, covering a large area. and then stabbed towards Yisha from all angles and directions. Besta jumped up, stepped on a metal spike and jumped again, then crossed his hands in front of him. Bite! Besta did not attack the blue ball of light, but directly stretched out his hand to his chest. Puff! Puff! Besta's nails scratched across his chest, leaving 6 interlaced scratches. The next moment, the splashed blood drifted in the air, surging around, and formed a large piece of blood mist that quickly spread around. Bang! 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 The blood mist collided with the surrounding metal spikes, constantly making the sound of metal collision. The metal spikes seemed to be torn apart, with dense claw marks, twisted and deformed. They were not cut by a sharp weapon, but torn apart by something. Yisha was slightly surprised that Besta used the blood transformation ability. The blood transformation ability is very strong, but there is no such thing as a very strong blood transformation ability, because the restrictions are relatively strict and you need to use your own blood. But no matter what, because Besta suddenly attacked, Yisha did not face the attack, and Besta helped Yisha block it. But it's not over yet. The azure ball of light radiated a very rich light. Suddenly, a circle of metal blades suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, stretched out suddenly, and cut over abruptly. This startled Yisha, who was running against the wall at the moment. He jumped up completely on instinct, curled up his body in the air, avoided the attack of the blade, and then fell from the air and stood on the blade. Looking to the side, Yisha was also sweating, and some black liquid fell on the blade, which was cut off because of the scratch. Yisha touched his neck involuntarily, and his head almost moved. Yisha was temporarily stopped, and he didn't give much time to breathe. He could feel the blade under his feet shaking constantly. The next moment, circular saw teeth suddenly appeared on the blade, rolling towards Yisha, constantly approaching. Yisha immediately ran to the side. If Yisha wanted to go to the next level, he could only climb up from the wall, because the center was empty, and there was a guide blocking the way. At the moment, it seems that it is not easy to climb up the wall. Besta roared and charged upwards. Besta wanted Yisha to rush up to deal with Apostle X, so he had to break through the defense of the guide first. 2 reptiles. Don't even think about leaving. In the azure light ball, the old voice sounded again. Low, mechanical city. Bang, bang, bang. A large area of blue light appeared all around. And then in the blue light ball, as if connected to another dimension, huge metal steel pipes continued to extend, heading all around, and constantly hitting the wall. After those metal pipes hit the wall, they did not break the surrounding walls, but connected with the wall, layer upon layer, crisscrossing. Yisha was a little puzzled. What does this mean? Yisha did not see what was special about these metal pipes. On the contrary, they were helping him. The center of this area was hollowed out, and it penetrated the entire building layer by layer. There were only some footholds at the edge, but they were not wide. You can only climb up the wall, or use paper wings, but you will face the guide head-on, which feels even worse. Now that the metal pipes are connected to the wall, Yisha has many footholds. He no longer needs to climb up the wall. He can jump up by stepping on the metal pipes. Moreover, there is little room for dodging when climbing up the wall. With these metal pipes, there is room to move, no matter how he thinks. Yisha feels that the guide is assisting him. But, the next moment, click, click, on those metal pipes, a circle of blades suddenly grew out, half-moon shaped, overlapping one by one, suddenly spinning, and then moving quickly along the metal pipes. Damn it! Yisha cursed, watching the rotating blades moving towards him, and quickly jumped up. But at this moment, on the metal pipe above, there were also large pieces of metal, also spinning rapidly, making a harsh metal friction sound. And then at the place where Yisha jumped, 2 layers of blades met, one above and one below. Yisha dodged the rotating blades below, but not the ones above. Bang! Yisha was blown away by the blades in an instant, and hit the wall in front of him hard. His whole body was embedded in the wall. The black liquid surging on his body was cut into large pieces by one blow, hanging on Yisha's body like a piece of cloth. With just one blow, Yisha was almost beaten out of a fatal state. Yisha didn't have any injuries on his body. The blade was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut everything. But because of the protection of the black liquid, Yisha didn't have a single wound on his body. It's just that my whole body hurts from the collision. and my skeleton seems to be falling apart. This is a hard injury. And Yisha knows that the pain will go away. But it still hurts. Vesta seemed a little anxious. He wanted to send Yisha to the upper level to deal with Apostle X, but found that he couldn't get through. Vesta knew very well that the problem was not with Yisha, but on his side. He had to hold back the guide so that Yisha could go to the upper level smoothly. But the problem was that he really couldn't hold him back. Ah! Vesta roared angrily. The wound on his chest burst open, spurting out more blood, and the blood mist around Vesta's body became thicker. The next moment, Vesta rushed up to the guide. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding. Vesta seemed very sturdy and fierce. After rushing upwards, he actually hit the large pieces of metal that were constantly rotating along the metal pipes. The drifting blood mist and the rotating blade sounded, and the sound of metal friction continued to be emitted, and sparks continued to emerge. Vesta actually resisted the rotating blade, but at this moment, two metal tubes, only as thick as wrists, suddenly stretched out from under Vesta, like a wandering venomous snake, hiding itself, waiting to come to the back of the prey, and suddenly attacking. Almost in an instant, two metal tubes rushed out from the back, and the next moment, they were tightly wrapped around Vesta's body. The azure electric current suddenly bloomed at this moment. Chapter 1567 Sunshine. Ah! Vesta screamed, and a large amount of electric current was released from the two metal pipes, wrapping around Vesta's body, making Vesta feel extremely painful. But at this moment, a figure suddenly fell from above, and Yisha appeared behind Vesta and grabbed the two metal pipes. The electric current flowed and covered Yisha's body. Yisha not only did not feel any pain, but on the contrary, he felt quite comfortable. The electric current surrounded Yisha's body, and Yisha felt as warm as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The lighting core used to store electricity was nourished again. Almost in an instant, Yisha absorbed the current into his body. Vesta panted heavily and said to Yisha, "Don't worry about me. All you need to do is find a way to rush up." "Yisha, look at the top of your head." Vesta looked up and found that a metal roof had appeared above their heads. On the metal roof, there were at least dozens of densely packed mechanical arms, dancing like octopus tentacles. The road is blocked. Yisha and Vesta didn't have time to think about it. The rotating blades on the metal pipes on both sides moved to the other end, and then quickly turned around and moved towards them. Without any delay, Yisha and Vesta jumped in opposite directions at the same time. The two rotating blades almost passed by their bodies. At the same time, the mechanical hand above reached down and grabbed the two people continuously. At the bottom of the metal pipe, there were small metal pipes surging upwards. Yisha dodged the rotating blades and fell back onto the metal tube. Yisha was fearless of the small metal tubes coming up from below, and let them wrap around him and absorb the current. Electric current was a tonic for Yisha. The trouble was the rotating blades moving frantically along the metal tubes, and the manipulators falling from above. Those manipulators were very fast and numerous, coming from almost all directions, with whistling winds, constantly grabbing Yisha. The black liquid on Yisha's body surged and bounced backwards, dragging Yisha to the side, away from those mechanical hands. However, as soon as Yisha retreated, those mechanical hands quickly caught up with him, at a terrifying speed. "Zila!" Yisha's face was slightly stern, and he stretched out his hand to press those mechanical hands. Countless electric currents surged forward and collided with those mechanical hands. Electric current is the best way to restrain machinery, which can destroy the inside of the machinery and make it ineffective. But it's useless. Everything in front of him was created by the guide's ability to materialize fantasy. When Yisha's electric current hit those mechanical arms, it was torn to pieces in an instant. Bang! Yisha's chest was hit hard by a mechanical arm, and he was knocked out again and hit the wall again. This time, Yisha didn't even have a chance to breathe. When Yisha hit the wall, countless metal sticks suddenly appeared on the wall, and then quickly bent, locking Yisha to the wall. At the same time, the rotating blade in front was flying towards Yisha. Yisha struggled frantically. The blade looked ordinary, and did not seem to be earth-shattering. But being hit was definitely no joke. Moreover, it was just a hit before, but it was different now. Yisha was restrained. The blade rushed over and would definitely not only hit him, but also cut him continuously. Yisha had already anticipated the scene of being cut into pieces of meat. But he couldn't break free. The metal stick that bound Yisha was not ordinary metal at all. It was terribly hard. At this moment, Yisha realized the fear of the guide. This was the thing that the apostles used to stop the train conductor. Of course, it also made the train conductor more terrifying, as it took 3 guides to hold him back. And it was just a hold. The meaning of holding back is that you can't be defeated. You can only delay time. Sunshine. Yisha saw that he couldn't struggle out for a while, and he roared decisively. The flame of the red flame armor emerged, quickly surged into the air, and then spread out in all directions, like a burning cloud, covering the space above his head. The next moment, the rotating blade came in front of Yisha, and a flame surged, blocking Yisha. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The rotating blade moved forward frantically, constantly cutting the flames. But it was useless. Rizhao formed an absolute defense within 15 seconds. The so-called absolute means that it can withstand all attacks, and it is absolutely impossible to be broken. Only then can it be called an absolute defense. Rizhao blocked the attack, and Yisha finally had enough time to break free. Strong power. Yisha's muscles swelled, and he continued to exert force. Although he could not completely break free from the metal sticks that bound him, it was enough to squeeze some of the metal sticks that were twisted and wrapped around him. The next moment, Yisha rushed upwards and began to run along the wall. The guide learned his lesson and did not use the electrified metal pipe to attack Yisha, because it was completely useless. Just like Yisha could not destroy the surrounding machinery even if he released electricity, because those machines were all imagined by the guide. Similarly, because of the Thunder Emperor, the cables inside the metal tubes released electric currents, which was completely a supplement for Yisha. But the mechanical hands at the top were still there, and when Yisha rushed up, they kept falling down and madly attacked Yisha. But, bang, 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 flames kept gushing out around Yisha's body, blocking all the mechanical hands from falling down. 15 seconds. Yisha's time was very tight. Since he used the sunshine for defense, Yisha had to make good use of these 15 seconds. All attacks of the guide were useless. Yisha was very fast. With the 15 seconds of absolute defense, Yisha could break out of this layer. Next, it depends on whether Besta can hold the guide back. This is the opportunity. While thinking, Yisha suddenly jumped up and jumped from the side of the guide. The crazy shaking of the blue light ball can be used to see the mood of the guide. Anxiety, restlessness, and anger. Even those mechanical arms no longer care about Besta. All coming towards Yisha, densely packed with dozens of them, constantly dancing. Quite a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Open it for me! Yisha roared and went straight to meet it. Chapter 1568 The Troublemaker. At the last moment of sunshine, Yisha rushed towards the mechanical arms frantically. Then the flame surged around Yisha's body again, knocking away the last mechanical arm. At the same time, the 15-second duration of sunshine ended. But it was enough. Yisha had reached the top of this floor. As long as he knocked away the top metal plate, Yisha could go to the next floor. Success? This thought flashed through Yisha's mind. But at this moment, when Yisha was about to succeed, boom! The wall on the side suddenly exploded, and a figure suddenly rushed out and hit Yisha. Bang! Yisha was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and was directly knocked out diagonally and hit a metal pipe, enduring the pain. Looking up, Yisha wanted to curse. If it was Nan Rongzhisher who arrived, or even other saints who arrived, Yisha would have accepted it. But the one who came out was Yufenjiwen. No, maybe it should be called Virgo now. Yufenjiwen seemed to have experienced a battle before coming here, but it was unknown who it was with. His body was covered with blood, and he had completely entered the Virgo form. The clothes on his body had completely disappeared, and his lower body had also entered the Virgo form. Although he had curves similar to those of a woman, his gender was completely unrecognizable. His calves were bent backwards. His feet became like bird claws, and his wings were flapping as he floated in the air. This was a complete Virgo form, just like Lillian at the beginning. But Yufenjiwen was much stronger than Lillian. Lillian was only a semi-finished product, and could only be said to be a constellation-like monster. The Virgo form of Yufenjiwen made Yisha feel something similar to Leo in Taurus. Very strong. The one who could completely make Yufenjiwen enter the Virgo form could not be a black beast. At least, he had to be at the level of the Son of God. At the same time, Virgo appeared, looked around, seemed to be thinking about the current situation, and then immediately rushed into the air. Bang! Virgo met the mechanical hand falling from the sky. The guy didn't care who wanted to go upstairs. Anyway, no one was allowed. Whoever went up would be attacked. Yisha was actually quite puzzled by this point. This guide was not just ordinary strong. Not the kind of strong that can be seen with the naked eye. But only after fighting would you find out how terrible it was. In that case, why do you have to block here? Go kill Apostle X. Boom! While Yisha was thinking, Virgo had already collided with those mechanical arms. And a huge explosion sounded in the air. After Yufenjiwen completely entered the Virgo form, his thinking ability was still there. This is the advantage of using living people as carriers to create constellation monsters. The disadvantage is that the body is not strong enough. Of course, this is only relative to Leo and Taurus. But after entering the Virgo state, Yufenjiwen was obviously still affected and became irritable. He didn't care about the falling mechanical arms at all, and just fought hard. Boom! 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 The sound of air explosions came continuously in the air. Virgo kept using air explosions to blow up those mechanical arms, and then rushed into the air. But at this moment, the metal plate in the air suddenly transformed into a new, huge metal pipe. And then a circle of rotating blades grew out. The rotating blade fell down frantically and hit Virgo. No retreat, just hard defense. Virgo pushed forward with both hands and took the rotating blade forcefully. The rotating blade was more terrifying than it looked. When it collided with Virgo, although the speed slowed down, it actually crushed Virgo and pushed Virgo down. Virgo kept whistling and continuously exploding in the air, and was pushed down 7 or 8 meters before the rotating blade was smashed. However, the next moment, the mechanical arm suddenly appeared behind Virgo and blasted Virgo away. Sure enough, it was very strong. The guide is really strong. Originally, the appearance of the guide was unexpected. It was true that the guide was holding the train conductor. But from another perspective, wasn't the train conductor holding the guide? The Doomsday train and the Apostle were walking, and both sides had lost their strongest combat power. However, the train conductor was more fierce, and he held several guides on the opposite side. At this time, Vesta suddenly landed beside Yisha, and said without any nonsense, "The opportunity has come. Let's try again." Yisha nodded, "Yes. Virgo is also very strong, and the constellation monsters are all very strong. Now that Virgo is fighting with the guide, it is indeed an opportunity for Yisha and Vesta to try to break through the defense again. You retreat first," Yisha said to Fatal in his heart, and then got out of Fatal state. It's time to fight for his life. Yisha took a deep breath, and it was time for him to use all his skills. Success? Failure? Life? Or death? Ah! After Yisha got out of the Fatal state, he suddenly raised his head and roared, and stretched his arms to both sides. Zila! The harsh sound of electric current sounded, surrounding Yisha's body. The arcs were crackling and jumping wildly, and the ground under Yisha's feet kept cracking and then collapsed. However, at the moment of free fall, Yisha suddenly bent his legs and jumped into the air. 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. The current flowing through Yisha's body became more and more intense and terrifying. Yisha was like a madman, madly urging the electricity in the thunder core, constantly increasing the current wrapped around his body. Boom! Yisha hit a metal pipe directly, and then tore it to pieces. In the face of the surging lightning, the metal pipes became vulnerable. Yisha's electric current could not restrain the machinery made by the guide, because it was not a real machinery. The guide's mechanical city was a fantasy, not made of real parts. However, this does not mean that the electric current is useless. The killing and destructive power are still there. Boom! 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 After Yisha broke several metal pipes in succession, the guide finally noticed Yisha again, and no longer focused on Virgo. Useless. Useless. The old voice sounded again, "My city. You can't break through." The two metal pipes suddenly crossed, passed in front of Yisha, and then the rotating blades fell towards Yisha. Yisha also did not retreat at all, and shouted, "Thunder in all directions." Boom! Above the guide, a thunderous sound sounded, and then thick black thunderclouds suddenly appeared and gathered quickly. Chapter 1569 Bloody Fight. Sizzle! Under the thundercloud, the electric current poured down like a waterfall. bombarding the ground frantically. The falling electric current quickly gathered together and turned into a huge lightning column. After a loud bang, the lightning column hit a metal pipe and broke it. Yisha not only used the ability of the 10 directions of Mad Thunder, but also used the Thunder Core to continuously transmit electricity. He consumed 30% of his power reserves when he made a move. And it was still going on. The power output from the Thunder Core had reached 40%. Moreover, this is still not the end. Jioshu domain is open. The Jioshu domain is very strong and can greatly increase the power of attacks. But Yisha has always believed that the most terrifying thing about the Jioshu domain is that all healing abilities are invalidated. However, Yisha is opening the Jioshu domain for a simple reason. Just for the power. Open it for me! Yisha roared. And with the opening of the Jioshu domain, the lightning pillars of the 10 directions of Wild Thunder became more terrifying. And they broke the criss-crossing metal pillars in succession, forcibly helping Yisha open a gap. Besta also jumped up at this time. He knew it was time for him to work. Besta didn't know what he did. His flesh and blood were torn apart. A bright red piece, with dense wounds on his body. Blood covered his whole body, dyeing Besta into a bloody man. However, the blood was not just flowing, covering Besta's whole body, because the blood transforming ability. The blood quickly turned into mist, wrapping Besta's whole body, and the mist actually formed muscles, changing Besta's form. Besta was originally a very scary muscular man, and now he became even bigger, with a terrifying height of 3.5 meters, and arms as thick as buckets. A real beast. Bang! Besta stamped his feet, suddenly jumped up, and rushed into the air. I'll cover you. Besta shouted to Yisha, go ahead. Yisha nodded without any nonsense, and Besta suddenly accelerated, stepping on the surrounding metal pipes, and his speed increased a lot. Blood beast. Besta shouted softly, falling. Boom! Boom! Besta suddenly showed his power, rushed towards a metal pipe, and smashed it with a punch. The rotating blades were thrown out because of the broken metal pipe. But Besta was not afraid and punched out directly. Even if the rotating blades did not have those metal pipes as carriers, they were still very powerful. When they collided with Besta, the muscles on Besta's body condensed with blood mist were constantly torn apart. But, boom! Besta punched the rotating blade with a strong punch, punching a hole in it. Besta also fought hard, fighting with injuries, blocking the rotating blade despite the injury, and then stretched out his hand and threw the rotating blade directly upwards. Besta was indeed a ruthless character. He said he was helping Yisha to clear the way, but the target of the attack was the guide. Besta threw the rotating blade directly towards the blue light ball floating in the air. But, bang! At the moment of the hit, 2 steel plates suddenly appeared from the edges of the 2 sides in front of the guide, as if they had grown out, and then quickly extended, and then closed in front of the guide. The rotating blade hit the steel plate, making a loud noise, and the steel plate was cut a piece. But it failed to hit the guide. With Besta's help, Yisha got a breathing space, and continued to jump up, and came to the top again. At the location where the floor was broken, there was another layer of metal roof, which was the guide's last defense, used to block the way for everyone to go up. As long as that thing was destroyed, they could go to the next level. Yisha stretched out his hand, condensed a current, and was about to blast upwards. But Yisha suddenly felt something approaching him at high speed. Yisha immediately turned around and shot a current to the side. Sizzle! The current surged and collided with Virgo. But Virgo got rid of the chasing manipulator and rushed directly towards Yisha. It was not only the guide who wanted to stop Yisha from going upwards, but also Virgo. All of them are enemies. Everyone wants to go to the upper level. Everyone wants to kill Apostle X. So, they are all enemies. Virgo faced the electric current and stretched his hands forward to tear it apart, while Yisha frantically urged the Thunder Core to output. Now, Yisha looked at Virgo. It's finally time for us to fight. Right. Boom. The moment Yisha finished speaking, the electric current exploded, and Virgo did not tear the electric current apart, but was blown out. Yisha also felt the airflow in front of him change. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded in front of Yisha, and then the air waves spread out in circles, blowing Yisha away directly. After entering the Virgo state, the air explosion not only increased in power, but also in speed. Yisha had wind and rain from all directions, and he could not avoid the change in the airflow in time. It appeared completely suddenly, and it exploded suddenly, which was impossible to defend against. Yisha flipped twice in the air, then grabbed the metal pipe below, leaving 3 marks on it, and stabilized his body by force. On the other side, Virgo hit the wall, but flapped his wings and flew up again quickly. Yisha was a little annoyed. It was the guide who got in the way before, but now Yisha and Besta were fighting. Besta temporarily entangled the guide. He did have this ability. Before Yisha appeared, he had been entangled with Yutong for a long time. Yisha also used his skills to fight his way back to the top. He was only 1 step away from the final victory. But Virgo came out to cause trouble again. Since he was upset and angry, he would vent his anger. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared again. The electric current on his body continued to spread, like a tide, rushing towards Virgo frantically. Virgo whistled with his long mouth, and explosions continued to sound on both sides of the metal pipe. The air waves of the air explosion merged into one, colliding with the incoming electric current, pushing each other. No winner. Then, Yisha flicked his palm. Z-Law. The sound of the current surging sounded again. But this time the current in Yisha's palm was golden. Incredibly dazzling. Divine thunder. Yisha tightly grasped the thunder ball in his hand, and the current continued to seep out from between his fingers, revealing incomparable splendor and incomparable brutality. The momentum to smash everything. The next moment, Yisha took a ghost step and came directly to Virgo, grabbed the divine thunder and pressed it directly towards Virgo's head. Chapter 1570. The deputy train conductor arrives. Ah! When Yisha's fist came to him, Virgo suddenly raised his head and screamed. A hemispherical barrier suddenly appeared in front of Virgo, made up of small octagonal pieces. Is it still implanted with technological power? Yisha gritted his teeth and exerted force again. Break it for me. Boom! The divine thunder in Yisha's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless golden electric currents, which quickly covered the barrier, flowing continuously and making a harsh sound. Zila! Zila! The golden electric current flowed on the barrier like liquid. Virgo stretched out his right hand and pointed his finger at Yisha. Air explosion. At this moment, Yisha spread his left hand, and the golden electric current emerged from his palm again. The second divine thunder. Boom! Yisha stretched out his left hand and pushed the second divine thunder out. Then a loud explosion sounded suddenly, and the divine thunder collided with Virgo's air explosion. A large amount of smoke and dust was spreading around, and metal pipes broke one after another and collapsed downwards. The golden electric current exploded, like a sharp blade, pushing around and cutting everything. The wall not far away was constantly being cut. Still, no winner. Yisha was still madly releasing electricity and pushing forward, while Virgo was holding on to the barrier in front of him. But at this time, boom! While Yisha was competing with Virgo, a figure suddenly fell down from the side of the two people, hitting the metal pipe below with a bang, and smashing a piece of the metal pipe. Yisha glanced sideways, and saw that it was Besta who was blown away and lay there, blood constantly flowing out of his mouth. And then he endured the pain and slowly got up again. In the azure ball of light, the old voice appeared again, roaring, I am irresistible. The mechanical arms suddenly surged, quickly merged together, became extremely huge, and fell towards the position where Yisha and Virgo were. Virgo raised his head and screamed at the mechanical arms. Boom! 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 Air explosions appeared continuously, forming explosions around the manipulator, along the manipulator, all the way up. Countless metal fragments exploded from the huge manipulator and splashed around. Cables of different colors were dragged out from the broken part of the manipulator, crackling with sparks. However, it was unstoppable. Even though the jumping manipulator was broken, it still did not stop, but fell fiercely towards the bottom. Boom! Yisha and Virgo jumped backwards at the same time, and the mechanical arm hit the metal pipe, tearing it apart with one blow. Yisha grabbed the broken metal pipe, hanging in the air, and then pressed his palm upwards. The third divine thunder. The golden thunder ball floated towards the sky, landed in front of the mechanical arm, and then exploded, like blooming golden fireworks. Countless golden electric currents spread out in all directions. Thinking of falling down, the mechanical hand was finally blown to pieces. turning into countless metal fragments, mixed with a pile of broken parts, falling down like rain. Yisha grabbed the metal pipe and climbed up, and Virgo spread his wings and floated in the air. Vesta stood up again, his body full of wounds and blood. The azure light ball emitted light again, and the sound of click of mechanical rotation came from the air. New mechanical hands grew out around the azure light ball. The four looked at each other, and then it was about to happen. But at this moment, the guide also appeared. Didn't he go to intercept the conductor? Suddenly a voice sounded. It turned out to be just a projection. At the edge, two figures slowly emerged. Duh, 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 duh. Clear footsteps sounded, and slowly, Malfarion and Donfonyu walked out. The deputy conductor is here. Humph. Donfonyu snorted. Vesta, your strength has not improved. You can't even deal with a projection clone. Vesta wiped the blood off his face. I am just a server. Fighting is just a part-time job. Yisha's face turned ugly. Although the appearance of the deputy train captain suddenly made the situation favorable to the Doomsday train, this was not what Yisha wanted to see. With Malfarion and Donfonyu appearing, is there still a place for Yisha to be the Apostle X? Virgo screamed, pointed his finger in the direction of Malfarion and Donfonyu, and suddenly launched an attack. Air explosion. Ant. Donfonyu looked at Virgo with disdain. You dare to attack me? Bang! The air explosion suddenly appeared in front of Donfong. But at this moment, Donfonyu's body suddenly emitted a blazing light, like a dazzling little sun. The scattered light collided with the air explosion, like a wall, blocking all the impact of the explosion. The sun is shining. Donfonyu raised his head with a look of arrogance. Then, around Virgo, large patches of sunlight appeared, and then a scream was heard. Virgo's body suddenly burned, and then it seemed as if it was hit by something heavy, and flew straight out and hit the wall not far away. Malfarion looked at Vesta. Have you found the location of Apostle X? Yisha hoped to hide it from Vesta, but he also knew that it was impossible. Vesta helped me, not because they had a relationship, but to complete the train conductor's mission. Nothing more. For Vesta, there was no difference between using Yisha to complete the mission or using the deputy train conductor to complete the mission. On the contrary, the latter would obviously be better, because the deputy train conductor was stronger. 2 floors up, Vesta said directly. Apostle X is there, currently in hibernation, and it is the best opportunity to kill or capture him. Yeah. Malfarion nodded, then looked at the azure ball of light. Don't you want to get out of the way? Even if the guide really appears, if there is only one, it is hard to predict the outcome when facing 2 deputy train conductors at the same time. Not to mention that you are just a projection clone. Just you? A voice came from the azure ball of light. Come on if you have the guts. The mechanical arms that were reimagined and materialized quickly entangled together, spliced into a giant mechanical arm, and grabbed down. The old voice said again, no one can break through my city. This pile of scrap copper and iron is also called a city? Donfonyu said disdainfully, look at how I melt it all. Chapter 1571. Sun and moon shine together. Donfonyu said, as he spread his hands to both sides. One hand is the sun. The other hand is the moon. The sun and moon shine together. At that moment, the light radiating from all around was brilliant and unparalleled. Facing the huge mechanical hand, Donfonyu jumped directly, and the small sun in his hand floated into the air. The next moment, the scorching sun burst out. The huge mechanical hand was bathed in the sun, and then began to melt, turning into mud. Donfonyu looked at the azure ball of light with disdain. If you want to fight me, let your real body come over. Just rely on this broken projection? Die! Donfonyu melted the mechanical arm and stepped on the crisscrossing metal pipes to quickly move upwards. At the same time, the rotating blades on the metal pipes rotated rapidly, making a harsh sound and quickly approaching Donfonyu. But at this moment, Donfonyu pushed his palm and pushed the circle of bright moon out. The moonlight was cold, and the white moonlight pushed away from both sides, and the speed of the rotating blades that were coming quickly slowed down. Large frost appeared on the blade, which froze quickly and naturally stopped rotating. Donfonyu looked at the guide. These junks of yours are completely useless to me. Donfonyu was extremely fast, and quickly stepped on the metal pipe and jumped upward. Yisha gritted his teeth and also jumped up and headed upward. Get out of the way. Donfonyu widened his eyes and waved his hand to the side. Little ghost, Your mission is over. Don't get in the way. As Dongfang Yu waved his hand, the moonlight suddenly came towards Yisha. Almost in an instant, Yisha's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold. Extremely cold. Crack. Crack. Frost appeared under Yisha's feet, quickly crawling up from Yisha's ankles, and constantly spreading along Yisha's body. In the blink of an eye, Yisha was frozen into an ice sculpture. It felt as if the blood had frozen in an instant. The next moment, Zila! Electricity suddenly surged from Yisha's body, flowing out of his body, and then exploding. Boom! The frost covering Yisha's body was shattered and scattered around. Yisha clenched his palms, and golden electricity appeared in his palms again. The fourth divine thunder. Yisha looked coldly, and pushed the divine thunder upwards with one palm. Yisha's target was Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu looked at the divine thunder coming towards him. His eyes widened. Little ghost. You dare to attack me? The divine thunder came to Dongfang Yu and suddenly exploded, turning into countless dense electric currents that pushed out in all directions, and at the same time slashed towards Dongfang Yu frantically. Dongfang Yu took a deep breath and opened his arms. Sunshine. Dongfang Yu's body radiated hot sunlight, which collided with the surrounding golden currents and engulfed the rushing golden currents. Yisha quickly rose up, and when he passed by Dongfang Yu, he said ferociously, "You'd better find a way to kill me. Otherwise you will die in my hands sooner or later." Dongfang Yu's face was gloomy. "Do you think I don't dare? Since you are hindering me, then you and that half-human thing will die together. Sun and moon shine together." Dongfang Yu shouted softly, and the sun and moon floating in the sky shone at the same time, extremely dazzling. But at this moment, a hand grasped Dongfang Yu's wrist. Dongfang Yu glanced at Malfarion beside him. "What do you mean?" Malfarion let go of Dongfang Yu. "This is not the time for internal strife. You should know what to do now." Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. "Boy, you'd better not fall into my hands." After Dongfang Yu finished speaking, he no longer cared about Yisha, but continued to jump upwards. Malfarion smiled at Yisha, followed closely, and also continued to rise. A roar came from the azure light ball, and the cover in the air suddenly stretched out, turning into a sharp blade, stabbing down. Boom! Boom! Dongfang Yu punched out without hesitation, and the circle of small suns floating in the air once again released a scorching glow, and then melted the two sharp giant blades. At the same time, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded, and Virgo rushed over from the side. Behind him, there were continuous explosions in the air, and then Virgo's wings flapped violently. In front of Virgo, a large area of turbulent air suddenly appeared, and the crisscrossing metal pipes in front were cut off in an instant, and then moved forward. Malfarion suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand in the direction of Virgo. A black ball of light appeared in Malfarion's hand, and then with Malfarion's strong pinch, the ball of light suddenly cracked, and the black light and shadow pushed out to the surroundings, like a huge black cloth. The next moment, the light and shadow covered the front and swallowed the turbulence. The violent turbulence disappeared in an instant. Virgo roared, flapped the wings behind him, and suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Malfarion, and then grabbed Malfarion with a palm. The nails on the fingertips were extremely sharp, hitting Malfarion's head directly. Malfarion chuckled, then raised his cane and swung it forward. Clang! The cane collided with Virgo's nails, making a crisp sound. Malfarion smiled. "Sorry. We are busy now, so please don't disturb us. Okay?" As Malfarion spoke, he clenched his left hand fiercely, and the black light and shadow that had been spread out before quickly gathered back and turned into a sphere again. The next moment, Malfarion blasted out with a palm. Bang! The black light ball hit Virgo's body, blasting Virgo away again, and tumbling in the air. Malfarion raised his head. "Hurry up. Dongfang Yu, I'm so annoyed. Do you think that guy can stop me?" Dongfang Yu kept jumping up, with the sun on the right and the moon on the left, and jumped directly towards the blue light column. Bang! 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 Around the blue light ball, circles of steel plates emerged, constantly rotating, wrapping the blue light ball. "Old thing." Dongfang Yu snorted coldly. "When people get old, they should die. Is it interesting to live like this?" Dongfang Yu said as he raised his fist and punched forward. The sun and moon floating beside Dongfang Yu shone at the same time, as if they were real, and directly hit the circle of steel plates protecting the light ball. The next moment, the circle of steel plates surrounding the azure light ball strangely began to melt on one side and freeze on the other. Chapter 1572 Missing. Dongfang Yu forcefully tore the defense of the guide, and then came directly to the guide. Although Dongfang Yu said it lightly, he was still quite solemn when he really killed the blue light ball. These are the guides. A group of old guys who have lived for who knows how many years. They can compete with a train conductor when they gather together. Although they are just projection clones, they cannot be killed easily. Even if Dongfang Yu is the deputy train conductor. Even if Dongfang Yu has absolute confidence in his strength. No one on the Doomsday train can be stronger than him except the train conductor. However, Dongfang Yu still showed a bit of delicateness under his arrogance. But at this moment, when Dongfang Yu and the guide were facing each other, and the two were about to attack, Z-Law, a sound of electric current surged. And then Dongfang Yu saw Yisha rushing up from the side, his body wrapped in electric current, and a golden thunder ball jumped in Yisha's palm. The fifth divine thunder. Boom! The divine thunder hit the metal plate above, and after a loud bang, it blasted a hole in the metal plate, and then rushed in. Dongfang Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he said angrily, "This damn brat." Dongfang Yu faced the guide. Malfarian stopped Virgo, and Besta did not intend to intercept Yisha. Is there a better opportunity than now? Dongfang Yu moved and immediately gave up fighting with the guide, and rushed towards the hole. A roar came from the blue ball of light, and new mechanical hands appeared in the surroundings, waving upwards, trying to catch Dongfang Yu while drilling towards the hole, trying to catch Yisha back. "You guys take your time." Yisha's sneer came from above the hole, and then a golden thunder ball was thrown down from the hole. The sixth divine thunder. Boom! The sound of explosion appeared, and the golden electric current spread wildly around. The divine thunder was accumulated to the sixth one, and the power was naturally greatly increased. Even Dongfang Yu and the guide did not dare to take it easily. The sun and moon around Dongfang Yu emitted light again, spreading in front of Dongfang Yu, and those mechanical hands quickly intertwined, layer by layer, forming a defense. The next moment, the golden electric current blasted up. On the other side, Yisha jumped to the upper level. There was nothing special about this level. Like before, the surrounding walls and ground were covered with a lot of black skin, as well as some bone spurs and flesh membranes. This was where Apostle X cultivated black beasts. However, the strong power of the apostles could be clearly felt here, filling the surroundings. The black beasts cultivated here were also the most powerful mutant black beasts. However, the surrounding areas used to cultivate black beasts had been torn apart, and golden liquid was flowing everywhere. And countless corpses. A large number of mutated black beast corpses fell around. It seems that the guide and Besta killed these black beasts when they were fighting. Yisha did not stop and continued to jump upwards. 2 floors above is where Apostle X is. This, jumping out of the floor, climbing on the wall. Yisha looked forward. Everything here is roughly the same as the previous floor, except that there is a huge dent in the wall in front. The strange thing is that the wall did not break, nor did it show any signs of being hit hard. It just twisted and sunken inwards into an oval shape. On both sides, there were bone spurs piercing out, layered and interlaced. A total of 16. At the same time, outside the bone spurs, there was a layer of flesh membrane, light yellow, covering it, and around the sunken area, there were 12 dense bloodlines, winding and twisting, pushing out in all directions, with a faint red light flashing. Yisha frowned. Why did it feel a bit like a bed? The concave oval looked like a place to sleep, and the bone spurs supported the flesh membrane. From the front, it looked like a quilt. Yisha walked closer and tore the flesh membrane. Then the golden liquid flowed out quickly and spread everywhere. Apostle power. Yisha frowned even more. The golden liquid was the same as the liquid used to cultivate the black beast. He could clearly feel the apostle power in it. However, apart from the golden liquid, there was nothing in the depression. Where is the apostle? Where is the apostle? Yisha was a little mad. This was different from what was agreed. Apostle X went there. Boom! At this time, a roar came from below, and then a cloud of sand and dust swept away, and Dongfang Yu suddenly rushed out from below. The moment he saw Yisha, Dongfang Yu suddenly looked ferocious and waved his hand fiercely. A large piece of light danced out from in front of Dongfang Yu, and a piece of halo attacked Yisha, and Yisha was blown away with one blow. Dongfang Yu walked to the flesh membrane and pulled it off with force. The golden liquid flowed out with a strong fishy smell. Where is the thing? Dongfang Yu was stunned for a moment, then shouted at Yisha, "Where is Apostle X?" "How would I know?" Yisha gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. "If it's still there. Can it be your turn?" "Damn it!" Dongfang Yu punched the wall, smashing a large part of it. At this time, Malfarion also jumped up from below and looked around. What happened? Dongfang Yu was angry. "Run away." Malfarion, "What do you mean run away?" Dongfang Yu was angry. "Apart from Apostle X. What else could it be?" Malfarion's face changed. "The dormant period has ended, which means it is time to start growing. We have to hurry up. Apostle X's power has grown, and the Black Beast has begun to evolve." Coincidentally, as soon as Malfarion finished speaking, Yisha heard a mysterious voice. Malfarion's face changed again. Obviously, he and Dongfang Yu also heard the mysterious voice. Apostle X has grown up again. Malfarion showed some anxiety. He should not have run far. Hurry up and find him. Dongfang Yu didn't waste any words, and directly crossed the broken wall. Suddenly he remembered something and pointed at Yisha. "You block the guy below and delay time." After Dongfang Yu finished speaking, he and Malfarion quickly crossed the broken wall and left quickly. "I'll block your grandma." Yisha watched the two deputy train conductors disappear, cursed directly, then came to the wall and punched out. Boom! With a surge of electricity, a piece of the wall was forcibly collapsed by Yisha. And then Yisha quickly drilled out and came to the outer wall of the building. Yisha exerted a sudden force, and his fingers inserted into the wall, and then used this method to continue to climb upwards. Chapter 1573 Gemini. Yisha quickly climbed up. Will he stop Virgo and the guide? Is he sick? Of course. He is looking for Apostle X. Besides, Yisha thinks he may know where Apostle X is. Previously, Yisha had observed the sleeping position of Apostle X from a close distance. There were traces of liquid on the wall, which had dried up and left a very shallow mark. Apostle X's body was soaked in golden liquid. It must have been wet when he just climbed out, so it would leave a mark when he climbed up. Moreover, the building was hollowed out by Apostle X. Yisha didn't know why it was constructed this way, but he was sure that it had a meaning. And with such a structure, it was obvious that the only way to get in and out was to climb. So, there was a guide blocking the way below, and Apostle X was not seen coming down. So of course the only way was to go up. So, Dongfang Yu and Malfarion searched along the floors, while Yisha climbed up the outer wall directly. While thinking, Yisha quickly went up and soon reached the top floor. The top floor is not connected to the ground, but there are 16 huge metal brackets around the building, about 5 meters above the top. In the center, there is a passage with an elevator built in, which can be used to return to the ground. When Yisha climbed to the top floor, the first thing he saw was those huge metal brackets. And then on the edge opposite, Apostle X? Yisha used a question, which felt a bit strange. On the edge of the opposite building, there stood a monster. The only word Yisha could think of to describe it was monster. Humanoid, but not humanoid. The torso of the body was almost humanoid, but it had 4 arms and 4 legs. Those arms and legs were made of black metal. The hands were the same as those of humans, but they were 4 mechanical hands, and the soles of the feet were in the form of claws, which were extremely sharp. You could see that the ground touched by the toes had traces of cracks. The elbows, knees, and joints are in the shape of mechanical wheels. Only in this way can the limbs bend and move easily. Finally, the opponent's head also has 2, also made of metal, and they are not human-shaped heads, but 2 triangles made of black metal, one on the left and one on the right. There are no eyes, no nose, no ears, but there is a mouth. That mouth has no lips, and the teeth are directly exposed, like a beast, unusually sharp and ferocious. At the same time, behind the monster's waist, there were 2 black giant machetes hanging on the left and right, more than 1.5 meters long. This guy, is it Apostle X? Yisha looked at the other party. Although Apostle X could not look like a normal human, looking at the monster in front of him, Yisha always felt something was wrong. Even so, Yisha slowly spread his palms. and a new divine thunder was condensed by Yisha. No matter what it is, the best way is to kill it. Zila. Accompanied by the appearance of golden lightning, the monster suddenly turned around. And the next moment, Yisha only felt a black shadow flash in front of him. And then, the monster suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast, without even a chance to blink. Yisha found that the monster directly crossed the entire roof. The two were only half a meter apart. And the monster's 3 arms were spread out. One arm stretched behind him, holding one of the black machetes. Yisha almost relied on instinct to push the divine thunder in his hand forward. Boom! The divine thunder collided with the black machete, followed by a loud bang. And a strong impact suddenly spread between the two people, and the thunder and lightning exploded. The golden electric current stuck to the ground and pushed towards the surroundings like a tide. The 4-armed and 4-legged monster was directly shaken into the air, twisted its body in the air, and then fell back to the roof and slid. There was a gap on the black machete, and the monster's chest was also charred. And there was a bloody hole on the neck, bleeding out. That blood is black. Yisha was blown away by the blow. At the moment of falling downwards, he reached out and climbed the edge of the wall, dragged his body back by force, and jumped back to the roof. Yisha was not injured. The divine thunder had no effect on Yisha. Even if it exploded at close range, it would be absorbed by the thunder core. From this point of view, the opponent was at a greater disadvantage. However, there was a very dangerous feeling. Yisha felt that if he was a little slower just now, his head should have gone somewhere else. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise on the side of the roof, and a hole was knocked open. Then, Virgo spread his wings and flew out directly. Virgo looked around, then looked at Yisha. If I can't find that thing, it's not bad to kill you. Virgo then set his eyes on Yisha. Sure enough, isn't that guy Apostle X? It's normal that Virgo doesn't know Apostle X. Compu only regards Apostle X as a new species. Yisha ignored Virgo, his eyes still on the monster, and snorted, I advise you to take care of yourself. Virgo was stunned for a moment, then laughed strangely. It seems that you don't know what it is. Let me introduce it. This is Dr. Witzel's latest successful product. One of the constellation monsters. Gemini. Yisha looked at the monster again, and then he felt a sense of enlightenment. 2 heads, 4 arms, 4 legs. Gemini. The next moment, Yisha's chest rose and fell, and he took a deep breath. 2 constellation monsters. Yisha quietly stretched his hand behind him, and a golden thunder ball appeared in his palm. I want to play with my life. However, this is the 8th thunder ball. The 9 heavens realm is centered on Yisha. Wherever Yisha comes to, that place is the 9 heavens realm. And there is still enough time. Facing the 2 constellation monsters, this is the only chance. Virgo sneered at Yisha. Are you scared? Do you want to escape? Don't worry. I won't kill you. Virgo folded his wings and fell from the sky to the roof. Dr. Witzel is very interested in your body. The human body is so strong that it can be compared with those terrifying ancient species. Virgo opened his mouth, and his half-moon-shaped mouth stretched all the way to his ears, and said to Yisha, so, you are the best material for the constellation plan. How can I bear to let you die like this? Suddenly, at the moment when the words fell, Virgo suddenly launched an attack. A shriek suddenly sounded. Along with Virgo's shriek, the surrounding airflow was rolled up, and in front of Virgo, the roof quickly broke, rolling up a lot of rubble, rushing towards Yisha frantically. Chapter 1574, Divine Thunder Rages. Looking at Virgo's sonic attack and the rushing rubble, Yisha did not move, because the real danger is on the side. Sizzle! Electric arc surged from Yisha's body, like a dancing silver snake, constantly smashing the rubble. At the same time, Yisha moved sideways, and pressed the divine thunder hidden behind him to the side. Gemini. At the moment Virgo attacked, Yisha saw Gemini suddenly disappear. It felt the same as before. The feeling of danger was pressing, approaching, and suddenly descending around Yisha. When Gemini's body reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Yisha, and the huge machete fell on Yisha's head. Without any hesitation, Yisha directly pressed the divine thunder forward. Sizzle! The next moment, the black machete collided with the divine thunder in Yisha's hand again. The harsh sound of electricity continued to sound, exploding wildly around. And at the same time, the second black machete, The moment the first machete was blocked by the divine thunder, Gemini grabbed the second machete behind his waist with his backhand and slashed at Yisha. Yisha's pupils shrank sharply. And then he shouted, "Explode!" Boom! Accompanied by Yisha's shout. The divine thunder exploded, and the golden electric current began to run wildly again, spreading around, and directly collapsed at the edge where Yisha and Gemini were standing. Countless rubble began to fall downwards, and the roof seemed to have been dug out by something. Then, in the smoke and dust, Yisha slid out. Yisha's chest kept rising and falling. His face was pale and bloodless. Looking down at his waist, Yisha's waist was cut open with a horrible wound. A large piece of flesh was cut off, and blood was gushing out like crazy. On the other side, Gemini also slid out. His body was charred by the golden electric current, and there was a mess of blood and flesh everywhere. A mechanical arm was half hanging there, and the cable was dragged out. Both sides are hurt. But there is still Virgo. Yisha had just stood still when Virgo suddenly screamed and rushed down from the sky. Yisha turned around suddenly, and Virgo had already come to him, and a pair of bird feet directly grabbed Yisha's arm. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh tearing. Virgo's claws swept across Yisha's arm, tearing a wound immediately, and then flapped its wings, directly carrying Yisha into the air, and then threw him out fiercely. Bang! Yisha fell on the roof again, rolling over and over. Virgo fell from the sky and looked at Yisha. Although Dr. Witzel needs you to be alive, he never said how alive you have to be. You can be considered alive as long as you can breathe. Yisha finally stabilized his body, looked up at Virgo, and sneered, "You can talk about this again when you can still breathe." Yisha spread out his palm, and the golden electric current surged out from Yisha's palm again. The ninth divine thunder. The last divine thunder. Virgo felt something was wrong. The feeling revealed by the golden thunder ball in Yisha's hand was completely different from the previous one. With the wings behind him spread, Virgo immediately rushed towards Yisha. Gemini's figure flashed, and his speed was still incredibly fast. He suddenly appeared in front of Yisha, waving a machete. Yisha showed a ferocious look on his face, and suddenly pressed the divine thunder towards the roof. The ninth divine thunder was the real divine thunder. The 9 levels of increasing power added up to make the power of the divine thunder extremely terrifying. Sizzle! Yisha pressed his palm on the ground, and the golden current quickly spread out in all directions. Boom! Before Gemini could swing his sword, he was hit by the golden current and flew backwards, hitting the roof and rolling continuously. Virgo screamed, used sonic attacks to resist the golden current dancing in the sky, and then swooped down, clawing at Yisha. But it was blocked. The golden electric current formed tree-like patterns in the air, resisting Virgo's attack while constantly entwining Virgo's body. Pain. Severe pain. The golden electric current entwined Virgo's body and continued to penetrate into Virgo's body. The severe pain made Virgo's blurred facial features appear distorted. After a stalemate, Virgo suffered the same fate as Gemini, and the whole person flew backwards. Virgo's body showed signs of smoke, and white smoke kept fluttering. With just one blow, Virgo could hardly maintain her form. Feathers kept falling from the wings behind her, touching the golden current on the ground, and immediately turned into gray smoke. Virgo finally stabilized her body, but before she could spread her wings again, the golden current rushed up and immediately knocked Virgo out again. Gemini looked stronger than Virgo. Obviously, he was not using a human body, so he looked more tyrannical. After getting up from the ground, he withstood the impact of the golden current and kept moving towards Yisha. At the same time, he kept stabbing the 2 knives into the ground to stabilize his body. Yisha gritted his teeth. Not enough. Right? Then make it stronger. Yisha clenched his teeth. The veins in his neck jumped, and he kept calling on the electricity in the thunder core to strengthen the power of the thunder. Boom! In front of Gemini, a golden electric current suddenly exploded. Gemini finally couldn't hold on, and was blown away again by the exploded current. The golden electric current quickly pushed away, all the way to the edge of the roof, and then stuck to the outer wall of the building, flowing down like liquid. From a distance, the 4 sides of the building seemed to be covered by golden waterfalls. Then, crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded, and a crack appeared on the outer wall of the building. It was extremely terrifying, extending directly from the roof to the bottom. From the top to the bottom of the building, the crack seemed to penetrate the entire building. Crack, crack. Along with the appearance of the crack, the outer wall of the building began to appear densely and crazily, spreading rapidly around, covering every inch of the 4 outer walls. Yi Sha took a deep breath. How could he forget about this? The 9th Divine Thunder will not only become extremely powerful due to the superposition of the power of the previous 8 Divine Thunders, but there is also a very important description in the effect description. The 9th Thunder has a destructive effect and can destroy objects in a large area. Asshole. Yi Sha cursed in a low voice, not knowing whether he was cursing Virgo and Gemini, or cursing himself. Then, Yi Sha ran quickly on the roof. Chapter 1575 Apostle X appears. Yi Sha's target is the elevator in the center of the rooftop. Because this place is going to collapse. This building can't resist the destructive effect of the Divine Thunder at all. With a flow of golden current, every inch of the outer wall is breaking. Moreover, because of the ability of the Thunder Emperor, Yi Sha is sensitive to the flow of electric current. He can clearly feel that the current is flowing along the broken outer wall and beginning to invade the interior of the building. As expected, boom, boom, boom. The loud roars sounded without warning. And they continued. The flowing golden currents were like a tide pouring into the building, quickly invading every floor. And then the floors began to collapse continuously. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. In the end, the building that was hung upside down with metal brackets tilted directly. The lowest floor had begun to break, and huge rubble began to fall downwards, with continuous smashing sounds. Yi Sha didn't care about Virgo and Gemini at this time, and rushed to the bottom of the elevator quickly. The part of the elevator connected to the roof had been blown away by the golden current. Yi Sha came to the bottom of the passage, jumped up, climbed onto the broken elevator, and started running upwards. While running, Yi Sha also looked down through the glass of the passage. 1/3 of the building had been lost. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a large range of cracks appeared in the building. And then several floors fell down together. Yi Sha did not stop and continued to run upwards. The collapse continued. The metal support at the top could not support it. Yi Sha was not sure whether it would affect the passage. He stepped on the elevator all the way up. At the end, there was a metal door, but it was damaged. Maybe someone had entered the Mirror City from here. Subway station. After going out, it was still a subway station. Right in front of him was the exit to leave the subway station. Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief and began to slow down and walk forward. It was a little regrettable that Yi Sha didn't hear the mysterious voice's hint. This means that Virgo and Gemini didn't die. And the deputy train conductor probably wouldn't die either. The light ball form of the guide could float in the air. So even if the building collapsed completely, he shouldn't die either. What a pity, Yi Sha murmured. Except for killing Vesta. Killing anyone else would make Yi Sha feel good. Of course, it would be best if Apostle X could also be killed. While thinking, Yi Sha walked up the stairs of the subway station. And then, Yi Sha's body froze in place, standing at the subway station entrance, looking around in surprise. Corpses. Corpses everywhere. The streets at the subway station entrance were full of corpses, including black beasts, people on the Doomsday train, apostles, and armed forces of Comp Corporation, completely covering the surrounding streets. Moreover, those corpses were extremely strange. The death of each corpse was extremely strange, as if the body had been sucked dry, with no flesh and blood at all, only dry bones left, holding a layer of skin, like a mummy. Other than that, there was no wound on his body. Dong, 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 dong. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded, like something hitting the ground, and also like the sound of beating a drum. Yi Sha felt sweat in his palms and his throat throbbing. Apostle! Apostle X! Yi Sha clearly felt the power of the apostle. The next moment, a monster slowly walked out of an alley on the side. The monster looked like a black beast, in human form, about 3 meters tall. But it didn't look very tall, because its back was completely bent, and its head was almost parallel to its chest. There are fine black scales on the back, 2 bone spurs at the elbows, a long head, 3 golden eyes on the face, and an inverted crescent-shaped mouth with sharp teeth piercing out from the top, all the way to the bottom of the chin. Apostle X. Yi Sha knew where the corpses around him came from. All those corpses were the food of Apostle X, and became the energy of Apostle X. Because, at this moment, Apostle X was still dragging a corpse in his hand. And it was already dead. Apostle X's fingers pierced the other's chest. And he was dragging it like this. And the flesh and blood of the corpse was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. And was sucked dry by Apostle X. After a while, when the corpse turned into a mummy, Apostle X walked towards Yisha. Obviously, in the eyes of Apostle X, Yisha was also his food. Yisha moved his throat. The Apostle X in front of him was more powerful than he imagined. Yisha had seen the Son of Flame and the Water Spirit. It was not known whether Apostle X was stronger than the other two or his growth was more complete. Yisha could clearly feel that the sense of crisis when facing Apostle X was stronger than when facing the Son of Flame and the Water Spirit. In a moment, Apostle X came to Yisha, stretched out his palm, and grabbed Yisha's head. At this moment, sizzle! Electricity suddenly appeared on Yisha's body, exploded in all directions, and directly hit Apostle X's palm. The next moment, clang! Yisha suddenly drew his sword, and the sword fell on Nanjiang and slashed fiercely on Apostle X's arm. So hard. Apostle X's arm was not covered with scales, and it seemed to have no defense. But it was surprisingly hard. Yisha slashed it with his sword, but he didn't feel that he was cutting flesh at all. But instead it felt like something like metal. At the same time, Apostle X tilted his head. His facial features were very stiff. But surprisingly, Yisha could sense Apostle X's emotions, and seemed to be wondering why Yisha didn't let him eat it honestly. Yisha took a breath, took a ghost step backwards, and quickly distanced himself from Apostle X. Apostle X became even more confused, and seemed to wonder why his food ran away. Then, electric current shot out. Yisha pointed at Apostle X, and an electric current shot out from his fingertips, hitting Apostle X's chest fiercely. A charred area suddenly appeared on Apostle X's chest, and some of his flesh was torn. But it was only on the surface. Apostle X seemed to have finally realized something, or the pain made Apostle X angry. He suddenly opened his mouth towards Yisha, bent his legs, and bounced towards Yisha like a cannonball. So fast, Yisha's pupils shrank involuntarily. This speed was no slower than that of Gemini. Boom! In front of Yisha, Apostle X landed, crushed the ground, raised his fist fiercely, and fell towards Yisha. Chapter 1576. The storm is rising. Boom! Apostle X punched the ground. And then, there was a loud bang. The ground did not break, but collapsed directly downwards, sinking more than a few inches downwards, forming a deep pit. Slowly, the dust gradually disappeared, and Apostle X stood up again, looking up and looking around, because that punch did not hit Yisha, and Yisha was not in front of Apostle X. Here, Yisha's voice suddenly came from above Apostle X's head, and the electric current wrapped around his legs fell fiercely on Apostle X's head. Bang! Yisha stomped hard on Apostle X's face, and Apostle X's body shook for a moment, seemingly kicked backward by Yisha. But suddenly, Apostle X stomped his feet backward fiercely, stabilized his body, grabbed Yisha's ankle, and threw Yisha away with force. Bang! Yisha hit the house on the street, and was thrown directly into it. But, the next moment, boom! The gravel pressing on Yisha exploded, and Yisha got up from the ground, with fine scales on his body, and dragon horns suddenly grew out from his forehead. Dragonization. The Thunder Emperor has reached his limit. The Thunder Core in Yisha's body has less than 20% of its power left. The 10 directions of wild thunder has ended long ago. The time of the 9 heavens realm has also ended, and the divine thunder has also been thrown out as a killing move. Bang! Yisha bit his legs and rushed forward directly, came to the front of Apostle X, and punched forward fiercely. Bang! Apostle X raised his palm and took Yisha's punch. Then he clenched his palm, grabbed Yisha's fist, and swung Yisha's body up, and then kept smashing it to the ground. Bang! 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 Yisha's body kept hitting the ground, making noises. Apostle X treated him like a rag, and kept swinging him and smashing him to the ground. After a while, Apostle X had enough swings, and lifted Yisha up from the ground, grinning, as if he was going to enjoy the food. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his hand, and rammed his fist directly into Apostle X's mouth. Dragon flame break. The fire of dragon breath quickly emerged and condensed into a huge fireball, rushing forward. before it could condense into the shape of a fire dragon. It suddenly exploded in Apostle X's mouth. With a loud bang, Apostle X's body leaned back. Yisha kicked Apostle X's chest fiercely, broke free by force, and then took a deep breath. White Dragon King. Yisha's dragon form changed again. The scales that originally covered his body actually grew white scales at this moment. The snow-white scales covered Yisha's entire body. The next moment, Yisha raised his hands above his head. White Dragon Heavenly Might. The greatest significance of the White Dragon King's dragon upgrade ability lies in the White Dragon Heavenly Might. As an environmental field, it allows Yisha to use the 8 directions wind and rain without scruples. The air slowly became moist, and suddenly a large rain cloud appeared in the sky, dark and low, making everything particularly gloomy. The rain began to fall. The raindrops fell to the ground, making crackling sounds. The puddles slowly gathered, and were hit by the raindrops, creating ripples. Yisha raised his head, and let the raindrops fall on his face. A slightly cool feeling. Yisha opened his arms, and the wind and rain suddenly became fierce. The wind and rain from all directions gathered here. Apostle X shook his body, looked at Yisha, and then roared. Apostle X roared angrily, with cracks constantly appearing on his body, and blood constantly flowing down from his body. Wind and rain are like knives. Every raindrop that fell was like a sharp knife, constantly cutting the body of Apostle X, leaving wounds on his body. The pain and wounds made Apostle X angry, and he suddenly jumped forward, came to Yisha, raised his fist, and hit Yisha again. Bang! When Apostle X's fist came, a rain curtain appeared in front of Yisha. Receiving Apostle X's fist, ripples appeared on the rain curtain along with Apostle X's attack, and spread wildly around. Apostle X's fist pushed forward little by little, and the rain curtain sank little by little. Yisha gritted his teeth and tried to resist, and then gripped the void. The rain gathered and fell into Yisha's palm, quickly turning into a huge rain sword, and slashed fiercely at Apostle X. Puff! Apostle X's neck was injured and slashed by the rain sword, splashing blood. Roar! Apostle X roared again, and the pain made him crazy, and his left fist blasted out at this moment. Bang! Apostle X's 2 fists were imprinted on the rain curtain. After a muffled sound, the rain curtain finally couldn't bear the weight and was completely shattered, turning into a large amount of liquid that fell to the ground. Yisha's face changed, and he slid a few meters along the ground, and then blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even so, Yisha still suppressed the feeling of blood surging and reached out again. The wind and rain came again. The raindrops falling from the sky drifted forward again, and even in the puddles on the ground, the rain kept surging, like a rolling wave, quickly turning into a wave shape and moving forward. Impact. Continuous impact. Yisha kept giving Apostle X any chance to breathe. The rain mixed with the wind blades kept impacting the front and kept rushing towards Apostle X. Apostle X was stopped and stretched his feet forward, but he couldn't land. The rain was like a heavy hammer, hitting him fiercely, and it was not just one blow. The water that hit Apostle X exploded, and then the exploded water gathered together again, quickly forming a second wave of impact, and hit Apostle X's body again. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The attack formed by the rain continued to hit forward. Such an impact is not only an attack, but also a defense, preventing Apostle X from getting close. So far, Apostle X has not shown any medium and long-range attack capabilities other than close combat capabilities. So, as long as Apostle X is prevented from getting close, it is defense. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared. Suddenly, there was a whistling wind in the sky. The wind was blowing hard. As the wind passed, the surrounding buildings continued to break, making a crack sound, and fine cracks were everywhere. Boom! Boom! The 2 buildings suddenly screamed, and then collapsed, turning into countless rubble, piling up on the ground, forming 2 ruins. Chapter 1577, Grow Again. Die! Yisha growled, raised his arm, and slashed at the direction of Apostle X. The violent wind fell towards Apostle X. Puff! Puff! 2 huge wounds on Apostle X's chest were torn out of thin air, spreading from the shoulder to the waist. Blood kept dripping into the puddle on the ground, dyeing the puddle red. But it was not enough. Yisha also suddenly jumped forward at this moment, contrary to his previous attitude, and took the initiative to meet Apostle X. Because Yisha drew his sword, Yisha came to the front of Apostle X, and then stabbed forward with his sword. The sword came out, and the sword light was brilliant. Yisha only drew one sword, but when the sword light surged forward, it suddenly exploded like bright stars. 24 bridges and bright moon. Yisha's sword turned into 24, and the sword light stabbed forward. Little by little, it was really like the twinkling stars. And then, the blood of Apostle X made this brilliant starry sky even more brilliant. Every time a sword light fell on Apostle X, a sword hole would appear on his body, and blood would slowly flow. Even with the rain, the air still smelled of blood, faint but clearly odorable. Not enough, Yisha murmured. And at the moment when the 24 sword lights disappeared, he slid sideways, stepped on the puddle, and passed by Apostle X. Then twisted his ankle violently, and turned his body towards Apostle X again. The second sword. The sword came out. The sword light was cold. When Yisha thrust the sword out, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everything seemed to be still at this moment. It was indeed a very slow sword. So slow that it seemed that as long as the legs were not disabled, it could be easily dodged. However, when the sword light came in front of him, it was impossible to dodge. For no reason. People would have such a feeling. That sword was impossible to dodge. No matter how fast you are. No matter how clever you are. No matter how slow the sword seems. That sword cannot be avoided. No one. No creature can avoid it. Because that sword has crossed the mortal world for this moment. Just to kill people. Because that sword is called. A glance lasts for 1,000 years. Yisha and Apostle X passed by each other again, and the two stood there with their backs to each other. In a moment, puff, the still time seemed to start flowing again, and the feeling that everything was frozen finally disappeared. And then, there was a muffled sound of flesh being torn apart. Blood mist bloomed. A fist-sized hole appeared on Apostle X's chest, which was pierced by Yisha's sword, piercing through his body completely. Puff! The next moment, Apostle X knelt on the ground. The rain washed over Apostle X's body, and the rain mixed with blood continued to flow to the ground. Dead? Yisha turned his head and looked at Apostle X. No, not yet. Yisha did not hear the mysterious voice's prompt, which means that Apostle X must still be alive. However, this level of attack should be able to cause heavy damage. Yisha thought so. And then, pupils shrank sharply. Yisha seemed to be frightened, and his pupils kept shrinking, expanding, shrinking again, and expanding again, because Apostle X was right in front of Yisha. Apostle X, who had been kneeling on the ground before, just swayed his body left and right, and the next moment, he came to Yisha, grinning and waving his claws. A water curtain quickly appeared in front of Yisha, and then Apostle X's palm hit him. With just one blow, Apostle X's nails directly tore open the water curtain, and then punched Yisha in the chest fiercely. Bang! Yisha's body was blown backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Roar! After Apostle X knocked Yisha away with a punch, he did not continue to chase him, but opened his arms and kept roaring with his head raised. Crack! Crack! Along with the roar of Apostle X, the sound of things breaking continued to come from the surroundings. Yisha looked around in astonishment. The streets were full of corpses, and those corpses were like mummies, with only skin and bones left, because Apostle X had sucked away their vitality. And now, there is not even skin and bones left. With the roar of Apostle X, the corpses on the ground kept shaking, and then the bones all over their bodies suddenly broke. Strangely, the corpses turned into puddles, but there was no flesh and blood, only a piece of skin, wrinkled and sticking there. The next moment, countless black smoke suddenly surged from the corpses. Yisha felt something. His face changed, and he immediately raised his hand to the sky. The surrounding rain immediately gathered and condensed into a huge water sword that was 10 meters long, and slashed down towards Apostle X with force. But, swish, when the rain sword fell in front of Apostle X, black smoke surged up around him, blocking the rain sword falling from the sky. After a roar, Yisha's rain sword shattered and turned into liquid and spread around. After defeating Yisha's rain sword, the black smoke surged like a tide, rushing towards Apostle X frantically, quickly wrapping around Apostle X's body, and then continuously seeping into Apostle X's body. The dense wounds on Apostle X's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tiny granulations continued to appear around the bloody hole in the chest. As the granulations moved, the bloody hole became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely, leaving only a scar. Roar! Apostle X raised his head again and roared angrily. And then Apostle X's body slowly stretched and grew about half a meter taller again. Crack! Crack! Inside Apostle X's body, there was a sound of bones twisting, like popping beans. Crackling. Puff. Puff. Two sounds of flesh tearing. Two wounds appeared on Apostle X's back. Several bones pierced through Apostle X's back. And then the combined bones slowly opened, like a fan, forming two fan-shaped shapes, with flesh membranes in between. And the edges were extremely sharp. Puff. Puff. At the same time, the sound of flesh tearing rang again, and four black cone-shaped spikes about 10 centimeters long suddenly appeared on Apostle X's palm and elbow, piercing Apostle X's palm. Apostle X's body was no longer so bent, like a hunchback, but slowly straightened up a little, making Apostle X look much taller than before. Chapter 1578 Powerful. The power of Apostle X grows, and the black beast begins to evolve. A mysterious voice appeared at this time, and then the moment the mysterious voice disappeared, boom, where Apostle X stood, a large crack suddenly appeared, and Apostle X disappeared without a trace. Faster! Yisha only felt a flash before his eyes, and Apostle X suddenly appeared in front of him, with a speed even more terrifying than before. Before, Yisha could at least see the moment when he stopped, but now only the afterimage is left. Bang! The next moment, Yisha instinctively raised his hand, but only halfway up. Yisha was hit in the face, and the whole person flew backwards. Yisha flew backwards along the street, and there was no building behind him. Suddenly, a white light appeared behind Yisha, and Yisha smashed into the white light, feeling like smashing into a piece of cotton, and his body was soft and the force was removed. However, the punch on the face would not change because of this. After Yisha landed, he opened his mouth and sprayed blood to the side, mixed with a few broken teeth. Asshole! Yisha cursed. It's you. At this time, a voice came from the roof on the side, laughing. Such an abnormal rain cloud. I know there must be something. Yisha looked up at the building on the side, and then widened his eyes. It's you. After being surprised, Yisha quickly turned alert. This is not a companion. Holy Sun. Emoshi. Emoshi looked at Yisha and smiled. When will you return? Psycho. Yisha cursed. Go to hell. Yisha raised his hand, and a large amount of wind and rain swept to the side, and the rain gathered together to form a huge rain sword, slashing down towards Emoshi. Emoshi smiled casually, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of her, blending with the falling rain. Then, the wind and rain gradually disappeared. Yisha couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although he had condensed the rain sword in a hurry, how could it be dissolved so easily? Hee hee. A light laugh came from the other side of the street. Gonlin walked out of the alley next to it. Flirting should be done in different occasions, right? Or do you all not want Apostle X anymore? Gonlin covered her mouth and glanced at Yisha coquettishly. The teasing and ridicule were obvious, but only for a moment. Then she looked straight ahead on the street. Dong, dong, dong. The dull sound of footsteps sounded, and Apostle X walked along the street. Every step forward would cause a piece of the ground to break. Yisha heaved a sigh of relief. A holy sun. And Gonlin. Logically, Yisha should have a sense of crisis, which means that Apostle X is no longer in his pocket. But for no reason, Yisha not only did not feel the crisis, but also felt relieved, because Apostle X has become so strong. It has not grown to its full form. Emoshi looked at Apostle X, and her face suddenly became solemn. Why is the aura so strong? Emoshi slowly spread her hands, and the white light appeared again, covering Emoshi's body. Holy, peaceful. Is this? Emoshi murmured. Is the meaning of X? Apostle X. X means unknown. This is an unknown apostle, stronger than the apostles they know. Gonlin looked at Yisha. Can't you beat him? Yisha licked the corner of his mouth that was swollen from the punch. What do you think? Gan Lin looked at Apostle X. It looks like trouble. Bang! At this time, Apostle X suddenly stomped his foot to the ground and rushed forward again. Apostle X didn't have any eyes on Emoji and Gan Lin. It was obvious that the previous injury really offended Apostle X. At the moment, Apostle X only had Yisha and his own food in his eyes. Yisha raised his palm and pushed forward without hesitation. The raindrops falling from all directions suddenly gathered in front of Yisha and rushed towards Apostle X. Boom! Apostle X didn't have any intention of dodging. He rushed straight up and collided with the gathered rain, making a loud roar. Roar! Apostle X roared furiously and rushed into the rain without dodging or avoiding it. His palms were facing forward, and the spikes at his palms tore the rain apart, and he kept moving forward. Yisha gritted his teeth and kept pushing the rain forward, barely slowing down the speed of Apostle X. Gan Lin took a step forward, clasped his hands together, lowered his head and muttered something. And then a circle of black light and shadow appeared under the feet of Apostle X. And two black smoke suddenly appeared from the light and shadow, entwining the body of Apostle X. The two streams of smoke were very fierce, like two giant pythons, wrapping around Apostle X's body and tightening continuously. It was obvious that Apostle X's muscles had sunk in marks. But, roar! The next moment, Apostle X roared again, then suddenly stopped charging, and exerted force with both hands. With a bang, his arm stretched outward, shattering the two streams of smoke and forcibly breaking free. Gan Lin was stunned, obviously not expecting his ability to be so vulnerable. On the other side, Emoshi's face became more solemn. She took a deep breath and spread her arms. I am here. The light is here. A large piece of white light appeared from Emoshi's body, and then enveloped Apostle X, surrounding Apostle X. Gan Lin didn't have any expression, but Yisha looked at Emoshi in astonishment. This woman actually used the power of an apostle. Roar! 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 At the same time, Apostle X roared crazily, struggling madly in the white light, and black smoke continued to emanate from the surface of his body, surging towards the surroundings. Emoshi once again, purify. Boom! A violent noise appeared, but it did not come from the surroundings, but in the sky. A white beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, directly piercing a hole in Yisha's black rain cloud. The clouds in the sky spun, and a huge vortex appeared. Then, the beam of light fell on Apostle X. When the beam of light wrapped around Apostle X's body, Apostle X struggled more violently, twisting his body madly, and the black smoke coming out of his body became more intense. But, roar! Apostle X roared again, and a fierce punch followed the beam of light and blasted into the air. Puff! Emoshi opened her mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. And then, the white beam of light was torn apart, turning into countless fist-sized halos, which spread out in all directions and floated in the air, looking extremely beautiful. Chapter 1579 Powerful. Emoshi covered her chest and took several steps back, looking at Apostle X in horror. This guy is so strong. Although he has not grown to the full form, this level is already very close to the full form strength of other apostles. What is the origin of this thing? Apostle X. Emoshi couldn't help biting her lips and muttering. Yisha said in a low voice, let's go together. Yisha has already seen that even if he risks his life, he can't get rid of Apostle X alone. And now it's not a matter of killing or capturing Apostle X. If we don't solve Apostle X, they will all die. As if sensing Yisha's will, the wind and rain in the air swept over again, condensing and dancing crazily. The gravel on both sides of the street kept rolling and colliding, making loud noises, which seemed extremely violent. Gan Lin hummed, I hold the underworld lamp in my hand and step on the underworld river. The 8,000 miles of underworld here obey my call. The homeland of the dead. Please listen to my prayer at this moment, and the dead will be resurrected. Gan Lin sang, and a large amount of black smoke suddenly surged from his body. Changes occurred on the street, but it was even more powerful than Yisha's wind and rain. Gulp! Gulp! Countless black water surged up from the street, and then the tide surged up, turning the street into a black river. Then, one by one, white bone palms continued to stretch out from the black river and waved. Emoshi took a deep breath and spread her palms again. I am here, and I am the light. A large amount of white light appeared on Emoshi's body again, floating into the air, like a pure white ribbon. Holy. Peaceful. The next moment, Yisha took the lead, took a step forward, stretched his hands into the air, as if holding something, and slashed forward with force. The rain turned into a sword again, constantly condensing, changing shape, and rising, becoming more than 20 meters long. The wind from all around rushed in quickly, entwining the rain sword, one circle after another, constantly spinning. Ha! Yisha shouted, and the rain sword slashed down towards Apostle X with force. Apostle X raised his head and roared, still without any intention of dodging. He crossed his arms and took Yisha's rain sword. Bang! The giant rain sword fell on Apostle X's arm, making a dull sound, and then splashing water. Apostle X's left leg involuntarily knelt on the ground. His knee pressed against the ground, and a circle of concave pits immediately appeared under Apostle X. Yisha's face was ferocious, and he was obviously not satisfied with this. He did not hold back. This was his full-strength attack. If it weren't for Apostle X's resistance, Yisha was even confident that he could split the street in half. At the same time, seeing Yisha's move, Gonlin also waved his hand forward fiercely, and those shaking bone hands quickly crawled towards Apostle X. And in a moment, they crawled all over Apostle X's body, except for his head. Apostle X's body was completely covered by those white bone hands. She stretched out her hand and pressed forward. And once again, purify. The ribbon-like light surging in the sky fell downwards, covering Apostle X, and once again formed a huge white light column. Triple attack. Boom. Boom. The ground kept making loud noises. Obviously it was bearing a great impact. Cracks kept opening up in all directions. And then the surrounding buildings began to collapse. Yisha's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth. Donlin's face was also rare without frivolity and laziness, staring at the direction of Apostle X. But at this moment, Emoshi's face suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Retreat!" When Emoshi finished speaking, the white light dancing in the sky was suddenly torn open by a crack, as if it was cut in half by a sharp weapon. Crack! Crack! A crisp sound suddenly sounded, followed by the roar of Apostle X. The bone hand that was like a creeper and covered Apostle X's body was shattered by a blow. Countless white powders floated in the air, and then Apostle X grabbed the giant rain sword with one hand, clenched his fist, and blasted it fiercely. Boom! As Apostle X's fist blasted, Yisha's rain sword was shattered. A large amount of liquid splashed around and fell on the three people. They were like being hit by a heavy hammer. The bones in their bodies seemed to be broken. Then, they were shaken away and rolled on the ground. After finally stabilizing his body, Yisha supported himself on the ground and tried to get up again. But suddenly his legs softened, and he knelt on one knee again. Looking up, Gonlin and she did not look much better than Yisha. Gonlin leaned against a ruin. His face was as pale as gold paper, without the slightest blood color. The rushing black river and the surging river water began to gradually recede. She was still standing, but her white dress was completely stained red by the bright red blood. Apostle X was shaking his body. He was not completely unharmed, but black smoke continued to flow out of his body. Then, his injuries began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was completely beyond the level of super speed regeneration. Moreover, even compared with the same kind, the regeneration ability of the Son of Flame and the Water Spirit was also good, but not as terrible as Apostle X. It's over. Yisha couldn't help but think of this. The thing in front of him was obviously more powerful than he could imagine. Finally found it. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded. And then, boom, boom, the ground in front of them trembled slightly. And then suddenly two big holes exploded, and Dongfangyu and Malfarian drilled out from the ground at the same time. Dongfangyu stared at Apostle X, his eyes full of excitement. The underground Mirror City building was blown up by Yisha's divine thunder, and the passages leading to the surroundings were blown away. Dongfangyu and Malfarian could only return to the ground and find other entrances and exits to re-enter. But Dongfangyu didn't expect that he would find Apostle X in front of him as soon as he came out. Is there any better luck than this? Is there anything more exciting than this? I've been looking for you for a long time. Dongfangyu stared and leaped towards Apostle X. Die. As soon as Dongfangyu made a move, the sun and the moon appeared around him, both of which were only the size of a fist, but shining with an extremely dazzling brilliance. The sun and the moon shine together. Apostle X raised his head, showing a bit of irritation, as if he was a little impatient with the continuous fighting. Seeing Dongfang Yu coming to him, he suddenly raised his arm and waved at Dongfang Yu. Chapter 1580 Tyranny. Dongfang Yu was completely immersed in excitement and didn't care at all, and went straight to meet him. Malfarion saw it clearly from behind, felt something was wrong, and shouted to Dongfang Yu, "Be careful." The next moment, the sun floating beside Dongfang Yu radiated light and covered Apostle X. But in just a moment, the sunlight was torn apart. Bang! Apostle X punched Dongfang Yu in the chest, knocking Dongfang Yu back, and before he landed, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the deputy train conductor is indeed powerful, not only in ability, but also in physical fitness. Dongfang Yu twisted his waist in midair, and then stabilized his body. Dongfang Yu looked at Apostle X in amazement. Complete form? No. Malfarion, it's only one step away from evolution. Just close to the complete form, but stronger than other apostles. Malfarion's face was solemn, and he silently spread his palms. Black light emerged and quickly condensed into a lightsaber in the shape of a cross sword. Malfarion and Dongfang Yu had worked together to kill the Son of Flame, and it was very easy. The apostle who had not grown to his full form was also vulnerable to the joint efforts of the two deputy train captains. However, the Apostle X in front of him was completely different. Not a thing of the same level. Dongfang Yu was hit. His face became ugly, and then he roared and suddenly raised his palm. Moonlight swayed. The cold moonlight enveloped Apostle X, and soon enveloped Apostle X's body. Then the sound of crackling. Crackling continued to sound, and countless frost appeared and spread along Apostle X's body. Then, bang! Apostle X raised his foot and stomped on the ground. The frost on his body shattered and peeled off from Apostle X. Malfarion suddenly appeared behind Apostle X at this moment, ready to attack. He raised the black lightsaber in his hand and stabbed at the back of Apostle X. However, Apostle X was faster. When Malfarion stabbed, Apostle X flashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Malfarion. Malfarion's figure was also very fast, and he immediately turned around and swept with his sword. Boom! The seemingly ordinary sword was extremely powerful. The sword swept backwards, and a smooth cut appeared on the outer wall of the building. Then the upper part of the building tilted and fell down. But, when Apostle X was about to be cut, Apostle X suddenly stretched out his hand forward. Apostle X's palm pushed on Malfarion's lightsaber, and then the lightsaber was easily broken. Then Apostle X's palm did not stop, and moved forward. After Dongfang Yu, Malfarion was also knocked back by a palm. Malfarion suppressed his anger and looked at Apostle X. "Be careful. This guy's ability is ability shattering." Dongfang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood that no matter how strong Apostle X was, he couldn't be completely unscathed by the attacks of the two of them. But if it was an ability to invalidate, or an ability that could easily shatter abilities, then it could be done. At the same time, Apostle X shook his body again and rushed forward. Sun and moon shined together. Dongfang Yu did not believe in evil and released his sun and moon again, shining together and scattering towards the body of Apostle X. Apostle X's body became extremely strange, as if half of it melted, and smoke continued to come out of his body, while the other side quickly condensed into solid ice. However, as Apostle X raised his head and roared, the solid ice was torn apart in an instant, and the smoke coming out of his body gradually dissipated. Dongfang Yu's sun and moon shine together was actually broken. Dongfang Yu was shocked. He really had no power to resist, and was directly broken. How to fight this? Moshi suddenly said, "We should work together. Apostles also have their limits. If we continue like this, we will all die, and all of us will be used as his food." At that time, Moshi looked at Apostle X solemnly. At that time, no one could kill this thing. 2 train pursers, 2 deputy train conductors, and a saint. With such luxurious food, there is no doubt that Apostle X will definitely grow to a complete form in an instant. How to resist then? Impossible. Shut up. Dongfang Yu cursed. Who do you think you are? You were lucky that I didn't kill you last time. You won't be so lucky this time. When I kill this thing, it will be your turn. As Dongfang Yu spoke, he punched forward, since the ability is useless. Then, use your fist. Bang! Donfonyu's fist collided with Apostle X's fist. And then Donfonyu screamed. And his whole arm twisted and turned backwards strangely. And his arm bone was smashed by Apostle X's punch. Apostle X's body was also incredibly powerful. Malfurion's expression became serious. And he condensed a black lightsaber again, slashing down at Apostle X's head. However, the moment Apostle X's body collided with the lightsaber instantly broke. However, the lightsaber was just a bait for Malfurion. When Apostle X blocked the lightsaber, Malfurion suddenly raised his palm to form a knife and struck forward. Puff! A sharp black nail suddenly grew on Malfurion's finger. And when it pierced Apostle X's chest, it pierced through his chest. Apostle X made a whimpering sound in his throat. And then he looked down at the arm that pierced his chest. Roar! Apostle X suddenly roared. And Malfurion immediately felt a force surging out of Apostle X's body. Then, puff! Flesh torn apart. Malfurion groaned and kept retreating backwards, his face pale. And Malfurion's entire left arm was empty. Apostle X tore off one of Malfurion's arms with one blow. The next moment, Apostle X opened his mouth and was about to swallow the torn arm into his stomach. Emoshi's eyes were stern. Do it. While speaking, Emoshi took the lead and looked up at the sky. 2 tears suddenly flowed from the corners of Emoshi's eyes. Those tears were golden. I am. Emoshi murmured. It is the light. In the sky, white light bloomed. Countless feathers condensed by light suddenly appeared in the air, falling down like rain. Roar! After those feathers fell on Apostle X's body, a blood hole immediately appeared on Apostle X's body, as if a piece of flesh and blood had been burned.